Chapter 1. The Beginner's Gift Pack. Why is my situation so dire despite being a fellow traveler? Yubu languidly slumped in the carriage, a trace of despondency etched upon his face. My lord, the second young master possesses an exceedingly feeble mental capacity and cannot become a magician, echoed the words of Bick, the president of the Mage Guild, still resonating in Yubu's ears, igniting a deeper ire within him. Today, he was to accompany the old servant, Gross, to his city under the dominion of the Earl, where he would languish in idleness. Perhaps this is for the best at least. Compared to many, I am faring quite well, having traversed into this world with an Earl as my father. A sardonic smile crept across Yubu's face as he tucked away his melancholy and began to fantasize about his splendid future. But at that moment, ding! The host soul has fully integrated with the body system, binding successful. Beginner's gift pack acquired. 1 dragon egg obtained. Dragon Island successfully constructed spatial transfer in progress. A ceaseless stream of voices echoed in his mind, and just as the last words faded, a powerful suction force enveloped Yubu, and before his scream could escape, he vanished from the carriage. Here lay a small island, encircled by boundless seas, resembling a solitary sail upon the ocean, yet remarkably stable. Beneath a tree, Yubu rubbed his head, finally dispelling the dizziness from the teleportation. He raised his gaze, surveying his surroundings, where towering trees stood majestically before him. Though the sun shone brightly, its rays were obstructed by the thick canopies above. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest, the treetops whispering in a soft susurration. Yet at this moment, Yubu had little time to appreciate the serene surroundings. His eyes, filled with uncertainty, were drawn to a blue egg. The egg radiated an unusual luster, accompanied by a refreshing chill that enveloped him. Beep, beep, beep. As he stared, the scene before him suddenly blurred, gradually revealing lines of data. Blue dragon egg. Status: unhatched. Attribute: frost. Could this be the legendary golden finger? Heaven truly treats me well. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Yubu's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment, his voice rising in pitch. At that instant, the system's voice echoed once more. Detecting the host's strength is exceedingly weak. Immediate protection is required. The dragon egg will commence hatching. As the voice faded, the dragon egg emitted a brilliant glow. The radiance was blinding, surpassing even the sun, causing Yubu to instinctively shut his eyes. Clearly, the dragon egg was beginning to hatch. The light did not linger long. When Yubu opened his eyes again, he beheld a claw emerging from the blue shell. Soon after, the egg shattered, revealing a small head. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As the sound emerged, a tiny blue dragon joyfully leaped forth, eagerly sniffing the air as if testing this new world. Is this a mouse? Yubu's eyes widened in disbelief as he distinctly heard what sounded like a mouse's call. Ding! The frost young dragon will gain combat experience with each advancement. Successful hatching has resulted in a level-up experience feedback in progress. The system continued, unperturbed by Yubu's astonishment. As the words concluded, Yubu suddenly felt a peculiar force surging from his dantian. With a thunderous roar, a wave of blue energy erupted, enveloping him like a mist of ice. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch it, feeling a chilling sensation akin to smooth silk. Simultaneously, a panel emerged in his mind. Yubu. Level: First Tier Knight. Skills: Frost/Novice. Fighting Spirit: Frost. Experience points: 0-10. Companion: Frost Young Dragon First Tier. Items: Beginner's Gift Pack 1. Equipment: None. I have become a knight already? Yubu exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the mist surrounding him. So this is the manifestation of fighting spirit? Chapter 2. Beginning to raise a dragon. Manifestation of fighting spirit can only be performed by third-tier knights. Yet I, merely a first-tier knight, can achieve this. What a remarkable feat. Yubu clenched his fists, reveling in this newfound reality. His father in this life was a fifth-tier great knight, having rendered immense service to the Zijing kingdom, eventually being bestowed the title of Earl by the king. Initially, upon discovering Yubu's lack of magical aptitude, Earl Lorraine had contemplated training him as a knight, and this trip to Roland City was to introduce him to a fourth-tier knight awaiting his arrival. Alas, I have advanced to the rank of knight ahead of schedule. I wonder what my future knight instructor will think upon witnessing this. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sensation tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he chuckled, for it was the little ice dragon. Before him, a panel displaying the young dragon's attributes appeared. Frost Young Dragon. Attribute, Ice. Level, First Tier. Experience points, 0-10. Skills, Frost Dragon Breath. Ice Dragon Whirl, Frost Claw Technique. Even it possesses experience points. Yubu marveled. As far as I know, knights advance by honing their fighting spirit, but how does a dragon level up? Ding! No sooner had he posed the question than the system's chime rang in his ears. In response to the host's inquiry, you can construct a dragon's nest for it, nourish it with rare treasures, or engage in combat to gain experience points. As the explanation concluded, Yubu felt a rush of information flooding his mind, evidently the system imparting knowledge about dragon rearing. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up as understanding dawned upon him. I see. Then I shall open my beginner's gift pack. He struck his palm with enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming like a wolf that had just caught sight of prey. With a flourish, a radiant light appeared before him, transforming and solidifying. Ding! Acquired 1,000 gold coins. Ding! Lottery chances 1. Ding! Shop unlocked. Ding! Ice Dragon Nest 1. Construction commencing. Following this, the sound of clanging and banging filled the air. In an instant, a miniature icy valley materialized before him. The little ice dragon's eyes sparkled, and it flapped its wings excitedly, darting towards its new home. Yubu laughed heartily at the sight. By the heavens, this feels like the joy of fatherhood. As he pondered this, he glanced at his lottery chances. Back in the day, I was known as a lucky one in games. I wonder what treasures I might uncover. With that thought, Yubu hesitated no longer and lightly tapped the lottery button. He was well aware of the potential rewards. Wondrous items that could aid in dragon advancement or copious amounts of gold, both of which he desperately needed. Beep, 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 beep. The lottery panel spun rapidly. Gazing hungrily at the dazzling array of prizes, Yubu felt an insatiable yearning. Wings of the Dragon God, Sword of the Dragon King. These are indeed treasures. As he fervently hoped, the wheel finally came to a halt. To Yubu's disappointment, this time he did not receive the Wings of the Dragon God or the Sword of the Dragon King, but rather dragon scale armor. A flash of light, and before he could fully comprehend, an item appeared in his hands. It was armor, a black armor at that. Turning it over and over, Yubu scrutinized it, wrinkling his nose, feeling it lacked any semblance of high quality. But in the next moment, he received a piece of information. Dragon scale armor. Upon forming a contract with a dragon, it can absorb damage equivalent to the dragon's level and can change form at will. After digesting this information, Yubu took a deep breath, a glimmer of surprise lighting up his face. If that's the case, my safety is significantly enhanced. With a thought, he summoned the little ice dragon and immediately forged a contract. Chapter 3. Magical Fruit and the Black Dragon Guard. Yubu donned the armor, feeling an immediate chill envelop his skin, a refreshing sensation coursing through him. The dragon scale armor was not as cumbersome as he had imagined. Instead, it felt as light as gossamer, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Now, let's see what treasures await in the shop. After a moment's contemplation, Yubu resolved to peruse the store. According to the system, the items in the shop were relatively fixed, refreshing only at specific intervals, occasionally revealing discounted goods. With a thought, the shop panel materialized before him. The array of merchandise dazzled his eyes, overwhelming in its diversity. Dragon King Sword 10,000 gold coins. Wings of the Dragon God 20,000 gold coins. Dragon God Fruit 10,000 gold coins. Yubu gazed at his meager 1,000 gold coins, unable to suppress a grimace. By heavens, this is daylight robbery. With a sharp snap, he pulled out a gold coin and tossed it to the ground, venting his frustration. Host, please mind your demeanor. You are to be a future dragon knight and maintain composure and elegance. Ignoring the system's jibe, Yubu cautiously crouched down, retrieving the gold coin from the ground, brushing off the dust before tucking it away. Standing upright, he regained his composure, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Bah! The Dragon King sword, the wings of the Dragon Gomph, I can't afford them, so why should I even look? With a huff of indignation, Yubu resolutely disregarded the exorbitant items, shifting his gaze to the bottom corner of the shop. The beginner's dragon language spellbook costs 500 gold coins, the mana fruit is 100 gold coins, and the black dragon guard is 200 gold coins. His gaze swept continuously, and he stroked his chin in contemplation. With only 1,000 gold coins at his disposal, he needed to utilize them wisely to maximize his benefits. Although the dragon language spellbook is quite appealing, it is not an item I urgently require. Yubu's eyes shifted away from the description of the spellbook to the other two items. Mana fruit, a favorite among dragons, it enhances experience points by 10. Black dragon guard, summon 10 soldiers with the strength of second-tier knights at will. They can be summoned into the host's world and can advance. Ah, these two are rather impressive. Upon reading the descriptions, Yubu's mind was instantly filled with ideas. The mana fruit, capable of raising experience points by 10, would allow the little ice dragon to level up immediately, advancing to the second tier of dragonkind. At that point, he too would receive a surge of energy feedback, gaining substantial experience points. Truly the most cost-effective item. Similarly, the Black Dragon Guard also proved to be worth its value. That item could summon protectors at will, significantly enhancing his safety. Most importantly, they were fiercely loyal and could even advance. Having made up his mind, Yubu no longer hesitated. He stepped forward and clicked to purchase. Ding ding. Mana Fruit 1, Black Dragon Guard 10. Two crisp sounds echoed, and in his hand appeared the two items. Gazing at the purple fruit and the 10 beans in his grasp, a look of profound satisfaction spread across Yubu's face. At that moment, a shadow darted toward him. Startling him, it was the little ice dragon. It gazed longingly at the purple fruit in Yubu's hand, revealing a human-like yearning. "Ha, look at how eager you are." Yubu chuckled and promptly handed the mana fruit over. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The little ice dragon was overjoyed, devouring the mana fruit with great fervor. The fruit vanished between its two claws, consumed in an instant. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed, and the little ice dragon paused, emitting a low growl. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped its body. The gentle breeze around them intensified, causing the grass and trees to sway vigorously, with several trees unable to withstand the gust, shedding countless leaves. In that instant, Yubu's expression shifted. It was his first encounter with the majesty of dragonkind. After a moment, the overwhelming aura of the little ice dragon subsided, and the commotion around them finally faded, restoring tranquility to the island. Watching the little ice dragon, content and gradually drifting into slumber, Yubu felt a surge of inspiration and summoned the little ice dragon's status panel. Frosty Whelp. Attributes: Ice. Level: Second tier. Experience points: 050. Skills: Frost Dragon Breath, Ice Dragon Whirlwind, Glacial Claw Technique. It was at this moment that a surge of power erupted within him. It was the energy feedback from the little ice dragon's advancement. Chapter 4. The Refrigeration Unit and the Young Girl. Once the energy feedback concluded, Yubu felt rejuvenated. He pondered for a moment before retrieving his own status panel. Yubu. Level: First Tier Knight. Skills: Frozen/Beginner. Energy: Frost. Experience points: 510. Companion: Frosty Whelp Second Tier. Items: Black Dragon Guard 10. Equipment: Dragon Scale Armor Ice. Gold coins: 700. Ah, it did not directly elevate my level. The energy feedback merely increased his experience points by 5, leaving Yubu somewhat disappointed. Well, I shall wait until I have lottery chances to acquire some potent fruits, Yubu casually remarked, shifting his gaze. The little ice dragon, having advanced to the second tier, appeared noticeably larger, standing at about half Yubu's height. After successfully leveling up, it flew off and settled into the icy dragon's nest, refusing to respond to any calls. What a troublesome creature, Yubu exclaimed in frustration, stamping his feet, yet soon his thoughts began to churn anew. I found myself wandering into a fantastical realm where I unexpectedly became an elder of the Blood Clan. In the opening chapter, The Awakened Odd Bloodline, the coldness of the dark cavern enveloped me. While withered vines coiled around the surroundings, above, on the vaulted ceiling, faded murals of grim reapers gazed down upon the scene below. Beneath these ominous figures, a stone sarcophagus lay in waiting, meticulously crafted from white marble. Adorned with intricate and peculiar runes, along with the images of fluttering bats, so lifelike that one might believe they would take flight at any moment. A faint, delicate whisper echoed throughout the cavern, accompanied by clusters of phosphorescent blue light, drifting next to a diminutive figure cloaked in black robes and wielding a skeletal goat staff. Squeaked out a few rats, their long, grotesque tails trailing behind them, scurried in terror along the corners of the walls. Occasionally, as they glanced back, their beady eyes caught sight of the figure, who was using blood to inscribe strange patterns upon the ground surrounding the coffin, each stroke eliciting an eerie chant. Blood connects with my blood. Flesh intertwines with my flesh. I summon you, spirit of the vampire. Cross the night, traverse the shadows, pass through blood and flame. I beseech you to come forth and fulfill my desires. I offer my life, my soul, and my eternal loyalty. Hear my call, shadowy being, and respond to my invocation. As the final stroke of the magical circle was drawn, the necromancer, nearly exhausting all her strength, began to chant the summoning spell loudly towards the stone sarcophagus. With her incantation, a tempest arose within the confined cavern, and the blood-drawn magical circle emitted a sinister red glow. As the circle shone, the surrounding winds seemed to be irresistibly drawn towards the sarcophagus. Swirling within its crevices, the necromancer, startled, rose to her feet, her dark hood slipping away to reveal a girl who appeared to be no older than 10, clad in a black robe and fitted attire. Embroidered with silver symbols and patterns, her long, silvery hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her deep blue eyes mirrored the vastness of the sky. Her petite and exquisite face bore a porcelain-like pallor, exuding an aura of purity and innocence. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, as the necromancer gazed in astonishment at the coffin, the lid began to rattle violently, as if something within were striving to break free. The terrifying sound reverberated within the hollow depths of the cavern. Gulp. Even the necromancer, well-versed in the study of the undead, could not help but take a half-step back, tightly gripping her staff in apprehension. Boom! With a resounding crash, the heavy coffin lid flew open, slamming against the wall and leaving a deep indentation. Dust erupted from the impact, filling the cavern with a haze. Did it succeed? The young necromancer, named Ally, widened her eyes in astonishment, pulling her staff closer to her chest, muttering to herself. As the dust gradually settled, a figure began to rise from within the sarcophagus, tall, slender, and muscular. The bloodline. This must be the bloodline. Excitement welled up in Ally's large eyes, her voice trembling with anticipation. Once the dust cleared, Ally beheld the vampire within the coffin. His hair was a rich, dark black, cascading over his shoulders, the tips gently swaying. He possessed a strikingly handsome face, with sharp features and well-defined contours. His eyes were deep and shadowy, a profound purple that seemed to pierce through one's very soul. An aura of dangerous allure radiated from him, an indescribable charm that captivated those around him. Great scion of the vampire king, I am your loyal servant, the necromancer Sommerfeld. Ally quickly approached, bowing respectfully before the vampire scion. However, she waited in vain as the vampire remained unresponsive. Seemingly lost in thought. Am I dreaming? Or have I crossed over? The vampire raised a hand to scratch his head, feeling his skin icy cold, akin to touching a statue. Chen Peng's gaze sharpened as he surveyed his surroundings. The previously pitch-black environment was now strikingly clear to him, as if his vision had been enhanced to an extraordinary degree. When he shifted his focus downward, he noticed a beautiful young girl kneeling before him, speaking in a language he could not comprehend. Suddenly, a sharp, needle-like sensation surged through his mind, causing him to clutch his head in agony, emitting a pained groan. As the piercing pain coursed through him, countless fragments of memory began to coalesce within him, each one reminiscent of experiences he had lived through. Meanwhile, Ally observed the bloodline's pained expression, holding her breath in reverence. She understood that this was a natural reaction following the vampire's awakening. After all, the vampire had lain dormant in the coffin for a millennium, and no one could fathom the changes that might have transpired within such a resilient being during that time. Oh no, I haven't even completed this episode's script, and the audience will surely demand an update. I am the great scion of the vampire king, who lies in slumber here, who has awakened me. The history content creator lamented the burdens of research and documentation. Blood. I crave blood. Eli stood dumbfounded, listening to the mixed languages emanating from the bloodline. One was the ancient common tongue of the continent, but the other was utterly foreign. I am in such pain. Just as Eli was lost in thought, Chen Peng's jumbled memories began to align, and he finally grasped the situation. He rubbed his temples vigorously, his stiff fingers unable to feel any pulse. Chen Peng was a professional content creator specializing in historical and fantastical short videos, often burning the midnight oil to craft scripts and conduct research, ultimately neglecting his health, which led to a sudden cardiac arrest. In that fleeting moment of death, for reasons unknown, his soul had been drawn into the body of a vampire, occupying this new form, a soul transference into a vampire. You are the one who has awakened me? Chen Peng turned his gaze to the astonished Eli, cautiously inquiring in the ancient common tongue, though his command of it was still unfamiliar. In the second chapter. The vampire's domain, Eli responded. Indeed, great scion, Samafel. Eli, stand ready to serve your bidding. A respectful smile graced her face. She had not anticipated the scion to be so approachable. Prior to this moment, she had heard from many seasoned necromancers that vampires were typically cold and unapproachable, particularly the ancient ones. Yet, the millennia-old vampire king's descendant before her did not exude such an aura. You have awakened me from slumber. Is there a matter at hand? Chen Peng steadied his thoughts, attempting to adopt the perspective of a vampire while addressing the seemingly innocent yet formidable necromancer before him, who undoubtedly wielded powers associated with the dead, a fact that was not to be taken lightly. Great scion, heir to the vampire king, noble shadowy beings, we have suffered greatly under the oppression of the empire, and we urgently require your guidance, Eli implored Chen Peng. The empire, you say, Chen Peng pondered, adopting a facade of profundity, though he harbored little understanding of what this empire entailed. I apologize, noble scion. I have forgotten that you have slumbered for a millennium and may be unaware of many things. Eli paused momentarily, then swiftly grasped the situation. She endeavored to succinctly convey to Chen Peng the transformations that had transpired over the millennium. Ever since the vampire king established the vampire kingdom with formidable power 1,000 years ago and unified the entire continent. Humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, and the undead coexisted peacefully for several centuries, witnessing a flourishing of magic and civilization. However, following the sudden disappearance of the vampire king, leaving only a few hundred bloodline descendants to govern territories, the absence of the king's restraint led to fierce wars among the bloodlines as they vied for dominion, ultimately exhausting themselves, and those who survived were significantly weakened. Observing this turmoil, other races rose in rebellion against the bloodlines, initiating their own rule, with humans growing ever stronger, establishing a powerful empire, and waging wars with knights, religion, iron swords, and firearms. The undead, in particular, became the target of the empire's relentless hatred, facing constant assaults and extermination. The Holy Crusades launched by the empire seized the remnants of vampire territories, leaving only a handful under the control of the undead. Now, the great fortress of ours stands as your territory, and it is also the last refuge for the shadowy beings. Eli sighed softly, expressing her sympathy for the necromancers, who, if captured by the empire, would be bound to a pyre and burned alive. In truth, most necromancers are skilled healers. They merely utilize a few corpses to replace damaged organs for the living and occasionally resurrect some corpses as their servants. However, in the eyes of the empire, this is deemed an unforgivable sin. I understand, Chen Peng remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the notion that, after his transformation into a vampire, he possessed his own domain. As a content creator with a penchant for history and fantasy themes, his curiosity was piqued, compelling him to explore the nature of his territory, prompting him to leap out of the coffin. With a thud, as Chen Peng stood barefoot on the cold ground, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he was astonished by his remarkable agility and the perfect contours of his formidable physique. Yet, little Eli blushed deeply, her gaze lowered, too shy to meet his eyes. What is it? Chen Peng furrowed his brow, brushing a lock of hair aside, only then realizing he was completely unclothed. The sky above was as dark as ink, swirling with lightning, and the air was thick with the scent of death, while flakes of ash drifted like snowflakes in the wind. This is rather grim and sinister, Chen Peng thought, standing before the gates of the necropolis fortress, accompanied by the necromancer Eli, silently scoffing at the sight. Above the crooked spire of the main fortress, several undead floated around the pinnacle, likely remnants of deceased humans or animals, even other forms of life. They appeared frail, yet emanated an unsettling power. Drifting aimlessly, they seemed to be awaiting something. Great bloodline, This fortress serves as the final sanctuary for the Shadowkin, yet even here, it is no longer safe, Eli whispered, her expression laden with worry. What is happening? Chen Peng inquired, casting a curious glance at the young necromancer beside him. According to historical records, this fortress was once a site for the Vampire Kingdom's research into necromantic magic, thus preserving numerous treasures and artifacts. Additionally, the vast graveyard outside the fortress is the final resting place for many residents, occasionally giving rise to skeletons and zombies under the influence of dark magic. Eli pointed toward a clearing in the northeast corner of the fortress, where indeed, numerous gravestones stood, shadows flickering between them. Oh, Chen Peng exclaimed softly, glancing back at the fortress, contemplating whether searching within would constitute a breach of trust. However, those greedy, despicable knights and mages of the Empire frequently invaded this place under the pretext of eradicating evil, recklessly causing chaos. Eli clenched her small fists, her face a mask of indignation. Chen Peng nodded slightly, aware of the adage that possessing valuable items can be a liability, a situation that was unavoidable. Then why haven't they utterly destroyed this place? Chen Peng pondered aloud, directing his question to Eli. This fortress was designed with self-preservation in mind. Beneath it lies a crystal capable of absorbing dark energy. Should an intruder approach, the crystal activates, awakening the slumbering skeletons and zombies to thwart the invaders, Eli elucidated to Chen Peng. Given that, it should be sufficient for self-defense. Why then would it awaken me? Chen Peng inquired, perplexed. Because the intruders have grown increasingly powerful, and the fortress alone can no longer withstand them, that we require your guidance, great bloodline. For this fortress and territory rightfully belong to the bloodlines. Eli replied, blinking her long lashes at Chen Peng. Passing the buck, are we? Chen Peng mused, suspecting that had they been capable of managing the situation themselves, they would not have recalled the slumbering vampire lord in the catacombs. As they traversed the dilapidated vampire fortress, Eli guided Chen Peng through its halls. From his perspective, it was evident that this fortress had fallen into disrepair long ago, yet it still retained many of its original features. A testament to its former grandeur, these chambers conceal ancient treasures, though they are fraught with traps. Even you, great bloodline, must exercise caution, Eli warned as she opened the door to one room. Its wooden surface adorned with carvings of skeletal angels, their winged forms seemingly attempting to hinder entry while simultaneously guarding the room. With a creak, Chen Peng peered inside the 200-square-foot chamber, where a chaotic assortment of weapons and armor lay strewn about. Intermixed with the remains of ancient human warriors, reduced to mere skeletons encased in their battle-worn armor, now part of the room's furnishings. Amidst this disarray, a brass chest stood out prominently, and as Chen Peng stepped inside, the wall sconces ignited without wind, casting a warm glow upon the chest. What lies within that chest? Chen Peng inquired, his expression serious as he pointed toward the brass box. Esteemed bloodline, ancient powerful mages placed some secret treasures within such chests. But unlocking them requires not a key, but a specific incantation, Eli said, gazing reverently at the box, well aware that as a necromancer, she was but an insignificant insect compared to those truly powerful ancient mages. Chen Peng, however, felt an overwhelming curiosity toward the chest. As a fantasy enthusiast and gamer, the notion of an unopened chest felt like an affront, yet Eli's warning resonated with him, instilling a fear that his recklessness could lead to irrevocable disaster. After all, in games centered around exploring dungeons and treasures, being overly eager often leads to demise. Blood for the lock, blood for the key, let the treasures be set free. At that moment, a series of incantations flashed through Chen Peng's mind, and his mouth, seemingly of its own volition, began to utter them. My lord, Eli exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at Chen Peng. In that instant, his stern demeanor grew even more solemn, and as the incantation left his lips, a crimson glow enveloped his entire being. Let the power of the undead unlock this chest, he intoned, his gaze fixed intently on the brass box, a faint, ethereal voice escaping his lips. Suddenly, the brass chest, as if summoned by an unseen force, gently creaked open, revealing a treasure trove of gemstones within. The bloodline's incantation, Eli gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, nearly letting out a cheer, having spent years studying here. Eli had never dared to venture into these unfamiliar rooms, for the traps set by ancient mages were indeed terrifying. Moreover, those chests imbued with forbidden spells had never been easily opened. Anyone attempting to force them would be met with an eternal curse. At that moment, Chen Peng squinted, stepping closer to the chest, and as he entered the room, a low hum resonated around him. The energy of dark magic seeped from the ground, causing the skeletons that had been curled in the corners of the room to rattle back to life. their bones clicking as they shakily rose, their armor clattering and rusty, pitted weapons gripped once more at my lord. Be careful. This is a necromantic trap. Eli, in a state of urgency, issued a warning to Chen Peng, cautioning him that this trap would unleash the assault of the undead as soon as someone entered its vicinity. However, Chen Peng, with a countenance as still as water, merely raised his arm slightly and waved it toward the skeletal warriors. The skeletons, which had risen, instantly collapsed to the ground as if they had lost all motivation. Could this be the treasure contained within the chest, a set of armor? Chen Peng approached the chest, his gaze falling upon its contents. My lord, this is no ordinary armor. It is a suit of vampire armor. Eli said cautiously as she stepped closer, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the armor within the chest. This vampire armor, crafted from dark materials, exhibited a profound black hue. Its design was both simple and elegant, emphasizing clean lines and fluidity, devoid of excessive embellishments or intricate details. The surface of the armor shimmered with a faint purple glow, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura. The helmet of the armor bore the shape of vampire fangs, featuring sharp horns on either side, effectively protecting the head while enhancing visibility. The chest plate and shoulders were adorned with sharp spikes and blades, suitable for attacking foes or engaging in close combat. The gloves and boots of the armor also possessed keen edges, serving as additional weapons or means of defense. Not only did this vampire armor offer exceptional protection, but it also greatly enhanced the user's speed and agility, rendering them more nimble and dangerous. Furthermore, certain special materials within the armor could absorb surrounding negative energy, thereby amplifying the user's strength and abilities. Indeed, I shall accept it, Chen Peng remarked with a slight smile, feeling fortunate to have discovered such a fine piece upon his first opening of a chest. Just as he prepared to try on the armor, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, causing his body to sway momentarily. What is happening to me? He exclaimed in surprise. My lord, it must be due to the immense energy you expended while dispelling the necromantic array. Eli, the petite undead sorceress, quickly offered her support and explained. Ah, I see, Chen Peng mused, recalling fragmented memories that aligned perfectly with Eli's words. It is of no concern. We merely need to replenish your energy, Eli stated, her tone suggesting familiarity with the matter. Then I shall leave it to you. Chen Peng replied with a slight nod, recognizing that, as someone still unacquainted with these matters, the wisest course of action would be to heed her advice. However, Chen Peng never anticipated, no, perhaps he should have, what the vampire's method of energy replenishment entailed. My lord, please bite my neck fiercely and indulge yourself, Eli said, removing her hat, her silvery hair cascading over her shoulders. She tugged at her collar, exposing her delicate, porcelain-like neck to Chen Peng while closing her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering as if caught between fear and anticipation. Goodness, this is quite the predicament. Chen Peng found himself momentarily stunned. As Eli leaned slightly forward, her eyes tightly shut, presenting herself like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chen Peng ultimately found himself unable to act upon the alluring sight of her pale neck. Despite the primal instincts of this body yearning for the easy meal before him, his consciousness, guided by morality and psychology, could not bring himself to harm such a petite figure. Moreover, there was the physiological aspect. How could a vampire be squeamish at the sight of blood? Alas, that was precisely his predicament. In his previous life, he often found himself in humorous situations due to his aversion to blood. Yet, as the saying goes, man is iron, blood is steel, and the lack of sustenance left him feeling faint. Particularly after recently expending his limited energy to unlock the chest. He stumbled, barely steadying himself against the wall. Eli, with her eyes still shut and her cherry lips biting down softly, awaited the anticipated vampire kiss that never came. Does my lord find me unworthy, merely a small necromancer? Upon hearing Chen Peng stumble, she immediately opened her eyes, noticing him leaning against the wall, his throat visibly convulsing and his complexion alarmingly pale. My lord, are you all right? She asked with genuine concern. Faced with the little sorceress's worry, Chen Peng attempted to respond with a comforting smile, only to find himself exclaiming, I am a noble bloodline. What could possibly be wrong? I have merely slumbered for too long. You are my sole servant at present. How could I manage this ancient castle without sampling your blood? Upon uttering those words, Chen Peng internally bemoaned his own mouth for having a mind of its own. It made sense. After all, vampires were historically portrayed as regal and aloof beings. From Eli's accounts, bloodlines were once the supreme rulers of this world. Deeply ingrained within him was an inherent pride, forever presenting a facade of coldness. We shall devise another method for energy replenishment. First, assist me in returning to rest. Upon hearing his words, Eli promptly stepped forward to support his arm, guiding him back to the room where he had first awakened. Eli's height barely reached Chen Peng's chest, and as she assisted him, she discreetly assessed this legendary figure. Contrary to the chilling tale she had heard, this lord appeared rather amicable. Her previous instructor had warned her that a vampire's thirst for blood was terrifying and insatiable. Blood was the essence of a vampire. Without it, their strength and vitality would significantly wane. For instance, the current state of her lord, who had been rendered weak simply from dispelling a necromantic spell. Yet, even when presented with the opportunity to feed upon her, he refrained. Was it out of reluctance? Truly, he was worthy of the loyalty she had chosen to offer, and she vowed to become an exemplary servant. By this time, they had returned to the chamber where Chen Peng had initially awakened. He gazed at the coffin, which resembled a warm cocoon in winter. The coffin seemed to possess an enchanting allure, beckoning him to lie within its confines. With Eli's assistance, Chen Peng gradually reclined into the coffin, and the lid closed automatically. Within the dark confines of the coffin, he felt an intangible dark magic enveloping him, gradually alleviating his previous frailty. However, this magic merely maintained his current state without truly replenishing his energy. Chen Peng inwardly lamented, expecting the coffin to serve as a source of rejuvenation, only to be disappointed. Thus, the issue of energy remained unresolved. He could not remain in the coffin indefinitely. If he were to abstain from blood for an extended period, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions in Eli if she were to discover his true identity as an imposter. It would spell disaster. From their brief interaction, it was evident that Eli was an ardent follower of the Vampire King. Should she sense something amiss, she might resort to some arcane necromantic magic to expel his soul and attempt to awaken the original spirit of this body. That would be the most favorable outcome. If Eli deemed him a defiler of this body, she could extract his soul and transform it into a wretched servant, subjecting him to her unending torment. Ultimately, he needed to address the issue of energy replenishment without resorting to blood. If he were to succumb to his weakness in front of Eli while attempting to drink blood, he could only dread the consequences upon regaining consciousness. Thus, Chen Peng gradually succumbed to slumber amidst his frantic thoughts. Outside the coffin, Eli observed the lid close with no further movement, her heart heavy with worry and guilt. Having awakened her lord without preparing blood for his energy restoration was a grave oversight on her part as a servant. Yet, upon reflection, there were no living beings in the vicinity, only mindless undead and skeletal remains. She could not kill indiscriminately, nor could she use animal blood. That would be a desecration of the noble bloodline. Gently brushing aside the silver strands that obscured her vision, her resolve solidified. She bowed deeply to the coffin. Great bloodline lord, rest assured, I shall find a way. Just then, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air, sending the mice scurrying and the bats hanging in the castle fleeing in all directions. Yet Eli's eyes sparkled with realization. Perhaps the alchemical genius, the scientific aberration known as Frankna, might have a solution. With this thought in mind, Eli grasped her staff and exited the room, heading toward the source of the explosion. Chen Peng was unaware of how long he had been asleep when a distant call from the depths of his soul roused him. And he slowly opened his eyes. Realizing it was not a dream, he found himself still within the coffin and waved his hand to push the lid aside, just as he was about to rise. An ominous shadow startled him into stillness. The shadow leaned in, observing him with a single enormous eye, clutching a crucifix in its hand. What on earth? Am I to be nailed to the cross so soon after my arrival in this realm? Initially, it was assumed that the shadow would plunge a crucifix into its own heart. However, the figure retreated a step. Gradually, the shadow took on a clearer form, revealing a stunning woman adorned with a monocle and holding 2 test tubes. She possessed flowing golden locks cascading orderly over her shoulders and striking deep blue eyes. The left eye, magnified by the lens of her glasses, glimmered with a playful light as she fiddled with the test tubes, which had previously been mistaken for a crucifix. Turning her head slightly, she smiled gently, her eyes half closed. Little Eli, he has awakened. From the side, a familiar voice chimed in. What do you mean he? I've told you. Frankna, this is the esteemed bloodline lord. Frankna covered her mouth with a chuckle. Oh dear, little Eli, don't be upset. I'm here to assist you. Am I not? With that, she gracefully extended one of the test tubes towards him, containing a viscous, bubbling concoction of an unknown potion. Her hand hovered in the air. She leaned forward slightly with a smile. Esteemed bloodline lord, please partake of this specially concocted potion. Though Frankna appeared to be a gentle and elegant older sister, the potion exuded an aura of malevolence. Yet, Chen Peng soon discovered an irresistible allure to the potion, akin to the call of blood, prompting him to accept the test tube and consume its contents in one swift motion. Upon ingestion, The potion's flavor was slightly tart, accompanied by a metallic tang that made Chen Peng furrow his brow. However, there was no time for contemplation, as the liquid coursed down his throat, and he felt his body undergoing rapid transformation. First, the debilitating dizziness dissipated swiftly, and as he focused, he sensed a thick, pulsating wave surrounding him. He was uncertain of its nature, yet he could keenly perceive it. As Chen Peng gently closed his eyes. He felt his senses expanding outward, initially filling the entire room, then extending infinitely, even allowing him to detect the slightest movements of the undead within the castle. However, this sensation quickly receded back into his being. His skin, once rigid and cold, gradually regained warmth and color, transforming his pallid arms to resemble those of a living being. Upon opening his eyes, he found the room significantly brighter than when he first awakened. Revealing the intricate runes carved into the walls and the bats suspended overhead, the previous dilapidation had vanished, replaced by a pristine cleanliness, likely due to Eli's efforts prior to his awakening. Beside him, Eli clasped her hands in front of her chest, observing the Bloodline Lord's gradual recovery with a glimmer of joy in her eyes. "Esteemed Bloodline Lord, how do you feel?" Before Chen Peng could respond, the woman resembling a scientific monstrosity interjected confidently, "Rest assured, the potion I concocted is entirely safe." Her self-assurance stemmed from her status as a feared alchemist of the Empire. Such potions were well within her expertise. At that moment, Chen Peng lightly raised his body, akin to a withered leaf drifting from its coffin, folding his arms and gazing down at Frankna with approval. Though his expression remained calm, a sense of elation surged within him. As his concerns regarding blood-related issues had been swiftly resolved, Eli, noticing Frankna's commendation, looked expectantly at the Bloodline Lord, for it was her idea. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes sparkled with pride. Her expression nearly shouting for acknowledgement. Amused by Eli's eager demeanor, Chen Peng chuckled inwardly, realizing how much this little girl valued praise. "My servant, you have done well. You have alleviated a burden that troubled me." Upon hearing this, Eli let out a cheer and immediately knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Esteemed Bloodline Lord, it is my honor." Suddenly, Eli remembered something and continued, "Esteemed Bloodline Lord, please allow me to introduce you to Lady Frankna." Thereafter, Eli recounted everything she knew about Frankna's background. It turned out that Frankna's father was an alchemist, and from a young age, she had been captivated by his teachings. However, the Empire strictly forbade women from practicing alchemy, and her father wished to keep her away from this path. Undeterred, Frankna secretly studied her father's notes and experiments, eventually becoming an outstanding alchemist herself. Tragically, her father perished in an explosion during one of his experiments, leading Frankna to continue her work alone. Her obsession with human anatomy led her to believe that the human body was too frail. Perhaps, she thought, utilizing alchemy to enhance human organs would be beneficial. She referred to this ambition as a glorious evolution. To conduct her experiments, she often roamed graveyards at night, excavating corpses for dissection and study. However, her progress was painstakingly slow, and complaints about grave robbing aroused the suspicion of the Empire's holy knights. After an investigation, she was apprehended while performing dissections. Ultimately, she was tried and sentenced to execution for practicing alchemy and desecrating corpses. Following her execution, Eli, in search of bloodlines, arrived at the execution site. Upon hearing of Frankna's plight, the kind-hearted Eli resurrected her using necromantic magic. As fellow victims of the Empire's persecution, they found solidarity in their suffering. Furthermore, the absurd regulation preventing women from becoming alchemists was something Eli could not condone. Thus, Frankna, now resurrected, remained by Eli's side out of gratitude. However, upon learning of Eli's aim to resurrect bloodlines, Frankna expressed skepticism about the feasibility of such a task, believing that reviving an ordinary person was vastly different from reviving one of pure blood. She did not think Eli could succeed. Nonetheless, she refrained from discouraging Eli and continued her own research, while Eli persisted in her quest to find a way to resurrect the bloodlines. Eli concluded her tale. She cast a furtive glance at Frankna, her eyes filled with pride. In contrast to Frankna's stagnant research on artificial bodies, she had been the first to resurrect the Bloodline Lord. After absorbing Eli's narrative, Chen Peng gained a clearer understanding of Frankna. This gentlewoman was indeed a scientific aberration, remarkably charming despite her peculiarities. Frankna, observing Chen Peng's improved condition after consuming her potion, was filled with curiosity about this bloodline. The bloodlines had vanished from the world for a millennium, having once ruled and brought prosperity to it. As she beheld the robust, ageless form of Chen Peng, with his profound gaze and handsome features, She could not help but compare him to the self-important knights of the Empire. She pondered the differences in internal anatomy between vampires and humans, wondering if the longevity of a vampire's body would be superior to artificial constructs if transplanted into an ordinary human. Yet, she acknowledged the likelihood of rejection between the two, given their distinct natures. Unlike Alai, Frankna, as an alchemist, did not harbor a fervent devotion toward Chen Peng. Instead, her thoughts began to drift into darker territories. Had Chen Peng known that this elegant woman, adorned with a smile, was contemplating how to dissect him, he would not hesitate to snap her delicate neck, feeling the weight of her scrutinizing gaze. Chen Peng spoke up, Frankna, what exactly was the potion you administered to me? Hearing this question, Alai turned to Frankna with curiosity etched on her face. Frankna smiled elegantly and stepped closer to Chen Peng, reaching out to reclaim her test tube, stating, Esteemed bloodline lord, I believe it is best if you remain unaware of the potion's formula that it is for your own good. Beside him, Alai muttered in discontent. Frankna is always like this. Chen Peng, momentarily taken aback, recalled the indescribable taste he had just experienced and concluded that perhaps it was best not to delve further. In the sixth session, Awakening of the Bloodline. Ken Bernhard observed the sudden motion of his counterpart's outstretched hand. Realizing that the test tube still rested in his grasp, he instinctively tightened his hold, intending to return it, but in the next moment, a sharp crack echoed as the test tube shattered into shards upon the ground. Chen Peng froze, as did Frankna, who had reached out. As he felt his body gradually regain its strength, he recognized that while his newfound power was formidable, he had yet to fully adapt to this body and could not wield his strength at will. Frankna shook her head, sensing that the noble of the bloodline needed to learn how to master the power he had regained. She found this bloodline air peculiar. Glimpses of confusion lingered in his eyes, betraying little of the regal demeanor one would expect from a member of the legendary bloodline royalty. Alai, blinking her large eyes, protested, One must not be disrespectful to the noble of the bloodline. My lord, your servant Alai shall assist you in readjusting to and familiarizing yourself with your powers. With that, she closed her eyes and waved her skeletal goat staff, softly murmuring an incantation. Soon, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the room as numerous skeletons entered, each carrying a variety of items. With a flick of her staff, Alai commanded the skeletons to stand in a neat row, extending their hands to present the objects they bore: glass vials, porcelain bowls, shields, and iron swords. With enthusiasm, Alai declared, Let me assist the great noble of the bloodline in training to control your powers. Observing Alai's spirited demeanor, Frankna couldn't help but chuckle softly. She was indeed a passionate girl. Chen Peng nodded in agreement, finding Alai's unassuming charm unexpectedly reliable when it came to action. Over the course of several days, with the guidance of Alai and Frankna, Chen Peng embarked on mastering the powers inherent to the bloodline. Initially, the iron sword would bend at his grasp, yet within a single day, he could deftly handle the glass vials. Were he not so intent on maintaining a cool demeanor, he might have even attempted to perform acrobatics with 3 glass vials. He had thought it impressive to achieve such control in such a short span, only to be met with Frankna's teasing. Alai, are you certain there hasn't been an error? Surely, no bloodline heir could be this weak. The legendary bloodline is meant to be powerful, is it not? Alai pouted in discontent. No problem at all. I can feel it. My lord is undoubtedly of the bloodline. He has merely been in slumber for too long. Chen Peng, rather than feeling offended by Frankna's skepticism, was instead filled with a sense of urgency. What a clever woman. If he did not grow stronger swiftly, his secrets might truly be laid bare. It seemed fate was playing a cruel jest upon him. He had thought that consuming the potion would rid him of his frailty. Yet suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if something ancient within his very soul were awakening. He stumbled back against the wall, furrowing his brow in confusion. What is happening? Alai and Frankna immediately sensed something amiss. With Alai rushing to support Chen Peng. My lord, do you require an energy boost? Upon hearing this, Frankna understood. The effects of the previous potion had likely waned, and she hurried back to her chamber for the specially prepared concoction. Seated with Alai's assistance, Chen Peng began to perceive the peculiar sensations in his mind. Indeed, new information emerged, a name and an array of magical incantations. The surge of these fragmented memories caused him a momentary discomfort. Yet he composed himself and stated, Alai, do not worry, it is merely my power awakening once more. I, Ken Bernhard, feel the resurgence of ancient strength. Upon hearing the name Ken Bernhard, Alai's face lit up with astonishment. She knelt before him, her expression one of reverence. Great Lord Ken Bernhard, you have finally remembered your name. Your loyal servant greets you. Initially, Alai had known little of Chen Peng, except that he was a noble of pure blood, slumbering for a millennium. Never did she anticipate that he was the legendary Ken Bernhard, the last beacon of glory among the bloodline, the mightiest of his kind. At this moment, Eli was more elated than when she had first mastered any necromantic spell. Chen Peng, however, had little time for formalities. He was eager to explore the newly awakened magical incantations. Yes, you may rise. With that, he immersed himself in the dazzling array of new spells swirling in his mind. Just then, Frankna returned, holding another test tube filled with the dark, bubbling concoction. Eli beamed with pride at Frankna. The power of our noble has awakened anew. Frankna, quickly. Offer your soul in tribute and pledge allegiance to the legendary Ken Bernhard, the mightiest of the bloodline. As her words fell, Frankna swiftly struck Eli on the head, producing a resounding thud as Eli pouted, squatting on the ground and rubbing her sore head. I have no habit of pledging allegiance to anyone. Hearing the name Bernhard, Frankna's expression shifted slightly. Could it truly be the legendary Bernhard? Well, even so. If I could indeed operate under Bernhard's protection, I could conduct my alchemical experiments with confidence. With this thought, she directed her gaze toward the seemingly contemplative Chen Peng, respectfully stating, Lord Bernhard, your potion is ready. Awakened by her gentle voice, Chen Peng extended his hand to accept the test tube without hesitation. Thank you for your efforts, Frankna. He then tilted his head back, consuming the special potion without allowing it to linger in his mouth, letting it slide down his throat to avoid experiencing that peculiar taste. Upon drinking the potion, Chen Peng felt his skin become more supple, and his mental state improved significantly. Now, I must thoroughly test the magic I have just awakened. This is not only fundamental to my survival in this era, but also a pressing need to demonstrate my strength before Frankna. Eli, I have slumbered for a millennium and wish to ascertain whether my prowess remains as formidable as before. Is there a suitable location nearby for experimentation? Eli, still rubbing her head, her eyes shimmering, stood and replied, Respected Lord Bernhard, 2 kilometers to the northwest of the castle lies the Dover Marsh. You may conduct your trials there. Dover Marsh? That sounds promising. Let us proceed. Upon hearing that he could once again lend his assistance, Eli immediately closed his eyes and began to chant an incantation. The skeletal goat staff in his hand emanated a violet glow as it danced through the air. With each flourish, the staff left behind a trail of purple radiance. And as the incantation reached its conclusion, a purple-black portal materialized before them. In the center of the portal swirled a vortex of dark hues, continuously rotating from the periphery towards the center, exuding waves of dark magical energy. Chen Peng, having recently awakened his own powers, instinctively understood how to utilize the portal and stepped through it first. Almost instantaneously, a flash enveloped his vision, and he felt a warm magical energy enveloping him, as if he experienced a fleeting moment of weightlessness. Before he could fully grasp the sensation, the scene before him shifted, revealing an unfamiliar forest. Beside him stood the portal's exit, also a swirling purple-black vortex, but this time rotating outward from the center. He began to survey his surroundings. A full moon hung high in the sky, casting beams of silver light through the sparse branches, illuminating the ground and revealing the faint mist that occasionally rose from the grass. Scattered across the earth lay numerous human skeletons, alongside which were staffs, round shields, and short swords, remnants of fallen adventurers. Ethereal, translucent specters drifted aimlessly above the clearing, their bewildered gazes turning toward him upon sensing his presence. It seemed they perceived the strength of the newcomer, for they swiftly glided deeper into the forest. The grassland beneath him was dotted with murky puddles, surrounded by thick, thorny vines that appeared overly lush, indicative of abundant nourishment. Chen Peng couldn't help but mutter to himself, Is this the Dover Marsh? It would be more fittingly named the Adventurer's Graveyard. As he pondered, he realized that around his own stronghold, there were indeed regions forbidden to humans. That moment, sensing the magical energy stirring behind him, he turned to see Eli leading Frankna by the hand as they emerged from the portal, which subsequently collapsed like a singularity. Chen Peng found the portal quite practical, though he regretted not recalling how to summon it himself. Eli, releasing Frankna's hand, gazed at Chen Peng with wide eyes and exclaimed, Lord Bernhard, this is indeed the Dover Marsh. The greedy thorned magical vines here grow rampant, and there are no hidden treasures to be found, making it a rare destination for adventurers. Please, showcase the power that belongs to the great Bernhard in this world. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng nodded at Eli, acknowledging her words. This place was indeed commendable. Eli, encouraged by his response, smiled with narrowed eyes, shifting his focus. Chen Peng felt a surge of curiosity regarding the newly awakened offensive spells, and this seemed the perfect location to unleash them. With Eli's eager gaze and Frankna's contemplative watch upon him, he closed his eyes once more, tilting his head slightly upwards. He began to softly chant an ancient, cryptic incantation from memory. Within the recesses of his awakened consciousness, he recognized this as a spell of area effect, known as the blood curse. Eli's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that these incantations matched precisely with the ancient text she had previously studied. Truly, Lord Bernhard was exceptional. It appeared he would lead the undead to overthrow the imperial rule. Moments later, after about 10 seconds, Chen Peng completed the incantation, raising his arms dramatically. Witnessing this, Frankna furrowed her brow and muttered, "Is it about to happen?" 5 seconds turned into 10, then 20. Time passed slowly, with only the occasional night breeze rustling the rising energies around them, yet nothing extraordinary occurred. Frankna remarked, "Indeed, Bernhard, you truly are the most inept scion of blood I have ever encountered. As a royal of the bloodline, your power pales in comparison to those wretched remnants hiding in the Forbidden Lands." She discarded any formalities, convinced that whether it was the control over physical strength or the application of magical power, this so-called scion of blood could not possibly be equated with the legendary royal bloodlines. Eli stepped forward, addressing Frankna. "That is not the case. It must be because he has been in slumber for too long. His powers are yet to fully awaken." As she spoke, she turned to Chen Peng with utmost respect. "Lord Bernhard, why not attempt another spell?" She was certain that the incantations of the bloodline lord were accurate and that any issues must stem from prolonged slumber. At that moment, Chen Peng stood with his arms slightly outstretched, his expression impassive, yet internally he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, especially with Frankna's mockery. He questioned whether he could truly command the power of the royal bloodline with a mere mortal soul. Fortunately, little Eli continued to offer encouragement, prompting him to try other spells. Remaining silent, he resumed chanting, this time invoking a meteor fireball spell. The incantation was completed swiftly, yet still. The scene remained utterly still, before either of the ladies could speak. Chen Peng continued to attempt various spells, his eyes tightly shut and incantations flowing forth, his hands moving in synchrony, yet not a single magical attack emerged, nor even a hint of magical fluctuation. Ultimately, Chen Peng surrendered, a flicker of despondency crossing his face. Frankna shook her head and sighed, choosing not to utter further taunts, for it seemed unnecessary now. She was convinced that he was nothing more than a counterfeit scion of blood. Perhaps merely an ordinary weak vampire who, upon awakening, fabricated the tale of being Cain Bernhard to earn their trust. Yet the unwavering Eli still believed that her resurrected lord was indeed Bernhard. She approached Chen Peng and offered words of comfort. "My lord, perhaps that part of your power is still awakening, and you have yet to master it fully, just as your physical strength required training before. Once you become familiar with this power, you can attempt again." Chen Peng nodded slightly, responding with a calm, "Let us return." Though he spoke those words, he was still perplexed, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. He had followed the awakened memories precisely, yet achieved no result. What could have gone awry? After receiving Chen Peng's answer, Eli called forth the portal once more. Chen Peng stepped through, followed by Frankna. Finally, Eli cast one last contemplative glance at the Dova Marsh before entering the portal herself. With the disturbance of the three now absent, the Dova Marsh should have returned to silence. However, a rustling sound suddenly arose from the distance, and 4 figures clad in various attires emerged. Among them were 2 men and 2 women. One man donned heavy armor and wielded a great sword, while the other clutched a dagger, dressed in light cloth armor. The 2 women wore leather and carried staffs. They comprised a traditional imperial adventurer party, 1 warrior, 1 rogue, 1 mage, and 1 cleric. At that moment, the warrior with the great sword suddenly exclaimed, "Halt! Ahead lies the Dova Marsh. The thorned magical vines within are quite troublesome. If ensnared, one will be dragged into the swamp and become sustenance." The mage beside him whispered, "Indeed, everyone, remain vigilant. Although traversing the Dova Marsh allows us to bypass the necromancer-infested graveyard and reach the vampire fortress, it does not mean this path is devoid of danger." As imperial adventurers, they had long coveted the legendary treasures and relics of the vampires. Previously, they had attempted a direct assault from the southern front, but the undead in the graveyard proved too formidable. After several failed attempts, they ultimately decided to take the northern route. The north led to the Dova Marsh, infamous for its thorned magical vines, yet compared to the mobile, predatory undead, the stationary vines could be avoided with caution. By circumventing the Dova Marsh, they could reach Ol Castle directly, where it was rumored the lost treasures of the royal bloodline lay, though the ancient bloodline once brought peace to the continent. The current scions were now associated with evil and despised undead creatures, leading many to believe that instead of allowing these treasures to remain dormant for the bloodline's sake, it was better to bring them back into the light and realize their true value. As for the Castle of Hour, there had been adventurers who successfully infiltrated it in the past. However, Aside from a select few who were extraordinarily fortunate or exceptionally powerful, the majority did not emerge alive. Nevertheless, a steady stream of adventurers continued to launch assaults on the Castle of Hour, driven by the allure of its treasures. With the presence of warriors and mages, the four individuals stood still, meticulously observing their surroundings. In the swamp, apart from the faint mist, the occasional sight of some adventurer's skeletal remains suggested that they were not the only ones to entertain thoughts of taking a detour. Those bones were evidently the remnants of those who had failed, paying a grievous price for their endeavors. After a thorough examination, the female assassin addressed her companion beside her, saying, "Excellent. We have yet to attract the attention of any undead. We must simply be cautious to avoid the thorny magical vines. At this moment, the mage proposed, "Havana, you are the swiftest among us. Lead the way." Havana nodded, licking her lips, for the bloodline treasure lay just ahead. This time, the four had meticulously prepared, determined to secure the treasure. With a deep breath, she delicately tapped her toes, soaring into the air like a bird, landing gracefully on a patch of grass, then lightly touching the ground with her feet, leaping further afield. Repeating this motion, she soon traversed nearly half the distance, each landing skillfully avoiding the areas ensnared by thorny magical vines. At that moment, she stood in the center of the swamp, waving her hand behind her to signal her companions to approach. Seeing Havana's success, the three behind her beamed with joy. Following in Havana's footsteps, they began to advance cautiously, and before long, the four reunited. Havana pointed towards the castle's spire, which was faintly visible in the distance, greedily exclaiming, "Look over there. We need only cross the Dofu swamp to reach the magnificent Castle of Hour, just as the intel indicated. There are no undead sentinels here. Let us hasten our pace." With that, she prepared to continue onward, and the other three nodded earnestly in agreement. At that moment, the male mage furrowed his brow and called out to Havana as she was about to depart. "Wait." Unfortunately, Havana had already leapt away. Before her companions could inquire about the commotion, they suddenly sensed a surge of magic above their heads. Kyle had keenly detected this moment earlier, and now he looked up to see several strands of dark purple light manifesting about 10 meters above, forming a magical array with a diameter of approximately 6 meters. Sensing a wave of extreme danger, he urgently shouted, "Run. Follow Havana. I'll hold them off." With a fierce expression, he swiftly brandished his silver metallic staff and began to chant an incantation. A golden radiance emanating from the tip of the staff, the warrior and the priestess, upon witnessing the anomaly above, immediately grasped the severity of their situation. Without hesitation, they followed in Havana's footsteps, leaving Kyle behind. At that moment, all four harbored a singular thought. They had been discovered. For the Castle of Hour, once intruders were detected, it would activate its magical defenses. At that very moment, only the mage Kyle remained beneath the vast, menacing magical array. As the array completed its formation, it erupted with a blinding purple light that illuminated the area for hundreds of meters. Kyle knew that the array's attack was imminent, and he had completed his defensive spell. A radiant golden hexagram shield appeared half a meter in front of his chest, adorned with numerous arcane runes, exuding an aura of sanctity. He concentrated his magical energy, striving to maintain the protective shield, determined to withstand the impending magical onslaught. The dark energy radiating from the purple array filled him with dread, leaving no room for complacency. Seconds passed, yet the anticipated attack did not descend. Instead, he felt an unsettling change within his body. In the next moment, his body erupted with an unbearable heat, as if a raging inferno blazed within. His skin began to crack. Blood flowed forth, igniting as if it were alcohol. The excruciating agony compelled Kyle to scream, discarding his staff as he frantically beat at the flames engulfing him. The golden shield above him shattered the instant the magical energy dissipated. In the astonished gaze of Havana and the others, the purple magical array seemed to do nothing, yet flames continuously emerged from Kyle's body, now completely engulfed in fire, his agonized screams chilling to the bone. Soon, the burning Kyle fell silent, collapsing beside the swamp pit. Meanwhile, the thorny magical vines, faced with such a readily available meal, exhibited no interest, instead recoiling in terror from the burning corpse. The sight left the three surviving companions swallowing hard. What kind of magic attack was this? Capable of killing without a trace. At this moment, the enormous purple magical array slowly dissipated, as if its purpose had been fulfilled. The priestess suddenly spoke up. "I remember now, in one of our magic lessons, the instructor mentioned that during the reign of the bloodline royalty, there existed a type of area of effect attack magic known as the blood curse. Any creature within the array's range would be cursed, causing their blood to boil and ultimately ignite, much like a vampire exposed to sunlight. The other two immediately understood, recognizing that this aligned perfectly with the magical tactics of the bloodline royalty. Havana scoffed. Indeed, these despicable bloodsuckers resort to such cruel magical attacks. No wonder their reign was overthrown by the paladins. Chapter 9. The terrifying magical attack above the swamp. Upon hearing Havana's words, the priestess and the warrior shared expressions of indignation, nodding in agreement. If that were the case, they must secure the bloodline treasure and leave no opportunity for the vile bloodsuckers to rise again. With this thought, avarice glimmered in their eyes once more. Just then, a new surge of magic erupted above their heads, and a massive dark red magical array materialized, nearly enveloping the entire sky above the swamp. The three simultaneously gazed upward, instinctively retreating 2 steps, their faces etched with horror. They sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from the array. In the center of the array, a hexagram pulsating with dark red light began to spin increasingly faster. Havana shouted urgently, "Quick! We must leave this place!" Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed towards the direction of the Castle of Hour. Having witnessed Kyle's tragic demise firsthand, she wanted no part in confronting the bloodsucker's bizarre magic. The priestess, filled with anxiety, saw Havana fleeing and urged the warrior, "Bruce, we need to get out of here." However, Bruce gazed despairingly at the sky. "It's too late." Upon hearing this, the priestess looked up to find countless dark red fireballs coalescing in the sky above the dark red array, igniting spontaneously. In that moment, a barrage of dark red fireballs plummeted down. She shrieked, paralyzed with fear. Seeing this, Bruce lunged toward her. Boom! 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 In the next instant, both of them fell to the ground. The priestess quickly rose, realizing that several fireballs had struck the very spot she had just vacated, creating a sizable crater that still emitted steam. She knew Bruce had saved her. Meanwhile, Bruce, having rolled over after hitting the ground, shouted to the priestess, "Stop dawdling. We need to get out of here. Boost our attributes. Hurry." The priestess finally recalled her responsibilities. This was not the time for hesitation. Her expression hardened, and as she ran, she began to chant incantations while fireballs rained down around her, creating craters in the ground. Ignoring the chaos, she raised her staff, which radiated a brilliant white light. Instantly, 3 beams of light descended upon herself, Bruce, and Havana. This was the agility buff she cast to enable the 3 to escape more swiftly. Havana, with newfound agility, leaped over a fireball, feeling lighter and more nimble, exclaimed, "Well done, Luce." Bruce, running alongside, swung his massive sword, cleaving a fireball in 2, and noticed his speed had increased slightly as well, giving Luce a thumbs up. Yet, in the next moment, several fireballs blocked his escape route. He halted, his face contorted with rage, muttering through gritted teeth, "Damn it. I have no choice but to withstand this." He could not comprehend why he had never heard of such terrifying magical attacks from the Castle of Hour. What was going on today? At that moment, fireballs rained down upon him, and Bruce bellowed as he raised his sword, shattering several fireballs with a series of clangs, but 2 fireballs still smashed into him. The immense force knocked him to the ground, the searing pain eliciting a scream. At this moment, Luce and Havana turned in alarm, witnessing Bruce collapse, his armor emitting wisps of black smoke. Luce quickly halted, beginning to chant healing spells. Bruce was the only warrior in their party. Losing him would leave the 2 women vulnerable, unable to continue their pursuit of the bloodline treasure. With this thought, she inwardly cursed. Vile bloodsuckers, to lay such powerful magic traps here. Fortunately, she had completed her incantation, and a beam of white light shot forth from her staff towards Bruce. In an instant, Bruce felt the pain from his wounds vanish, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He had been saved. However, the assaulting spells showed no sign of abating, as countless fireballs continued to rain down indiscriminately upon them. Bruce hastily rose to his feet. But at that moment, a piercing scream erupted from Ruth's direction. He turned to see Ruth collapsed on the ground, her body enveloped in black smoke, utterly motionless. To save himself, Ruth had fallen. Rage surged within him, and he howled at the heavens in fury. In the next heartbeat, several fireballs struck him, and he let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Not far away, Havana witnessed this and inwardly cursed. What utter fools! How could they be so careless at such a critical moment? Just as she thought this, she vanished from sight, narrowly evading a fireball. As she dodged the attacks and advanced, she pondered. As an assassin, her agility was her forte, and with the agility buff Ruth had bestowed upon her, she could easily evade the incoming fireballs. With the rest of her party now gone, she relied on her stealth and agility to infiltrate the Castle of Hour without issue. The treasure would belong solely to her. Once she successfully claimed the treasure and returned, she would become a legend among adventurers. and could seek out even more exceptional companions. With this thought, madness danced upon Havana's features. At that moment, just as she prepared to teleport again, two tendrils of earth suddenly ensnared her feet. What? Earth-binding magic. She did not understand how such magic could exist in this place, with no time to ponder further. Fireballs began to descend upon her. Havana had no choice but to crouch down, repeatedly slashing at the earthen bindings with her dagger. After all, a basic earth-binding spell could be easily dispelled by someone of her skill. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of her dagger clashing against the earth produced a metallic resonance, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Why was it so resilient? What kind of being was capable of casting such formidable earth-binding magic? Terror gripped her heart. Yet, the ominous roar of fireballs echoed in her ears. In quick succession, a fireball illuminated Havana's terrified face. No. Boom. Thus, the entire party of adventurers was annihilated. However, the magic targeting them showed no sign of cessation. The fireball summoning array gradually dissipated, only for another azure magical circle to illuminate the sky once more. Within our castle, Chen Peng, Eli, and Frankna stood in a tower room, gazing out the window towards the direction of the Dover marshes. Eli's face was alight with surprise and excitement, her large eyes reflecting the flickering lightning. Frankna was equally stunned. So many legendary bloodline spells had manifested in the Dover marshes since their departure. Could this truly be the work of the bloodline figure before them? Chen Peng stood between the two with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable, yet a closer look revealed a glimmer of pride and surprise deep within his gaze. Chapter 10. The showy yet hollow bloodline. In fact, not long after the trio's return, Chen Peng and Eli sensed a sudden surge of powerful magical energy emanating from the north. And to the north lay the Dover marshes where Chen Peng had just unleashed his magic. As the two pondered this, the sound of meteor fireballs bombarding the landscape echoed throughout the canyon. The trio hurried to the highest room in the castle, where they beheld the immense dark red magical circle nearly enveloping the entire Dover marshes, along with countless fireballs plummeting downwards. Upon witnessing this scene, Eli gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. My goodness, such a shocking and powerful spell could only be wielded by the great bloodline royal. Bernhard. No one else in this canyon could possibly unleash such magic. This was the power she had chosen to follow. This was the strength of the great bloodline royalty. Her choice had never been in error. She reverently placed her hand on her chest and bowed her head towards Chen Peng. Lord Bernhard, it is not that you failed to cast your magic. Rather, your spells are so overwhelmingly powerful that they require more time to manifest. Truly, this is incredible. Upon hearing her reasoning, Chen Peng slowly nodded outwardly, while internally he scoffed. The casting time was exceedingly lengthy. In a real battle, the enemy might flee or strike before the spell could take effect. What use was overwhelming power if it could not be utilized in time? Was this what they called showy yet hollow? However, upon further reflection, perhaps Eli was correct. Just as he had struggled to master his physical prowess in the beginning, he too needed time to familiarize himself with this magical power. Beside them, Frankna gazed at the crimson sky, unable to believe that such world-shattering magic could be executed by the seemingly weak vampire before her. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Was he truly the legendary figure spoken of in tales? No. She needed to observe further before drawing any conclusions. The trio silently watched the tempestuous magic wreaking havoc in the Dover marshes, paying no heed to the ill-fated adventurer party that had been utterly disregarded. They were merely a greedy group seeking the treasures of our castle. The Empire and the Bloodline, along with their undead creatures, were in a state of enmity, making the fate of their enemies inconsequential. Just as the lightning magic reached its zenith, Chen Peng felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over him from the depths of his soul. He inwardly cursed, and his legs buckled beneath him. Fortunately, Eli, quick to react, called out to him and managed to support him just in time. Steadying himself with Eli's aid, Chen Peng slowly remarked, "No worries. It's merely a bit exhausting that it seems that casting such powerful magic still takes its toll on me. I hadn't expected to need to consume that dark concoction again so soon." Eli helped into a chair adorned with intricate back carvings and inscribed with obscure runes. Frankna observed the scene, then crossed her arms and shook her head. "I knew it was too soon to celebrate. Lord Bernhard, each time you unleash your power, you fall into a state of weakness due to the excessive consumption, and your magical attacks are delayed in their execution. This vast castle has countless dark creatures that require your protection." She then leaned slightly forward, adjusting her single-lensed glasses, and asked earnestly, "But do you truly have the ability to safeguard us at this moment?" With that, Frankna shook her head and sighed. It seemed she was right not to jump to conclusions. It was unexpected how quickly his flaws were laid bare. This seemingly powerful magical attack proved utterly useless at a critical moment. The enemy would not simply stand idly by, waiting for his magic to unfold. In that case, perhaps the weapons crafted through her alchemy would prove to be more practical. Eli, noticing Frankna's disdainful commentary on the great Lord Bernhard, interjected, "Enough, Frankna. At least the Lord is capable of unleashing such a formidable attack. No spell of this caliber could I ever hope to cast, even if given another decade. Once he becomes familiar with that power, Lord Bernhard will undoubtedly reclaim his former glory." Eli remained fervently devoted to Bernhard, especially after witnessing the earlier assault, and was blindly convinced of Chen Peng's potential. Faced with such a fervent admirer, Frankna felt exasperated, throwing her hands up. Fine, whatever you say, little Eli, is correct. I shall hasten to assist your great Lord Bernhard in concocting potions." With that, she turned and departed, leaving Eli to huff in discontent. Frankna always behaved this way. Seeing Eli defend him so passionately warmed Chen Peng's heart. However, from Frankna's words, he realized the weight of his responsibilities. He needed to protect the dark creatures that sought refuge within the castle. Thus, he ought to meet them. "Eli, I wish to see those dark beings who seek assistance." Hearing this new task, Eli quickly set aside her displeasure and respectfully replied, "Very well. Esteemed Lord Bernhard, as you wish, I shall prepare at once." Having spoken, she departed from the room. Shortly after, Frankna returned, holding a vial of a special potion. Chen Peng took the potion from her and drank it immediately. Feeling revitalized, the two then proceeded to the central area of the castle, entering a grand hall. The hall was quite spacious, seemingly capable of accommodating hundreds of people simultaneously. At the top of the hall was a red and white stone pedestal intricately carved with bats and bloodline runes. In the center lay a dark red carpet, appearing as if it had been soaked in blood, extending all the way to the entrance of the hall. On either side of the hall, every 2 meters were windows made of dark glass, with lifelike vampire sculptures adorning the walls in between. At this moment, Eli stood beside a stone chair, supporting herself against an organ taller than she was. Atop the organ was a sculpture of a bat taking flight, and the instrument itself bore twisted carvings, lending it an eerie appearance. Upon spotting Chen Peng, Eli rose respectfully and said, "My lord, you have arrived. Your servant Eli has prepared everything as per your instructions." She then gazed at Chen Peng with utmost reverence. He nodded in acknowledgement and took his seat behind the stone chair, slowly stating, "Let us commence." Frankna quickly moved to stand beside Eli, curious about what would transpire next. Upon receiving the command, Eli closed her eyes. Her delicate fingers began to gently pluck the strings of the organ. The hall was immediately filled with a melodious sound, seemingly imbued with magic, permeating the walls and resonating throughout the castle. Within mere moments, the echo of countless footsteps could be heard, as if something had responded to the call of the music. Advancing towards the hall. Chapter 11. The servants hidden within the castle. Eli ceased her performance and approached Chen Peng, explaining, "My lord, this organ is a relic of the bloodline royal family. When they are revived, the sound of the organ will resonate across the world, summoning dark creatures as a signal for them to gather in hopes of restoring the glory of the bloodline royal family." Chen Peng nodded slowly, his mind filled with anticipation regarding the creatures that would soon arrive. "However, due to the limitations of my magical powers, I can only summon the dark creatures within the castle." Eli added with a hint of embarrassment. That moment, Chen Peng was preoccupied with thoughts of ferocious werewolves, repulsive ghouls, or perhaps the tormented souls wandering the castle. The footsteps outside grew nearer, and Chen Peng focused intently, leaning slightly forward in his seat to observe the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid, rhythmic footsteps echoed. Almost immediately, a shadow darted through the entrance, flickering and reappearing directly before Chen Peng. As the shadow took form, Chen Peng's expression remained stoic, yet a glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he instinctively reached out to touch it. Frankna, witnessing this, exclaimed with excitement, "A husky, the first to arrive." Indeed, before Chen Peng sat a creature resembling a husky, wagging its tail and tilting its head with an expression of intelligence as it regarded him. As Chen Peng's hand stroked its head, the tail wagged even more enthusiastically, its nose sniffing curiously at Chen Peng's scent. Yet, Chen Peng sensed a dark power emanating from this husky. Was it truly an ordinary dog? Eli, observing the scene, puffed up her cheeks and shouted, "Kaluya, do not be disrespectful to the bloodline lord. How outrageous! The bloodline lord has never had anyone touch his head like that. Kaluya is truly shameless." The chastised husky immediately flattened its ears against its head. And then a flash of white light enveloped it. A second later, the light faded, and the husky vanished. In its place stood a young woman clad in a white hoodie and black flared pants. With a pair of fluffy ears adorning her head, Kaluuya lowered her head, looking dejected as she retreated to the side. I did not mean to be disrespectful to the Bloodline Lord. I was merely familiarizing myself with his scent. It is a trait of our kind. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng realized that this was a werewolf. Yet, why was she so adorably out of character? She bore no resemblance to the dark creatures he had studied in his previous life, which were often depicted as grotesque beings with greasy fur, gaping maws, and an unsettling stench. Nevertheless, Chen Peng maintained a commanding tone as he addressed the werewolf girl. "Are you Kaluuya?" Upon hearing her name, Kaluuya immediately knelt before Chen Peng on one knee, respectfully stating, "Esteemed Bloodline Lord, your loyal servant Kaluuya has answered your call and comes to pay her respects." Kaluuya was overjoyed. After so long evading the Empire's pursuit, she had arrived at the castle. She could hardly believe that a lie had succeeded. The Bloodline Lord had truly been revived. She could smell the essence of the bloodline. Finally, she had found her sanctuary. Chen Peng replied, "Rise. I sense your loyalty." Kaluuya's face brightened, and with a grateful "Thank you, my lord," she stood tall and composed. At that moment, two light footsteps drew everyone's attention. Entering the hall were two tall women. Their appearances and attire strikingly different. The woman on the left wore minimal dark armor, artfully covering only essential areas. She possessed a captivating beauty, a smile gracing her lips, with black markings beneath her eyes resembling smoky makeup. Most intriguingly, for sleek, black spider legs, resembling arms, sprouted from her back, creating a blend of allure and enchantment. On the right stood a woman with a cool demeanor, her long, pointed elven ears hidden within her crimson hair. She wore a form-fitting purple robe that accentuated her stunning figure, and on her back rested a bow that glimmered with a purple hue, exuding an air of danger and charm. The two approached, kneeling on one knee a few meters away from Chen Peng, their right hands placed over their hearts. Queen of Spiders, Elith, pays her respects to the esteemed Bloodline Lord. Night Elf, Luna, pays her respects to the esteemed Bloodline Lord. Chen Peng gazed at the two in awe. Elith was not only enchanting in appearance, but her voice was equally beguiling. Luna, too, embodied the essence of a refined and captivating woman. Where were the dark creatures he had anticipated? Instead, he was surrounded by an assembly of exquisite beauties. After briefly regaining his composure, Chen Peng cleared his throat and said, "My servants, please rise." Barely had the words left his lips when a sudden shriek echoed from outside the hall, prompting everyone to instinctively look towards the entrance. After a moment, they beheld a woman dressed in a dark blue mage robe, her eyes brimming with tears as she awkwardly flew in on her broomstick. However, her robe appeared a size too small, failing to conceal her ample bosom. Luna approached her, exasperated. "Lillian, what happened this time?" Dismounting from her broom, Lillian's generous assets jiggled as she removed her hat, pointing at a large bump on her head, tears streaming down her face. "Luna, I was reading while flying and crashed into a wall." The other women lowered their heads, exasperated by Lillian's antics. Typical Lillian. Luna shook her head slightly, grasping Lillian's hand. "Being careless is one thing, but today we are meeting the Bloodline Lord. You must pay attention." Faced with Luna's reprimand, Lillian wiped her tears and, forcing back her grievances, knelt on one knee, her knee pressing against her chest as she declared, "Great Bloodline Lord, your loyal servant, Lillian, pays her respects." However, as time passed, Chen Peng remained silent, causing a wave of unease to sweep through the assembled crowd. Had Lillian's clumsiness offended him? Surely, after being revived, the Bloodline Lord would be displeased with such a blunder on their first meeting. Lillian felt a growing sense of dread. It was all her fault for reading while flying. Had she angered the Bloodline Lord, would they all face repercussions? In truth, while appearing stoic and expressionless, Chen Peng's HP had plummeted. The combination of Kaluuya and Luna's striking beauty had left him utterly captivated, and Lillian's bouncing assets had delivered a fatal blow. In his previous life, as a reclusive content creator, he had never encountered such a spectacle. And when Lillian knelt, Chen Peng's very soul felt as though it had been pierced, blood spilling forth. Was this truly something he could behold? Chapter 12. Clearly defined roles of monster girls, and Lola's feeling the oppressive atmosphere. Eli gritted her teeth and approached Chen Peng, saying, "My lord, please do not be angry. Lillian did not mean to offend you." Luna and the others wore solemn expressions, hoping that Lillian would receive the Lord of Bloodline's forgiveness. She was merely an innocent witch with a generous bosom and no malicious intent. Their initial reverence upon meeting her, followed by their palpable fear, stemmed from their deep-seated acknowledgement of the bloodline. When Eli first arrived at the castle and spoke of resurrecting the bloodline, no one took it seriously. After all, no one had succeeded in millennia. Eli was merely a 19-year-old necromancer. How could she possibly accomplish such a feat? Unexpectedly, not long ago, they had sensed a powerful surge of blood magic emanating from every corner of the castle. Gazing through the castle windows, they beheld the formidable, blood-infused forbidden magic over the Dover Marsh. Only then did they realize that Eli had succeeded. The long-lost royal bloodline had been resurrected. Upon hearing the summons of the bloodline royalty, they hastened to meet the new lord of the castle. Who could have anticipated that Lillian would falter at such a crucial moment? At this juncture, Chen Peng, lost in reverie, was jolted back to reality by Eli's voice. He quickly sensed the tense atmosphere in the room. And looking at the still kneeling Lillian, he said calmly, "Rise, my servant." Seeing that Chen Peng's demeanor was untroubled, the women collectively sighed in relief. Lillian, too, felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, rising only to hide behind Luna. After a moment's pause, with no one else entering, Chen Peng turned to Eli and inquired, "Is there anyone else?" Eli shook her head. "Respected Lord Bernhard, at present, the castle is mainly comprised of us few. Of course, there are some lesser dark creatures, such as the non-humanoid wolf demons and the spider-kin of Alice, all residing within the castle. If everyone were to come, the Great Hall would be insufficient to accommodate them." Upon hearing the name Bernhard, Luna and the others' pupils dilated in shock. It was none other than the legendary figure, the most powerful bloodline royal in millennia, Bernhard. No wonder the blood magic of the Dover Marsh instilled such fear in them. No other bloodline or ordinary bloodline hiding in some unknown corner of the world could possibly wield such power. Thus, they, along with all dark creatures, had long awaited the arrival of a new lord to shelter them. Chen Peng remained oblivious to the inner thoughts of these monster girls and Lolas. Upon hearing Eli's assurance of no other presence, he discreetly exhaled. After all, as a royal bloodline and lord of the castle, he bore a significant flaw: he could not consume blood. Disregarding Eli's blind adoration, previously only Frankna had harbored doubts about him. However, now, maintaining his secret before so many fervent devotees of the bloodline proved to be quite a challenge. Should his identity be exposed, these individuals might very well tear him apart for insulting the bloodline they revered. At that moment, Chen Peng tentatively asked, "As a royal of the bloodline, I inquire of you. Do you truly wish to serve me loyally?" The few below, unaware of Chen Peng's true intentions, assumed he was merely testing their loyalty. Anyone hesitating might find themselves unceremoniously expelled by the bloodline lord. And without the castle's protection, they would be exposed to the hunting of imperial knights and adventurers, a fate they desperately wished to avoid. Alice was the first to respond. "Great Lord Bernhard, we willingly pledge our allegiance to the illustrious bloodline that brought peace to the continent a millennium ago. And your recent display of blood magic in the Dover Marsh has confirmed your identity as the new lord of the castle and the most rightful heir of the fallen bloodline empire. Please accept the loyalty of the Spider Queen, Alice." With that, she knelt on one knee, offering the most devout homage to Chen Peng. Karuya, Luna, and Lillian hastily followed suit, kneeling and proclaiming in unison, "Great Lord Bernhard, please accept the allegiance of the blood demon wolf, Karuya, dark elf, Luna, sorceress, Lillian." Observing the declarations from all below, Chen Peng finally felt at ease. It appeared that the earlier unintentional display of blood magic had garnered him the recognition of these dark creatures. It seemed that this half-hearted lordship had indeed formed a foundation. "I accept your loyalty." Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of those below. Even the typically aloof Luna relaxed her demeanor. After so long, during which they had all autonomously maintained the castle, they finally felt a sense of belonging. At that moment, Chen Peng continued, "I wish to know how you managed the castle's operations before my awakening." These individuals sought sanctuary in the castle, which meant living under the blockade of the Empire and adventurers. Chen Peng was merely curious about their sustenance. Unexpectedly, Karuya perked up her fluffy ears and raised her hand. "Lord Bernhard, I am responsible for the castle's security. I have never slacked off." With that, she even sniffed the air, endearing Frankna beside her. Luna cleared her throat, her mature, sultry voice resonating, "My lord, beneath the castle lies a crystal that absorbs dark energy. It serves as the source of energy for the castle and all its residents. I am in charge of distributing dark energy and coordinating the entire operation of the castle. As her words fell, Elise flashed a seductive smile, licking her lips. My lord, I am the castle's cleaner. No matter the corpse, I can clean it up. My kin can also decompose everyday waste. With that, she glanced at Lillian. When it was her turn, Lillian puffed out her chest and proudly declared, I am a sorceress, so if any magical mechanisms in the castle malfunction, I can take charge of repairs. Hee. At that moment, it was hard to imagine that she had entered in such a pitiful state, seemingly forgetting the bump on her head from earlier. Finally, it was the turn of Eli and Frankna. The latter, aware of Chen Peng's situation, somewhat disinterestedly said, As you can see, I am an alchemist, usually occupied with experiments. As her words faded, only the somewhat flustered Eli remained. Stealing a glance at Chen Peng, she realized she had been preoccupied with resurrecting the Lord of Blood, and now that he was revived, it seemed she had no tasks left. What to do? It was her turn to report. Help. Frankna, noticing the emotions Eli couldn't conceal, shook her head helplessly and added, Eli usually helps me out, assisting with experiments. After hearing all the introductions, Chen Peng immediately understood. There was security, cleaning, administration, and research departments. Wasn't this essentially a company? Chapter 13. The address from the bloodline goodness. While becoming a lord might be a bit perplexing, managing a company seemed far simpler. After all, one need only observe a pig run to gain insight. With this realization, he felt a surge of confidence. He then scanned the women before him, appreciating the foundation he had built since arriving in this world. Ultimately resting his gaze on Luna. If memory served, this dark elf was responsible for distributing dark energy and coordinating the castle's operations. As part of the administrative sector, wouldn't it be reasonable to appoint her as a secretary? After all, every prominent figure in a company typically had a personal assistant. Having a secretary seemed entirely justified to Luna. At the sound of her name, she lowered her head and responded, Present. Maintaining his composure, Chen Peng commanded. Since Eli will assist Frankna with her experiments, you shall serve as my assistant. Yes, my lord. Without a moment's hesitation, Luna solemnly accepted. After all, being an assistant was the closest role to the benevolence of Bernhard. And even Luna could not resist such temptation. Henceforth, she would serve the magnificent lord of the bloodline. Eli, witnessing this, felt her jaw drop. Why hadn't she thought of becoming an assistant? Why did she have to be stuck in the laboratory? Overwhelmed by her own foolishness, Eli nearly cried. Chen Peng, however, had no time to concern himself with their inner thoughts. Thinking of himself as a startup company owner, he was eager to survey his new dominion. But before doing so, as a leader of a newly established company, he ought to deliver a few words of encouragement to motivate his employees to contribute positively to the company. At least, it appeared that these employees held a favorable view of him as their boss. He then summoned Eli, instructing her to recount the kinds of persecution they had suffered at the hands of the Empire. Eli leaned in, whispering softly in his ear. The women, witnessing this, assumed that Bernhard was perhaps assigning Eli some task, and thus they bowed their heads in silence. A few minutes later, he cleared his throat. Before Chen Peng spoke, he involuntarily cleared his throat a few times. The attention of the gathered women, already keenly focused, instantly shifted to him as a member of the bloodline royal family. Awakening after a millennium of slumber only to witness the decline of the bloodline empire and the relentless persecution of dark beings by the human empire, filled him with profound sorrow. Upon uttering his first sentence, he paused momentarily, a trace of despondency crossing his features. The women, resonating with his sentiments, felt a surge of empathy, especially upon witnessing Lord Bernhard's expression. Realizing that even he mourned the distortion of the world, their respect for Bernhard deepened immeasurably. In a serious and somber tone, Chen Peng continued, Frankna, what an exceptional alchemist she was, yet she was executed by hanging due to the imperial decree forbidding women from practicing alchemy. How utterly disgraceful and disrespectful such a law is. After speaking, he cast a glance at the latter, who remained unfazed as she stroked the head of Kaluya. Chen Peng averted his gaze, turning his attention to Kaluya, who, as a werewolf with wolf ears, was mercilessly hunted by the Empire's citizens and adventurers, deemed a heretic. This was a blatant violation of the principle of coexistence among all races proposed by the bloodline royal family a millennium ago. Kaluya, hearing Chen Peng's defense, fidgeted with her wolf ears and clasped her hands over her chest, her eyes brimming with adoration. Truly, Lord Bernhard possessed a grand vision. Chen Peng, satisfied with Kaluya's expression, turned his gaze towards Elise. This scourge of the continent, Elise and her kin, were unjustly branded as monsters by the Empire and adventurers due to their peculiar appearance. Such a judgment based solely on looks is the most shameless of actions. Of course, the appearance in question referred to the spider legs behind Elise. As for her face, Chen Peng found her beauty quite appealing. Upon hearing this, Elise's enchanting visage lit up, her eyes sparkling as she softly murmured. Lord Bernhard. It was her first encounter with the term judging by appearance, but its meaning was clear. Only someone with a lifespan of millennia and vast experience like Bernhard could articulate such profound truths. Chen Peng did not pause, continuing, and our unfortunate Lillian, who, in the eyes of the Empire, represents only ugliness, evil, and death simply for being a witch. They disregard the facts, arbitrarily categorizing beings into hierarchies, which is utterly unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Lillian clung to Luna's leg, bursting into tears. Woo-woo, what the Lord said is truly commendable. Until now, in the realm of humans, she had always been regarded as an omen, despite having done nothing wrong. Luna looked at Lillian, her heart aching, and gently stroked her head in an attempt to comfort her. The next moment, she heard her own name mentioned, and Luna, the night elf, who, due to the Empire's fear of the elves' naturally robust physique and ample magical power, dreads the encroachment of elves on their territory. In a bid for land and resources, they instigated a war between the two races. Such behavior is exceedingly selfish and vile. Upon hearing this, Luna clenched her teeth, her eyes seemingly reflecting the image of her kin battling the Imperial army to protect their homeland. Chen Peng exhaled deeply, seizing the moment, declaring, "If you place your trust in me, I shall bear the honor of the bloodline royal family to provide you with protection. Follow me, strengthen the power of Castle Hour and the Dark Beings, and together we shall overthrow the Empire's tyrannical rule, restoring the glory of a millennium past." As his words echoed, Chen Peng rose. Taking 2 slow steps forward, his gaze resolutely fixed on the women, then raised his hands. "Those who offend my kin shall face no mercy." These words, accompanied by the necessary gestures, reignited the emotions of the women. Except for Frankna, all eyes sparkled with admiration as they gazed at Chen Peng. They had indeed placed their faith in the right person. At that moment, they had finally found their cause. The great bloodline royal Lord Bernhard was willing to offer sanctuary to the dark beings and would lead them in resisting the Empire's oppression. Truly, coming to Castle Hour was the right decision. They knelt on one knee in unison, their voices filled with reverence as they bowed their heads, proclaiming, "We shall forever be loyal to you, great Lord Bernhard." Observing this scene, Chen Peng clasped his hands behind his back, nodding slightly. He was adept at winning hearts, indeed. However, Frankna remained a challenging case. He cast a sidelong glance at her, despite kneeling alongside the others. Her trust in him was evidently lacking. Time would tell. He would take it slow to at that moment. Frankna, kneeling on the ground, pursed her lips, inwardly scoffing. What is this? A bloodline noble who cannot even control his own power. Yet he has managed to inspire such fervent belief in Luna and the others. They are unaware that this bloodline noble can only function normally by consuming potions he concocts himself. And after casting a single spell, he falls into a state of weakness. Moreover, that spell takes a minute or 2 to take effect. At least for now, it seems Bernhard's strength lies solely in his words. Chapter 14. The werewolf territory. Having successfully garnered the support of the crowd, Chen Peng's spirits lifted. "All right, rise. Lead me to see your respective territories." On one hand, he was curious about their daily lives and needs. He had initially inquired, but due to a misunderstanding, they had responded regarding their duties instead. On the other hand, as their lord, having decided to protect them, he wished to meet everyone personally, allowing them to know who was bestowing upon them this blessing. The women lowered their heads respectfully, replying, "As you wish, my lord." Eli was the first to speak up. "Lord Bernhard, allow me to guide you." She believed that even though she had lost her position as assistant, she must strive to serve Lord Bernhard diligently. Kalia was equally eager, bouncing with excitement. "Let's go to the werewolf territory first." Chen Peng pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "Very well, let us all go together." With that, he began to walk out of the grand hall, the women closely following behind. Upon exiting the hall, Eli began to explain the general situation of the castle's territories to Chen Peng. Aside from those currently holding important positions, many other beings also inhabited the castle and its surroundings. As dark beings, they did not all reside within the castle walls. Instead, due to their varied races and habits, Each had their own designated territory, thereby minimizing unnecessary conflicts and disputes. Chen Peng nodded in agreement. This was akin to having each their own autonomous region. After all, dark beings were a broad concept. And such planning was quite scientific. The group exited the castle and headed east. After walking 700 to 800 meters, they suddenly encountered numerous neatly arranged tents, resembling a tribe. Kaluya immediately perked up, letting out a joyous wolf howl. Awoo! Soon, the tribe responded with a chorus of howls. Awoo! Awoo! Alai smiled as she explained, "My lord, ahead lies the territory of Kaluya's kin, the werewolves, because the castle is flanked by canyons to the north and south, and mountains to the east and west. The western mountain range is steep and towering, making it difficult for humans to traverse. The werewolves chose the gently sloping hills to the east as their territory for the castle's defense. From this vantage point, they can monitor any potential imperial forces or human adventurers approaching from the direction of the southern necropolis. Should they detect an intruder, they will raise the alarm with their howls and swiftly descend to confront the enemy." After hearing the explanation, Chen Peng nodded slightly. This made perfect sense. They had put considerable thought into safeguarding the last stronghold of dark beings. At this point, the group had arrived at the werewolf territory. Chen Peng noticed that these werewolves, like Kaluya, possessed furry wolf ears, yet their bodies were entirely human-like, appearing significantly stronger than typical humans. They were dressed, and at that moment, they seemed jovial and harmless. Their homes were an array of tents, varying in size, though they appeared quite simple and worn, constructed from a myriad of materials including tree bark, animal hides, and even canvas from the human world. The sheer number of these tents created an illusion of bustling market activity as numerous werewolves moved about. Chen Peng was pleasantly surprised by how orderly the werewolves' lives seemed. As he strolled through the werewolf village, he discovered that within their community, there were designated roles. Besides being responsible for the overall defense of Castle Hour, they also engaged in hunting, gathering, and weaving to provide essential supplies for the castle. Just then, as Chen Peng and the women passed two robust male werewolves, the latter suddenly halted, standing at attention. "Respectful greetings. Esteemed lord, the werewolf tribe welcomes you." Chen Peng was taken aback. How did these werewolves recognize him on his first visit? Alai quickly clarified, "My lord, Kaluya's howl just now signaled the tribe of your arrival. To avoid disrupting you, they continued with their tasks instead of gathering around." Chen Peng nodded slightly and addressed the two werewolves, saying, "Continue with your tasks, do not mind me." The two werewolves chuckled amiably and wandered off. These werewolves appeared so gentle that Chen Peng found it perplexing why the Empire and humanity could not coexist harmoniously with them. Perhaps it was simply the selfish nature of humankind. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps drew everyone's attention. A wolf darted swiftly from the forest, kicking up a cloud of dust, and came to a halt several meters away, where it transformed into a werewolf in a flash of white light. Approaching Kaluya, it knelt on one knee and reported, "My lady Kaluya, the captain of the first patrol team, Kuen, has come to report. All is normal. No traces of humans have been detected." Kaluya's ears perked up as she nodded. "Kuen, well done. Look, this is our lord, Lord Beanhard." Upon hearing this, Kuen quickly bowed respectfully to Chen Peng, exclaiming, "Great Lord Beanhard, Captain Kuen pays his respects to you." Kuen was filled with excitement. It was his team's turn to patrol today. But upon hearing Kaluya's call, he rushed back. Knowing that the illustrious bloodline royalty had returned to the werewolf camp, he was astonished to actually see Lord Beanhard in person. Chen Peng nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Kuen, thank you for your efforts. Rise." The latter stood up with a cheerful grin, standing respectfully to the side, pleased with the acknowledgement from Beanhard. At this moment, Chen Peng realized that the werewolves also operated on a system of division of labor and shifts. When not on patrol, they worked within their tribe to provide resources for the castle. However, patrols were typically conducted in werewolf form for greater agility and stealth. Yet, Kuen was currently empty-handed and clad in ordinary clothing, lacking even a simple leather armor. If they encountered human adventurers, how could they have any means of defense? Their only means of attack would be claws and bites. How could they possibly contend against the well-armed forces of the Empire and adventurers? Contemplating this, Chen Peng turned to Kaluya and inquired, "Kaluya, do you not possess any weapons or equipment?" Kaluya's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, "My lord, we have been driven away by humans and are unable to acquire metals and other resources. We previously attempted to craft shields and spears from wood, but they provided no defense against human attacks. and were ineffective in causing harm, so we abandoned the effort. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng fell into deep thought. It was no wonder that the werewolves' habitat had diminished, forcing them to seek refuge within the walls of the castle. With such a disparity in equipment, they could not possibly stand against humanity. This was unacceptable. As the primary defensive force of the castle, he needed to find a way to enhance the werewolves' equipment. Chapter 15. The loyalty of the werewolves. The thought of these werewolves standing guard for their territory under such harsh conditions weighed heavily on Chen Peng's conscience. He turned to Kaluya and said gently, "Gather your kin. I have something to say. Furthermore, you may address me as Lord from now on. There is no need to refer to me as Beanhard." With individuals calling him both Bloodline and Beanhard, it was becoming rather confusing. It would be best to establish a uniform title. The gathered werewolves nodded in understanding, acknowledging, "Lord," upon sensing that the Lord was about to speak. Kaluya tilted her head back and let out a resounding howl, summoning the werewolves from their tasks. They came together, a diverse assembly of elders, women, children, and young warriors, standing upright, but lacking in uniformity. Observing this, Chen Peng contemplated the training of the werewolves. Perhaps applying military training from another world could yield remarkable results. He could leave the implementation to Kaluya once he devised a plan. When all the werewolves had assembled, Kaluya respectfully addressed Chen Peng, bowing her head, "My lord, my kin have gathered." After speaking, she stood upright beside Chen Peng, her ears perked, ready to listen to his address. Chen Peng nodded, gazing at the werewolves who cast adoring glances in his direction. Feeling a swell of pride, these were his soldiers. "I am Beanhard, a scion of the bloodline royalty that has existed for millennia. Now, with the fall of the bloodline empire and the rise of the human empire, which oppresses and hunts dark beings, my spirit has awakened in response to this call. Witnessing the world diverge so radically from the ideals of the bloodline royalty of 1,000 years ago fills me with sorrow. Today, dark beings find their space for existence constricted, converging upon the castle of AOL in search of the bloodline's aid. I, Beanhard, as the new lord here, shall provide you with protection and lead you in resisting the tyranny of the human empire, even to the point of overthrowing their dominion. However, even a bloodline royal cannot accomplish this alone. All of us dark beings must unite and stand together." At this juncture, Chen Peng paused, allowing the werewolves to absorb his words. Truly, the werewolves began to whisper amongst themselves, their voices urgent and animated as they glanced toward Chen Peng. With his keen hearing, he could discern that they were extolling his virtues. He felt a surge of satisfaction and raised his hand slightly to signal for silence. The werewolves complied, turning their attention back to him. This discipline, if properly trained, combined with superior equipment, would undoubtedly yield formidable combat prowess. He continued, "Only in unity can dark beings hope to endure. Yet, this is still insufficient. As the most steadfast shield of AOL Castle, you require even finer equipment. I will find a way to provide you with the sturdiest shields, the sharpest spears, and the finest armor. I will ensure you receive the best training. I, Beanhard, cannot bear to witness those loyal to me, unarmed and blindly engaging in combat against well-equipped human adventurers." Upon concluding this statement, he scanned the faces of each werewolf, noting their heightened spirits, eyes gleaming with admiration and fervor. Kaluya, hearing Chen Peng's words, was overwhelmed with emotion. It turned out that the Lord cared so deeply for them, willing to prioritize weaponry and equipment even under such challenging circumstances, unlike those human lords who disregarded their subjects entirely. Kaluya, along with her kin, knelt on one knee and proclaimed in unison, "The werewolf clan pledges unwavering loyalty to our Lord of AOL Castle, Lord Beanhard." The others, hearing Chen Peng's words, echoed Kaluya's sentiments wholeheartedly. A lord capable of uniting them was truly deserving of their loyalty. After delivering his address, Chen Peng instructed Kaluya to allow the werewolves to return to their tasks. He then proceeded to the next territory. Under the guidance of Alai, Chen Peng and his companions arrived at the domain of the witches. This area was yet another swamp, unlike the Dover Marsh, devoid of the bothersome thorny magic vines. The swamp was relatively small, with dark muddy pits scattered across the ground, continuously bubbling. The popping bubbles emitted unsettling dark energy. Strange plants thrived here, including carnivorous flytraps, twisting water lilies, and numerous bellflowers and lilies. They flourished in this seemingly endless expanse of dark energy. In the center of the swamp stood an ancient wooden house, leaning precariously, approximately 30 meters high and 5 meters wide, adorned with a pointed roof. Each level featured gnarled branches protruding, upon which several crows perched, their obsidian eyes scanning the surrounding swamp. In front of the wooden house, a cauldron large enough to hold 3 or 4 people bubbled with a violet flame. Even without fuel at that moment, a dozen witches were busily surrounding the cauldron. They rode broomsticks horizontally, magically tossing various ingredients into the pot, while stirring with a wooden ladle over a meter in length. Chen Peng stood several dozen meters away, able to hear the bubbling sounds emanating from the cauldron, along with the occasional incantations of the witches. The air was thick with the scent of magical potions. A complex aroma that carried notes of iron, decay, and a hint of something foul. Upon noticing Chen Peng and his entourage, the witches did not cease their work, as it seemed they were in a critical phase. Observing this, Lillian felt an urge to assist, but as she prepared to fly over on her broom, Luna swiftly pulled her back. "Lillian, the Lord is here. You should remain composed and not cause any chaos." As the words fell, both Eli and Kalia nodded fervently in agreement. Lillian, however, pouted and lowered her head, speaking in a tone filled with grievance. "All right then." Upon hearing this, the other women collectively sighed in relief. Chen Peng, puzzled, wondered why Lillian, being a witch, was causing trouble instead of assisting. Was there an underlying issue he was unaware of? Observing Chen Peng's bewilderment, Frankna assumed that he was interested in the witches' work and took the initiative to explain. "My lord, the witches are concocting magical potions. The process of brewing a single batch is rather intricate and time-consuming. It requires them to spend a day or two gathering herbs, and during the brewing, they must recite incantations known only to witches, which can take up to 2 days to complete. This batch of potion, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would suffice for the castle's potion consumption for an entire week." Chapter 16. The warm hospitality of the witches. After Frankna's explanation, Chen Peng keenly caught on to 2 words. Unforeseen circumstances? What could that possibly mean? He inquired. Upon hearing Chen Peng's question, Lillian's face flushed crimson, and she slowly edged behind Luna, attempting to conceal herself. Frankna's expression shifted as she momentarily struggled to find the right words. Casting a pleading glance at Luna, realizing the predicament, Luna could only helplessly state, "My lord, the unforeseen circumstance refers to Lillian. As you can see, Lillian, being a witch, did not participate in brewing with her fellow kin, but rather maintained the magical apparatus within the castle." With that, her icy gaze flicked towards Lillian, who kept her head bowed, too timid to speak. Lillian had a history of mishaps whenever she assisted in potion making. Either the concoction would fail, or explosions would occur, or the potion would lose its magical potency. In every instance, Lillian's good intentions led to disastrous outcomes. She simply could not be allowed near the cauldron during the brewing process. After listening to Luna's explanation, Chen Peng turned his gaze toward Lillian, understanding dawning upon him. So, Lillian had such a hidden and unique circumstance. Sensing Chen Peng's scrutiny, Lillian dared not lift her head, fearing reprimand and worried about implicating her witch kin. Fortunately, Chen Peng spoke soothingly. "It matters not if this task cannot be accomplished. She can engage in another. There are surely other tasks she can excel at." Upon hearing this, Lillian could scarcely believe her ears. The Lord not only refrained from scolding her, but offered encouragement. Clenching her fists in joy, she silently declared, "The Lord is the finest person in this world." Little did she realize her heartfelt sentiments had slipped out. Listening to Lillian's words, Chen Peng paused, taken aback by her simplicity and easy contentment. At that moment, it seemed the witches had completed their potion-making duties. A group of witches, clad in attire similar to Lillian's and of similar age, soared through the marsh on their broomsticks, arriving at Chen Peng's side. Dismounting, they removed their hats and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "In the land of witches, we warmly welcome your lordship's arrival, that we pray for your blessings." Gazing upon these charming young witches, Chen Peng felt a surge of joy and proceeded to deliver an impassioned speech. It was the usual rhetoric designed to win hearts. He discovered a talent for oration within himself, pondering that in his previous life, he would have undoubtedly made a fine official. The witches, already in awe of the bloodline, were left teary-eyed with excitement after his address. 1, which fervently declared, "Esteemed Lord, under your leadership, we shall embrace dawn anew." Another chimed in, "Rest assured, my lord, we shall follow in your footsteps unto death." Since facing persecution and assassination from the empire, They had sought refuge in the castle of Aol, primarily venturing out at night to gather materials, too fearful to show themselves during the day. They had long since forgotten the sight of a sunrise. Now, with the guidance of the bloodline royalty, the dark creatures were experiencing one of their most unified gatherings in nearly a millennium. The days of resistance against the human empire were swiftly approaching that moment, one which grasped Chen Peng's hand, enthusiastically suggesting, "My lord, would you care to join us inside for a moment?" Chen Peng considered it. Since time was ample, a brief respite would not be unwelcome. However, he remained oblivious to the frantic head shakes and expressions of dread etched upon the faces of the women behind him. "Well, since we are here, let us take a look," Chen Peng declared, adhering to his principle of fairness. Upon his agreement, the women's eyes widened in disbelief, their pupils trembling as if every fiber of their being resisted the notion. The same which continued with fervor, "Just in time. We've finished brewing the potions, and it's time to eat. Would you like to sample our witch cuisine, my lord?" As she spoke, the women behind him were still shaking their heads vigorously, clearly wishing for him to decline. Yet, now that he was being embraced by the witch, with his arm pressed against her formidable assets, he maintained a stoic facade, while internally his HP was plummeting. To his astonishment, the witches of this territory were so welcoming, and he was fortunate enough to enjoy such an experience. It felt utterly blissful. Initially believing Lillian's gathering was quite sizable, he was taken aback by the depth of these witches' allure. As the mention of food reached his ears, Chen Peng, without a second thought, nodded in agreement. Since arriving in this world, aside from Frankna's potions, he had yet to enjoy a proper meal. Surely, the food prepared by such beautiful and charming witches would not disappoint. "Very well, I shall sample your culinary creations." Thus, under the witch's enthusiastic escort, Chen Peng made his way toward the witch's wooden hut. Meanwhile, the women behind, including Lillian, were retreating in a frenzy, as if there were something terrifying within the wooden abode. Noticing the absence of the women trailing behind him, Chen Peng turned to inquire, "What is the matter?" He had expected them to eagerly follow, yet he was met with the sight of them shaking their heads like a wind-up toy, while simultaneously stepping back in unison. Even the ever-compliant Eli wore a forced smile as she said, "My lord, we shall wait for you here. You go on ahead." With those words, the women nodded in unison, their resolve unwavering. Chen Peng, confused by their reluctance, did not press the issue, and thus he proceeded into the wooden hut amidst the witch's eager company. That moment, Kaluya voiced her concerns. Do you think the Lord will be frightened?" Lillian nodded in agreement, saying, "This doesn't seem right. No one has warned the Lord." Eli crossed her arms, stating confidently, "The Lord is not so easily frightened. After all, he is a proud bloodline royal, accustomed to grand spectacles." Hearing Eli's assertion, the others gradually nodded in agreement. 1 minute later, inside the wooden hut, Chen Peng's expression had shifted from anticipation to sheer astonishment, as he observed the witches enthusiastically bringing forth dish after dish. He felt as though his innocent heart had been struck with a crushing blow. Before him lay the so-called delicacies: chilled snake meat, dried rat meat, and charcoal-grilled earthworms, alongside an array of bizarre and grotesque dark culinary creations he had never encountered before. Now, with his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, it became clear why Eli and the others had refrained from entering. It turned out they had been aware of what awaited him. These individuals had not even bothered to offer a hint of warning or dissuasion. They had all pledged their fealty, yet here they were, presenting him with such fare. Gazing at the writhing contents upon his plate, he could endure no longer. The witches continued to bring out more dishes, prompting him to rise abruptly and declare, "I suddenly recalled that I must visit the lair of the Spider Queen. I appreciate your efforts in providing magical potions for Aol Castle. I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for the witches to respond, he stiffly made his way toward the door, leaving behind a group of witches who exchanged bewildered glances, asking one another, "What just happened with the Lord?" Chapter 17. The Spider's Lair. The women observed Chen Peng emerging from the witch's wooden hut with a stony expression, each of them gazing skyward, unable to meet his eyes. Fortunately, Chen Peng bore them no ill will. Instead, he found their demeanor quite endearing. As he approached them, Lillian leaned in to ask, "My lord, how was the food?" Before she could finish her question, Eli rushed forward to cover her mouth, wearing a forced smile as she addressed Chen Peng. "Ahem, my lord. It's time for us to head to the next location." Having spoken, he proceeded to pull Lillian along as he walked forward. Chen Peng smiled faintly and followed suit. The others, noticing that the Lord was not angered, felt their own hearts lighten. Subsequently, Eli led the group through the dense woods, arriving at the mouth of a cave. The cave stood approximately 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, adorned with numerous climbing vines at its entrance. The interior was shrouded in darkness, yet the faint rustling sounds emanating from within sent shivers down their spines. At this moment, Elise stepped forward, her alluring smile directed at Chen Peng as she remarked, "My lord, this is my territory. Shall we venture inside?" Upon hearing this, the others instinctively stepped back, their expressions turning wary as they regarded Elise, who remained unfazed and continued to smile at Chen Peng. Drawing from previous experiences, Chen Peng suddenly felt averse to entering. However, witnessing a glimmer of anticipation on Elise's face, who could refuse the invitation of a captivating lady, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well, let us take a look inside. After all, one cannot show favoritism. We have come this far, and having already tasted the witch's delicacies, what could possibly frighten me?" Seeing the Lord's acquiescence, Elise turned to Eli, instructing, "Little Eli, provide some light for our Lord." While she and her kin could discern objects in the dark, it was imperative to have adequate illumination for their Lord. Eli nodded, standing still as she softly recited an incantation, then waved her staff in front of her. With a soft pop, a ball of blue flame materialized out of thin air. She then pointed her staff towards the cave entrance, and the flame floated gently into the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Inside, the ground was strewn with cobwebs, and numerous bones lay scattered about, some human, others of animals. Just as Chen Peng was preparing to enter with the newfound light, he suddenly noticed a multitude of glowing eyes in the depths of the cave. A series of faint rustling sounds followed, and the source of those luminous eyes revealed itself. Various types of spiders. The sight of these creatures instilled fear not only in Kuria and her companions, but also in Chen Peng, who felt a wave of arachnophobia wash over him. Immediately, with a flick of her hand, Elise sent the spiders retreating back into the shadows. At last, Chen Peng stepped inside, with Elise and Luna following closely behind. Eli, Kuria, and Lillian brought up the rear, somewhat reluctant to enter the cave. While they did not fear Elise, the ordinary spiders appeared rather unsettling. As Chen Peng walked, he observed the cave's interior, which seemed too meticulously crafted to be a natural formation. The walls were marked with clear signs of human intervention. The deeper he ventured, the more it felt less like a cave and more like a passageway. It was unlikely that Elise alone could have excavated such an extensive structure. In stark contrast to Chen Peng's calm demeanor, the occasional appearance of spiders startled Eli and the others, resulting in several shrill screams echoing through the cave. Chen Peng had initially thought that beings of the dark would fear nothing. But it seemed that, after all, they were still girls, and there was always some creature that could provoke their fears. As they ventured deeper, the number of spiders increased, and even Chen Peng found it increasingly difficult to bear. The sight of the clustered spiders triggered his acrophobia, while Eli and the others were nearing their limits, yearning to conclude this tedious and terrifying journey. "Elise, it's about time. We should proceed to the next location," Chen Peng suggested. Elise paused, a hint of surprise crossing her features. She had anticipated that the Lord would deliver a speech in her domain, but instead, their journey seemed to be abruptly ending, unbeknownst to her. Chen Peng felt no need to speak amidst the spider-laden surroundings. With a hint of disappointment, she responded, "Very well, but since we've come this far, let us not deter. Continuing forward will lead us to Luna's kin's territory." "Is that so?" Chen Peng inquired, glancing at Luna, who nodded in affirmation. "That we night elves excavated this cave decades ago and have resided here ever since. Not long ago, Elise arrived with her little spiders seeking shelter, and we graciously offered her this passage." Upon learning the truth, Chen Peng nodded, "Then let us continue." With that, he took the lead once more. Along the way, Luna narrated the history of the place. The night elves had fled from the Empire and adventurers for nearly a millennium. They had sought refuge under various dark lords, including vampire nobles of non-bloodline descent, powerful witches, and werewolves, even aligning themselves with human lords at times. However, as time passed, these lords faded into the annals of history. Whenever the territory of a previous lord was conquered, the night elves were compelled to seek a new protector, their history marked by a continual quest for sanctuary. Furthermore, as the Empire's power grew, humans began to fear the elves' robust physiques and prolonged lifespans, prompting a relentless hunt against them. Soon, the entire continent became inhospitable to the night elves, and 30 years ago, they learned that the last bastion for dark beings was the castle of Ol. Thus, they journeyed here. Luna discovered a magical orb beneath the castle that absorbed dark energy, and she began overseeing the distribution of that energy. Meanwhile, her kin carved a stone cave into the mountainside, hollowing it out to create their realm of existence. After Luna's account, Chen Peng nodded slowly, gaining a general understanding of the night elves' history. Before long, they reached an exit at the end of the passage. Luna respectfully announced, "My lord, we have arrived." Upon reaching the opening, Chen Peng was greeted by a vast cavern, towering over 100 meters in height and measuring approximately 500 to 600 meters in length and width. Along the periphery, numerous night elves with elongated ears continued to excavate the mountainside. In the center of the expansive space stood over 100 stone towers, meticulously arranged, their exteriors adorned with exquisite carvings. Resembling a quaint little town as they entered this miniature city, Chen Peng observed that the elves, much like the werewolves, had clearly defined roles. They traversed the streets, bows slung across their backs, busy yet orderly. He also noted a marketplace, appearing to operate on a barter system. Were it not for their pointed ears, one might easily mistake this place for a human town that he marveled. Indeed, the night elves boast a rich history. As they strolled through the city, the night elves were taken aback upon seeing Chen Peng. They sensed his bloodline aura and approached him with friendly greetings, to which he responded in kind. Eventually, Luna guided everyone to a building reminiscent of a church, which resembled a workshop. Inside, numerous wooden tables were cluttered with an assortment of bottles and jars, each attended by an elf skillfully manipulating test tubes and other apparatus. Before Chen Peng could inquire, Luna proactively explained, "We night elves excel in the use of bows, hidden weapons, and poisons. They are currently concocting poisons that can be used independently or applied to our weapons and arrows. This is a source of pride for our kin.as," she spoke. Her eyes sparkled with pride. Chen Peng, having listened, praised, "You are indeed a clever and wise race." Luna lowered her head slightly, replying, "Thank you for your kind words, my lord." Soon after, Luna led Chen Peng and the others to a weapons forging workshop. The male elves worked shirtless, their well-defined muscles on display as they crafted hidden weapons and bows. The sight caused the female companions to blush slightly. Chen Peng instinctively covered Eli's eyes, exclaiming, "Little one, you shouldn't look." Eli pouted, "But I'm 19. I'm not a child anymore." Yet, despite her protest, she obediently closed her eyes at Chen Peng's command. Observing this, Kuria and Lillian turned away as well. Choosing not to gaze at the male elves' physiques, Chen Peng found their adorable reactions amusing. His spirits lifted further. However, he quickly redirected his focus to the matter at hand. Watching the busy elves, he turned to Luna and asked, "Luna, can your kin forge other types of weapons, such as shields and armor?" Chen Peng considered that since the elves had a workshop, it would be prudent to also equip the werewolves to his surprise. Luna shook her head. "I apologize, my lord, but that is not feasible. Forging equipment is the forte of the dwarves. We do not possess that skill that we night elves can only create small daggers, throwing knives, or arrows. Even if we could, we wouldn't be able to produce such items. Due to the substantial requirement for metallic resources, of which we are in dire shortage, our current arrows and daggers are crafted from the remnants of armor and iron swords abandoned by fallen human adventurers." After listening to Luna's explanation, Chen Peng understood the situation, yet felt a tinge of regret, ultimately relinquishing the idea. After wandering for a while longer, Chen Peng led the group back to the castle. Along the way, he reflected on the locations and functions of these tribes. He concluded that the basic operations of the castle were, in fact, not overly problematic. With the vigilance of the werewolves and the elves' precise archery, they were more than equipped to handle ordinary human adventurers. Additionally, the castle of Our was situated within a canyon, with the Mafu Marsh to the north, a necropolis to the south, steep mountains to the west, and werewolves stationed to the east. That it would be exceedingly difficult for a large army to penetrate. Even if they attempted to invade, they could rely on the witches' potions for supplies and the elves' accurate archery to engage in a war of attrition or guerrilla warfare. Nevertheless, caution was still warranted. After all, the castle of Our was the only sanctuary for dark creatures on the entire continent. The other vampires were exceedingly weak and likely hiding or sleeping in obscurity. If the human empire were to resolutely decide to eradicate this place, their own trump cards and manpower would be quite insufficient. especially with regard to their equipment. The werewolves were essentially fighting barehanded. Not to mention the Imperial army. Even against human adventurers, they faced a significant probability of casualties. The Dark Elves were more capable of ranged harassment, yet they could not withstand a cavalry charge from the Imperial Knights. Based on the experiences of the women, it could be inferred that the day of Imperial assault was not far off. Humans harbored an irrational aversion to dark creatures. Thus, one could not afford to be complacent. Of course, today was merely a patrol around their territory. Chen Peng needed to devise a method to ascertain the external situation. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. With this in mind, he turned to Eli beside him and inquired, "Is there any way for me to gain insight into the surrounding conditions of our territory?" Eli placed her finger on her lips, deep in thought, before responding, "Indeed. Upon our return to the castle, we can manifest the terrain surrounding the territory using magic." Upon hearing this, Chen Peng felt a glimmer of hope and eagerly nodded, "Very well. Let us proceed with this task upon our return." Eli nodded slightly. "Understood, my lord, as you wish." Upon returning to the castle, Eli led the group to a somewhat dilapidated room. The chamber was small, yet thick with dust, suggesting it had not been entered for quite some time. At the center stood a rectangular wooden table, engraved with obscure runes and patterns. At this moment, Eli turned to Luna and instructed, "Sister Luna, please go to the underground magic sphere and allocate the dark energy here." With that, she began to chant a spell, and a portal materialized before Luna. Luna nodded in acknowledgement and stepped through the portal, which vanished the instant she crossed the threshold. Subsequently, Eli closed her eyes and began to chant another incantation. The others silently observed, with Chen Peng curious about how Eli would display the surrounding terrain. In an instant, a rune on the table suddenly illuminated. The light then flowed along the engravings, illuminating every key symbol along its path. The entire network of engravings was connected by the light. The surface of the table began to emanate a silvery glow. At that moment, Chen Peng sensed a continuous surge of dark energy converging upon the table, indicating that Luna was commencing her work. Then, a miraculous sight unfolded. A holographic 3D image appeared on the table, depicting mountains and dense forests, resembling a miniature 3D map. Upon witnessing this, Lillian covered her mouth with her hands, exclaiming, "Wow, Eli is amazing. This is the map of the area surrounding the Castle of Hour." While Chen Peng maintained a facade of calmness, he was internally astonished. How could there be a 3D terrain model? Gazing at the 3D map before him, he was overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia for Earth. At this moment, Eli ceased her incantation and, with a hint of pride, looked at Chen Peng. "My lord, you may now examine it. I have marked the terrain and faction distributions surrounding the territory." Chen Peng regarded her with appreciation. "Well done," and began to scrutinize the map closely. Hearing the praise, the young girl beamed with delight and quietly stood alongside the others. As time passed, Chen Peng's expression shifted from initial intrigue to a grave seriousness. Realizing the intricate web of powers surrounding the castle territory was far more complex than he had anticipated, the situation was proving to be more difficult than imagined. Chapter 19. The castle surrounded by enemies. The Castle of Hour is nestled within the heart of the Otto's mountain range, occupying merely a minuscule portion of its expanse. Yet, it is entirely encircled by various factions. First and foremost is the formidable human empire, whose influence spans the vastest territories, the empire with the greatest land resources on the continent. They possess countless arable lands and abundant resources, all seized from other tribes over centuries. To the south and west of the Castle of Hour lie dozens of counties belonging to the empire, each boasting extensive tracts of land. These territories are rich with mountains, rivers, lakes, and marshlands, while the oceans to the west and south are exclusive to humanity. Each county, aside from the central city, is home to a varying number of towns, ranging from a few to over a dozen. Naturally, there are also the noble domains of human lords who have sworn fealty to the empire, each commanding their own castles and subjects. These towns and noble territories nearly encircle the western and southern flanks of the Castle of Hour. Should they mobilize their forces to attack, the outcome would surely bode ill. The direct north of the Castle of Hour, across the Otto's mountain range, lies a vast expanse of frigid terrain, where over half the year is shrouded in ice and snowed. It is here that the savage orc tribes reside. Known for their exceptional combat prowess, these tribes consist of numerous factions scattered throughout the harsh cold. While their intellect may not rival that of humans, they are fiercely united. When faced with incursions from the human empire, they assist one another and, when overwhelmed, retreat deep into the icy wilderness, often evading human pursuit. For the human empire, this frigid expanse holds little value, primarily serving as a site for adventurers dispatched by guilds seeking exploration. The orc tribes are acutely aware of this fact and have grown weary of surviving in the barren cold. Casting covetous eyes toward the unclaimed lands of the Otto's mountain range to the south, although the temperature and resources here do not rival those of human territories, they are certainly preferable to the extreme cold. Finally, to the east of the Otto's mountain range lies the vast highlands known as the Gland Highlands, inhabited by the troublesome dwarves. Despite their diminutive stature, averaging just 1 meter in height, they possess exceptional craftsmanship and formidable combat abilities. The armor and weapons they forge are of remarkable quality. Even ordinary armor lacking magical enhancements boasts impressive physical defenses, making it exceedingly difficult for common humans to inflict damage with swords or axes. It is worth noting that the dwarven heavy infantry is a source of great concern even for the elite knights of the empire. They harbor disdain for the barbaric orcs and the greedy humans. Yet their greatest loathing is reserved for the foul and repugnant undead and dark creatures. They establish their encampments along the border of the Gland Highlands and the Otto's mountain range, occasionally venturing to the Castle of Hour in search of fortune, much like human adventurers. Thus, the current predicament of the Castle of Hour is one of being besieged on all sides, according to a lie. Humans, orcs, and dwarves have long been embroiled in mutual conflict, with battles exchanged in a relentless cycle. After all, the orc tribes, residing in the inhospitable cold, yearn for the fertile lands and temperate climate of human territories as their ideal dwelling. Moreover, given the orcs' clumsiness in combat, armed only with rudimentary axes and spears, the finely crafted weapons of the dwarves are prime targets for plunder. For the dwarven tribes, the constant need to fend off the avaricious humans and savage orcs is a tiresome endeavor. As for the human empire, their perspective on this continent can be succinctly summarized in 8 words. Mine. Mine. All of it is mine. They aspire to transform the entire continent into a realm of humanity, thus perpetually launching assaults against the orcs and dwarves. Over the course of long years, they have successfully eradicated the undead and expelled the night elves. Presently, only the orcs and dwarves remain as formidable adversaries. Notably, the annihilation of the undead was a collaborative effort among 3 factions, for the formidable prowess and ancient lifespans of the bloodline descendants instilled fear in all. Furthermore, the bloodline descendants possessed the ability to resurrect the deceased and enslave the undead. An intolerable affront to all 3 races. For nearly a millennium, any hint of the bloodline descendants would incite a united campaign against them, until the vampires on the continent vanished without a trace. After surveying the map and the various faction situations, Chen Peng found himself perplexed. Given the mutual disdain for the undead among the 3 factions, why does this unclaimed land still exist? Logically, any faction could easily annihilate it. After all, a mere werewolf tribe and a dwindling band of night elves could hardly withstand their full-scale assault. He directly inquired, why, with all the undead either dead or in hiding, do the surviving dark beings remain here without launching a direct attack? As a necromancer who has roamed the continent, Eli knew some things unknown to others present. Standing respectfully beside Chen Peng, she replied earnestly, "This is because the 3 factions will not unite until it is confirmed that bloodline descendants are present here. The orcs and dwarves lack the strength of the human empire, and any faction wishing to assault All Castle must expend considerable effort. After all Castle is fortified with its own defensive magic. The orcs, being brutish, are not worth elaborating upon. As for the dwarves, without enchanted armor, they cannot withstand our magical attacks. The full-scale assault would leave their rear vulnerable, making them susceptible to attacks from the human empire and the other faction. In essence, though the orcs and dwarves covet this place, they lack the means to act on their desires." Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Peng nodded slowly, realizing that beyond the human empire, the other 2 sides harbored their own concerns. He pondered further and asked, why hasn't the human empire launched an attack? With their strength, they could easily form an effective formation, knights leading the charge, archers providing support, supplemented by a multitude of mages and priests. Could effortlessly obliterate All Castle. Eli nodded in agreement, though a hint of relief crossed her charming face. She explained, This is largely due to the Empire's arrogance, hubris, and greed. It is these very reasons that have allowed all castle to endure to this day. Oh, intrigued by her words, Chen Peng asked, how exactly have they done this? This pertains to his future strategic planning. Thus he was keen to understand the underlying reasons. Chapter 20. Develop cautiously, avoid recklessness. Eli obediently replied. They believe that all castle, having endured over 1,000 years of erosion, is now nothing but ruins, rendering an attack unnecessary. Moreover, as this was once the site of the Vampire Kingdom's research into necromancy, it harbors numerous treasures from that era. Whether gold or magical artifacts, these hold immense allure for humanity. Thus, under the strong recommendation of the Adventurers Guild, all castle has been designated as an exploration site. The guild regularly issues quests, which serve to train adventurers while enticing human adventurers to seek treasure, thereby conserving the lives and time of imperial knights. The recovered treasures can be exchanged for gold, leading to a constant influx of human adventurers. As Eli spoke, her expression grew grave, her unstaffed hand tightening into a fist. In recent years, human adventurers have increasingly assaulted all castle, with adventurers appearing almost daily around the necropolis. It is for this reason that she has tirelessly sought ways to resurrect the bloodline royalty. Fortunately, she has succeeded. Moreover, she has revived the most powerful of them, Lord Bernhard. She has witnessed firsthand the might of the bloodline magic wielded by the Lord. Even the so-called Holy Knight orders of the Empire would undoubtedly be instantly crushed. Thus, not only can the last glory of the Vampire Kingdom be safeguarded, but there also lies the possibility of restoring the former prestige of the bloodline royalty and dark beings. She believes that in the future, this world can return to the era of coexistence among all races, with magic and civilization flourishing together. Contemplating this, Eli shook her little fist and declared earnestly, with the Lord now, I believe everything will improve. Kaluya's ears perked up, and she nodded vigorously in agreement. Yet, a hint of worry lingered on her face. The Lord, human adventurers have begun to gradually infiltrate the depths of all castle. The number of adventurers around the necropolis is also increasing. As the castle's sentinel, she is most aware of the adventurers' movements, and thus she shared this information. Luna, too, nodded gravely. The night elves possess keen senses, and as the second line of defense for all castle, she sensed that the Empire seemed to be stirring. Upon hearing Kalia's words, Chen Peng's expression grew serious. The greedy human adventurers are increasingly yearning for the treasures of the Vampire Kingdom and the bloodline. They have intensified their efforts to conquer all castle. Thus, even though the present moment may seem tranquil, should those human adventurers breach the castle and discover traces of his resurrection or existence, it would spell great trouble. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly incite a full-scale campaign against all castle by the human empire, or even a joint assault by humans, dwarves, and orcs, given his current inadequacy and self-preservation capabilities. Not to mention the delay in casting spells. As a vampire, he cannot consume blood, and after casting spells, he would be left in an extremely weakened state that a bloodline descendant, barely able to stand, would be an easy target for capture by humans. That a vivid image flashed through Chen Peng's mind of himself being nailed to a cross and burned alive, instilling a profound sense of crisis within him. His gaze swept across the women, who all looked at him with anticipation. Eli and the others have long viewed him as their savior, placing all their hopes upon him. Thus, he could not let them down. From this moment forth, he must adopt a more cautious approach. He must stabilize his development and refrain from recklessness, at least until his series of developmental strategies yield results. He must remain concealed. When the time comes that he can no longer hide, he must possess strength that would make the Empire wary. In the Dover Marsh, the ground, ravaged by meteor fireballs and relentless lightning strikes, now lay scattered with pits of various sizes. Some craters and tree trunks still emitted wisps of black smoke. The insidious and troublesome forbidden magical vines had seemingly vanished. Whether eradicated by magical attacks or having retreated underground remains unknown. Occasionally, a few repulsive rats could be seen scurrying about, pausing intermittently, rising on their hind legs to survey their surroundings with their crimson eyes, their noses twitching as if searching for something. Eye in the sky. Crows circled continually, swooping down to land. Eventually, they all converged before 3 corpses. Perhaps puzzled, they wondered why the bodies appearing in the Dover Marsh had not been completely devoured by the thorny magical vines, still leaving them a share. Over 100 meters away from the three corpses, a figure clad in a tattered black hooded cloak stood beside one of the bodies, surrounded by several crows. They regarded their surroundings with their crimson gaze, yet did not rush to feast. Cough, cough, coughed in the next moment. This corpse surprisingly stirred, emitting a cough. The crows cawed in alarm and took flight. Havana slowly opened her eyes. The cold ground and the pain coursing through her body jolted her hazy consciousness into a semblance of awareness. Am I still alive? Struggling to rise, her frail form trembled, her legs threatening to give way at any moment. She surveyed her body, noting that her garments had been nearly reduced to tatters, mere rags hanging from her. Beneath, a silver-colored soft armor glimmered intermittently under the moonlight. That moment, Havana finally recalled the scene just before her unconsciousness. The terrifying meteor fireball crashing towards her. She had thought it to be a certain death. The heart-stopping force sent a shiver down her spine. Even now, she glanced at the silver armor adorning her body. Grateful that she was aware of the active defensive magic of the Castle of Hour. Thus, she had spent a fortune at the Adventurers Guild to procure the enchanted silver armor blessed by a priest, barely preserving her life. Nonetheless, she was gravely injured, and with dawn approaching, she seized the opportunity to hastily return to the town before the dark creatures could encircle her. With this thought in mind, Havana dragged her weary and wounded form back along the path she had come. Along the way, she noticed that besides the meteor fireballs, the surrounding trees bore the marks of lightning strikes. It seemed that during her unconsciousness, other formidable spells had also manifested. Truly, the legacy of a millennia-old bloodline royal. The attacking magic of the Castle of Hour was beyond the capacity of adventurers of their caliber to withstand. Before long, Havana arrived at the site of her companions' corpses, witnessing the repulsive rats and crows gnawing at their remains, and she felt utterly powerless. She did not even pause to cast a lingering glance. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought: to return alive. Chapter 21. Montau Town. Once again, it was a day of splendid weather. The sun rose as usual, casting its golden rays upon a bustling human settlement. This town was fortified by towering walls, and its architecture predominantly featured white bases with red roofs. Above the grand entrance, several carved characters proclaimed, Montau Town. Montau Town is the nearest human settlement to the western side of the Nigak Canyon. Perilously close to the dreaded dark lands that it is considerably larger than an average town, housing a branch of the Adventurers Guild, as well as an office for the Empire's church. Additionally, a detachment of heavily armored Imperial soldiers was stationed here, facilitating adventurers' expeditions to the ruins of the Vampire Kingdom. Should dark creatures emerge to cause havoc, the Empire's paladins could swiftly intervene to restore order. This moment, the residents and adventurers of Montau Town were rising with the sun, embarking on their daily routines. The streets were teeming with adventurers clad in armor and leather, wielding a variety of weapons, chatting and laughing as they strolled, occasionally pausing to inspect the stalls along the roadside. If something caught their fancy, they would engage in spirited haggling with the vendors. Most of these vendors were adventurers themselves, selling items they no longer needed or goods they had specifically sought out. The townsfolk primarily earned their livelihood by running inns, taverns, and weapon shops. For the established Adventurers Guild, these three establishments were indispensable to their existence. The sheer number of adventurers in Montau Town was sufficient to sustain the local populace. At that moment, a group of Imperial soldiers clad in silver armor, brandishing spears and great swords, hurriedly ran through the streets. Their metal armor gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, producing a clanging sound with each hurried step. One soldier bore a comatose adventurer on his back, who appeared to be gravely injured. The adventurers along the route observed the soldiers heading towards the center of the town, seemingly towards the Adventurers Guild. Technically, the central edifice was the Empire's church, a grand rectangular cathedral, dominated by a sacred white hue. It boasted soaring spires at both the front and rear, adorned with a red banner, symbolizing the Empire and the church. Featuring the emblem of a staff and a great sword crossed above, fluttering in the breeze. Adjacent to the church stood a 5-story flat-roofed building, primarily white in color, accented by a band of red bricks around the roof, and bearing a flag representing the Adventurers Guild, depicting a hero brandishing a sword in a cry of valor. This was indeed the Adventurers Guild, the Empire's largest official organization. This time, adventurers were continuously entering and exiting through the ground floor entrance. either to accept quests or to register as adventurers. The Empire encouraged ordinary citizens to register as adventurers to assist in various explorations and battles, as adventurers were far more agile and free-spirited than conventional soldiers, thus sparing the Empire from exorbitant military expenditures. Of course, as compensation, these quests could yield points that could be exchanged for gold and other items, forming the primary source of income for the adventurers. Suddenly, a commotion broke out outside the guild, the sound of clattering metal drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. "Make way! Clear the path!" The soldiers arrived at the Adventurers Guild entrance, calling out due to the throng of people entering and exiting. The adventurers, upon hearing this, quickly stepped aside, pointing and murmuring in curiosity about the soldiers carrying someone into the guild. Their chatter was not one of discontent, but rather intrigue regarding the unconscious individual being brought into the guild. Unfazed by the curious glances, the soldiers marched directly into the guild hall. "Where is the leader? Get the leader out here!" Upon entering the hall, the soldier bearing the injured adventurer called out loudly, his voice echoing within the chamber. That moment, an elderly man clad in a white robe, wielding a staff, accompanied by several officials from the guild, stepped forward. He regarded the soldiers with urgency and inquired, "I am the guild leader. What has transpired?" After gently placing the unconscious adventurer on the ground, the soldier performed a knightly salute. The guild leader, known to all, was Mr. Galmer. He respectfully addressed the elder, "Esteemed Leader Galmer. We are from the patrol team. This morning, we discovered this comatose adventurer in the fields 1 kilometer outside the town. Her adventurer badge identifies her as Havana. She appears gravely injured, as if struck by a powerful magical assault. Given Montau Town's proximity to the Castle of Hour, Imperial soldiers routinely patrol the outskirts to prevent surprise attacks from the vile and cunning dark creatures. Occasionally, they would rescue injured adventurers or fend off inexplicable incursions by small goblin squads targeting Montau Town." Galmer examined the unconscious adventurer laid before him, his brow furrowing in concern. The severity of her injuries suggested multiple forms of attack, leaving him perplexed, for it resembled the aftermath of a large-scale military conflict with various magical assaults. Nevertheless, he addressed the soldiers, "Thank you for your service. On behalf of the Adventurers Guild, I extend my gratitude." With a wave of his hand, several guild officials stepped forward to assist the unconscious adventurer. The soldiers nodded. Their task was complete, and they prepared to depart. "Mr. Galmer, we shall take our leave now," they remarked before exiting the guild, as they had further patrolling to attend to. Once the soldiers were gone, Galmer instructed one of his aides, "Summon all the attendants to the council chamber immediately and fetch Priestess Elena." The aide nodded and departed. Galmer then carried the comatose adventurer towards the council chamber. Initially, the adventurers in the hall observed silently, but once Galmer and the soldiers departed, they began to discuss amongst themselves. That adventurer's injuries appeared dire. One remarked, "That is Havana. I know her. She had been preparing to conquer the Castle of Hour recently. To enhance her chances of success, she even acquired enchanted silver armor to withstand the castle's magical attacks." "Havana, you say? Does she not have an adventurer squad? Is it not clear? If she is gravely injured while donning enchanted armor, the fate of her companions must surely be grim. Did they fall victim to the castle's magical onslaught? Not necessarily. Who can say? That place is rumored to harbor a bloodline curse. Anything could transpire." Chapter 22. Speculations regarding the assault on Havana Adventurers Guild. Council Chamber. The chamber was modest in size, dominated by an elongated round table at its center. Beside the table, which was originally intended as a passageway, lay a single bed, upon which Havana was resting. Surrounding the bed was a throng of individuals. Aside from Gormo and Elena, the others were all clerics of the Adventurers Guild, garbed in white robes and adorned with circular hats. Elena, a priestess of the guild, was also the most formidable healer in Montier. Typically, she donned a silk garment in shades of pink and white, revealing a pair of exquisitely long and fair thighs. She was among the most cherished individuals in Montier, not solely for her healing magic, but also for her sanctified and resplendent visage. At this moment, Elena held a white waxwood staff, murmuring incantations under her breath. The crimson gem atop her staff radiated a gentle, warm white light, which continuously permeated Havana's form. She had been administering healing to Havana for nearly half an hour, yet there were no signs of awakening. Upon entering the treatment room, Elena had been taken aback. Residues of earth, water, fire, and lightning magic lingered within Havana, reminiscent of a soldier returning from the battlefield. Her curiosity piqued as she pondered what Havana had endured. Gormo could no longer contain himself. After half an hour, there was still no sign of awakening. Elena, enough. Her injuries appear to be nearly healed. There is no need to squander your magical energy. Upon hearing Gormo's words, Elena ceased her efforts. Though her brow furrowed in confusion, it seemed that Havana had suffered a profound psychological shock, leaving her soul utterly fatigued, rendering her incapable of waking. What could she have possibly experienced? Gormo shook his head. Beyond her awakening to reveal the truth, only the divine knows what she has encountered. I just checked her registration details. She was part of an adventuring party, yet her 3 companions have not returned. Gormo meticulously examined Havana's recent activities and discovered that they had undertaken a significant exploration mission to the castle of Or. Such missions often resulted in adventurers going missing, but none had suffered as grievously as Havana. Moreover, he noted that Havana had specifically researched the route through the Dover marshes in the northern part of the castle of Or, a path seldom traversed. After all, the thorny magic vines proved to be quite troublesome. Once ensnared, their thorns could pierce the skin and release neurotoxins that paralyze humans, making escape nearly impossible. The Dover marshes spanned a vast area, nearly 3 times the size of the necropolis. Even if the thorny magic vines were not easily triggered, safely crossing them remained an arduous endeavor, with very few surviving the attempt. However, the injuries on Havana did not appear to be inflicted by the thorny vines, as not a trace of their toxins was found. This was indeed perplexing. One of the clerics, after listening to the two, stroked his chin and ventured a theory. Could it be that her party encountered a dragon attack in the Edo's mountains? The burn marks on her enchanted silver armor are extensive. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary fire magic to leave such marks on enchanted armor. As soon as he spoke, another cleric nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The Edo's mountains are unclaimed territory, teeming with dark creatures, and perhaps even slumbering ancient dragons. If Havana's party inadvertently awakened a dragon, they could have faced dire consequences. It is said that a millennium ago, a dragon's breath was considered one of the most potent magical flames on the continent. During that era, dragon riders existed, an almost invincible military force. In battle, dragon riders could unleash devastating damage upon their foes with a single dragon's breath. Yet Gormo shook his head. Impossible. Dragons went extinct centuries ago. Although they were formidable, their breeding conditions were exceedingly harsh. A female dragon lays eggs only once in her lifetime, and their growth cycle extends far beyond that of humans. Reaching several hundred years, the number of dragons was already scarce, and humans, in their desire to form their own dragon rider legions, relentlessly captured dragons and even stole their eggs. This ultimately led to the dragon's extinction. At that moment, a younger cleric suddenly spoke up. What if their party, in an effort to take a detour, ventured too deep into the Edo's mountains and encountered scouts from the eastern dwarven clans, subsequently suffering an attack from their firearms? While enchanted silver armor can withstand ordinary fire magic, it is vulnerable to the burns inflicted by physical attacks from firearms. Upon hearing this, the attendees found it quite plausible. Even Gormo nodded slightly. After all, that unclaimed territory was rumored to house the legacy and treasures of the bloodline royalty, attracting the attention of not just humans, but also orcs and dwarves. It was not solely human adventurers who roamed there. If they traversed through the woods without detecting an ambush from the dwarves, these cunning dwarves would not hesitate to take advantage of the situation and strike from the shadows. Caught off guard, adventurers could easily sustain grave injuries or even perish. Moreover, Havana, as a highly agile assassin, could indeed be the sole survivor of her party. However, Elena refuted this notion. No, as I treated her, I did not find any wounds from firearms, and there are remnants of both lightning magic and ambush magic within her. As she spoke, a thought suddenly struck her. Do you think they might have encountered a wandering goblin tribe? This speculation immediately plunged the group into contemplation. Goblins, those green humanoid creatures, were notorious for their cunning, malice, greed, and lechery. Strangely, goblin tribes possessed their own culture, existing somewhere between humans and beasts, capable of crafting and utilizing simple weapons such as shields and cleavers. Most notably, some goblins were born with magical abilities: earth magic, lightning magic, and the like. Those goblins with magical prowess typically served as priests or chieftains within their tribes, and a single tribe could boast several spellcasting members. Thus, the multiple magical residues found on Havana could align with this theory, given that goblins were nearly ubiquitous in dense forests and mountains. Furthermore, Their lecherous nature and high reproductive capacity meant they had never been truly eradicated. Nevertheless, this theory bore a significant flaw. After all, Havana was clad in enchanted silver armor, which afforded her a high degree of resistance to ordinary magic, even if she could not completely resist it. It should not have left her gravely injured or unconscious, let alone in a life-threatening situation. Judging by the extent of the damage to her silver armor, it was evident that goblin attacks could not have caused such harm. Seeing that none of the speculations held merit, Gormo shook his head and remarked, "Let us seek external assistance. After all, this concerns the safety of our adventurers." Chapter 23. The Human Hero. Upon hearing Gormo's words, Elena furrowed her brow. Whose assistance shall we seek? Should we enlist the Imperial Knights to investigate, whether it be the Goblin tribe or the Dwarf Scouts? Ordinarily, a typical adventurer would suffice to resolve such matters. However, in the case of Havana, this is far from ordinary. Perhaps only the knightly order of the Empire possesses the capability to investigate under such conditions rife with unknown threats. Yet, she is quite certain that the Imperial Knights would hold little interest in such ambiguous affairs. These individuals are exceedingly proud, and summoning them to investigate goblins and dwarf scouts would likely lead them to deem the Adventurers Guild as a frivolous waste of their time. Galmer shook his head, mirroring Elena's thoughts. Even if he were to personally invite the Imperial Knights to conduct an investigation, they would be unlikely to show him anything but disdain, aside from refraining from expelling him from their ranks. Nonetheless, a glimmer of understanding seemed to flicker in his profound gaze. Perhaps assistance from a few select individuals would be necessary. The Adventurers Guild boasts a clear and transparent hierarchy, primarily based on the strength of the adventurers, which is assessed through a comprehensive evaluation combining the number, difficulty, and completion rate of tasks undertaken. Ordinary adventurers are classified into grades A through F, with descending strength. Above grade A, there exists the S, SS, and SSS ranks, collectively recognized as human heroes. These individuals possess extraordinary prowess, each capable of standing alone against 100 foes as superlative adventurers. However, attaining the status of a human hero is no simple feat. In addition to exceptional skill, one must also achieve top-tier evaluations in their respective professions. For instance, within the mage profession, there are ranks such as Magic Apprentice, Apprentice Mage, Mage, Archmage, Magister, Grand Magister, and the necessary condition for being deemed a human hero. The Divine Grand Magister. Upon achieving the status of Divine Grand Magister, one's eligibility for human hero status is evaluated based on the quantity and quality of tasks completed. However, the title of Divine Grand Magister remains an insurmountable threshold for many mage adventurers. Countless grade A adventurers may spend their entire lives without ever ascending to the status of human hero. Since the establishment of the Adventurers Guild thousands of years ago, only a few hundred human heroes have emerged. Of course, this was the original state of affairs, following the demise of the vampires and the subsequent dominance of the human empire over the continent. The criteria for evaluating human heroes have become somewhat diluted. Human heroes are revered and respected, often to satisfy the hypocritical vanity of society. Some human heroes may possess the strength of mere grade A or even grade B adventurers, yet, through various means, such as substantial financial bribes, they can secure recognition as human heroes from the local Adventurers Guild. Montal Town, being the largest human settlement on the periphery of the unclaimed lands surrounding the Ottos Mountains, has thus attracted a number of human heroes from other regions. Galmer seeks to issue a task to enlist their aid in the investigation. After all, Otis, D. White, Edmund, and Catherine are not without their own assignments. Rather than allowing them to linger idly in taverns or churches, it would be prudent to encourage them to undertake an investigation. Galmer spoke earnestly to Elena. These four are all grade S human heroes. Their involvement would significantly bolster the chances of success. Upon hearing this, the attendants present erupted into a flurry of excitement. Is it true? Are we to enlist those esteemed individuals? While the others were uncertain. It was widely known that Lady Catherine is indeed a divine paladin, reputed to have single-handedly charged into battle against an orc horde during the Empire's War, sending an entire orc battalion to their doom. Lady Catherine is still quite young, a rare prodigy in swordsmanship, having attained the title of Archmage by the age of 15 and being recognized as a divine paladin by 18. The other three, however, have not been associated with any legends. Perhaps they prefer to remain discreet. Isn't Lord D. White known for his participation in the extermination of a vampire? It is said he successfully vanquished that vampire and emerged unscathed. Hearing the attendants chatter, Galmer cleared his throat. All right, enough idle talk. Set, please summon the esteemed individuals. The attendant named Set nodded and departed the council chamber with a few others. Watching Set leave, Elena, who had remained silent until now, finally voiced her concerns. Human heroes can be even prouder than the Imperial Knights. Not all of these heroes are humble and courteous. Some possess an arrogance that rivals even the saintly knights of the Empire. I have only encountered these four heroes once or twice and do not know them well. I hope they will be amenable. Galmer, seated beside her, gazed out the window. Trust me, they will come that an hour later. The bustling hall of the Adventurers Guild erupted into a frenzy. Countless adventurers shrieked in excitement, their gazes fixated upon four figures. Leading the procession was a woman clad in golden, enchanted armor. The surface occasionally shimmering with ethereal light. At her waist hung a knightly cross sword, its hilt encrusted with a crimson magical gem, while 7 azure gems were intricately arranged upon the scabbard in the shape of the Big Dipper. Her complexion was fair as snow, yet her expression remained impassive, with her blue eyes radiating a subtle aura of heroism. She strode confidently toward the staircase of the guild hall. Look, it's Lady Catherine. Goodness, I cannot believe I am witnessing the legendary hero, Lady Catherine, my goddess. Please, grant me but a glance. Following closely behind Catherine was a young man in a brown mage's robe, wielding a red metallic staff. His expression one of aloof pride as he trailed her. He paid no mind to the onlookers, his eyes solely focused on Catherine, the embodiment of wisdom, valor, and beauty. If he could win her favor, it would be worth a lifetime. The man behind Lady Catherine must be Lord Odys, right? I've heard he is the youngest divine Grand Magister in history. He is quite handsome, but I haven't heard of any legends about him. Behind Odys stood a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, clad in fiery red enchanted armor, brandishing a golden spear. This was Edmund, a divine paladin known for his constant presence alongside the Imperial Knights in their campaigns. His figure was a staple of every battle, yet no remarkable achievements were ever attributed to him. Perhaps he was simply too modest, as the gazes of surrounding adventurers quickly shifted from him to the next figure. Just then, another wave of excitement swept through the hall as adventurers clamored in admiration. Lord D. White. It's Lord D. White, the master assassin who has successfully hunted vampires. D. White appeared to be a man in his 30s. Perpetually shrouded in a black hooded cloak, dressed in enchanted black attire, with 2 silver daggers sheathed at his waist. His most renowned tale recounts an event from a decade ago when he, alongside the Imperial Knights, launched an assault on a dilapidated village suspected of harboring vampires. He purportedly succeeded in slaying the vampire hidden within, though it was not a bloodline noble, yet this feat greatly amplified his fame. Naturally, such tales remain unverified, as none have ever seen the vampire's remains. Nonetheless, this does not detract from the reverence adventurers hold for him. Among the four, aside from Catherine, D. White enjoys the greatest renown. Under Set's guidance, the four ascended the staircase to the council chamber on the 2nd floor. Inside, Havana had yet to awaken, while Elena and Galmer sat at a round table, their expressions heavy with concerned anxiety that moment. Set entered and respectfully addressed Galmer. President, they have arrived. Upon speaking, Set stepped aside, allowing Catherine and the others to enter one by one. Galmer rose, smiling as he regarded Catherine and the others, esteemed individuals. Thank you for taking the time to come. Elena silently observed the four, remaining motionless. Upon hearing Galmer's words, a flicker of emotion crossed Catherine's frosty visage. President, you are too kind. As a member of the Adventurers Guild, I would never decline your invitation. With that, she noticed Havana, unconscious upon the nearby bed, and inquired, I understand you sought us out due to an adventurer team being ambushed near Castle Hour? Catherine cut straight to the heart of the matter. While the three behind her remained silent, Galmer, glancing at Havana, replied, Indeed, Lady Catherine. You see, the individual beside you is the sole survivor of that adventurer team. But Catherine's gaze drifted as she meticulously observed the unconscious Havana. Meanwhile, Edmund approached with a furrowed brow, beginning his own scrutiny. Odysseus and DeWitt merely cast a cursory glance, showing no interest in the matter. Soon, Catherine withdrew her gaze and stated with a hint of seriousness. There are traces of multiple magical elements on her, suggesting she has been subjected to various magical assaults. Could it be that a disturbance has arisen near Castle Orl? In my recollection, the Athos Mountains are unclaimed territory, not belonging to the human empire. nor to the orcs or dwarves that I have heard tell of survivors among the night elves venturing into the Athos Mountains, but they are merely a band of archers, lacking proficiency in magical combat. Upon concluding her observations, Edmund's calm and resonant voice emerged. Indeed, the marks on her resemble goblin attacks. Their shamans or chieftains may wield one or two elemental magics. However, the sigils on this enchanted silver armor do not seem characteristic of those loathsome lower creatures. With that, Edmund fell silent, lost in thought, sensing that his hypothesis might be flawed. After hearing the two speak, Gormer glanced at the others who remained uninvolved, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet suppressing it. He addressed Catherine. We have speculated extensively, goblins, dwarven scouts, even assaults from ancient dragons, but these theories possess certain flaws that it seems peculiar. There must be some secrets hidden near Castle ORL. The guild wishes to commission you all to investigate further. Otherwise, I fear other adventurers may come to harm. Catherine nodded. I understand. Did this adventurer and his companions take the route through the necropolis, knowing the path would aid in the investigation? Not at all. They opted for a route with fewer undead, traversing the northern Dover marshes, Gormer replied, shaking his head in denial. This Odysseus, who had remained silent until now, suddenly chuckled derisively. Those fools chose the Dover marshes? That's a death wish. What is there to investigate? Perhaps they clashed over treasure and were attacked by their mage companion. With a dismissive shake of his head, Odysseus expressed his utter disinterest in the guild's tasks, considering them trivial squabbles among petty creatures. What he craved was a grand battle to etch his name across the entirety of the continent. Much like DeWitt beside him, but DeWitt's lips curled slightly beneath his hood as he remarked, Castle ORL is now the final sanctuary for dark creatures. Werewolves and night elves have taken refuge within. Adventurers often report sightings of werewolves near the necropolis, warning these younglings that should they lack the strength, they ought not to venture deeper. As a sanctuary for dark beings, Castle ORL likely harbors many formidable entities of the night. DeWitt was no fool. With his growing renown, he had no need to place himself in peril. Observing the injuries of the unconscious adventurer, it was evident they stemmed from magic of at least B rank or even higher. Their adversaries were not to be trifled with. Elena regarded DeWitt with a deep look, surprised that this legendary hunter of vampires, hailed as the terminator of dark creatures by many adventurers, would utter such words. Logically, he should be the one to lead the charge and propose an investigation. Especially if dark beings were indeed responsible. He could easily dispatch them, which would greatly enhance his reputation, not to mention the substantial rewards from the guild. Thus, she spoke. If dark creatures are indeed at play, it becomes all the more crucial to investigate thoroughly. Monto Town stands as the front line of the Empire against that unclaimed land, the first line of defense against the incursion of dark beings. DeWitt, countered by Elena, chose not to respond. After all, she was the chief priestess of the Adventurers Guild. Even if he were injured, he would still need to rely on her healing point. One could afford to offend anyone. But not Elena. At this juncture, Catherine interjected, enough of the bickering. I shall accept this commission. I came here from the heart of the Empire specifically to monitor Castle ORL. With that, she cast her gaze toward the other three. Edmund was the first to speak. I currently have a commission to train knights for the Empire and am unable to leave at this moment. If you take the commission, I shall remain behind. What Edmund said was true. Everyone knew he was now the knight commander in Monto Town, required to train hundreds daily. If Catherine were absent, he would naturally take on the commission, but with her accepting it, he could focus on his role as a trainer. Odysseus also declined, stating, rather than waste time, I'd prefer to enjoy a pint of ale at the tavern. Let Catherine handle it. Immediately, DeWitt succinctly responded with 2 words, not going. Gormer and Elena were taken aback by the blatant refusals from the others. Aside from Catherine and Edmund, it seemed some human heroes, upon acquiring fame and power, had begun to disregard the Adventurers Guild. Yet, these human champions were the guild's top warriors, and their dismissive attitude could prove detrimental to the guild. Nevertheless, with Catherine on the task, it should suffice, given her capabilities. Unless she encountered a resurrected ancient dragon. The goblins, dwarves, and the undead lurking in the shadows should pose little threat. Before long, the 4 departed the Adventurers Guild. Catherine returned to her residence, a 2-story house specially arranged for her by the Empire in Monto Town, a benefit granted to human heroes. The dwelling featured a sloped roof painted red, constructed from stone with whitewashed walls, akin to the surrounding buildings. Windows adorned both the northern and southern sides of the first and second floors. At this moment, A girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 stood at the second-floor window, clad in a white maid's outfit and wearing a white headscarf. Her youthful and innocent face broke into a delightful smile upon seeing Catherine approach. Hurriedly, she descended the stairs to greet Catherine. "Lady Catherine, welcome home. Did you encounter anything interesting at the Adventurers Guild today?" Upon reaching the door, Catherine couldn't help but smile at the girl's cheerful demeanor and replied gently, "Indeed, I did come across something intriguing. I've accepted a rather important commission." As she entered the house, she began to remove her armor. Bella, Catherine's maid, who usually attended to her daily needs, carefully followed behind and took the armor from her hands. As she walked toward the armor rack, she inquired, "Since you've accepted a commission, would you like me to fetch Lady Wendy and Lady Yuli's for you?" As Catherine shed her armor, revealing a white shirt and blue trousers that accentuated her alluring figure. She nodded at Bella's mention of the two names. "Yes, indeed. I appreciate your efforts, Bella." Wendy and Yuli's were both A-rank adventurers. Wendy a priestess and Yuli's a mage. They were not considered fixed members of Catherine's party since the three had yet to register as an official adventuring team within the guild. However, whenever Catherine required assistance, they would follow without complaint. Now at 20 years of age, Catherine had been accompanied by Wendy and Yuli's for 2 years. After placing the armor down, Bella greeted Catherine, then stepped outside. 20 minutes later, she returned with the two young ladies in tow. One wore a purple robe, a matching wizard's hat, and held a purple metal staff adorned with a blue gem at its tip. This was Yuli's, an A-rank adventurer and a sorceress. The other donned a white short skirt and white thigh-high stockings, wielding a wand crafted from holly wood, symbolizing rebirth, devoid of any gems. Her petite and delicate face was framed by gold-rimmed glasses, and her eyes, peering from behind them, seemed devoid of desire for the outside world. This was Wendy, also an A-rank adventurer, functioning as a priestess and sorceress. Bella brought the two before Catherine in the living room. Bowing respectfully, "Lady Catherine, Lady Wendy, and Lady Yuli's have arrived. I shall go prepare dinner now." After watching Catherine nod, she left. Wendy silently approached and sat beside Catherine, while Yulis looked at Catherine with excitement. Waving her wand, "Catherine, I heard from Bella that you received a commission from the Adventurers Guild. Do tell, what thrilling adventure awaits?" Yulis and Wendy were like two extremes. Wendy spoke little, devoid of worldly desires, while Yulis was a spirited girl, brimming with enthusiasm for all adventures. Catherine, observing Yulis's fervor, helplessly remarked, "Yulis, how many times must I remind you to be a bit more reserved? You are a lady." She then added, "Today, Lord Gormer from the Adventurers Guild took a few minutes of his time." And Catherine recounted everything that transpired at the guild. After listening, Wendy remained as unresponsive as a statue. Yulis, however, exclaimed excitedly, "Fantastic, Castle Hour. That forsaken land teeming with wandering undead and dark creatures. I've longed to go there." Catherine glanced at Wendy, noticing her lack of reaction, and said, "Well, since there are no objections, let's prepare well tonight, and we shall set off early tomorrow morning." The following morning, Catherine set off with the three companions, and Bella joined them as well. Catherine procured a carriage, and she, Wendy, and Yulis sat inside while Bella drove the horses. After a morning of travel, they ventured deep into the Athos Mountains, gradually approaching the Nigak Canyon. At this point, the forest no longer offered paths for the carriage, so the four of them left it at the end of the road and continued on foot, following the route of the Havana team. The forest began to grow ominous. Even with sunlight filtering through the leaves, the air felt chilling, and wandering spirits occasionally appeared along the way. Initially relaxed, the four became increasingly vigilant. Catherine kept her left hand firmly on the hilt of her Holy Cross sword, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Be cautious. If there truly are dwarf scouts, they might be lurking in the shadows. Dwarf scouts, small in stature, moved with agility surpassing that of ordinary dwarfs, excelling in ambush and stealth. Their firearms, enhanced by enchantments, could inflict significant harm, making Wendy and Yulis susceptible to injury. Wendy quietly followed behind Catherine, while Yulis waved her fist, declaring, "Humph, dwarfs. If they dare to ambush me, I shall unleash a fireball and send them soaring into the sky." As a grand mage, Yulis was quite confident in her abilities, unless faced with an S-rank adventurer or an ancient dragon. She could easily dispatch dwarves and goblins with a mere flick of her fingers. At that moment, two emotionless words emerged from the typically taciturn Wendy. "We have arrived." Yulis turned to her, asking, "What?" Wendy lifted her head, pointing her wand ahead, her lips barely moving. Up ahead, a castle. Both Catherine and Yulis gazed in the direction Wendy indicated, spotting the castle's spire in the distance, not far ahead of the four. A mist seemed to rise, likely the Dova Marsh. Catherine nodded, her expression serious. This was indeed their destination. Be cautious. After all, we are here to investigate. Everything here is unknown, even as a holy knight. I must approach every task with utmost diligence. After speaking, she led the way towards the Dova Marsh. Euless, too, tempered her playful demeanor. Her exuberance did not imply foolishness or arrogance. She gripped her wand tightly, exchanged a glance with Wendy, and the two followed suit. Bella, trailing behind, quickened her pace, unwilling to lag behind. At the forefront, Catherine had already traversed the thicket and reached the edge of the Dova Marsh. The sight before her took her breath away. The marsh typically featured grassy patches and puddles, which should have been home to the thorn demon. Yet now, the thorn demon was nowhere to be seen. The marsh was riddled with dark, gaping pits, and all plant life had vanished, leaving only charred remains. The rising mist was not fog, but the smoky remnants of smoldering vegetation and burning trees. Countless tree trunks bored deep, black fissures, as if struck by lightning. This devastation made Catherine furrow her brow. It resembled the aftermath of a large-scale, elemental magical assault. Such destruction could not have been wrought by dwarf scouts or goblins. Even the mightiest goblins could not unleash magic of such magnitude. Throughout her experiences in the Empires and the dwarves and orcs' grand battles, she had never encountered magic of such potency. Could it truly be that an ancient dragon had been resurrected? Only the breath of a dragon could create such vast pits. But what of the electrical elements present on the scene? Could dragons also wield lightning attacks? As she pondered, the three companions joined her. Upon witnessing the scene, Eula ceased her bravado and murmured in disbelief. What on earth happened here? It's a miracle that Havana returned alive. This is nothing short of hell on earth. What could have transpired with Havana's team? It feels as though a grand battle among mages took place here. As a mage, Euless dismissed all previous conjectures. The residual magical elements in the air were far too abundant. Moreover, the magic here was extensive and prolonged, not a mere skirmish. She questioned herself. Even she could not achieve such feats. It had to be a grand mage of greater power than herself who could cast such magic. Wendy, observing the scene, remained as impassive as ever. She only needed to unleash buff spells or provide healing when her companions required assistance. As for investigating or discerning who cast such magic, she had no interest. However, upon hearing Euless's speculation, Catherine shook her head, stating, "Among the A-rank adventurers in Monta Town, excluding you mages, there are only 18 grand mages I know. They would not harm their own." She looked into Euless's eyes, adding earnestly, "Though some of them may lack integrity, grand mages possess their own pride." Catherine's assertion held merit. On one hand, the Havana team had not successfully reached Castle Hour, ruling out any possibility of treasure theft. On the other hand, grand mages were typically affluent. Even if they coveted an artifact, they could afford to purchase it. Against someone as lowly ranked as Havana, the grand mage's prices would be irresistible. Thus, there was no need for them to turn against their own and face the Adventurers Guild's bounty and expulsion. Upon hearing Catherine's reasoning, Euless rubbed her chin thoughtfully, furrowing her brow as she suggested, could it be those wanted mages? This world was not composed solely of individuals aligned with the Empire or the Adventurers Guild. Among them were adventurers expelled by the Guild or the Empire for their misdeeds, as well as those who had never joined any organization yet possessed formidable strength. Among these individuals were certainly powerful mages. Many of them were extremists or madmen, driven by greed and madness to seek treasures within Castle Hour. And it was not impossible for them to attack adventurers without provocation. However, Catherine pursed her lips and shook her head once more. She pointed towards the distant spire of Castle Hour and asserted, "No, they would not choose to strike here. It's too close to Castle Hour. Remember, Castle Hour has its own defensive magic. These spells vary in strength. Should they encounter powerful magic, even a grand mage would find it troublesome to cope." Since the establishment of Monta Town, adventurers had continuously attempted to conquer Castle Aor. As the number of adventurers grew, they encountered increasingly potent magical attacks, gradually deciphering the nature of Castle Hour's defensive spells. Generally, they were merely disruptive spells, but occasionally cataclysmic magic appeared, causing adventurers to flee in panic. Euless, seeing her conjecture dismissed yet again, pouted in frustration, as she truly could not fathom any other possibilities. Meanwhile, Catherine squinted, gazing at the castle spire, pondering whether a bloodline heir had emerged. Such a magical assault would make sense if it were indeed a bloodline heir, for legend spoke of each bloodline heir being a powerful mage, especially the bloodline royalty. Each of them is a master of magic, rivaling human heroes. equating to the existence of divine archhomage that I in truth. This is merely a unilateral assessment by humanity. From Catherine's perspective, an ordinary bloodline might be comparable to human heroes. However, the legendary bloodline royalty must undoubtedly surpass human heroes. After all, they are the formidable beings who unified the continent and ruled over the myriad races of the world. Yet, she did not anticipate that Ulysse would assert emphatically, absolutely impossible. The bloodline royalty has long vanished for a millennium, while the ordinary bloodlines have been eradicated during this time. Only a few feeble vampires remain, hiding in unknown corners, slumbering. Thus, it cannot be the work of the bloodlines. Upon finishing her statement, the three suddenly heard a piercing scream from behind. It was Bella. They turned simultaneously, only to discover that they had been surrounded by a multitude of zombies and skeletal soldiers without realizing it. Chapter 26. Ulysses' flame magic. These zombies had shriveled, pale skin, their mouths slightly agape, revealing a jagged array of teeth. Emitting a series of guttural growls, they shuffled forward with stiff legs, the tattered remnants of clothing fluttering in the wind. And their sunken eyes, filled with greed and excitement, fixated on Catherine and her companions. It was a ravenous thirst for fresh flesh. The skeletal soldiers, armed with shields and rusted spears and broken swords, advanced with uneven steps, their eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames, charging towards the group. The joints of their bones creaked ominously as they moved rapidly. The sheer number of zombies and skeletal soldiers was overwhelming, seemingly endless as they pressed closer, now merely a few dozen meters away. At this moment, Bella sat on the ground with her back to them, her expression one of terror as she retreated on her hands. Observing this, Catherine's gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion, she unsheathed her longsword with a metallic clang. She was oblivious to when these undead creatures had appeared, having detected nothing at all. Quickly, she positioned herself in front of Bella, commanding without looking back, "Get up, hurry to Wendy and Ulysse." Bella, gazing at the figure before her, felt an instant surge of safety. She murmured, "Lady Catherine." Upon hearing Catherine's words, she hurriedly got to her feet and dashed a few steps to Ulysses' side. Ulysse, noticing her distress, inquired with concern, "Bella, are you all right?" Bella shook her head, appearing merely startled. Ulysse felt relieved and raised her staff, looking up at Catherine. "Catherine, what do we do now?" In the brief moment, the undead creatures had closed insignificantly, their numbers multiplying. Catherine, calm in the face of the crisis, surveyed her surroundings before gritting her teeth and commanding, "The enemy's numbers are overwhelming. I will clear the area around you. You focus on using magic to eliminate as many zombies on the south side as possible, and we shall find an opportunity to retreat." If it were just her, Catherine would have chosen to break through forcefully. However, with Ulysse and the others in tow, that was not feasible, even though Wendy and Ulysse were archmages. Their strength lay in their magic, not their physical prowess. When faced with a horde of enemies, without the protection of warriors or knights, they would meet a dire fate once their magic was exhausted or they were overwhelmed. They had anticipated potential attacks during their investigation, but they never imagined encountering such a vast number of undead creatures. This far exceeded their expectations at that moment. The skeletal soldiers at the forefront charged towards Catherine, who shouted out, then swung her holy sword with vigor. Clang! The silvery light swept across, cleaving several skeletal soldiers in half, reducing them to a pile of bones scattered around. Ulysse, witnessing this, twirled her staff in hand, then closed her eyes, silently chanting an incantation. A red hexagram, 2 meters in diameter, rapidly formed beneath her feet, glowing with a crimson light that illuminated the surroundings. Meanwhile, Wendy observed Catherine relentlessly slashing at the undead with her holy sword. She raised her staff, her lips moving slightly, and a beam of white light shot forth from her staff, enveloping Catherine. In that instant, Catherine felt her body become lighter, her steps and strikes quickening. She realized Wendy had bestowed a buff upon her. With a powerful kick, she struck a zombie in the chest, sending it flying. Finally, she turned to Wendy. "Thank you." Wendy, after casting a glance at Ulysse, who was still chanting her spell, she resumed swinging her holy sword at the remaining skeletal heads. Ulysse was casting a powerful area of effect spell, needing to buy as much time as possible. Wendy merely nodded in acknowledgement, then pointed her staff at another skeletal soldier, unleashing a golden light that struck true. The blue flames in the sockets of the skeleton extinguished instantly, and the skeleton crumbled into a pile of bones. This was Wendy's purification magic, capable of dispelling all evil from the undead. With the skeleton reduced to fragments, her eyes remained emotionless as she continued to wield her staff against another skeletal soldier. At this moment, Ulysse was enveloped in a brilliant red light, and after several seconds of chanting, her spell was finally ready. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and proclaimed loudly, "Great fire spirit, in my name, I beseech you, burn away all evil before me." As her words fell, the hexagram beneath her soared into the sky, expanding several dozen times. Immediately, countless wheel-sized crimson fireballs coalesced from thin air, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar. Yuli's eyes blazed with fire as she forcefully swung her staff down towards Catherine. Simultaneously, the fireballs from the hexagram fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs detonated among the undead, sending zombies flying, igniting them as they writhed in anguish, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground. The skeletal soldiers were obliterated, their bones shattering into fragments, with their shields falling to the ground, engulfed in flames. Catherine breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the attack decimate a large swath of undead, a faint smile gracing her lips. The assault continued for about 10 seconds before the hexagram in the sky gradually dissipated, restoring calm. The area around Catherine, spanning several hundred square meters, lay in ruin. Scattered remnants and corpses of the undead littered the ground, with nearby trees ablaze, billowing thick black smoke. Yuli's, panting heavily, exclaimed with excitement, "We succeeded. This large-scale offensive spell consumed nearly half of my magic. However, to clear a path for our retreat, I had no choice but to employ such a high-level spell." Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Bella jumped up in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful, truly worthy of Lady Yuli's." Initially, when she saw the overwhelming horde of undead approaching, she feared she would perish here. Wendy remained silent once more, but nodded in affirmation towards Yuli's. Catherine, aware that this was not the time for celebration, understood they must seize the moment while a gap appeared in the encirclement of undead creatures to retreat swiftly. She turned to call for Yuli's and the others to withdraw. But in the next instant, her expression turned grave as she urgently warned, "Yuli's, behind you." The three turned to see that, unbeknownst to them, the swamp behind them was now swarming with undead creatures. Closing in on them. Chapter 27. The endless undead army. Upon witnessing the dense mass of undead behind them, a flicker of panic crossed Yuli's eyes. How could this happen? "We are surrounded." Initially, everyone believed that only the path they had traversed was infested with undead. But now they were besieged from all directions. Yuli's realized she could at most unleash one more large-scale spell, but against this endless tide of zombies and skeletons, one would be far from sufficient. Wendy also furrowed her brow, seemingly grasping the severity of the situation. However, the sudden emergence of such a vast number of undead had not been reported by the Adventurers Guild earlier. This implied that this must be the first occurrence of such a phenomenon, leaving them uncertain whether it was connected to the plight of the Havana team. Just then, Catherine realized that if they were truly encircled, it would spell doom, even if she could temporarily shield the three. Once her strength waned, their fate was all but sealed. She never anticipated that this investigation would lead to such bizarre circumstances. Yet, thanks to Yuli's recent spell, they had managed to clear a vacuum in the direction they had come from. Seizing the moment before the undead closed in, she urged, "Yuli's, Wendy, Bella, we must move." As the words fell, the three individuals nodded and hurried to Catherine's side. The four of them sprinted back in the direction they had come from. At that moment, the land, still untouched by the undead creatures after Yuli's attack, reverberated with the distant roars of zombies and the clattering of skeletal soldiers from deep within the jungle. They raced across the warm, scorched earth, but not long after, they came to a halt, their faces etched with horror. Before them loomed a multitude of zombies and skeletal warriors. These undead beings had been ambling towards the Dofum marsh. But upon spotting the four, they became agitated and restless. The blue flames flickering in the eye sockets of the skeletal soldiers swayed ominously before they charged at the group, the zombies, extending their arms and emitting guttural roars. Surged forward to attack them. Yuli swallowed hard, her face a mask of panic. "Catherine, what do we do now? There is no way out." A chilling premonition settled in her mind. She feared she might perish here today. She had never anticipated encountering such a horde of undead near the castle of Our. Even as a sorceress, she found herself at a loss. Catherine gripped her holy sword tightly, her expression icy as she declared, "Stay close to me. Do not stray an inch. I will lead you out just as I brought you here." She had never imagined that an investigation task would culminate in such peril. Although she had numerous contingency plans for various threats, be it encounters with dwarf scouts or goblin tribes, or even a small number of wandering undead, none of those preparations held any relevance against the sheer number of undead now surrounding them. Yet, a perplexing thought nagged at her. Why had there been no signs of such a multitude of undead on their way here? Moreover, if Havana and the others had faced a siege of this scale, there would surely have been no survivors. Even she, a human hero, felt the prickling dread at the sight of the seemingly endless undead horde. However, there was no time for such musings. They needed to devise a means of escape. Despite her determination to flee with every ounce of strength, she could not abandon the other three. She was resolute in leading Ulysse and the others to safety, just as Catherine pondered her next move. The skeletal soldiers had already closed in. An ice shard shot from Ulysses' hand, striking a group of zombies, pulling Catherine's thoughts back to the present. With a swift motion, she swung her holy sword, cleaving the approaching skeletal soldiers into a heap of bones. The four of them quickly huddled back to back, slowly maneuvering towards the south. To conserve her magical energy, Ulysses refrained from casting large spells. Opting instead for instantaneous spells, she unleashed a binding spell to restrain the undead, followed by single-target fireballs and hard-hitting ice shards. Any undead that dared approach were swiftly dispatched. Wendy's purification magic proved remarkably effective against the undead. But alas, she lacked area of effect spells and could only use it individually. With each burst of holy light, a zombie or skeletal soldier would collapse, drained of energy. Yet, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Their movements were agonizingly slow, and the number of undead surrounding them continued to swell, making their defense increasingly strenuous. Not far off, atop a dense tree, a human warrior clad in battle attire, Chen Peng, silently observed the unfolding chaos. These undead creatures had been summoned by him. After reviewing the map of the continent, he realized that his territory was in a precarious situation, besieged by humans, orcs, and dwarves, all coveting his land. The allure of the bloodline royal family as heritage and treasure would inevitably incite one of these factions to launch a full-scale assault on Castle Hour, seizing the opportunity of their mutual restraint. Chen Peng devised a cunning plan, employing the age-old stratagem of crossing the river by feeling the stones. Since the external forces had designs on his territory, he would orchestrate a ruse to make it seem as though Castle Hour had been conquered, thus ensuring the safety of his domain. However, to execute this plan, he must first integrate himself into one of the three factions. Compared to the orcs and dwarves, the human empire was evidently the more advantageous choice. After all, he bore a closer resemblance to humans, and the strength of the human empire would greatly facilitate the success of his scheme, just as he contemplated how to blend into the human empire. A patrolling werewolf approached, reporting that a group of human adventurers had appeared in the Dofo Marsh, seemingly investigating the prior bloodline magic. Chen Peng's eyes lit up at this news. It was an unexpected boon. What a fortuitous opportunity. He quickly donned the guise of a human warrior and summoned the slumbering undead to attack the human adventurers. His objective was simple: to ensnare the adventuring party in peril, only to emerge as their savior at a critical moment, thereby gaining their trust. With this trust, he could infiltrate the human ranks and set his plans into motion. Now, this band of human adventurers was ensnared in the onslaught of the undead army. Their situation dire. It was time for him to make his entrance. Chen Peng hefted the longsword he had casually retrieved from a grave. Then, with his legs coiling like springs, he propelled himself forward in an instant. Meanwhile, Catherine and her companions found themselves encircled by the undead. Wendy and Ulysses were struggling to fend off the relentless assault, forcing Catherine to defend all sides alone. Gritting her teeth, she swung her holy sword with fervor. Just then, she heard something. Someone was approaching. Chapter 28. My name is Chen Peng. Upon hearing Catherine's words, the other three felt a flicker of hope amidst their panic. Catherine's words rekindled a glimmer of optimism. Perhaps it was another adventuring party, like Havana's, seeking to traverse the Dofo Marsh to reach Castle Hour. If they could lend a hand, even a few ordinary mages or swordsmen could alleviate a significant portion of their burden. As long as they could keep the nimble skeletal soldiers at bay, escape would be within reach. However, this fleeting thought was quickly overshadowed by the grim reality of facing the undead that loomed before them. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, rushing towards them with alarming speed. In an instant, a dark figure descended, crushing a skeletal soldier beneath its feet. The group turned to see a towering man clad in glimmering purple-tinged black armor, wielding an iron sword. His helmet bore the shape of vampiric fangs, with sharp horns protruding from either side, exuding an aura of malevolence. Before they could fully assess the situation, the figure darted towards them, bellowing a command. Stop watching and help. With that, he surged into the throng of undead, each swing of his sword sending numerous undead creatures back to the abyss. Hearing the command, Catherine was the first to react. But she hesitated to leave the others vulnerable. They would be doomed if the undead closed in. This was the consequence of their insufficient preparation. Against such a large-scale battle, an adventuring party needed both warriors and knights. One must clear a path while the other protected the fragile mages and clerics. Initially, they had only anticipated small skirmishes with goblins or dwarf scouts, hence the presence of just one knight. Catherine glanced back slightly, calling out, "Ulysse." Years of teamwork had honed their instincts, and Ulysse nodded in understanding. As her words faded, Ulysse closed her eyes, lifting her staff as she began to chant an incantation. The ground trembled slightly beneath them. Soon, the earth within a radius of several hundred meters turned as malleable as liquid, yet remained solid underfoot, the soil, animated as if possessing a life of its own. Extended tendrils that ensnared the legs of the undead. The earth solidified, binding the majority of the undead in place. The zombies howled blindly, attempting to advance but finding themselves utterly immobilized. The agile skeletal soldiers lost their speed advantage, rendered as easy prey. At that moment, Ulysse staggered, and Bella quickly supported her. "Lady Ulysse, are you all right?" Ulysse shook her head, explaining that she had merely expended considerable magical energy in casting 2 powerful spells, leaving her temporarily weakened. "I'm fine, just a bit drained. I'll recover shortly." With the arrival of a formidable warrior who possessed both speed and strength, she felt secure enough to unleash such powerful magic, knowing her safety was not in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Wendy raised her staff, softly murmuring a spell, then gently pointed at Ulysse, a beam of white light entering her being. Ulysse immediately sensed a reduction in her fatigue, realizing it was Wendy's restorative magic. "Thank you, Wendy." The latter merely nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining an air of calmness amidst the turmoil, upon witnessing that the majority of the undead creatures had already been subdued. The armored man hastened his one-sided slaughter of the remaining fiends. Approximately 10 minutes later, all the undead beings in the vicinity were annihilated, leaving behind a gruesome carpet of dismembered limbs. Only then did the man sheathe his iron sword and, with heavy footsteps, approach the 4 individuals, his expression imbued with concern as he inquired, "How are you? Are you unharmed?" Catherine gazed at the man before her, her brow furrowing slightly, despite his act of salvation. The sinister appearance of his armor raised her suspicions. He bore no semblance of a benevolent figure. With a guarded heart, she offered a faint smile. "Yes, we are fine. Thank you for your timely intervention." The man studied the golden-armored knight before him, noting the resolute determination in her eyes and the myriad of battle scars adorning her fair visage, which lent her an alluring yet formidable charm. He was taken aback by the beauty of this human knight, who seemed to rival his own captivating subordinates, each possessing their own distinct charm. Dismissing his scrutinizing gaze, he courteously shook his head. "Not at all. I trust that had you seen me in peril, you would have extended your hand to save me as well." As his words settled, Ulysse stepped forth. Unlike Catherine, Ulysse radiated warmth and enthusiasm towards her savior. Having regained much of her strength, she approached the man, extending her hand. "Hello. Thank you for rescuing us. My name is Ulysse, and yours?" Observing the spirited young woman before him, the man nodded slightly and reciprocated the gesture. "I am Chen Peng." He mused that since no one knew his true name from before his transference, he might as well embrace it, serving as a tribute to his former life. To gain the trust of the adventurers, he had expended considerable resources vanquishing the undead. Fortunately, these were mindless, lowly beings. Their absence was inconsequential, and as a scion of blood, he was never short of such creatures. Having sensed Ulysse casting magic earlier, he had discreetly withdrawn the remaining undead from his line of sight. Thus, the cost of his actions was not exorbitant. The armor he wore was the vampire suit obtained from the treasure chest within the castle. After much deliberation, Chen Peng had ultimately decided to don it. Although it rendered him akin to a nefarious vampire, it would undoubtedly facilitate his integration into human society. He discreetly observed the 4 companions. A maid and a priestess remained silent. Yet neither held malice towards him. The maid's eyes shimmered with gratitude. The knight exhibited a formidable presence and maintained a strong wariness of him, while the mage appeared rather carefree and amicable. Upon hearing Chen Peng's name, Ulysse murmured, "Chen Peng, what an unusual name. He must be a foreigner." Yet, the next moment, she looked up at the warrior, who towered over her, and enthusiastically introduced her companions. "Hello, Chen Peng. This is Catherine, a remarkably skilled knight. This reticent one is Wendy, a wonderful priestess, and the last is Catherine's maid. It seems you are a warrior, then. What brings you to this place alone?" Chapter 29. Why not join us? Ulysse, being the vivacious spirit she was, launched into an enthusiastic monologue after her brush with death. Chen Peng, unfazed, politely bowed, performing a gentlemanly gesture towards the ladies. Indeed, as you can see, I am a warrior, albeit without companions. I am a solitary hunter of vampires. At this revelation, the group gasped in astonishment. A lone hunter? A vampire slayer? How formidable must this individual be to hunt vampires single-handedly? It was known that even the master assassin of Montau Town, D. White, required assistance in his pursuits. The others regarded Chen Peng's statements with skepticism, for even the most feeble of vampires could not be easily vanquished by just anyone. Typically, such endeavors necessitated a plethora of adventurers or the intervention of the Empire's holy knights. Yuli's had always found the dark armor Chen Peng wore to be peculiar, and upon connecting it with his declaration, she suddenly covered her mouth in shock. So, does that mean your armor is? Chen Peng smiled nonchalantly and nodded. Yes, it is a trophy from a vampire I vanquished. His tone was casual, as though he were recounting a trivial event. Yuli's glanced towards the distant spire of the AOL castle and ventured to ask. So, your purpose here is? Chen Peng affirmed. I wander the continent in search of vampire trails. Recently, I heard of an unclaimed territory nearby, rumored to be a haven for dark creatures, so I came to investigate. Both Yuli's and Bella were left stunned. Chen Peng's prowess had been evident in the preceding battle, and it was becoming clear that he was akin to a human hero. The fact that he had slain a vampire and claimed its armor was nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, Catherine discreetly scrutinized Chen Peng. Though his words bore a semblance of truth, as a human hero, she had never encountered such a figure in her travels. Furthermore, why was he not ensnared by the undead? Instead, it was they who found themselves cornered, only for him to arrive as their savior. Something felt amiss. Catherine could not pinpoint the source of her unease, but the sixth sense of a woman warned her that the man before her exuded an aura of strangeness. At that moment, Wendy approached Chen Peng. Seemingly oblivious to the astonished gazes of Yuli's and the others, she placed her hand on his chest and closed her eyes. Yuli's gasped. Wendy, what are you doing? Surely, Wendy could not be smitten with this warrior. Her hand was far too close to his chest, a rather brazen act. Chen Peng was equally surprised by the priestess's boldness, but he soon felt a surge of searing energy coursing through him, making him uncomfortable. Was she probing his very essence? After a few seconds, Wendy withdrew her hand, glanced at Chen Peng's face, and said to Catherine, he carries a strong sin of bloodline, likely due to that armor. She then turned her gaze to Chen Peng. This armor possesses bloodline power. Be cautious not to be consumed by it. Hearing this, Chen Peng sighed with relief, fearing he had inadvertently revealed his true nature. The energy he had felt was likely Wendy's divine light, his natural adversary, hence his discomfort. Fortunately, the vampire armor provided a shield. Otherwise, his bloodline identity would have been exposed. Chen Peng nodded and smiled at Wendy. Thank you for the warning. I shall heed it. I wear this armor primarily to mask my aura, allowing me to approach the undead without arousing suspicion. Wendy blinked her large eyes, finding Chen Peng's explanation quite reasonable. It clarified why he could roam here unscathed, as the aura of bloodline emanating from his armor would instinctively deter lower-tier undead creatures. She then fell silent, resuming her previous aloof demeanor. Catherine, observing Wendy's lack of suspicion and taking into account Chen Peng's explanation, felt a modicum of acceptance towards him, though her wariness remained intact. Yuli's, on the other hand, flushed with embarrassment, realizing she had misjudged Wendy. In truth, Wendy's dispassionate demeanor made it unlikely for her to harbor feelings for a stranger. Suddenly, an idea struck Yuli's, and she regarded Chen Peng. Since you intend to venture to AOL Castle, why not temporarily join us? We have an investigation to undertake as well. Given Chen Peng's formidable strength, as demonstrated through both his words and actions, he would be a valuable asset to their party. With only Catherine as a knight, the risk of being overwhelmed by the undead loomed large. As a mage, Yuli's had expended much of her magical energy and was nearly as vulnerable as Bella. Having Chen Peng's assistance would greatly facilitate their mission, particularly with his armor, which could effectively deceive the undead. A most advantageous asset indeed. Wendy remained silent, while Bella turned to Catherine. Upon hearing Yuli's proposal, Catherine fell into contemplation. Despite her lingering doubts regarding Chen Peng's identity, their investigation had yielded no progress. Yuli's had utilized significant magical resources, typically reserved for grand battles, which had drained her power. In essence, only she and Wendy were still capable of fighting. Yet, having witnessed Chen Peng's prowess earlier, she recognized him as an exceptionally powerful warrior, nearly on par with human heroes. Moreover, the armor worn by Chen Peng appeared to be remarkably effective against the undead creatures. Contemplating this, Catherine felt a growing inclination within her. After a moment of inner turmoil, she donned a smile and earnestly invited, Mr. Chen Peng, we are also here to investigate the Hour Castle. Since our destinations align, I would like to extend an invitation for you to temporarily join us. So we may look out for one another. What do you think? Upon hearing Yuri's invitation, Chen Peng realized that the matter was practically settled. However, he was aware that the leader of this small team was the knight named Catherine, who harbored a certain wariness towards him. He understood that only upon her approval could he successfully integrate into the group. He initially thought he would need to engage in some back and forth before Catherine would relent. Yet to his surprise, she reached a decision quite swiftly. This left Chen Peng with no opportunity to employ the arguments he had prepared. He then feigned a glance at the surrounding undead bodies and looked up towards the distant Our Castle. Adopting a contemplative expression, after a brief pause, he finally spoke. Very well, let us proceed together. Chapter 30. The defensive magic of Our Castle. One must fully commit to the act. To acquiesce immediately would only heighten suspicion. As the sixth member of the group, Chen Peng was acutely aware of the significance of negotiation. Yuri's, upon witnessing Catherine relent, felt a surge of optimism. Yet, observing Chen Peng's hesitant demeanor, she became apprehensive about his potential refusal. After all, he was a formidable presence who had previously hunted vampires alone, and she held immense trust in him. Fortunately, when Chen Peng ultimately agreed, she released a sigh of relief, as did Bella, the unobtrusive member of their group. For someone like her, devoid of combat prowess, the recent encirclement by relentless undead had been profoundly terrifying. The warrior before her, though clad in fearsome armor, instilled a profound sense of security, given his past encounters with vampires. Seeing Chen Peng's agreement, Catherine nodded politely and extended her right hand to welcome him into their fold. Chen Peng grasped her hand. The knight's touch was warm and soft, a stark contrast to the calloused hands typical of one accustomed to wielding a sword. After their hands parted, Catherine turned her gaze towards the direction of Our Castle and spoke earnestly. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth. With that, she led the way towards the Dover Marshes, and the others followed suit in silence. Previously, the Dover Marshes had been perilous for most adventurers due to the presence of the forbidden magic vines. However, it had now been reduced to a desolate wasteland, devoid of any threats. As Catherine and her companions tread upon the scorched earth of the Dover Marshes, they began to speculate about the identity of the individual responsible for the magical release. Yuri's walked closely beside Catherine, engaging in conversation as they speculated about the caster. Chen Peng, wielding his longsword, trailed at the rear, feigning vigilance while discreetly signaling in the shadows. In the distance, Karuya observed this exchange and gradually withdrew, hastening towards the fortress to inform the others to remain discreet. Completing this task, Chen Peng quickened his pace to join Catherine and the rest. Seizing an opportune moment, he inquired, "It seems you are locals. What knowledge do you possess about this so-called sanctuary of dark creatures?" Chen Peng sought to ascertain the extent of human awareness regarding their territory, as this would enable him to devise suitable strategies. Catherine, noticing Chen Peng's curiosity, deliberated for a moment before deciding to share some intelligence. Given their newfound camaraderie, this place is known as Our Castle, a site steeped in legend as the former domain of the bloodline royalty's magical experiments. After the collapse of the vampire kingdom, it gradually transformed into a gathering place for many dark creatures, harboring a wealth of treasures from the bloodline nobility, which has drawn countless adventurers to conquer it. However, due to the castle's defensive magic, anyone who approaches is subject to magical attacks, making entry exceedingly difficult for ordinary adventurers. Upon saying this, she surveyed their surroundings, her gaze resting on the scorched expanse of the Dover Marshes, and added, "Perhaps such magic would render even a knight of my caliber unable to approach unscathed." She speculated that the Havana team could indeed have fallen victim to Our Castle's defensive magic. Chen Peng nodded, realizing that humans were evidently unaware of the dormant bloodline within, nor did they know that he, as a bloodline descendant, had been resurrected. A land without a master. Human understanding of Our Castle was rather limited. This revelation somewhat alleviated Chen Peng's concerns. At that moment, Catherine continued, "Thus far, there have been no reports of vampires within. Perhaps you have made a fruitless journey." Chen Peng responded with a slight nod, expressing gratitude for her information. "However, if there are no vampires here, does that not bode well? This way, the inhabitants of this land shall remain unthreatened." As a youth of the 21st century, Chen Peng was well versed in the art of conversation. And upon delivering these words, he noticed a subtle shift in Catherine's expression. Though she quickly regained her composure, Catherine had not anticipated Chen Peng's response. She assumed he was a fanatical vampire hunter who would feel disheartened by the absence of vampires. In truth, it seemed he had embarked on this path for the safety of human civilians. Was this compassion for humanity? This thought began to assuage Catherine's doubts about him. Just then, Yuri suddenly halted. Her expression shifting as she looked up at Catherine. There is a magical fluctuation ahead. The group, sensing Yuri's rare seriousness, ceased their movements with vigilance. Chen Peng took a significant step forward, positioning himself in front of the four. Catherine, unwilling to be outdone, moved beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder. The two regarded their surroundings with watchful eyes. Suddenly, a blue barrier appeared several meters ahead, rippling like water. Yuri's furrowed her brows, instinctively reaching for her wand to cast a defensive spell. Only to realize her magical energy had yet to recover. She glanced at the two before her and cautioned, "Be careful, that is water element magic. I can sense dark energy within. We have stepped into the magical defensive range of our castle." This was Yuri's first encounter with the castle's magic, and she was uncertain of its potency. However, recalling the fate of the Havana team and the nature of their investigation, caution was paramount, especially given the lack of evidence to suggest that the Havana team had not been attacked by our castle's magic. Upon hearing Yuri's warning, Chen Peng and Catherine nodded gravely, their expressions serious as they scrutinized the luminous barrier before them. Suddenly, countless ice shards erupted from the barrier, hurtling towards them with a piercing whistle. Observing this, Catherine swiftly retrieved a shield-like piece of armor from her back. With a gentle shake, the armor unfurled into a shield, roughly half her height, shaped like a droplet of water, which had seamlessly fitted against her back. Undetectable at a glance, Catherine braced herself, gripping the shield with both hands and adopting a stance, her expression grave as she shielded the others behind her. Chen Peng, wielding his iron sword, stood defiantly, facing the oncoming ice shards. In no time, the ice shards struck. Chen Peng swung his sword in a flurry, the blade slicing through the air, emitting dazzling silver light as he shattered the ice shards into harmless fragments. In contrast, Catherine stood resolute like a steadfast mountain, the ice shards clanging against her shield with resounding echoes. Yet she did not waver an inch. The warrior and a knight stood united, forming an unyielding barrier that shielded the three behind them from harm. Even without Yuri's defensive magic, Yuri and Bella had grown accustomed to Catherine's protective nature, but now, witnessing Chen Peng's imposing silhouette also instilled a newfound sense of security in them. It seemed having a powerful warrior in their midst was quite reassuring. The assault of ice shards persisted for approximately a minute, and once the magical energy was expended, the blue barrier dissolved into a flurry of luminous particles. Once the magical attack ceased, Catherine and Chen Peng lowered their defenses. Catherine cast a glance at Chen Peng, realizing that with his presence, the squad's combat capability and safety had been significantly bolstered. Acknowledging Catherine's gaze, Chen Peng merely nodded politely and remarked, "This magical assault poses no threat to us, but it certainly endangers the three of them. Shall we continue forward?" This strategic retreat prompted a moment of hesitation in Catherine. She turned to her three companions, only to be met with Yuri's resolute response. "It's fine. We have come this far, and we are nearly there. With you two here, we are not in danger. Besides, our investigation is not yet complete." Wendy nodded in agreement, reassured by Chen Peng's presence, allowing them to delve deeper into the unknown. Catherine was taken aback to find that even the reticent Wendy concurred with the decision to press onward. It seemed they all held a certain regard for Chen Peng. Yet, this mission had yielded no useful discoveries thus far, and their progress remained at a standstill. Contemplating this, Catherine turned to Chen Peng and earnestly remarked, "It's all right. Let us venture further inside. The castle may harbor some hidden secrets." Chen Peng nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. Thus, the five of them continued their journey toward the Hour Castle. Along the way, they encountered assaults from fire and explosion magic, yet both were deftly neutralized by Chen Peng and Catherine. The group narrowly traversed the Dofu Marsh, ultimately arriving at the entrance of Hour Castle's towering walls. The exterior of Hour Castle exuded an aura steeped in history, its architecture predominantly a shade of lime white. Yet the walls were ensnared by vines such as climbing ivy. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous ancient carvings beneath the creeping foliage. The castle walls, battlements, and arrow towers were similarly overrun with vegetation, presenting a desolate spectacle. Above the castle, even in daylight, a shroud of ominous clouds lingered, intermittently illuminated by flickering arcs of electricity, casting an even more sinister shadow upon the fortress. Outside the castle gates stood several skeletal soldiers, armed with shields and weapons, patrolling with solemnity. All around, wispy, white specters floated aimlessly, devoid of consciousness. Wendy gazed at Hour Castle, her brow furrowed. The dense dark energy here instilled a sense of unease within her. There is potent dark energy here. We must proceed with caution. Upon hearing Wendy's warning, the others nodded solemnly, aware that their descent into the castle would pose a significantly greater danger than the perils outside. Chen Peng observed the undead beings at the entrance and turned to Catherine and the others. Are you ready? Yes, the women replied in unison. Seeing this, Chen Peng brandished his iron sword and charged toward the undead creatures. Midway through his advance, he felt a surge of speed as a warm glow enveloped him. This must have been a buff from Wendy.I. In an instant, Chen Peng found himself before the skeletal soldiers. His iron sword dancing in his grip like a work of art, a flash of silver, and the skeletal soldier crumbled into a pile of scattered bones. Upon witnessing this, Catherine and the others, after confirming there were no other undead nearby, stepped forward to follow Chen Peng's lead. The wandering spirits sensed Chen Peng's presence and slowly drifted away to other locations. Thus, the group successfully entered the castle. Our castle, characterized by its Gothic architecture, lacked outer walls or fortifications. Upon entering, they found themselves in a grand hall, which appeared utterly decrepit, filled with cobwebs and thick with dust that left clear footprints with each step. The walls were adorned with murals and sculptures depicting the bloodline, all shrouded in dust and spider silk. Rusted weapons and broken furniture lay scattered across the floor. Although it was daytime, the castle's interior remained dimly lit. Casting an oppressive gloom, the group proceeded cautiously, vigilant for any dangers that might lurk in the shadows. After traversing the hall, they arrived at a corridor 3 meters wide, where wall-mounted sconces bore unburned candles. All covered in dust. As they walked through the corridor, despite their efforts to tread lightly, their footsteps echoed ominously, thankfully not attracting any unsavory entities. Bella, a person devoid of any combat prowess, wore a mask of terror on her face. She shrank her neck, clutching Ulyse's arm, her wide eyes darting around anxiously. Ulysse gently patted her back, reassuring her. Bella, there's no need to worry. Catherine is here. As a maid, Bella should not have been accompanying them. However, considering the need to catch up with the carriage and the unforeseen dangers of the mission, she had decided to join. Entering this desolate and eerie castle only heightened her fear, yet she felt compelled to keep pace and not be a hindrance. With Ulysse's comfort, Bella's spirits lifted slightly. Thank you, Lord Ulysse. At that moment, the group navigated through the corridor and stumbled upon a staircase. Chen Peng and Catherine exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Chen Peng took the lead, ascending the stairs. Wendy, Ulysse, and Bella followed closely behind, with Catherine bringing up the rear. Due to the bloodline aura emanating from Chen Peng's armor, any hidden threats would likely be misled by its presence, allowing him to proceed first. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, they found another dimly lit corridor, but unlike the first floor, this one featured numerous rooms. Some rooms had no doors, while others did, their surfaces coated in dust, hinting at latent magical energies. Ulysse observed that these doors seemed to bear magical seals. These doors are ensorcelled. They appear to seal away something. Chen Peng regarded Ulysse with surprise. This human mage had exhibited a remarkable sensitivity to magic throughout their journey. He understood that some of these rooms concealed mere traps, while others housed ancient treasures of the bloodline. The seals were discreetly placed and deceptively alluring, posing a grave threat to unwary human adventurers. Chen Peng stepped forward, placing his hand upon the wall as if to sense its energies, and furrowed his brow. There is a considerable amount of bloodline magic here, reminiscent of what I encountered previously. Everyone, exercise caution. As a warrior who had hunted vampires, his words naturally garnered the group's acknowledgement. Under Chen Peng's guidance, they began inspecting the rooms along the second-floor corridor. Eventually, they discovered several rooms concealing golden or bronze chests. Though these chests appeared ancient, they emanated an enticing magical aura. Chen Peng cautioned once more. I encountered a similar situation in the last vampire castle. These chests contain bloodline magic and trap magic. Let us proceed without engaging with them. Just then, Bella's eyes lit up as she spotted a golden chest within one of the rooms and began to step toward it eagerly. Chapter 31. The power of trap magic. The four had already begun to move forward when Ulysse suddenly realized that Bella, who had been beside her, was now missing. Instinctively, she turned her head to scan the surroundings. Calling out, Bella, her voice reverberated through the corridor, yet received no response. Hearing this, Chen Peng, who was scouting ahead, halted and glanced back, just in time to see Bella, entranced, approaching a dimly lit room devoid of a door. He shouted, Catherine, stop her. At that moment, Catherine, who was bringing up the rear, noticed Bella just a couple of steps behind her. Initially thinking Bella was merely observing the wall carvings, she paid little heed, but soon realized Bella was stepping into the room. She quickly reached out to grab Bella's arm, but at that instant, Bella bolted into the room. Catherine's expression shifted dramatically, and she rushed in after her. Yuli's and Chen Peng, witnessing Catherine and Bella enter the room, simultaneously exclaimed, "Catherine, don't go in." Chen Peng then accelerated, racing ahead of Yuli's and Wendy toward the room. Upon reaching the entrance, he swiftly blocked Wendy and Yuli's from entering to rescue Catherine, then surveyed the interior. The room was small, approximately 11 or 12 square meters, with only a tiny window allowing in a sliver of light. Through this illumination, they could see a half-person high golden chest in a shadowy corner, thick with dust. Meanwhile, Bella and Catherine found their limbs ensnared by violet-black chains of light protruding from the walls. Catherine struggled fiercely, attempting to retrieve the cross-shaped holy sword from her waist, yet she could not break free from the chains. Beside her, Bella, despite her limbs being restrained, gazed greedily at the chest, murmuring incessantly, "Mine, all mine." In an eerie manner. At that moment, beneath their feet, a magical circle was converging dark energy, seemingly preparing a potent offensive spell. Yuli's, obstructed by Chen Peng, anxiously shouted toward the room, "Catherine, are you all right?" Gritting her teeth, Catherine strained against her bonds and gasped, "I'm fine, just immobilized. But be warned, do not enter. There are trap spells inside." Yuli's, hearing Catherine's words, was filled with urgency yet felt powerless. She was unable to dispel the trap magic. Meanwhile, the attack spell forming on the floor was nearing completion. Chen Peng, having discerned the situation within the room, realized there were 3 spells at play, one that beguiled the heart, particularly lethal to ordinary individuals, another being a deadly trap spell, and the last, a light spear magic. The trap magic manifests as luminous chains binding Catherine and Bella, while the light gun magic materializes as the magical array beneath their feet. Countless slender light markers, approximately 20 centimeters in length, have coalesced on the array, and should they be unleashed, Catherine and Bella would be pierced like a sieve. Chen Peng, with a swift motion, pushed the anxious Yuris and the solemn Wendy a few steps back, exclaiming, "Step back a bit, I will go to their rescue." Just as the light gun magic was on the verge of activation, Chen Peng unsheathed his iron sword, propelling himself forward like a darting blade. The moment he entered the room, for light chains shot from the corners of the walls, aiming to ensnare his limbs. Ignoring the chains in his rapid movement, he deftly evaded them with sheer speed. As he passed by Catherine, he swung his iron sword. Clang, clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed, and the chains binding Catherine instantly shattered. Before Catherine could react, Chen Peng had already reached Bella's side, once more wielding his sword to sever the chains that held her captive. All of this transpired within the span of a second. Even Catherine only caught a fleeting shadow before her limbs regained their freedom. At that moment, Chen Peng had reached the far wall, sheathing his sword, and with a powerful push against the wall, he burst towards the doorway, evading the assault of the light chains once more. As he passed by Bella and Catherine, he swept them both into his arms. The next second, boom, Yuris and Wendy witnessed a dark figure surge from the room, crashing against the corridor wall and sending a cloud of dust into the air. Meanwhile, the light gun magic unleashed its attack within the room, with countless light markers shooting towards the ceiling, causing a thunderous explosion. Had he been a second slower, all 3 would have been reduced to mere riddled corpses. As the dust settled in the corridor, Chen Peng, panting heavily, held Catherine and Bella tightly. While the 2 coughed from the dust, Yuris crouched down, observing the 3, and upon confirming they were unharmed, she sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, they're all fine." At this moment, Catherine realized she was being embraced by Chen Peng. Aside from her father holding her as a child, she had never experienced such intimacy with a man throughout her life. Her face flushed a bright apple red as she hurriedly stood up, brushing off the dust and awkwardly stammering, "Thank you." Aware that it was Chen Peng who had saved her, she felt that even in her embarrassment, she could not forsake the courtesy befitting a knight. Chen Peng, unfazed, replied, "It's nothing. We're comrades after all." He then turned his gaze to Bella, who still wore an expression of greed, mechanically mumbling to herself while attempting to wriggle free from Chen Peng's embrace. Yearning to return to the room, observing this, Wendy began to chant a spell, raising her wand and pointing it at Bella. A pure white light gently enveloped Bella. Moments later, clarity returned to Bella's eyes, and she exclaimed, "What happened to me?" Upon realizing she was cradled in Chen Peng's arms, she sprang up like a startled kitten, retreating behind Wendy, stammering, "I am so sorry, Master Chen Peng. I didn't mean to. How did I end up in your arms?" Woo woo woo. As her words tumbled out, her face burned with embarrassment, feeling as though she had just awakened from a peculiar dream. Yuri stood up, seeing Bella had returned to normal, and began to recount everything that had transpired. Wendy, glancing at Catherine, said calmly, "Bella was bewitched. She is an ordinary person and had no means to resist such enchanting magic." Catherine nodded, feeling a pang of regret for having brought Bella along. The danger here far exceeded her expectations. She had believed her strength would suffice to protect her companions, but it appeared that the castle of ORL was fraught with perilous traps. At that moment, Chen Peng stood up, brushing off the dust from his attire, and nonchalantly declared, "Let us go. We should explore some more areas before night falls." Chapter 32. The invitation. In response to this proposal, Catherine nodded, yet when she looked at Chen Peng, her gaze instinctively averted. Clearly, the earlier intimate position had left her flustered. Just as she prepared to command everyone to set off again, Bella, having listened intently to Yuri's recount the entire ordeal, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for having placed everyone in danger. "Wait," Bella summoned her courage to exclaim. Then, under the scrutiny of the group, she deeply bowed to Catherine and Chen Peng, saying, "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for being so foolish. I almost harmed everyone." Chen Peng, observing Bella, was suddenly reminded of the adorable Eli, and he reached out to ruffle Bella's hair, reassuring her, "It's all right. You are a commoner and have no resistance to magic. It's not your fault." Suddenly receiving such an affectionate gesture, Bella's face visibly flushed. She stood rigidly, her head bowed, fists clenched, stuttering, "I understand. Thank you, Master Chen Peng." As a maid, she had been saved at the cost of 2 noble lives. And now she found herself cradled in Chen Peng's embrace. Bella felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Catherine composed herself and looked at Bella, offering comfort. "It's fine. There's no need to blame yourself. Just stay close to Yuri's from now on." After saying this, her gaze inadvertently flickered to Chen Peng, and she cleared her throat. "All right, let us set off." Chen Peng naturally withdrew his hand and moved to the front of the group, leading the way as they resumed their exploration of the castle. With Bella's earlier experience in mind, the group proceeded with heightened caution. After exploring several areas, the sun began to dip towards the horizon, and they found themselves in a room with a spire. Catherine stood by the window, gazing westward at the blood-red sunset, which stained the earth. The setting sun resembled a salted yolk, slowly sinking below the horizon. She could not help but exclaim, "These bloodkin certainly know how to indulge. I never expected to witness such a breathtaking sight here." Yuri's, equally captivated, nodded in agreement, remarking that if this weren't the domain of the bloodkin, it would be a splendid place to reside. Meanwhile, Chen Peng watched the 2 women lost in their admiration of the scenery, feeling a sense of relief. They hadn't uncovered anything significant, so the castle of ORL would likely pose no substantial threat for the time being. As long as only ordinary adventurers came after them, his secret of resurrection would remain undiscovered. It was worth the performance he had put on today. Just then, Catherine withdrew her gaze, scanning the group before finally resting her eyes on Chen Peng. "All right, let us conclude today's exploration here. After a full day, we have yet to see any sign of the bloodkin royalty, nor even ordinary vampires. I believe our investigation can be deemed complete. Let us prepare to return to the city." Catherine concluded that aside from the castle's defensive magic, the trap magic scattered throughout posed a considerable danger, although the castle was steeped in dark energy. As long as one did not succumb to greed and recklessly intrude, ordinary adventurers should remain safe. As for the Havana team, it seemed they had encountered stronger defensive magic. Upon hearing that they could return to the city, the expressions of the other 3 visibly brightened. This expedition in the abandoned castle had been far from pleasant, and they longed to return to the comforts of civilization, particularly Wendy, who, as a priest of the light attribute, felt quite uncomfortable in the presence of the dark energy here. Yuri's, brimming with energy, raised her staff, declaring, "Let us go back for a grand feast." However, her enthusiasm quickly waned. "I'm starving to death." Bella stepped forward to console her, saying, "Lady Yuri's, I'll roast lamb chops for you when we return." Hearing this, Yuri's eyes lit up as she envisioned succulent, juicy lamb chops sizzling with natural flavors and spices. Catherine noticed that when she mentioned returning to the city, Chen Peng did not seem to react much. Could it be that he intended to continue his solitary existence? This thought left Catherine feeling oddly empty inside. After all, he had saved her twice today. Was it truly appropriate to part ways so abruptly? As a knight, it seemed reasonable to invite him to join her for a meal in honor of knightly courtesy. With this in mind, Catherine cleared her throat. Ahem. At that moment, Chen Peng was still pondering the future development of his territory when he noticed Catherine's cough and turned to look at her. She then spoke earnestly. "Chen Peng, where is your place of rest? Nightfall is approaching, and the dark creatures will soon emerge." Chen Peng, momentarily at a loss for words, replied, "I've grown accustomed to finding a place to weather the night. Perhaps just a random spot to stay for the night." Internally, he scoffed. "What a joke. I'm in my own home right now. You all barged into my territory, As he spoke, Catherine envisioned a solitary warrior wandering through the darkness, eventually finding refuge in a cold, damp cave, curled up and sleeping. How forlorn that would be! She hastily exclaimed, "Why not accompany us back to Monhau town? Did you not say so yourself? We are companions." After all, after speaking, she glanced at the looks exchanged between Wendy and Yuri's, and continued to elaborate. "You see, you saved us today. As a knight, it is only right that I repay you." With that, she turned her gaze back to Wendy and Yuri's, asking, "Wendy, Yuri's, do you not agree?" The two bystanders looked perplexed. Wendy, after a moment of serious contemplation, responded, "Yes, indeed, a debt of gratitude must be paid." Yuri's, however, observed Catherine with a slight unease, thinking it strange. Was it not merely an act of gratitude? Why did Catherine seem less composed than usual? Seeing Yuri's silent, Wendy playfully tapped her lightly on the back of the head with her staff. "Ouch!" Yuri's exclaimed, clutching her head, and quickly added, "Yes, yes, Chen Peng, come back to Monhau with us. After all, you saved us." As she spoke, tears welled at the corners of her eyes as she rubbed her head vigorously. Chen Peng, noticing their eager invitation, pondered the opportunity to explore a human town. After all, he needed to integrate into human society, and Catherine appeared to be an extraordinary knight. With her around, he could better conceal himself in the human realm for the sake of Alcastle. He pretended to think it over, then shyly remarked, "Would this be an inconvenience?" Upon hearing Chen Peng's words, everyone understood he had consented. Catherine sighed in relief and smiled gently, assuring him, "Not at all, our mission is accomplished. And we have no pressing matters. You may also see what Monhau town is like. It would be quite pleasant to stay there for a while." Chen Peng, seizing the opportunity, replied, "Then I shall impose upon you." Noticing this, Catherine pointed towards the outside. "The sun is setting, and it will soon be dark. Let us set off." Chapter 33. The adventurer from afar. The group swiftly retraced their steps, locating the carriage parked at the end of the road. And soon the carriage set off towards Monhau town, bathed in the glow of the sunset. As night fell, Chen Peng, for the first time since arriving in this world, beheld a human town, from a distance. Monhau town appeared surrounded by high walls, encasing the entire city within. Soldiers patrolled the walls with torches, while alchemists provided illumination with magical light bulbs. The town itself sparkled with lights. In this era devoid of the internet and mobile phones, it seemed the townsfolk enjoyed a vibrant nightlife. Yuri's lifted the curtain of the carriage door, gazing at the imposing gate of Monhau town, and wearily remarked, "Finally, we've arrived." In contrast to others, Yuri's, having exhausted her magical energy and now feeling weakened, felt her body recovering from the significant drain, and she was famished. Bella, who was driving the carriage, turned to glance at Yuri's with a squint and a grin, assuring her, "Once we return, I will prepare a feast for everyone at the fastest pace." She then looked at Monhau town and murmured, "Indeed, towns provide a sense of security." After several brushes with danger that day, the sight of Monhau town and human civilization filled everyone with a sense of safety. Even a flicker of light appeared in Wendy's typically indifferent gaze. Observing the group's state, Catherine pondered briefly before generously declaring, "You all have worked hard. Let us dine out tonight, my treat." With that, her eyes rested on Chen Peng. After all, it was a matter of repaying a debt. Cooking at home seemed lacking in sincerity, and everyone was weary after a long day. They deserved some relaxation. Yuri's instantly perked up, raising both hands in cheer. "How wonderful! Long live Catherine. We must enjoy a hearty mug of beer at Bella's tavern." Already lost in daydreams of drinking and feasting at the tavern, the group entered Monhau town with great anticipation. The imperial guards at the gate recognized Bella, for she was the esteemed maid of the great Lady Catherine, thus allowing them passage without hindrance. Once inside the town, Chen curiously peered through the carriage window. Observing his surroundings, the streets were lined with 3- to 4-story buildings, illuminated by alchemical light bulbs at intervals. The majority of passers-by were adventurers, with only a few common folk visible. Some adventurers even set up stalls beneath the lampposts, selling herbs, weapons, and various oddities. Townsfolk hawked an array of foods as well. The nightlife here rivaled that of bustling commercial streets from his previous life. Noticing Chen Peng's expression, Catherine smiled and remarked, "The town is quite lively. Far more so than being alone in the wilderness." As a human hero, Catherine had always interacted with various individuals, unable to fathom the solitude and peril of hunting vampires alone in the wild. How lonely and dangerous that must be. Chen Peng, reflecting on Catherine's words, withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly, acknowledging her sentiment. Indeed, the presence of many people was comforting. Catherine shared a knowing smile, falling silent thereafter. The carriage continued to navigate through the streets, Prompting pedestrians to step aside. At Catherine's signal, Bella deftly guided the carriage to a tavern, the very one Yuri's had spoken of, known as Bella's Tavern. Throughout the journey, Yuri's had been raving about the tavern's exceptional beer. Piquing Chen Peng's curiosity, was the beer in this world truly that delightful? Once they disembarked, they stepped into the bustling tavern, which was packed with patrons. A glance around revealed that the majority were adventurers, freely expressing their emotions within the tavern's lively atmosphere. After all, being an adventurer was a profession fraught with peril. One could very well meet their demise on a quest the following day. Every return to safety was a testament to divine mercy. Yuri's, observing the bustling scene, furrowed her brow and complained, "Mr. Bell, with so many people here, there are no seats available. I'm so hungry." Chapter 34. Gold Coins. Silver coins and copper coins. Yuri's was not concerned with such matters. All she knew was that she was on the verge of fainting from hunger. Upon hearing this, Bell glanced at the gathered crowd, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. However, he had no intention of offending these A-rank adventurers, especially considering one among them was a human hero. Yet, the tavern was simply too crowded for him to dismiss anyone. After a moment's thought, Bell spoke, "I sincerely apologize, but we have no available seating for you today. How about this? I shall treat each of you to a mug of beer, and additionally, I will provide a roasted wild boar for you to take home. Eating here would only disrupt your enjoyment. These outsiders can be rather rude and uncouth." For Bell, he had already made sufficient earnings today, and pleasing Catherine and her companions with beer and roast pig was undoubtedly a wise business decision. He was a shrewd businessman, adept at making compromises and balancing the needs of all his patrons. Upon hearing his words, Catherine could only nod in agreement. Typically, they gathered at Bell's establishment for feasting and revelry, seldom venturing to other taverns in Montal. Given the circumstances, it was likely that the other taverns would not be much better, so accepting Bell's goodwill seemed the best course of action. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Bell. Bell waved his hand dismissively and then made his way toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, the carefree Yuri's, upon hearing of the free roasted pig, wore an expression brimming with anticipation, her throat swelling as she swallowed eagerly. Bell's roast pig. It usually costs 3 silver coins for a whole one, and today we can enjoy it for free. How fortunate. Chen Peng, overhearing this, turned to Catherine, puzzled. Is 3 silver coins considered expensive? His inquiry stemmed from his experiences in anime or games where defeating a monster often yielded a bounty of gold coins. Moreover, neither Eli nor the others had elaborated on the economic structure of the human empire, leaving him unaware of the pricing in human towns. Thus, 3 silver coins sounded rather trivial to him. Catherine looked at Chen Peng, astonished that he could pose such a simple question. "Have you never been to a town to purchase anything?" Chen Peng's heart sank at her words. Had he unwittingly asked a foolish question? Would this expose him? As a human, being oblivious to the pricing of goods was indeed suspicious. Observing Chen Peng's bewildered expression, Catherine felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed he had been wandering the world in search of vampires. With little interaction in human settlements, had she not invited him today, he might never have considered stopping in Montal. Poor soul. Noticing that Chen Peng had fallen silent, Catherine began to fret, fearing she had wounded his pride. She quickly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I meant no offense. It is understandable that you may not know, having lived in the wild for so long. Staying in Montal for a while, it would be quite troublesome to be unaware of the prices here." Chen Peng was relieved to find that she had not taken his question negatively. Perhaps he had been overthinking it. Catherine then began to explain, "The currency exchange rate in the empire is 100, meaning 100 copper coins can be exchanged for a silver coin, and 100 silver coins for a gold coin." She crossed her arms thoughtfully, pondering how to convey the concept of purchasing power. "Let me illustrate," she said, pointing to a nearby adventurer drinking from a bamboo cup. "You see, a mug of beer that size costs 30 copper coins. Typically, adventurers' quests are measured by points, where 1 point can be converted into a silver coin, and 100 points into a gold coin. On average, a typical quest completed yields around 10 points, with a minimum of 1 point even if the task fails. Therefore, when you consider that 3 silver coins are required for a roasted wild boar, it does seem rather steep, doesn't it? Today, however, we were given a special commission from the Adventurers Guild, and as A-rank adventurers, Yuri's and her companions should be able to earn several hundred points from their tasks. Catherine herself, as an S-rank hero, no longer enjoyed point benefits. Instead, she received a salary directly from the guild and the empire. Hearing Catherine's explanation, Chen Peng nodded ever so slightly. Goodness. So the prices in this world are so exorbitant? Adventurers toil and struggle, and for a single quest, they barely earn enough to buy 3 roasted pigs. What can 1 point do if a quest fails? Buy 3 mugs of beer, observing Chen Peng's astonishment. Catherine chuckled and added, however, Belle's food is inherently more expensive due to its exceptional taste. Generally, a roasted wild boar costs around 1 silver coin. 1 silver coin can purchase many items in town. So it's not as dire as you might think. Realizing he had been seen through, Chen Peng smiled awkwardly. This perspective indeed made things sound much more reasonable. 3 silver coins were indeed a considerable sum for common folk and regular adventurers. Yet with Yuli's earning hundreds of points from a single commission, it seemed strange for her to be so reluctant. Did she truly lack funds? He glanced at Yuli's, who was eagerly peering toward the kitchen. She hardly appeared to be someone in want of money. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Catherine. Hey, isn't that Lady Catherine? Everyone, look, Lady Catherine has returned from investigating Castle Or. A shout erupted. And the tavern instantly surged with excitement. Catherine, an S-rank adventurer, a figure of legend. Who would have thought to encounter her in a tavern? Though most patrons were from other towns, Catherine's reputation was known far and wide throughout the empire. Some adventurers had come specifically in hopes of impressing Catherine during the operation to eradicate Castle Or. If they could leave a lasting impression on her, it would be worth it. After all, if Catherine took a liking to them, winning such a goddess for a spouse would be a life well lived. In an instant, a throng of fervent adventurers surrounded her, the atmosphere reminiscent of the fervent fanbase surrounding celebrities in his past life. Soon, the excited adventurers pushed everyone aside, creating a chaotic scene. Bella and Yuli's were shrieking in alarm. Chen Peng, being tall, was largely unaffected. He effortlessly lifted Yuli's and Bella, placing them upon his shoulders. He freed a hand to assist Wendy. She shook her head, stepping back, her eyes vacant as she declined. No need, I'm fine. Chen Peng, seeing this, did not press the matter further. Yuli's and Bella, perched on Chen Peng's shoulders, sighed in relief. We're saved. Just then, someone inquired, Lady Catherine, did you discover anything during your investigation today? Chapter 35, The Eager Adventurers. Lady Catherine, is it true that vampires have been sighted at Castle Or? Did our adventurer team fall victim to the magical attacks of the bloodline royalty? Lady Catherine, please enlighten us. The adventurers surrounded Catherine, each gazing at her with eager anticipation. The imperial decree indicated that Castle Or served as the last refuge for dark creatures, with signs of vampires' presence. Reports suggested that the bloodline family had unleashed magical strikes against adventurers, prompting them to traverse great distances in preparation for an assault on Castle Or. Upon arriving in Montal, the adventurers had learned that Catherine was already undertaking an investigation at the castle. They believed that as a divine paladin, Catherine's first-hand inquiry into the last bastion of dark beings would yield significant revelations. Hearing the inquiries, Catherine pondered how to respond. Her visit to Castle Or revealed a gathering of numerous undead creatures, alongside the castle's own defensive magic posing a threat to her team. However, the so-called dark beings and bloodlines had yet to manifest. Even goblin tribes, dwarven scouts, and orcs were absent. Everyone, please remain calm. She raised her hands, attempting to quell the commotion. The adventurers quieted at her request. Only then did Catherine slowly continue. Based on today's investigation of Castle Or, I believe the Havana team must have encountered the castle's defensive magic. Furthermore, there are many undead creatures nearby, so if you choose to explore, please exercise caution. My companions and I did not find any traces of dark beings or bloodlines, so it is likely that your journey may have been in vain. In Catherine's view, the sudden influx of numerous adventurers into Montal town was far from a positive development. Over time, it would become a burden for the town. Of course, there were no bloodlines present here. Once these individuals realized this, they would likely depart on their own. After listening to Catherine's words, the adventurers displayed expressions of disappointment. With no vampires to vanquish, their opportunities for earning points had significantly diminished. Many among them had harbored dreams of slaying vampires, envisioning themselves as heroes in the eyes of others, reaping both fame and fortune. Alas, Catherine's remarks extinguished their enthusiasm. Had they known there were no bloodlines, they would have chosen not to come. Battling the orc tribes on the northern side of the empire, though perilous, offered ample opportunities for accruing points. How could the empire deceive us? What a wasted trip. How infuriating. With no bloodlines, we might as well clear out the undead creatures around the necropolis to earn some travel expenses. The adventurers, disheartened, gradually dispersed, each discussing their subsequent plans. Both Catherine and Chen Peng sighed in relief upon witnessing this. Yuli's perched on Chen Peng's shoulder, her legs swinging back and forth. Upon hearing Chen Peng exhale deeply, she tilted her head and inquired, Hey, are you feeling unwell? Chen Peng turned to her, acknowledging, "Yes, being surrounded by so many people is indeed uncomfortable." He would not disclose that his relief stemmed from the fact that these individuals would no longer harass the castle of Aord as long as they were merely clearing out the undead creatures on the outskirts. It was of little consequence. Having said that, Chen Peng gently lowered Yuli's and Bella from his shoulders. Yuli's, standing on the ground, felt a lingering sense of security. Being on Chen Peng's shoulder had provided her with immense comfort. Indeed, having a male companion in the team made it significantly easier to navigate emergencies. Moments ago, she had nearly been crushed in the crowd. Bella, blushing, quickly sought refuge behind Yuli's after touching the ground. Though she understood Chen Peng's good intentions, he was the most esteemed and formidable adventurer, while she was merely a humble maid. Such intimate gestures felt somewhat inappropriate. However, Chen Peng's comment about feeling uncomfortable in a crowd surely stemmed from a lifetime of solitude. How pitiable. As the adventurers dispersed, Wendy approached once more, observing the tavern's entrance. Suddenly, she remarked, "More people are coming in." This statement drew the attention of several individuals toward the entrance. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a group of over 10 individuals entered. Further straining the already crowded tavern, this group was divided into two factions, one clad in armor, wielding longswords and shields. The leader was adorned in golden armor similar to Catherine's, with a face covered in stubble. Surveying the tavern with an indifferent expression, the other faction wore white robes with red patterns, accompanied by square hats. Their leader, holding a staff, appeared to be in his 40s, his face pale and solemn. Surveying the tavern's patrons through partially closed eyes, the arrival of these two groups captured the attention of everyone in the tavern, as if they exuded an immense pressure. The previously noisy tavern gradually fell silent. Catherine regarded this group with a furrowed brow. Chen Peng sensed the shift in atmosphere and nudged Yuli's, questioning, "What are they here for?" Everyone seems quite apprehensive around them. Yuli's, her gaze fixed on the newcomers, slightly tilted her head toward Chen Peng and whispered, "They are members of the Empire's Knight Order and the Imperial Church. They represent the Empire's military might and order. That is why everyone is reluctant to offend them." Chen Peng nodded in comprehension, realizing the significance of such individuals on his very first day here. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain. Taking a deep breath, Catherine politely performed a knightly salute to the group. Then inquired coolly, "General Caesar and Bishop Basil, what brings you here?" With that, she scrutinized the two men, her intuition warning her that their presence in the tavern was unlikely to bode well. Chen Peng was somewhat surprised by Catherine's demeanor toward them. It appeared she held little regard for the so-called Knight Order and Church that moment. The armored knight, identified as Caesar, indifferently responded, "What? Is it forbidden for members of the Knight Order to enter a tavern?" He crossed his arms and scoffed. "I wonder if the esteemed Lady Catherine has uncovered any useful intelligence while at the castle of Our." Hearing his condescending tone, Yuli's leaned closer to Chen Peng, explaining, "This knight named Caesar believes that Catherine is merely drawing a salary from the Empire without serving it, which is why he harbors resentment toward her." Chen Peng nodded slightly. Jealousy and greed were indeed the original sins of humanity, and individuals like Caesar were all too prevalent in reality. Although Catherine found his remarks distasteful, she ultimately chose to recount the events of the day, recognizing that he represented the Empire. After listening to Catherine's account, Caesar let out a cold laugh and mockingly remarked, "I knew it would come to this. Despite the bloodlines attacking our adventurers, you have uncovered nothing. Were it not for the presence of the bishop from the church, we would have likely remained oblivious to the bloodlines infiltrating our town." He then turned to Bishop Basil. His words sparked a stir among the tavern's patrons, who began whispering among themselves. What did this mean? Was he questioning the esteemed and noble Lady Catherine? Could it be that the castle of Our truly harbored bloodlines, and even Lady Catherine had failed to detect them? Over the millennia, the church had accurately sensed numerous bloodlines. With their presence here, could there indeed be vampires lurking? Both Catherine and Chen Peng frowned slightly, the former due to her distrust of the church, which had once wielded great power centuries ago, capable of sensing and hunting down bloodlines. However, in the present, these bishops were merely privileged sycophants. With the remnants of their predecessors' influence and prestige, the church could say anything, and the empire would believe it. Even if the church members lied without fear of exposure, they were a collective of hypocrites, masquerading as purifiers of bloodlines while amassing wealth. Chen Peng, listening to the murmurs of the surrounding adventurers, felt a flicker of apprehension toward Basil. If they could genuinely sense bloodlines, he would be at risk of exposure, although he possessed the means to escape. Revealing his true nature after having painstakingly integrated into human society would be perilous. The Empire would undoubtedly launch a merciless assault on the castle of Our. Contemplating this, Chen Peng narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Bishop Basil, upon hearing Caesar's praise, cracked a slight smile, opening his eyes a fraction before slowly stating, "As General Caesar has indicated, our church has detected the presence of bloodlines within the castle of Our. Thus, I have been dispatched to Montau. Our objective is to eradicate the castle of Our entirely. We shall permanently expel the dark beings from the Empire." With that, he cast a glance at Catherine, her striking beauty momentarily captivating him, yet he lamented that she was a human hero, unlike ordinary maidens who could be easily won over. He continued, "His Majesty believes it is time to eliminate all threats posed by dark beings and undead within the Empire. Now that the bloodlines have just emerged, their wings are not yet fully spread. This presents the perfect opportunity to annihilate this vampire stronghold." As he spoke, he surveyed the expressions of astonishment and fear on the faces of the tavern's patrons, deriving great satisfaction from their reactions. Suddenly, his gaze faltered, landing on Chen Peng. Frowning, he approached Chen Peng with measured steps. Chen Peng, though maintaining a facade of calm, braced himself for a potential retreat. Had he truly been discovered? How infuriating. Basil approached Chen Peng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then knocked on Chen Peng's armor, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. It seems this adventurer is adorned in armor reminiscent of a vampire. Clearly, you possess a fervent obsession with slaying vampires." With that, he sauntered back to Caesar's side. Chen Peng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out this man was merely a fool that it appeared the church's claims of sensing bloodlines were nothing but fabrications. Even when he could detect the scent of bloodlines on him, how could this bishop have missed it? Truly incompetent. Meanwhile, the adventurers in the tavern were far from appeased. They quietly calculated the implications. As long as the castle of Our existed, countless undead creatures would persist. The Adventurers Guild would continue to issue requests to eliminate these undead, which was highly advantageous for low-level adventurers like themselves. Moreover, they sometimes found coins or even quality weapons among the remains of the undead. Moreover, within the confines of Our castle lies a treasure of bloodline heritage. According to the fortunate adventurers who have ventured into the castle, it is said to be filled with numerous treasure chests, each containing artifacts from both the bloodline and the ancient era. Should the entirety of Our castle be annihilated, all these treasures would fall into the hands of the Empire, leaving the adventurers with nothing. After careful consideration, a few audacious adventurers stepped forward to voice their dissent. Slay the bloodlines if necessary, but why must we obliterate Our castle in its entirety? This is profoundly unjust to us adventurers. Indeed, that is the location where we receive the most commissions. If Our castle ceases to exist, we shall be left to battle against dwarves and orcs. Exactly. Even Lady Catherine, upon her personal investigation, found no trace of any bloodlines within. What grounds do you have to assert that vampires dwell within? Upon hearing the audacity of the adventurers challenging him, Basil's countenance darkened. He struck the ground forcefully with his staff, producing a resounding thud. The patrons of the tavern fell silent at the sound, yet they glared at Basil with indignation. Basil scoffed coldly. "Are you plotting rebellion? You are adventurers, not servants of Catherine. The Adventurers Guild would not dare oppose the Empire. Yet you have the audacity to show me disrespect." Observing this, Caesar also gripped the hilt of his sword, casting a fierce gaze upon the crowd. Catherine, observing the situation, felt a dual sense of dread regarding a potential conflict between the adventurers and the Empire. While also recognizing the peril of launching a rash full-scale assault on Our castle, she spoke up. "Basil, forgive my boldness, but I believe it is highly inappropriate to initiate an attack on Our castle. My investigation today was fraught with danger. The castle is equipped with powerful area of effect attack magic, and even I must summon all my strength to defend myself. Moreover, the interior is rife with numerous magical traps. Should I fall victim to one, escape would be impossible." Pausing for a moment, she surveyed the surrounding adventurers. If we were to attack together, the casualties would be staggering. Hearing Catherine's concern, the adventurer's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, Lady Catherine is commendable. However, before her words could settle, Caesar abruptly retorted, "Catherine, this is the Emperor's command. With the presence of the Church and the Empire's knights, what threat could Our castle possibly pose? By inciting the adventurers to defy orders, are you positioning yourself against the Empire?" With that, he unsheathed his sword with a metallic clang, directing it at Catherine. "Knights, heed my command." Following his lead, several knights behind him stomped their shields and shouted in unison. Huzzah! They too drew their swords, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Witnessing Caesar's knights in such a stance, Catherine frowned deeply. She had not anticipated Caesar's overwhelming arrogance and his audacity to label her indiscriminately. If this truly is the Emperor's command, then the situation becomes dire. The various magics within our castle pose a lethal threat to low-level adventurers, and even the Empire's knights might not emerge unscathed from an assault. It would be akin to courting death. Alas, this is the Empire's border. Otherwise, I would certainly urge the Emperor to reconsider the command. Meanwhile, Chen Peng, observing the escalating tension, was prepared to lead Ulysses and the others to flee at a moment's notice. After all, he could not risk exposure by confronting the Empire directly. Yet upon hearing that the Emperor intended to attack and destroy our castle, he felt a sense of urgency. Should he return to the castle now to prepare for defense alongside Ally and the others? However, upon reflection, disappearing at this juncture would only raise suspicions. It seems he cannot leave just yet. The surrounding adventurers, witnessing Caesar's sword drawn, quickly fell silent, retreating in fear. As adventurers, they naturally dared not oppose the Empire. Their earlier outburst had merely been a moment of impulse. Nevertheless, their gazes towards Caesar and Basil were rife with discontent. These two were exceedingly arrogant. The adventurers, while affiliated with the Adventurers Guild, were not directly beholden to the Empire. It now appeared that the Empire had summoned them merely to serve as free labor. Seeing that everyone, including Catherine, was cowed beneath his authority, Caesar finally scoffed and sheathed his sword. The knights behind him followed suit. Caesar then arrogantly proclaimed, "We have come to inform you that we shall initiate an assault on our castle, and the Empire expects the adventurers to cooperate wholeheartedly." He then turned to Catherine. "I trust that as an S-rank adventurer, Lady Catherine will take the lead in this endeavor. The attack will occur within the coming days. The precise timing will be discussed further with the church. And I hope Lady Catherine will be present among the ranks of the expedition." With those words, Caesar glanced at Basil, who finally nodded in satisfaction and added, "Adventurers, I wish for you to understand that it is the Empire and the Church that have afforded you the peaceful existence devoid of bloodline threats. Thus, do not attempt to provoke the authority of the Empire and the Church. Otherwise, should disaster befall you, none will be able to provide assistance." The weight of this threat was palpable, and all present knew that Basil sought to compel their compliance. This incited many adventurers to clench their fists. Ulysses, unable to tolerate their behavior, let out a cold snort and attempted to step forward to reason with them, but both Chen Peng and Catherine swiftly restrained her. Catherine shook her head, signaling her not to act impulsively. Ulysses, pointing at Basil, gritted her teeth in frustration, "But they are being excessively oppressive." Before she could finish her thought, Caesar's icy gaze fell upon her. Realizing that another word could provoke him to draw his sword against her, she let out a huff and turned away. Witnessing Ulysses' retraction, Caesar sneered, then waved his hand grandly, departing with his entourage. Basil, scanning the crowd once more, flicked his sleeves and followed suit, exiting the tavern. Once they had departed, the adventurers became restless once more. Many hurled curses at Caesar and Basil, while others turned their attention to Catherine. "Lady Catherine, is our castle truly perilous? Regardless of the circumstances, one's life is undoubtedly paramount." In comparison to Caesar's assertions, they were more inclined to trust Catherine, who shared their status as an adventurer. Since Catherine had indicated that our castle harbors numerous hazardous magics, they naturally felt a sense of foreboding. Catherine nodded gravely in response. "The area of effect attack magic there is unpredictable, with multiple elemental assaults, and its power is formidable. It is exceedingly difficult to defend against without being a magic master. Furthermore, once inside our castle, one is engulfed in a dense aura of dark energy, with traps lurking everywhere. Should one fall victim to these traps and fail to escape in time, they would be met with death from the attacking magic." Upon concluding her explanation, Catherine's expression turned somber. The expedition of the knights and adventurers could very well result in significant casualties. While the adventurers might choose not to actively participate in the Empire's assault on our castle, her being specifically summoned left her with no choice but to comply. It wasn't that she was afraid. Rather, she felt that such a senseless endeavor was wholly unnecessary. Ulysses clenched her fists, waving them in the air like a small, agitated cat, baring her teeth as she exclaimed, "Humph, if it weren't for you all stopping me, I would have shown Caesar a thing or two. How dare he act so arrogantly?" With that, she grasped Catherine's hand, indignantly complaining, "Caesar is clearly envious of you, which is why he insists you must participate. You've already stated that it is dangerous there, yet he still insists on your involvement. That man is utterly vile." Ulysses chose the path of an adventurer precisely for the freedom, fearlessness, and responsibility it entailed. Yet now, the Adventurers Guild had been so corrupted by the Empire and the Church. The actions of the Empire had become increasingly outrageous over the years. This was precisely why Ulysses and Wendy had accompanied Catherine to the Empire's borders. They wished to distance themselves from its influence. Conveniently, there existed a land without a master, known as the last refuge of dark beings. And they had settled there, as the Empire had not raised objections. However, to their dismay, after only a year or two of peaceful existence, complications had arisen. Wendy nodded slightly, sensing the jealousy and arrogance radiating from that individual. As a priest of the light, she possessed a keen sensitivity to all negative energies and harbored no fondness for Caesar. Among the group, only Chen Peng maintained a stoic expression, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. Yet Catherine and the others bore no suspicion towards him, as he had previously lived in solitude, which was understandable. Ulysses turned to Chen Peng. So, Mr. Chen Peng, with the Empire set to launch a full-scale assault on our castle, will you, as a vampire hunter, be joining us? Upon hearing this, Chen Peng lowered his head slightly, glanced at Ulysses, and then slowly nodded. Yes, after all, I am still quite curious if there truly is a sleeping vampire within the castle. I must personally vanquish him. It is my mission. Upon hearing this, Ulysses nodded and, with carefree laughter, remarked, That's wonderful. In that case, we can embark on our adventure together. Wendy, do you agree? Observing Ulysses' demeanor, Chen Peng could not help but internally ridicule. How can this person change her expression so swiftly? Just a moment ago, she was fuming. Chapter 38. Let the delicious roasted pig conclude this day. Nearby, Wendy, noticing Ulysses' antics, expressionless, raised her staff and struck Ulysses on the head with a thud. Bang! Oof! A dull sound echoed as Ulysses immediately crouched down, clutching her head, tears welling in her eyes, her lips pouting in grievance. Wendy, if you hit me again, I might just lose my wits. Wendy ignored Ulysses. Instead, she met Chen Peng's gaze, blinked, and finally nodded in agreement. She too supported Ulysses' perspective, though Ulysses' display was rather overt. At that moment, Catherine also chimed in. Yes, Chen Peng, let us remain together. After all, we are companions. As her words settled, she, along with Wendy and Ulysses, looked at Chen Peng with eager anticipation. Chen Peng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that after merely one day's acquaintance, these girls had begun to rely on him. His strength, his calm demeanor, and his towering presence provided a significant sense of security to the entire team. Without much hesitation, he replied with a stoic expression, No problem, let us continue to team up. This was precisely the effect Chen Peng desired, as he intended to stage a grand performance that required an audience. Through their day of interaction, he had discerned that Catherine was a formidable S-rank adventurer. Renowned as a human hero with the title of Holy Knight, her esteemed reputation within the adventurer community made her an exceptionally influential spectator. However, how to orchestrate his grand performance still required careful planning. Upon hearing Chen Peng's affirmation, the girls inexplicably sighed in relief. Suddenly, Catherine became aware of this and felt her cheeks flush. What was happening to her? Why was she so concerned about Chen Peng remaining in the group? It must be due to his formidable strength, which would elevate their team's capabilities, enhancing their chances of survival in the castle of IOL. Yes, that must be it. At this moment, the tavern's adventurers gradually began to disperse. After all, with Caesar and the others arriving, the mood had soured, and everyone yearned to return to their lodgings to strategize for the impending assault on the castle of IOL. The tavern slowly emptied. And seeing this, Catherine invited everyone to find an empty table to sit down. Just then, Chen Peng noticed Belle emerging from the kitchen with another tavern staff member, carrying a large wooden platter. On the platter lay a wild boar weighing at least 50 pounds. The boar was roasted to a deep reddish brown, emitting a thick steam, its surface glistening with mouth-watering fat that sizzled enticingly. It looked absolutely delectable. No wonder this dish could be sold for 3 silver coins. With such weight, color, aroma, and flavor, it was undoubtedly worth it, even though Chen Peng hailed from a gastronomic realm in his previous life. He could not help but have his taste buds awakened. With her back to the kitchen, Ulysses suddenly twitched her nose and joyfully turned around. Ah, the roast pig is here, Ulysses exclaimed with excitement, rubbing her hands together like a little greedy cat awaiting her meal. Soon, the roasted wild boar was placed in the center of the table. Belle kindly provided knives and forks for everyone, not mentioning anything about taking leftovers home. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. Please enjoy at your leisure. I shall fetch some beer for you shortly. Having set down the boar and utensils, Belle greeted everyone before departing. He then approached the bar, returning with 4 cups of beer served in bamboo tubes, placing them in front of the 4 individuals except Bella. Chen Peng, noticing this, inquired, Aren't there 5 of us? Why are there only 4 cups of beer? Is Bella, as a maid, not entitled to a complimentary drink? Bella quickly reacted, realizing Chen Peng was advocating for her, and blushed, shaking her head vigorously. Lord Chen Peng, Mr. Bell knows I do not drink. I become intoxicated at the mere taste. After speaking, she lowered her head, feeling embarrassed as an adventurer's maid who couldn't drink. Chen Peng, upon hearing this, felt somewhat awkward and addressed Bell. I see. My apologies for the oversight. Bell chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Then retrieved a cup of milk from the bar, placing it beside Bella while cheerfully saying, no worries. After all, the adults were unaware of the circumstances. I shall return to my duties. Call for me if needed. With that, Bell left with a smile. As a tavern proprietor, Bell's life appeared quite simple and blissful. Suddenly, Ulysses interjected, oh dear, you all talk too much. I'm diving in, having gone hungry all day. Ulysses didn't finish her sentence before slicing a hefty chunk of meat from the roasted boar and stuffing it into her mouth. The piece was so large that it filled her small mouth to the brim. She puffed her cheeks, blissfully closing her eyes, and mumbled through her full mouth, truly worthy of Mr. Bell's signature dish. It's absolutely delicious. Catherine, observing Ulysses' eating manner, shook her head in exasperation and turned to Chen Peng, saying, let us forget today's unpleasantness for now. Let's conclude this tiring day with Mr. Bell's roasted meat. Come, try it. Mr. Bell's roast boar is truly delightful. With that, Catherine set aside her pride as a human hero, smiling as she used a small knife to cut a slice of meat from the roasted boar. Savoring it slowly. So tasty. Mr. Bell's culinary skills have always been exceptional. She then gave a thumbs up to Bell, who was busy cleaning glasses at the bar. Seeing this, Bell squinted and smiled back at Catherine. Returning the thumbs up. At this moment, Wendy and Bella joined in the feast, relishing the flavors of the roasted pig. Watching this scene, Chen Peng was suddenly reminded of the anime he had watched in his past life about adventurers. The depiction of adventurers in taverns closely mirrored his current experiences. In that instant, it felt as though he were still that homebound otaku, engrossed in anime after work. Noticing Chen Peng lost in thought, Catherine suddenly raised her cup and declared, everyone, let us raise a toast to celebrate Chen Peng's joining our group. Ulysses, upon hearing this, quickly swallowed the meat in her mouth and lifted her cup, exclaiming, yes, let us toast to Chen Peng. Wendy and Bella also chimed in, raising their cups in agreement. Observing the enthusiasm of the girls, Chen Peng suddenly felt that the empire was not entirely filled with villains. At least these few individuals were genuinely kind to him. He recalled Catherine's earlier words about forgetting the day's unpleasantness and enjoying Mr. Bell's roasted meat to conclude a perfect day. With a smile, he raised his cup, though his expression still appeared stoic to the girls. Thank you all. Cheers. Cheers. Chapter 39. The day of extermination has arrived. 2 days passed. During these 2 days, the atmosphere remained calm, with neither the Empire nor the Church making significant moves. Only the distant Imperial Night Orders gradually beginning to station themselves in Montau. Montau had fallen into a tense atmosphere, as if a storm were approaching. Chen Peng took advantage of this time to explore Montau, familiarizing himself with the local customs and lifestyle. Naturally, during these 2 days, he stayed in Catherine's residence, as she was the only one among the three with a standalone house. Ulysses and Wendy had both purchased residences akin to a one-bedroom apartment in his previous life. Catherine's house featured 2 bedrooms and a bathroom on the second floor, while the first floor housed another bedroom, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a living room, making it quite complete. Today, Chen Peng rose early, planning to continue his exploration of Montau. Upon descending the stairs, he discovered Bella had already prepared breakfast. As Bella set the table, she greeted Chen Peng with a smile. Good morning, Chen Peng. Did you sleep well last night? Chen Peng nodded, walked down the stairs, and took a seat at the dining table, ready to eat. Just then, footsteps echoed from upstairs, and Catherine descended the stairs. Bella promptly said, breakfast is ready, Lady Catherine. Please enjoy. Catherine smiled gently. Thank you, Bella, for your hard work. Good morning, Mr. Chen Peng. In response to Catherine's warm demeanor, Chen Peng slightly nodded. Soon, the three gathered around the dining table, and as Catherine sipped her milk, she turned to Chen Peng. Are you planning to explore again today? In recent days, Chen Peng has exhibited a keen enthusiasm for exploring Montau, likely a result of his prolonged solitude, now filled with a burgeoning curiosity about the town. As he savored his fried egg, he paused upon hearing a remark, his expression reflecting intrigue at the sight of such a prosperous town, one he had never encountered before. After voicing his thoughts, he furrowed his brow and cast a glance towards the door. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, indicating the approach of the Imperial Knights. Is that so? Catherine also turned her serious gaze toward the door. Having heard it as well, The arrival of the Imperial Knights at such an early hour could only suggest trouble. Indeed, a rapid knock soon followed from outside. Bella, exclaiming, "I'll go open the door," hurried to the entrance. Peering through the peephole, she turned back to nod at the two, signaling that the individuals outside were members of the Imperial Knights. When Bella opened the door, she was met with the haughty visage of Caesar, who brusquely commanded, "Step aside, useless maid." With that, he attempted to forcefully push past Bella. However, she defiantly spread her arms, declaring, "No, this is Lady Catherine's room. You cannot enter without her permission." Caesar let out a light chuckle at her defiance. And without warning, his right hand swung towards her. In the next instant, Bella was yanked backward. As Caesar's hand missed its mark, his smile faltering as he turned to see who had intervened. It was none other than Chen Peng, who had come to Bella's aid at a crucial moment. Catherine then arrived at the doorway, her expression dark as she addressed Caesar. "Had you harmed her, I would have challenged you to a duel." The duel challenge is a cultural practice within the Empire, allowing individuals in conflict to engage in combat until one concedes or perishes. Caesar shrugged off her threat, smirking, "You, an S-rank adventurer, would actually challenge the commander of the Imperial Knights over a mere maid? How laughable." Bella, with her arms crossed over her chest, felt deeply moved by Catherine's willingness to duel on her behalf. She resolved to serve Lady Catherine with even greater dedication in the future. Catherine, however, showed little interest in further confrontation with Caesar. Instead, she coldly inquired, "State your business plainly." With a light laugh, Caesar replied, "The Imperial Knights have assembled 800 heavy cavalry, 300 archers, and 2 battalions of mages, each consisting of 50 members. We intend to launch an assault on castle or at dawn tomorrow. As he spoke, Caesar produced a piece of golden cloth inscribed with text and bearing a seal. "By order of His Majesty, S-rank adventurer Catherine is to assist the Empire in the attack on castle or and actively eliminate dark creatures." Upon hearing this, Catherine's countenance darkened. It was apparent that she had no choice but to comply with the royal decree. Fortunately, they were not mandating the participation of ordinary adventurers, or there would surely be significant casualties. She stepped forward to take the cloth from Caesar's hand, stating, "I understand that I will not be absent tomorrow morning. You may leave now, General Caesar." Seeing Catherine dismiss him, Caesar shrugged nonchalantly, satisfied that he had achieved his goal. As he turned to exit, he deliberately called out, "Let us head to the tavern in the Adventurers Guild. We still need to post our commission, hoping adventurers will voluntarily join the expedition." With that, he clanked away, his armor rattling as he departed. Catherine wore a grave expression, realizing that Caesar still intended to recruit adventurers. The deaths of these adventurers would spare the Empire from paying compensation, whereas training a soldier incurs substantial costs, and fallen soldiers require reparations. Thus, adventurers, being a plentiful and cost-effective source of combat power, were highly favored by the Empire. This was also why the Adventurers Guild, as an armed organization, could persist within the Empire. Catherine gazed in the direction of the tavern in the Adventurers Guild, hoping that the warnings she had issued in recent days would resonate with the adventurers, urging them not to blindly follow the Empire on this futile campaign. Chen Peng, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly but quickly adjusted his expression. It appeared that his plans would need to be expedited. At that moment, Catherine turned to Bella, instructing, "Bella, please fetch Ulysses and Wendy." Bella nodded in compliance. "Understood, Lady Catherine." With that, she dashed out. Catherine then turned her attention back to Chen Peng, her tone softening. "Tomorrow, we shall head to castle or you should prepare as well." Chen Peng, however, shook his head. "There is no need for any special equipment. Just call for me when we depart." With that, he made his way outside, intending to contact Eli and inform his family to prepare for the impending assault from the Empire. He had already devised specific strategies over the past few days, but it was certainly inconvenient to discuss them in Catherine's residence. He needed to find an opportunity to act independently. Catherine watched Chen Peng's retreating figure, unsure of what to say. She hoped he could appreciate the beauty of human towns more fully. Thus, she refrained from detaining him. Now, they needed to await Yuli's and Winnie's arrival to thoroughly discuss the next day's actions. Chapter 40. The eve of the assault, Chen Peng made his way to an inn, securing a room for himself. Once inside, he raised his hands, squinting slightly as he murmured a spell from his memory. This was a soundproofing magic, capable of isolating sound and presence. As he chanted the incantation, a faint glow emanated from him, gradually forming a transparent bubble that expanded outward until it enveloped the room. Next, Chen Peng stood by the window, pushing it open, and began to inscribe ancient runes in the air with his right hand. He whispered, "Omnipotent spirit of the winds, bound by air, mediated by light, let the gentle breeze convey my words." The whispers of the wind, A soft breeze flowed through the window, gently caressing Chen Peng's face. He then addressed the air. Alai? Can you hear me? Soon, Alai's ethereal voice responded. My lord, Alai is listening. Chen Peng proceeded to relay the news of the Imperial Army's imminent full-scale assault the following day. Detailing his plans meticulously, he concluded with a firm directive. In any case, make haste to relocate underground. Tomorrow, resist for a while to buy time for the evacuation, and ultimately, let castle or fall to humanity. Before long, Alai's voice returned. Understood, my lord. Additionally, everyone is quite concerned for your safety. We hope you remain well in the human city. Chen Peng smiled faintly. I appreciate it. Be cautious during tomorrow's battle. The strength of humanity is indeed formidable. Until then, with a flick of his wrist, he dispelled the wind magic. In human territory, it was wise to avoid prolonged communication. With a sigh of relief, Chen Peng recalled that he had instructed Alai and the others to begin expanding the underground realm of the castle before his departure. According to Alai's report, progress had been satisfactory over the past few days. If they worked diligently today, they could dig further during the battle tomorrow, ensuring a successful relocation as long as everyone remained safe. He could then lead humanity to seize castle or, thus, the dark creatures, which had seemingly perished on the surface, would be able to thrive securely underground. With these thoughts in mind, he left the inn. Unburdened, ready to enjoy a day of exploration in Monchuo, the next morning as Chen Peng descended the stairs, he discovered that Catherine, Yulis, and Wendy were all clad in their respective battle attire, awaiting him in the living room. Catherine remained adorned in her gold and heavy armor, her cross-shaped longsword glinting with silvery light at her side. Wendy and Yulis were dressed similarly to how they had appeared when Chen Peng first met them. Upon seeing Chen Peng, Catherine stated earnestly, "Let us depart. The Imperial Army has gathered in the square." The group nodded in agreement and followed Catherine outside. Bella stood at the entrance, watching their figures retreat, murmuring, "I hope everything goes smoothly." Arriving at the square of Monchuo, Chen Peng noticed that it was neatly filled with 4 formations. There was a heavy cavalry unit, a standard light infantry unit, an archery unit, and 2 units of mages. The heavy cavalry unit was uniformly clad in silver armor, their helmets obscuring all but their eyes, providing nearly impenetrable defense. At the forefront stood Caesar, clad in golden armor. Towering above the rest, the heavy cavalry unit comprised 800 soldiers, exuding an impressive and formidable presence. Beside them stood the ordinary soldiers, clad in crimson soft armor. Some wielded long spears, while others brandished iron swords. They represented the foundation of the Empire's military force. After all, the knightly orders were the elite of the elite, demanding vast resources for their training. Thus, these common soldiers, numbering 1,000, were indispensable. Following them was a formation of archers, adorned in silver soft armor, each armed with enchanted bows that towered to half their height. Although only 300 in number, the arrows they unleashed were imbued with magic, wielding tremendous power. Finally, there were 2 units of mages, each consisting of 50 individuals, garbed in brown robes. Within each unit, the weakest were still sorcerers, while the majority were grand sorcerers, led by 2 archmagisters. Surrounding them were a scattering of adventurers, a few dozen in total, who had accepted the commission posted by Caesar at the Adventurers Guild. They contemplated that since the Empire was the main force, following in the wake of the knightly order might yield some spoils after the castle was taken. Of course, most adventurers adhered to Catherine's advice and chose not to join. Caesar had been quite furious about this matter yesterday. After all, the participation of adventurers was woefully inadequate. Thus, he swiftly summoned another 1,000 ordinary soldiers overnight. After all, in battle, one must have expendable troops. It would be unreasonable to allow the knightly order to absorb all the damage alone. Chen Peng gazed at the throng before him and couldn't help but feel relieved that he had chosen to develop cautiously. Had he confronted them directly, the soldiers here could easily crush the castle of Our. With the likes of Kaluya and Luna's kin, they would stand no chance against the charge of the Empire's 800 knights. Even relying on the castle's formidable magic would not hold for long. Once the dark energy was depleted, they would still be overrun. Beside him, Euless gasped at the configuration before her. My goodness, to besiege the castle of Our. Caesar had summoned such a multitude. The mage contingent alone comprised 2 units, 800 heavy cavalry. This force was more than sufficient to instigate a small-scale war. She had initially expected perhaps 20 or 30 mages to provide essential defenses or dispel enemy spells during the battle. She never anticipated a full 100. 100 mages, if deployed to the front lines against the orcs, could withstand the charge of 10,000 orcs. Catherine surveyed the scene and let out a soft huff. It seemed Caesar had been intimidated by my words. Despite his outward facade of fearlessness, he too was apprehensive. After I informed him of the situation at the castle of Our, he hastily reinforced the troops. Ulysses suddenly understood. No wonder he had mentioned that the time of attack needed to be discussed that night at the tavern. He must have been frightened. In these past 2 days he had been increasing the manpower. Wendy nodded, affirming that the roasted wild boar had indeed sharpened her intellect. In response to Wendy's teasing, Ulysses crossed her arms and haughtily huffed. Naturally, petite that moment, Caesar spotted Catherine and her companions and strode over with heavy steps. He regarded Catherine with a light chuckle. Lady Catherine has arrived. I thought you might defy His Majesty's orders. Catherine scoffed, always maintaining a stern demeanor towards Caesar. I shall, of course, obey His Majesty's commands. Now that everyone is gathered, let us set forth. As she spoke, Caesar shook his head. No rush, we shall wait for the adjudicator to arrive before departing. Upon hearing adjudicator, Catherine's brows furrowed sharply. Adjudicator? The 41st chapter, preparations at the castle of Our. Just as those words fell, the sound of approaching wagons echoed from a distance. The carriage was white, adorned with numerous red jewels and ribbons, exuding a distinctly religious aura yet appearing excessively lavish. The horse bore a soft armor of white with red patterns, and its head was crowned with a soft hat reserved for the clergy, lending the horse an air of deep piety. The carriage was driven by a clerical steward, who halted beside Caesar. The door curtain was drawn back, revealing a clergyman clad in ecclesiastical garb. Appearing to be in his 30s, he squinted slightly and held his head high. Exuding an air of superiority, Caesar greeted respectfully. My lord adjudicator, the troops are assembled and ready to depart. The adjudicator nodded slightly. Yes, General Caesar. Today you are the commanding officer of the operation. Proceed as you see fit. I am merely a supervisor. With that, he pulled the curtain of the carriage shut. Caesar smiled faintly. The adjudicator seemed to hold a favorable impression of him, which was a good sign. He cleared his throat, stood tall, drew his sword, and declared, to the castle of Our. Upon uttering this, an attendant brought forth his war horse, and he mounted it, leading the way at the forefront. Following closely were the knights marching in orderly formation, followed by the archers and then the mages. Chen Peng trailed behind with Catherine and the other adventurers, positioned at the rear of the procession. Observing the formidable troop, Chen Peng cast a glance at the eastern sky, where the sun began to rise, feeling a twinge of anxiety about today's undertaking. Meanwhile, within the castle of Our, chaos reigned as everyone busied themselves. Today marked the day the imperial army would assault the castle, and the urgency to prepare for the transfer and coordinate with Chen Peng's ruse heightened. In the castle's basement, there was a hole approximately 2 meters in diameter, slanting downward. A multitude of spiders scuttled in and out of the opening, emitting a faint chattering sound. Entering the hole revealed even more various spiders, tirelessly working their hairy legs to dig deeper underground. Alyssa stood nearby, directing their efforts. The spiders coordinated impeccably, with those that had finished digging promptly clearing away the excavated soil. The entire basement had been nearly hollowed out, expanding its area tenfold. In addition to the numerous passages, they had unearthed several spacious chambers, destined to become future habitats. At that moment, Kaluuya dashed to Alyssa's side, her fluffy ears twitching as she inquired, Alyssa, how goes the excavation? I need to prepare for the move. Alyssa nodded earnestly. The passageway is nearly complete, and the living space is expanding continuously. We can relocate now. Excellent. Kaluuya let out a triumphant howl. Immediately, a throng of werewolves emerged from the basement stairs, each carrying a variety of items and boxes. These included belongings from the werewolf clan as well as items belonging to the bloodline within the castle. Chen Peng had stated that they should take anything useful that they could carry. After all, in the initial stages, they were lacking in everything, and only those in charge understood the value of essentials. While they busied themselves, at the witch's wooden cabin, a large cauldron was set up, with everyone gathered around it, diligently adding various potions while softly chanting ancient, obscure incantations. The concoction within the pot bubbled and steamed. The potions emitted a rich, dark aura, seemingly containing immense energy. They worked tirelessly to brew various magical elixirs in preparation for the battle ahead. Lilia, meanwhile, sorted through an array of potions stored in glass vials on a nearby wooden table. At that moment, Luna gracefully leaped from a distance several times before landing lightly in front of the wooden cabin. Lilia, are our magical potions ready? Upon hearing her voice, Lilia turned to see Luna and smiled, pointing to a pile of glass vials before her. Right here. With that, she handed a vial to Luna. The latter nodded in acknowledgement before soaring into the air again, quickly disappearing into the distance atop a tree, repeating the process until she vanished from Lilia's sight. Shortly after, Luna arrived at the entrance of the spider cave, and with a swift movement, she slipped inside. Soon, she found herself in her kin's underground city, where the nocturnal elves were laboriously setting up defensive and illusionary magic. Luna hastily distributed the magical potions she held to her kin. After consuming them, each of her compatriots was rejuvenated with magical energy, thereby accelerating the progress of the magical array's completion. However, Luna did not linger. She needed to return swiftly to the castle's basement to harness the dark crystal, perfecting the defensive and camouflage spells of our castle. In the preceding days, she had devoted herself to these tasks, witnessing considerable progress. Yet, the previous day, they received alarming news from their lord. The human empire was poised to launch an attack today. This revelation instilled a sudden tension among them, propelling them into a flurry of activity since the moment they were informed. According to Chen Peng's intelligence, the Empire would dispatch a formidable order of knights and mages. As one of the earliest dark beings to arrive here. Luna understood that our castle, in its current state, lacked the capacity for resistance. Fortunately, Alai had resurrected their lord, who devised an ingenious plan known as darkly crossing the Chen Song, though they did not fully grasp the meaning of these words. After their lord's detailed explanation, they all perceived the plan's brilliance, believing it could aid all dark beings in our castle in evading disaster. Upon recalling this, Luna arrived in the chamber of the castle's basement where the dark crystal was stored. The room was impeccably clean, with only a half-human high altar constructed from enchanted stone at its center. On the altar lay a diamond-shaped crystal, reminiscent in size to a knight's helmet, yet it continuously absorbed dark energy, emanating an eerie purple-black glow. At that moment, Alai stood beside the crystal with her eyes closed, her staff directed at it as she recited an incantation. In the name of the contracted, I summon my guardian, the god of flames. O god of flames, grant me boundless power, unleash your wrath, and with your world-destroying magic, annihilate my mortal enemies. In this moment, let our fury unite, manifesting the mightiest divine power of the red lotus flame. Upon hearing Alai channeling a fire spell through the crystal, Luna smiled in relief. Everyone was diligently contributing to the castle's defense. Alai, you've worked hard. I have returned. Please assist Frankna, she said. Alai opened her eyes, exhaling deeply, having cast a grand spell of mage caliber. Even with the dark crystal's assistance, it had taken a considerable toll on her. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Frankna's myriad potions require my attention. As Alai departed, Luna stood before the crystal, continuing to weave various spells for the castle. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the necropolis, several wandering lost souls floated aimlessly, accompanied by a few skeletons clad in tattered armor, clashing their rusty iron swords against one another, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. Just then, a sudden, sharp sound sliced through the air. Whoosh! An arrow, radiating with a white luminescence, instantly shattered a skeleton skull into a pile of bones. The other skeletal warriors halted their actions, their hollow eye sockets gazing curiously at their disassembled comrade. In the next moment, several more arrows flew forth, reducing them to mere heaps of bone. Not far away, Caesar, peering through the sparse trees, caught sight of our castle in the distance. Beside him stood soldiers who were stowing their bows. Their journey thus far had encountered little threat, save for a few skeletons. Caesar raised his right hand, signaling the troops to halt. The knightly order came to an orderly stop, their armor clinking as they did so. With a spirited gaze, Caesar looked toward the necropolis, realizing that crossing it would lead them directly into the castle. Seeing the troops come to a standstill, Chen Peng and Catherine approached. At this moment, Caesar had dismounted, preparing to send a reconnaissance unit to scout the path. Upon noticing Catherine's arrival, he crossed his arms and smirked disdainfully. Lady Catherine, did you not assert that the vicinity of the castle was rife with peril? Yet, look around. Aside from a few useless undead creatures, there are no threats in sight. With that, he turned to point at the spires of our castle, scoffing, I wager those rumored dark beings are merely peering at us from within. Trembling at the sight of the Empire's forces, they likely only dare to bully the feeble adventurers, for when faced with the might of the Empire, they can only cower in their castle. This was Caesar's inaugural visit near our castle. All prior knowledge had been gleaned from adventurers' tales. He had frequently heard of encountering werewolves with fearsome fangs and swarms of venomous spiders. Having been steeped in such rumors for so long, he had begun to accept them as truth. But now, here he was. Where were the werewolves? The spiders? Why was there nothing? The dangers Catherine spoke of had not materialized. If the adventurers' tales held any merit, it meant these loathsome dark beings were indeed afraid. They recognized they were no match against the Empire's iron hooves. With this thought, Caesar erupted into a hearty laugh. Catherine observed Caesar's somewhat deranged demeanor and shook her head. "Caesar, I caution you. What I previously mentioned is indeed true. I hope you heed my words and take responsibility for the lives of the Empire's soldiers. Indeed, I can sense that the dark energy here is more potent than during my last visit," Wendy remarked, furrowing her brow. "It is perilous ahead. In light of Catherine's and Wendy's warnings," Caesar scoffed dismissively. "I see you're the ones who are afraid." He turned a glance behind him and declared, "Do you not see? This is the might of the Empire. A forsaken castle, no matter how treacherous, cannot pose a threat to the soldiers of the Empire." With that, he waved his hand, dispatching a reconnaissance team of 50 ordinary soldiers, armed and advancing slowly toward the necropolis. Euless rolled her eyes. Despite Caesar's bravado, he still resorted to scouts for reconnaissance. "He talks a big game, but is quite honest in his actions," she muttered. "Catherine, we need not remind him. Let him bear the consequences of his actions," Euless stated. Catherine sighed, turning to Euless. "The hour castle we encountered previously was fraught with danger, and coming back today, when he mentions the dark energy is even more concentrated. It feels as though the creatures within the castle are aware of our arrival. This suggests the castle is indeed extraordinary, and we must exercise caution." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Chen Peng. He appeared impassive, his eyes fixated on the castle, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Meanwhile, the inquisitive inquisitor from the church had inexplicably approached Chen Peng, scrutinizing him closely. At that moment, Chen Peng felt a jolt of anxiety. He suddenly sensed a piercing, aggressive gaze fixated on him, akin to a snake seeking to unravel his secrets. Stealing a glance, he discovered that the inquisitor had approached without his noticing, now standing beside him, inspecting him with a frown. Earlier in the square, he had not perceived the inquisitor's appearance clearly. Now, he recognized this individual bore the church's garb, adorned with a large red cross on the chest, and his right sleeve embroidered with a medal depicting 2 crossed swords guarding a cross. Unlike Bazel, this inquisitor's gaze possessed a sharpness that hinted at suspicion regarding Chen Peng's identity. Feeling the intensity of that scrutiny, Chen Peng's heart raced with apprehension. After examining Chen Peng, the inquisitor slowly positioned himself beside him, adopting a casual tone. "Might I inquire your name, adventurer?" "Chen Peng," he replied, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. The inquisitor nodded, then, with hands clasped behind his back, directed his gaze toward our castle. "Your aura bears a striking resemblance to the energies in this vicinity." Chen Peng turned to face the inquisitor, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. "I traversed deep within the castle with Catherine and the others a few days ago." With that, a sense of caution crept into Chen Peng's mind. The inquisitor was indeed growing suspicious of his identity. Euless stepped forward, hands on her hips. "Precisely. We all visited our castle. Is it not natural to carry traces of dark energy?" Observing Chen Peng's predicament, Euless instinctively came to his aid. Catherine nodded, addressing the inquisitor. "Inquisitor, we previously entered our castle for investigation. Chen Peng is clad in vampire armor. Thus, it is only natural for him to exude a stronger dark aura." The judge cast a somewhat surprised glance at Euless and Catherine, taken aback by their unwavering support for Chen Peng. Their words, surprisingly, seemed to hold some merit. However, as a judge of the Holy See, he could sense an intriguing essence emanating from Chen Peng, one that subtly deviated from that of a typical human. In this moment of urgency, the judge, possessing the formidable power of a grand magus, was deeply attuned to the light attribute and had a heightened sensitivity to dark forces. From the onset of their journey, he had detected the faint traces of dark energy within the ranks, initially suspecting that the army was being pursued by dark creatures. Upon dismounting from his carriage, he followed the trail of this dark power, which led him to the imposing figure clad in sinister black armor before him. The aura of darkness surrounding this warrior was palpable. Yet, he found it curious that a being of darkness would brazenly stand among the human imperial army without employing any magic to conceal their presence. His intrigue compelled him to inquire further about Chen Peng. From their earlier exchange, he had keenly picked up on a few details. "Oh, you are adorned in vampire armor." This was rather fascinating. It was the first time he had heard of a human warrior opting to don the gear of a dark creature instead of utilizing armor crafted by their own kind. Chen Peng feigned a gesture of inspection towards his armor and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I was once a lone wolf, dedicated to hunting vampires. This armor was acquired as a trophy from a weakened vampire I dispatched at a hidden lair." Chen Peng had meticulously prepared various explanations. In a world devoid of any remaining bloodline royalty, the status of ordinary bloodlines, or vampires, remained officially undetermined. Following the Empire's relentless pursuit of these creatures, many vampires had been severely wounded and scattered. Some had retreated to the world's shadows to slumber, while others, deprived of sustenance, had grown gravely weak. Whispers circulated throughout the continent, claiming sightings of bloodlines being vanquished. Thus, Chen Peng believed this excuse to be foolproof, as it would be impossible for anyone to ascertain the truth. Moreover, his audacious choice to flaunt the vampire armor in plain sight would further diminish any suspicion against him. Upon hearing Chen Peng's account, the judge raised an eyebrow, astonished that Mr. Chen Peng had indeed hunted vampires alone. That would classify you as at least an S-rank adventurer, yet I have not heard of you before. Chen Peng replied, "It is understandable that you have not. My lord, I have wandered the continent in solitude, never registering as an adventurer, in pursuit of vampires. My acquaintance with Catherine and the others stemmed from rumors of this being the last refuge of dark creatures, which drew me here." With piercing eyes, Chen Peng met the judge's gaze, candidly elucidating his circumstances. The judge nodded. Since Catherine was advocating for him and found no flaws in his narrative, his identity was tentatively deemed credible. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Mr. Chen Peng, the Empire greatly needs warriors of your caliber. Should you wish, we would welcome you to join the Imperial Army or register as an adventurer." "Thank you. I will consider it." Chen Peng replied, "Very well. I shall not intrude upon your battle any longer. I will take my leave to oversee from the rear. Farewell. As the judge departed, Chen Peng exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. At that moment, scouts returning from the necropolis drew everyone's attention. The lead scout approached Caesar respectfully, reporting, "Lord Caesar, all is normal at the necropolis. Only some zombies and skeletal soldiers are roaming about, with no signs of higher-tier dark beings." Caesar laughed heartily, then provocatively glanced at Catherine, claiming, "I knew it. The dark creatures we've heard of must have hidden upon seeing us." Ignoring the frown on Catherine's brow, he unsheathed his sword and commanded, "Listen to my orders. Mages and archers, advance towards Old Castle and the necropolis." Unlike the northern Dover marshes, the southern necropolis lay a mere 200 meters from Old Castle. The main force was only a few dozen meters away from the graveyard, allowing both archers and mages to strike effectively. As his command resonated, the prepared mages raised their staves, softly chanting their spells, while the archers swiftly retrieved arrows from their quivers, knocking them with precision before unleashing a volley. The arrows, lacking the capacity to damage structures, soared through the foliage towards the necropolis. The undead seemed to sense the disturbance. Their confused gazes turned skyward. Before they could react, countless dark shapes swiftly magnified, raining down upon them like a deluge. The arrows struck the skeletal soldiers, shattering them to pieces. Those that hit zombies ignited them with the contained magic, causing the burning undead to emit anguished cries as they futilely attempted to extinguish the flames. Yet, it was to no avail. Within moments, they collapsed, extinguished amidst the flames. The wandering undead were swiftly eradicated in the initial onslaught. Observing Caesar's command to attack, Chen Peng felt a surge of anxiety. This was a performance without rehearsal or retakes. As the archers executed a synchronized volley that decimated the undead, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such was the Empire's overwhelming firepower. If they were to fire upon Luna and her group, injuries were inevitable. At that moment, the mages completed their spell casting, unleashing a kaleidoscope of magical projectiles that soared from their formation. Traveling briefly before descending upon Old Castle, the castle erupted in a cacophony of explosions, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Though aware that Alai and others had prepared for this, Chen Peng felt a pang of anxiety for their safety. Fortunately, as the dust settled, he discerned that the castle had sustained no significant damage, thanks to the protective magic in effect. Inside the castle, the busy inhabitants suddenly felt a tremor, dust cascading from the ceilings. Lilia and Alai shrieked in alarm. Once the shaking ceased, everyone furrowed their brows, realizing the Empire's forces had arrived. The group quickly converged on Luna's location, preparing to resist the Empire's advance. In the dimly lit underground chamber of dark crystals, Luna was diligently refining the castle's defensive magic when the unexpected assault commenced. Gritting her teeth, she lamented the incompletion of several large-scale spells, wishing for just a bit more time. Damn it, at that moment, Alai and the others entered the room, asking, "Luna, what is the situation?" Upon their arrival, Luna sighed. "Time is too tight. Many large-scale defensive spells remain unfinished. Fortunately, the earlier assault did not inflict damage upon the castle." The others exchanged helpless looks, acknowledging the urgency of their predicament. Alai, sensing the low morale, raised her fist and earnestly encouraged, "It's all right. Let us not lose heart. Remember, Our lord is still out there amidst the Empire's army, putting himself at risk for our safety. We must strive to do our part. If we follow our lord's strategy, we can surely evade their onslaught." As her words resonated, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, their lord was still fighting for their time. This was merely a matter of insufficient time, not anyone's fault. That it was simply the Empire's relentless pressure. Now was not the time for despair. They still had their lord. And hope remained. Luna smiled faintly. "Ali is right. Let us rally together. I will continue to enhance the castle's magic, and everyone should act according to our lord's plan." "All right. Following the plan, I will lead our kin in the first wave of attack." "I must prepare," Karuya declared with a determined expression. Meanwhile, on the Empire's side, after the initial assault, Caesar, seeing no counterattack from the castle, swung his sword and commanded, "Infantry formation, advance." Then, the Imperial soldiers united in a resounding battle cry, dispersing into 1,000-man squads, marching in unison towards Old Castle. Chen Peng observed this with a furrowed brow. He had been vigilant, expecting Karuya to lead the werewolves in a surprise attack, yet there was no sign of movement. Was something amiss? Were they still unprepared? Communication with Ali and the others was impossible, leaving him uncertain about the castle's status. Never mind. I shall buy them a bit more time, he resolved. Upon this realization, Chen Peng crouched down, then turned sideways to lie on the ground, pressing his ear against the surface as if to listen for movement. In truth, he was quietly reciting a summoning incantation, his hands pressed firmly against the earth as he began to summon the undead. His actions caught Catherine's attention. She half squatted, tilting her head in curiosity. "Chen Peng, what are you doing?" At her inquiry, Chen Peng stood upright and replied earnestly, "I sense something stirring beneath the ground. It feels as though something is about to emerge." "Is that so?" Catherine responded, momentarily taken aback, before glancing around. "I don't feel anything at all." Just then, the infantry phalanx happened to arrive at the necropolis. Suddenly, the ground of the graveyard began to crack, and countless desiccated hands reached up from below. The soldiers halted, gazing toward the direction of the undead creatures, only to witness the earth erupting with an onslaught of undead. They exclaimed in alarm, "Enemies ahead! The undead are emerging! Prepare for battle, my God! There are too many of them." Kaiser, observing the situation, noted the countless undead rising from the earth, impossible to count. He swiftly issued orders. "Infantry phalanx, fall back. Archers and mages, attack," with a single command. The Imperial forces sprang into action. Catherine looked at Chen Peng with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. "You truly sensed it," she exclaimed, "but I felt nothing at all." Chen Peng smiled faintly. "In my past solitary ventures into the territory of dark creatures, I often encountered such occurrences, hence my heightened sensitivity." He fabricated a casual explanation, knowing it would be impossible to verify. Turning his gaze toward the direction of the castle, he hoped to buy them a little more time. A pang of sympathy flickered in Catherine's eyes as she reflected on Chen Peng's past, filled with solitude and peril, and how he had endured for so many years. Yuli's, standing nearby, had naturally overheard their conversation, and her gaze toward Chen Peng was filled with compassion. "Chen Peng, this is the last refuge of the dark creatures. If we conquer this place, there will be no more hiding spots for bloodlines in the world. You won't need to wander anymore. You can live with us." Her invitation was sincere. Although Chen Peng was typically reserved, he had a remarkable rapport with their team. Furthermore, she truly wished for him to escape his previous life. Was that even a life worth living? Chen Peng nodded. "I will consider it." "Humph. With a great enemy before us, you still engage in idle chatter." Kaiser could no longer contain his frustration. They were clearly faced with a multitude of undead, albeit the lowest tier of zombies and skeletons, yet the others were merely conversing. Yuli's rolled her eyes at Kaiser, saying, "General, haven't you already ordered your mages to engage? Besides, they are merely low-tier undead. Shouldn't we let our A-rank and S-rank adventurers take action?" Kaiser snorted, recognizing the validity of Yuli's words, and chose not to argue further. At that moment, the infantry had already begun to retreat, yet the undead horde relentlessly pursued them. The mages had completed the incantation for their magical attacks. A torrent of elemental magic cascaded through the thicket, raining down upon the undead army. As a well-organized magical corps of the Empire, their magical coordination was exceptionally high. Ice magic significantly slowed the advance of the undead, while various lightning, radiant, and fire spells wreaked havoc upon their ranks. The archers continuously unleashed enchanted arrows, and many undead fell along the way. After merely 2 rounds of assault, over half of the undead army had been obliterated. Yet, The ground continued to spawn an unending tide of zombies. Unfortunately, many of these zombies were halfway out when they were annihilated by fireballs or pierced by numerous arrows. Soon, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of countless undead. Seeing that no more undead were emerging from the ground, the ordinary soldiers erupted into cheers. Ha ha ha. The repugnant zombies must now feel the might of the Empire. Long live the mages. Thousands of undead have been rendered utterly ineffective. The Empire is indeed invincible. Long live the Empire. Long live General Kaiser. Let's crush the castle of our. Kaiser observed this spectacle, taking in the sight of the necropolis to the north, where not a single living creature remained. Accompanied by the thunderous cheers of the soldiers, his heart swelled with pride as he turned to Catherine. Did you see that? This is the magnificent power of the Empire. Any malevolent force shall be crushed. However, Catherine furrowed her brow at this sight. The dark aura here was so thick, yet only low-tier undead had appeared. This was highly irregular. They could not afford to be complacent. In the beginning, Wendy had sensed the dense dark energy here. And now even she could keenly feel the increasingly potent dark aura emanating from our castle. This indicated that the hidden dark creatures were undoubtedly preparing for something secretive, perhaps a powerful area-wide spell. The dark creatures were not fools. They could not possibly be unaware that these low-tier undead would be unable to withstand the Empire's advance. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Humph, you know nothing of the Empire's might. We have been here for so long, yet we have not encountered a single high-tier dark creature, not a werewolf, not a dark elf, not one. Catherine, if you choose not to act, that is one thing. But do not impede my offensive. Are you siding with the dark forces? Kaiser said with a stern expression. Catherine's face flushed with indignation upon hearing his final remark. Nevertheless, she remained resolute. General Kaiser, as the commander of this expedition, I implore you to calmly assess the situation and not be deceived by appearances. After all, Kaiser had never commanded a large-scale battle before and lacked understanding of battlefield analysis. Catherine had fought alongside the Imperial Army multiple times against orcs and dwarfs. She knew that even those simple-minded orcs understood the value of strategy. The dark creatures were currently guarding their only sanctuary. They would never relinquish it easily. They would find a way to contest the Empire. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Kaiser was far too ambitious. In response to Catherine's words, Kaiser merely scoffed and dismissed her, asserting himself as the commander. Infantry phalanx, advance, knights, 400 strong. Follow closely behind. The remaining knights will protect the archers and mages. With that, he unsheathed his sword, taking the lead at the forefront of the infantry. This time, he intended to demonstrate through action that the Empire was invincible. The knights and infantry marched in thunderous unison toward our castle, soon reaching the necropolis. Here, shattered gravestones littered the ground, and numerous pits marked where undead had emerged. Seeing this, Kaiser swung his sword, shattering the gravestones one by one. Other soldiers followed suit, using their weapons to wreak havoc upon the necropolis as they advanced. Catherine, along with the others and Chen Peng, silently observed their assault. Chen Peng showed no reaction to the actions of the Imperial Army. No matter how much they destroyed the necropolis, it would be futile. It was accursed ground. Unless a high-level priest performed a purification spell, the undead would continue to spawn. Yet, as Kaiser's army approached the castle gates, why had there been no reaction from within the castle? At that moment, both Yuli's and Wendy looked up simultaneously, their gazes fixed above Kaiser and the others. In unison, they exclaimed, "It's coming." Catherine and Chen Peng followed their gaze and were startled to see a massive purple-black magic circle manifest above Kaiser and the others, enveloping them entirely. At the center of the circle was a gigantic hexagram, surrounded by countless ancient runes shimmering with energy. Kaiser and his men quickly noticed the magical fluctuations above them. He glanced up and was immediately taken aback by the energy radiating from the magic circle. At this moment, the magic circle had formed, coalescing into numerous ice shards and hammers, which were instantaneously launched into the crowd. Kaiser's eyes widened in alarm as he bellowed, "Defend! Raise your shields!" As soon as he uttered those words, he, who had originally stood at the front of the formation, dashed into the midst of the knights. The knights, calm in the face of danger, immediately knelt on one knee, raising their shields to form an impenetrable barrier. Kaiser himself hid within their ranks. At that moment, countless ice hammers crashed against the shields, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. Clearly, the ice magic was unable to inflict effective damage against the knights' defensive formation. However, the ordinary soldiers, who had no protection, were far less fortunate. Upon first sight of the magic circle, they had already begun to panic and flee. Yet, how could mere mortals outrun magical attacks? The ice shards indiscriminately descended upon the crowd, piercing through countless soldiers with chilling precision. Moreover, Some were mercilessly cleaved in two by multiple ice spears. Fortunately, those struck by the ice spears experienced an instantaneous coagulation of their blood. Otherwise, Chen Peng would have surely fainted. At that moment, the scene was filled with anguished wails. The soldiers, in a frenzy, dashed back in desperation. Wendy furrowed her brow as she surveyed the horrific scene. It was akin to a hell on earth. She hastily raised her staff, softly uttering incantations, and a cascade of shimmering golden light descended. Some soldiers, injured and lying on the ground but still alive, who were previously lamenting in despair, found their pain miraculously dissipating. They sprang to their feet, heedlessly charging towards safety. Wendy refrained from employing healing magic, as it would not yield immediate results. At best, she could provide a temporary relief from pain, granting the wounded a fleeting chance to escape. Soon, the magic circle that had unleashed the ice spears vanished, and only 200 to 300 soldiers managed to return. Catherine, observing those who returned to the forest, lying on the ground in a state of shock, could not help but curse. That bastard Caesar. A regiment of 1,000 soldiers has been decimated by a single spell. The rest have become fodder for this cursed land. Perhaps the next time we hear the call of necromantic magic, they will be reborn as new zombies. Witnessing this scene, Chen Peng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that this was Luna's retaliation. The castle's defensive magic had taken effect. He hoped that everything would proceed according to plan from this point onward. At that moment, he unsheathed his iron sword and said to Catherine, "I will go to assist them. It is far too perilous over by the castle." Without waiting for Catherine's response, he dashed towards Caesar and the others. Catherine intended to organize the retreat, but Chen Peng was too swift, leaving her no time to react, and she ultimately had to concede. Upon hearing the silence outside, Caesar commanded the Knight Brigade to dismantle the ironclad formation. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the multitude of fallen soldiers surrounding him and swallowed hard. The area magic of the Our Castle was indeed, as Catherine had claimed, immensely powerful. Fortunately, the knights remained unharmed. They were the main force in the elite of the Empire. As long as they were intact, the assault on Our Castle would face no obstacles. However, the soldiers had suffered a devastating blow, and their morale would undoubtedly plummet. Thus, he needed to bolster their spirits. Facing the sea of corpses, he closed his eyes, reverently raised his sword to his chest, and performed a knightly salute. He proclaimed, "Behold, these dark creatures have unleashed a massacre upon the brave warriors of our empire. We shall remember these heroes. Now, we shall crush this place and avenge them." Hearing Caesar's words, the soldiers of the Knight Brigade erupted in a rallying cry, clashing their swords against their shields. Bang! 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 Long live the Empire! Crush them! Bang! 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 Long live the Empire! Crush them! At that moment, the morale of the Knight Brigade surged. As knights, they regarded the glory of the Empire as more precious than life itself. The Our Castle had slain so many imperial soldiers. This was a provocation against the Empire. Under General Caesar's leadership, they would obliterate this cursed land. Caesar smiled at the invigorated Knight Brigade. He held no regard for the deaths of ordinary soldiers. They had merely served as bait. Even in death, they had contributed their last value to the Empire. Just then, Caesar suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps emanating from within the castle. His brow furrowed as he glanced towards the castle gates, and just as he was about to issue a command, shadows suddenly leaped from the castle walls. These shadows arched gracefully through the air before landing on the ground. Encircling them, were they werewolves? Caesar realized that these were towering wolves, each one larger than a man. There appeared to be over 100 of them. They must be the wolf-formed werewolves. Caesar felt no fear. He did not believe that werewolves could pose a threat to them in heavy armor. Knights of the Empire, slay these werewolves! Caesar bellowed, charging towards the nearest werewolf. The knights behind him brandished their longswords and surged forward to engage the werewolves. Soon, a fierce melee erupted. At that moment, Chen Peng, who had run halfway, shouted, "Lord Caesar, be cautious. You are no match for the werewolves." Werewolves were no mere humans. They possessed formidable strength and incredible agility. A single ordinary werewolf could easily dispatch a golden knight. It is vital to note that the ranks of knights are classified as initiate knights, bronze knights, silver knights, golden knights, paladins, and divine paladins. Golden knights are already exceptionally powerful, and the Knight Brigade consisted of both silver and golden knights. However, facing the werewolves' razor-sharp claws, a golden knight who does not take them seriously could easily meet their demise. Caesar swung his sword, but a werewolf deftly dodged the attack. He snorted dismissively, disregarding Chen Peng's warning. As a paladin, he felt no fear towards the werewolves. However, on the battlefield, the other knight struggled against the werewolves. Their cumbersome forms made it nearly impossible to land a blow. Conversely, the werewolves seized their opportunity. And with a swipe of their claws, deep gashes appeared on the enchanted breastplates of the knights. In no time, the 400 knights found themselves at a disadvantage against the onslaught of hundreds of werewolves. Among them, a silver werewolf, like a bolt of silver lightning, danced through the knight brigade, claiming a knight's life with each strike of its claws. Its sharp claws could effortlessly shred the knight's armor and tear their throats apart. Soon, casualties began to mount among the knight brigade. While Caesar had yet to land a blow on a single werewolf, he swung his longsword repeatedly, attempting to cleave every werewolf that passed by. But each time, he came to short. Hearing the continuous cries of agony from the battlefield, a flicker of fear and trepidation arose in Caesar's heart. He could not comprehend why the werewolves were so formidable. If the werewolves were this powerful, why had adventurers who had encountered them managed to return to the town alive? Why had the adventurers been able to clear out zombies from the necromancer's tomb without facing werewolf attacks? He had initially thought that the werewolves were weak and that even adventurers feared them, which had led to his overconfidence. Just as he was lost in thought, a silver figure suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Caesar's heart raced with alarm. He hastily raised his sword and executed a diagonal slash. To his surprise, the figure deftly altered its course mid-air and evaded the attack, and the next moment, he felt a tremendous impact on his chest. Bang! Following the dull thud, Caesar was sent flying several meters, rolling on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Once he regained his footing, he coughed a few times, feeling a searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a deep claw mark on the chest of his enchanted armor, penetrating to the flesh and oozing blood. Gasping for breath, Caesar glanced towards the silver wolf not far away, which regarded him with disdainful eyes. Suddenly, the creature vanished without warning, and Caesar felt as if a silver lightning bolt was hurtling towards him. It was over. He widened his eyes, unable to defend himself in time. At that moment, a shadow appeared beside him, shielding him from harm. Chen Peng. Catherine could not help but murmur the name. Clang. Then came the sound of metal clashing. Both Chen Peng and the silver wolf staggered back a few steps. Chen Peng slightly turned, his voice cold. Withdraw with your men. Werewolves are not so easily dealt with. With that, Chen Peng charged towards the silver wolf with his sword raised. Soon, man and wolf were engaged in combat. And Caesar could see sparks flying with every clash of Chen Peng's iron sword against the silver wolf. Looking to the other side, the 400 knights were in disarray, with numerous fallen comrades already. At this rate, it was likely that all 400 would perish here. If that happened, the consequences would be dire. Without further ado, Caesar gritted his teeth against the pain, struggled to rise, and shouted, "Everyone! Retreat! Retreat!" Hearing his command, the knights seized the lifeline and hurriedly retreated. Faced with the ferocious werewolves, notions of honor and empire paled in comparison to their own lives. Meanwhile, Caesar, with the assistance of a fellow knight, began to withdraw towards Catherine and the others. Upon witnessing this, Catherine felt an acute sense of urgency. However, she could not move forward. Only one of them, either she or Caesar, could engage at a time. Unless they all attacked together, leaving some behind while both advanced to the front would leave them vulnerable to a surprise attack. This was a cardinal sin in warfare. Caesar had paid the price for his arrogance. Catherine sighed as she observed the slowly retreating knight brigade. Ulysses scoffed, "I believe Chen Peng should never have gone to save him. Such a person living only poses a danger to the empire and adventurers. Chen Peng might think that everyone is as virtuous as we are." Bang! Ouch! That hurts. Ulysses clutched her head, casting a pitiful glance at Wendy. The latter pointed her staff at the adjudicator behind them and said coolly, "Do not speak out of turn." Ulysses pouted but, upon witnessing the adjudicator's icy gaze, realized she had overstepped. She turned her attention back to the battlefield. With the knight brigade's retreat, the remaining werewolves were unleashed and began to assail Chen Peng. This sight filled her with worry. After all, even Caesar struggled against that silver wolf, and Chen Peng was now facing an entire pack. Chapter 47. The mighty black armored warrior. One could see Chen Peng clad in black armor, displaying remarkable agility. Armed with an iron sword, his speed was astonishing as he transformed into a shadow, engaging in relentless combat with the silver giant wolf. Onlookers could only witness the sparks flying from the fierce clashes between man and beast. While the intricate details of their duel remained obscured, the other black wolves, with their massive jaws revealing sharp fangs, crouched low, continuously growling and baring their teeth. Occasionally, a black wolf would seize the opportunity to pounce towards Chen Peng. Yet it always missed its mark. Ulysses observed that while Chen Peng was preoccupied with the silver wolf, he adeptly evaded the sneak attacks from the other black wolves, seemingly unfazed by the odds against him. How formidable he is. Is this truly the extent of Chen Peng's power? Previously, he had only demonstrated his strength twice, once against a horde of low-tier undead creatures, and once when he rescued Catherine and Bella from a trap spell. At that time, he seemed merely a powerful warrior, but the specifics eluded her understanding. Now, witnessing Chen Peng clash with the werewolf pack revealed that he could single-handedly challenge an entire werewolf clan. Catherine's heart surged with astonishment as she beheld Chen Peng. Having never faced a werewolf before, she was acutely aware, from the earlier encounters between the werewolves and the Knightly Order, that the speed and strength of the werewolves far surpassed that of humans. Even a holy knight like Caesar fell short against the Silver Wolf. He was defeated in a single confrontation, left with no means to retaliate. Yet, here was Chen Peng, holding his ground against the fierce Silver Wolf amidst the onslaught of the werewolf pack. His strength was indeed terrifying. Even she could not guarantee that she could handle the Silver Wolf while evading the other werewolves' ambushes. The most astonishing aspect was that, as a warrior clad in heavy armor, Chen Peng exhibited agility that outstripped that of an assassin. How incredibly versatile he is. In comparison to his earlier displays when rescuing them, the prowess Chen Peng showcased today left her utterly astounded. However, she harbored no doubts about his identity. Rather, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Wendy, observing Yuli's and Catherine, shook her head slightly. These two were utterly smitten. Yet, unbeknownst to her, when she gazed upon Chen Peng, a faint, elusive smile appeared on her otherwise indifferent face. The surrounding Imperial soldiers were equally astonished, their jaws dropping at the spectacle. Initially, when they witnessed the Knightly Order and Caesar faltering and falling into peril, concern gripped them. Then they saw Chen Peng brandishing his sword, intercepting the werewolves and rescuing them. This adventurer in black armor was incredibly powerful. The other adventurers, witnessing this, began to cheer wildly among themselves. As fellow adventurers, they felt a sense of pride at Chen Peng's extraordinary capabilities. My goodness, this warrior is astonishing. His agility surpasses even that of an assassin. While Caesar struggled against a single wolf, this man could take on an entire pack. It was utterly outrageous. Charge forth, crush these vile werewolves. A true man. 1 against 100. At that moment, Caesar had returned in a disheveled state, with over 100 members of the 400-strong Knightly Order left behind at the clearing before the Castle of Our. Caesar and the surviving knights gasped for breath, shaken by their ordeal. Many injured knights slumped on the ground, resting and groaning softly. The priests from the mage team hurried forward to assist the knights in healing their wounds. A dozen priests simultaneously recited incantations, conjuring a massive group healing spell that a gigantic green magic circle materialized above the knights, showering them with glimmers of green light that fell upon the injured. Soon, the knights' wounds began to close and heal. In no time, the Knightly Order was restored to health. Caesar, meanwhile, watched Chen Peng's figure, who was still entangled with the werewolves. The thought that he was saved by an adventurer he had previously looked down upon inflamed his cheeks with embarrassment. Moreover, having been repelled by the Silver Wolf while Chen Peng managed to stand his ground against the onslaught of multiple werewolves was nothing short of astounding. If the Knightly Order could not prevail, what did it say about the strength of the Empire? The more he thought about it, the less gratitude he felt towards Chen Peng, replaced instead by jealousy and resentment. He even wished for Chen Peng to perish amidst the werewolf siege. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes. Catherine, seeing Caesar return, intended to urge him to command the archers and mages to support Chen Peng's retreat. After all, while Chen Peng was unbeatable, he could not contend with the Silver Wolf indefinitely. And being restrained like this would surely put him at a disadvantage over time. However, upon witnessing Caesar and the others' injuries, she restrained her impatience and waited for the priests to finish their healing. Once the treatment concluded, she hastened to Caesar's side and politely requested, "Lord Caesar, Chen Peng is currently besieged. Please command the mages to aid him and allow him to withdraw." Caesar turned to Catherine, incredulous that she would seek to assist an adventurer when she herself was in danger. What was she thinking? Chen Peng had overshadowed the Empire's efforts. Wasn't he supposed to be so formidable? If he were truly capable, he should extricate himself. The mages had already exerted themselves with their spells. They needed a moment to recuperate. With that, he turned his gaze away, beginning to adjust his damaged armor. Catherine frowned. "Lord Caesar, but it was Chen Peng who saved you. Surely this is not right. What is wrong? You saw how powerful the dark creatures are. We must proceed with caution and cannot recklessly expend our current strength. Otherwise, today's expedition will end in failure. As you said, I am the commander, and I must be responsible for the larger picture. Look at Chen Peng. He is so strong he can escape on his own." Caesar had a multitude of reasons to refuse assistance. He harbored no goodwill toward adventurers. Catherine's anger flared at Caesar's words, her expression cold, though she could not create a scene amidst the ongoing battle. After all, they were still engaged in combat. Infighting was not an option. She lifted her gaze towards Chen Peng's direction, her eyes filled with worry. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of battle, Chen Peng and the Silver Wolf appeared to be locked in combat. But in reality, they were discreetly communicating. This was the very reason for their stalemate, an excellent opportunity for dialogue. The Silver Wolf was, in fact, the werewolf Kurua each time they clashed. It served as a moment for them to converse. Kurua, how is the castle relocation progressing? Clang. The clash of claws against iron echoed as sparks flew. They separated, only to charge at one another once more. My lord, the relocation is proceeding smoothly. However, the castle's magic has yet to be perfected. Time is too tight. Chapter 48. Repelling the werewolves. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng sighed. The Empire was indeed pressing too hard, leaving little time for himself and everyone else. They separated again and re-engaged in combat. Chen Peng replied, "No worries. According to the plan, you lead your kin to create enough of a threat to the Imperial Army. Coupled with the previous magical casualties inflicted upon them, they will reassess the level of threat here. They will not dare to attack recklessly." The two continued their exchange, with Chen Peng supplementing his thoughts, reminding Kurua to ensure she relayed the information to Alai and the others later. Everything was to ensure Chen Peng's plan could come to fruition. Suddenly, Kurua inquired, "My lord, how much longer must we maintain this charade?" The constant back and forth, devoid of any casualties, had become a tedious cycle of combat. Prolonging this might raise suspicions among the imperial forces. For humans are notoriously cunning and treacherous. Chen Peng glanced towards the imperial army and noticed Caesar and the others were preoccupied with healing their wounds, completely oblivious to their duel. This ungrateful wretch. I saved his life, yet he completely abandoned me here. Soon, he spotted Catherine, Ulysses, and Wendy, all wearing expressions of concern as they watched the scene unfold. A thought crossed his mind, and he suddenly said, "Kurua, let me tell you, moving forward, we will." Catherine watched Chen Peng, torn between the desire to assist him and the realization of her limitations. Chen Peng had saved her twice. As a knight, she could not stand idly by. Yet, she understood that while Chen Peng could face 100 foes, she might not be as capable. Acting rashly could make her a liability rather than a help. Catherine was a wise woman, fully aware that this was not the moment for impulsive action. At that moment, the battle intensified. The ferocity of Chen Peng and the Silver Wolf's attacks escalated. Catherine murmured, "What is happening? Do the werewolves intend to end this quickly?" In the next instant, after a fierce exchange, the Silver Wolf and Chen Peng separated again. The Silver Wolf, its blood-red eyes ablaze with ferocity, emitted a low growl before charging directly at Chen Peng. Chen Peng's gaze hardened as he gripped his sword, preparing to wait for the beast to close the distance. A glimmer of silver flashed as the Silver Wolf's claws lunged towards Chen Peng's chest. This time, Chen Peng chose not to defend himself. Instead, he fought back with his life on the line, thrusting his sword directly at the Silver Wolf's abdomen. The confrontation between man and beast was fierce, each determined to bring the other to ruin. Ulysses was taken aback. Why was Chen Peng dodging? Had he lost his composure? In the next moment, the Silver Wolf's claws struck Chen Peng's chest, while his sword pierced the creature's belly. Yet, the Silver Wolf's hide was remarkably resilient, rendering his ordinary iron sword ineffective. Chen Peng's vampire armor was equally formidable, remaining unscathed. Nevertheless, both man and wolf were sent flying several meters, crashing into the ground and leaving deep craters in their wake, a testament to their immense power. The Silver Wolf rolled and quickly regained its footing, glaring menacingly at Chen Peng, who struggled to rise. His movements sluggish and labored, clearly injured. At this moment, the surrounding black wolves, sensing the situation, howled and charged at Chen Peng. Catherine cried out in alarm, "Chen Peng, be careful," as her words fell. She drew her holy cross sword and rushed forward. There was no time to waste. With Chen Peng injured, he could easily be surrounded by the pack. She had to act, for even in death, she could not bear to see Chen Peng face danger alone. Ulysses and Wendy, witnessing Catherine's sudden advance, felt a pang of anxiety. Hundreds of werewolves were at stake. How could Catherine be so reckless? Ulysses hurriedly began chanting a spell. "O fairy of the crimson lotus, exhale the breath of flame and incinerate our foes. Congeal in my hand, O fiery molecules, and with the arc of my swing, carve a perfect red fan shape. Dance of the flame," with a swift motion of her staff. A torrent of fire elements erupted from its tip, rapidly forming a fan-shaped wall of flames, soaring towards the heavens. The fiery wall flew briefly before crashing down before Chen Peng, followed by a violent explosion. Fireballs and black smoke billowed into the sky. The blast intercepted the charging werewolves, halting their advance. Seeing this, Catherine hastened to Chen Peng's side. She knelt beside him, concern etched on her face as she asked, "Chen Peng, are you all right?" Upon seeing Catherine approach, Chen Peng released a sigh of relief. Struggling to his feet, he gasped, "I'm fine. I didn't expect the silver wolf's hide to be so tough. My iron sword couldn't penetrate it. Its strength was overwhelming, and I was careless." After speaking, he glanced towards the silver wolf, now partially obscured by the thick smoke. They needed to repel it, otherwise it would launch an attack on the night order, resulting in significant losses. Catherine followed his gaze and resolutely declared, "All right. I will assist you." Chen Peng nodded. "Good. Be cautious." The two stood side by side, clad in golden and black armor. To their surprise, upon spotting the duo, the silver wolf took a step back, a flicker of apprehension gleaming in its eyes. With a fierce howl, the wolf pack responded, retreating in unison towards the castle. The silver wolf cast one last lingering glance at Chen Peng before leaping high into the air, effortlessly clearing several meters in a matter of moments and vanishing into the castle. Catherine, initially tense, breathed a sigh of relief at their sudden retreat. Yet, curiosity gnawed at her. Why had they fled so abruptly? Chen Peng, too, released a breath of relief, gazing at Catherine's exquisite visage, teasingly remarking, "It seems the reputation of a human hero is indeed extraordinary. The werewolves fled at the mere sight of you before any confrontation." Catherine blushed at the compliment. "Oh, no. I'm not confident I could defeat them." Chen Peng shook his head. "These are werewolves, not the lowly skeletons or zombies. Werewolves are intelligent, sentient dark beings. As a human hero with numerous legends on the continent, it is only natural for them to fear you." After speaking, he turned towards the Imperial Army's direction. "Let us return." Meanwhile, on Caesar's side, the adventurers erupted in cheers at the sight of the werewolves retreating. "Truly, Lady Catherine is remarkable. Did you see that? The werewolves fled upon her arrival. Lady Catherine is so impressive. Long live Lady Catherine. Long live Lady Catherine. And that warrior, he contributed greatly too. He must be part of Lady Catherine's squad. Truly formidable." The knights began to murmur amongst themselves. Werewolves are incredibly powerful, but Lady Catherine is equally awe-inspiring. She drove them away. Indeed, that's the prowess of an S-rank adventurer. Absolutely magnificent. Chapter 49. Everything goes smoothly. Karuya led the werewolves back into the castle, where they all transformed back into their human forms. Standing in the courtyard, Karuya addressed the others earnestly. "All right. Thank you all for your efforts. There are no combat missions for now. Please continue to assist elsewhere." The werewolves nodded in acknowledgement and promptly made their way to the basement. Karuya then proceeded to Luna's chamber, where all the women were gathered. Above the magical crystal, a pale blue light curtain shimmered, approximately 1 meter long and half a meter wide, with a gentle white glow flowing across its surface. The center of the curtain, like a screen, was displaying the scene unfolding in front of the castle gate. Outside the castle, numerous Imperial soldiers lay dead, their armor and metallic weapons glinting in the sunlight. This light curtain was a projection of light and shadow magic cast by Luna under the influence of the dark crystal. Just moments ago, Luna and the others had been using this curtain to observe the Imperial Army's assault on the Hour Castle in real time. Upon seeing Karuya return, Alai hurried over, asking, "Karuya, are you all right?" Karuya's fluffy ears perked up as she waved her hand dismissively. "Those Imperial Knights are far too weak. What could possibly happen to me?" With that, she haughtily huffed. Then, she recounted her exchanges during the battle with Chen Peng. The women listened, their faces brightening with relief. It seemed that everything was progressing smoothly. Alai gazed at the light curtain, resting her left hand on her right, her fingers thoughtfully brushing her lips as she mused. "Excellent. After Lord's retreat, the Imperial Army has shown no signs of further attacks. It appears they are indeed wary, just as our Lord predicted. If we demonstrate our formidable strength and inflict losses upon them, they will hesitate to attack us blindly." Karuya nodded repeatedly. "Yes. The Lord also mentioned that humans value their pride, yet there is no honor in being alive and profitable rather than being defeated head-on." Having once been human in his previous life, Chen Peng understood certain inherent flaws within humanity. Furthermore, his recent encounters in Montao Town and with the Empire and the Church revealed that they were no different from the humans of his past life. By understanding human nature, rooted in greed, arrogance, and other original sins, he could effectively aid our castle in weathering the storm. Frankna murmured, "It's quite strange how a vampire can understand humans so well." Eli, hearing her, looked up in confusion. What's wrong?" Frankna smiled slightly. "It's nothing." Eli turned her attention back to the light curtain. "The Imperial Army will likely reconsider their attack plans. They probably won't strike us again in the short term. So let us refine our disguise magic. Luna nodded in agreement. All right. She then turned to Lilia. Lilia, have your kin arrived at the castle, not far away? Lilia nodded, her wide eyes sparkling. I sent for them as soon as the Empire launched its attack. Everything is ready. Then let us begin. On the other side, Chen Peng and Catherine had returned, greeted promptly by Ulysse and Wendy. Ulysse, concern etched on her face, asked, Chen Peng, that silver wolf, didn't he injure you? Did it? Knowing that its claws had incapacitated Caesar, both Ulysse and Wendy were deeply worried upon seeing that Chen Peng had taken a hit. Before Chen Peng could respond, Wendy closed her eyes and began chanting a spell. Pointing her staff at Chen Peng, a flickering green light enveloped him. Chen Peng felt a gentle power gradually permeating his body. His limbs began to warm, as if attempting to heal him, but the sensation quickly dissipated. Chen Peng looked at Wendy and smiled gently. Wendy, I'm uninjured. There is no need for healing magic. Wendy, sensing the warmth in her cheeks, turned her gaze away, coolly retorting, the forest is not lacking in wood elements. She felt flustered for having used healing magic so impulsively. Chen Peng, seemingly unhurt, was oblivious to her embarrassment and turned his attention back to Ulysse, who had been worried about him from the start. I am fine. The opponent was strong, but it merely left me feeling a bit uncomfortable. He gestured to his vampire armor. This armor is incredibly strong. They were unable to penetrate it. Chen Peng continuously sought to deepen the recognition of others regarding his vampire armor, all the while not neglecting to praise its merits. Ulysse nodded, her gaze joining Catherine's as it fell upon the obsidian armor. When Caesar was struck, the armor was effortlessly pierced by the opponent's claws. Yet astonishingly, Chen Peng's armor bore not a single mark. Ulysse puffed her cheeks, exclaiming, how wonderful! If only I possessed such an invincible defensive armor, I would no longer fear close combat. Catherine chuckled at this, replying, well then, why not slay a vampire yourself and inquire if they have armor to spare? Having successfully rescued Chen Peng, Catherine felt emboldened to jest with Ulysse. Ulysse grimaced, forget it. That would be far too dangerous. To face a vampire directly, I might as well be signing my own death warrant. Even a weakened vampire is not something a single A-rank adventurer like myself can handle. After all, the bloodline is the most powerful species that once ruled the continent. Even those not of royal blood can command a legion of dark creatures. Werewolves are dark beings, as we just witnessed. Caesar, a paladin, was effortlessly struck down by as a fragile mage. I can hardly contend with werewolves, let alone vampires, unless I were to lead 100 mage battalion to bombard the werewolves with magic. Of course, that is purely unrealistic. Meanwhile, the judge, having witnessed Caesar's actions, was displeased with the sacrifices made by so many imperial warriors. Before departing, Caesar had confidently promised to annihilate the castle of Aol, yet it now appeared that the first battle had ended in utter defeat. Once Caesar recovered, the judge confronted him directly. However, he remained observant of Chen Peng's situation. The sight of Chen Peng single-handedly battling against 100 werewolves was not lost on him. This Chen Peng was exceedingly enigmatic. Moreover, his strength was astonishing. When comparing the might of Caesar, the paladin, and Catherine, the divine paladin, it was evident that Chen Peng was at least of divine paladin caliber, undoubtedly possessing the prowess of an SS-rank adventurer, such a formidable individual. Yet he had somehow evaded the attention of the Empire and the Church's extensive intelligence network. Even as a wanderer, he should have been noticed. It seemed this individual harbored numerous secrets, and the judge was determined to uncover his true identity. Now, upon seeing Chen Peng return safely, he approached with the intention of engaging him in conversation. Chapter 50, Various Unreasonable Demands. While conversing with Catherine and the others, Chen Peng naturally noticed the approaching judge. Why does this man persistently linger? He mused, rather than confronting Caesar for his defeat. He chose to hover around him. As the judge drew near, Catherine and the others also took note of him. Your Honor, is there something you require? Catherine inquired, her playful demeanor with Ulysse dissipating into seriousness. The judge merely cast a glance at Catherine, responding sternly, Humph. The Empire has suffered greatly, yet I see you laughing here with such ease. Hearing this, Catherine furrowed her brow and retorted, you should address General Caesar regarding the Empire's losses, not seek to trouble us. Ulysse, unwilling to back down, added, it's not as if we commanded the troops to their demise. In response to their words, the judge suddenly admonished them, as adventurers serving the Empire. Why did you not rush to aid the Imperial army in their time of need? Are you here to shirk responsibility? Caesar and his men sacrificed themselves for the peace of the Empire. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Chen Peng frowned slightly. Your Honor, I did not simply stand by. Furthermore, General Caesar was filled with confidence. Naturally, we believed he would triumph over the enemy. Yulisai chimed in. Hands on her hips. Exactly. Had it not been for Chen Peng, Caesar and his men would have perished. The judge was taken aback by the audacity of these adventurers to speak so defiantly. However, they were not entirely wrong, which left him feeling embarrassed. Yet he did not forget the purpose of his visit and promptly shifted the topic. Caesar's blunders will naturally be addressed by the empire. As the judge, it is my duty to oversee everyone. He then turned his gaze to Chen Peng, adding, moreover, your aura of darkness is exceedingly pronounced. Once this battle concludes, you shall accompany me to the church. We require a thorough investigation of your identity. Upon hearing this, Catherine became indignant. Chen Peng risked his life to save Caesar, and you still suspect his identity? The judge's gaze fixed upon Catherine as he explained, a being of such formidable strength. Unregistered as an adventurer and not an imperial soldier, radiating a strong aura of darkness, how can we proceed without a thorough investigation? He then cast a meaningful glance at Chen Peng, declaring, I must ensure the safety of the empire. Catherine and the others, upon hearing this, grew even angrier. Strength a crime. Must one suffer such unjust treatment simply for being uncontrollable? Chen Peng intervened, stopping the women who were about to continue arguing with the judge. He understood that the judge would inevitably begin to question his identity once more. Of course, he had no intention of foolishly heading to the imperial church. That would be akin to walking to his own demise. However, if this individual continued to act so unreasonably, he would need to devise a plan, lest his true identity be revealed. Having obtained the answers he sought, the judge smirked with satisfaction before sweeping his cloak as he departed towards his carriage. As long as Chen Peng entered the church with him, all of his secrets would be unraveled. The judge had also inquired about Chen Peng from the adventurers accompanying him, learning that he had been acquainted with Catherine and the others during their investigation of the castle of Aol. The timing was too coincidental. A being of immense power, exuding a dark aura, appearing at the castle of Aol, it all seemed highly suspicious. Upon witnessing the judge's departure, Yulisai pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Chen Peng, why did you agree to him? We could simply appeal to the empire. Chen Peng shook his head. Only by clearing my background will the empire truly accept me. Though he spoke thus, Chen Peng had no intention of following through. These words were merely meant to instill trust in Catherine and the others. Before the conversation could continue, an unexpected visitor arrived. Caesar, breathless and bearing claw marks on his armor, approached Catherine, completely disregarding Chen Peng, who had saved him. Catherine, after my probing with the Night Order, I discovered an abundance of offensive magic and dark creatures within the castle. I just conferred with the judge, and we must devise a new battle plan. Reinforcements are currently en route from the town. Therefore, before their arrival, I need you and the adventurers to maintain vigilance on the outskirts. Chen Peng and the others realized that he shamelessly labeled his reckless assault as a probe. Even more audaciously, upon witnessing the castle's formidable defenses, he sought to minimize losses by assigning the adventurers to guard duty. Catherine observed the adventurers brought by Caesar, huddled together in groups, seemingly discussing the recent battle. They were merely C-rank and E-rank low-tier adventurers, capable of handling zombies but certain to perish against higher-tier dark creatures. She frowned. We can certainly maintain vigilance, but isn't it inappropriate to include these adventurers? Surely, some members of the Night Order should assist as well. Caesar shook his head. The Night Order needs to conserve their strength, as the main force in the offense. We cannot waste their power against such a formidable foe. He concluded, dismissing Catherine's objections, and left without concern. After all, with the king's orders backing him, Catherine had no choice but to comply. He was unafraid of her refusal. Yulisai scoffed, feeling that the empire and the church had lost their minds, perpetually targeting them. Catherine, what should we do? Before the frowning Catherine could respond, Chen Peng smiled slightly, speaking with ease. It's fine. We'll simply maintain vigilance. As long as we don't approach the castle of Aol, we should be fine. Upon hearing Chen Peng's words, the three women exchanged complex glances. To gain the empire's trust, they had agreed to such a ridiculous and unjust task. It was clear that he had struggled alone in the wilderness. After finally returning to human society, he was still subjected to targeting. This man truly evoked deep sympathy. Chen Peng, noticing the pitying gazes of the three women, felt a wave of confusion. Why did they suddenly regard him with such compassion? Did these three women possess some peculiar quirk? In the castle, within a modest underground chamber, the walls are adorned with sconces that flicker with the soft glow of candles, casting a dim light that barely reveals the intricate carvings of bats and werewolves etched into the stone. At the center of the room stands a cauldron, large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 adults, within which a mysterious liquid seems to bubble ominously. Gurgling sounds resonate as an ethereal blue flame. without any visible fuel, burns beneath the cauldron, casting a purplish hue upon the floor. Surrounding the cauldron are a dozen witches, forming two concentric circles, their eyes closed as they chant ancient incantations. These obscure words reverberate throughout the chamber. Lilia stands at the entrance, anxiously observing them, murmuring, "The crucial spell is upon us. It must succeed." Chapter 51. The Castle of Mist. As Lilia's words fade, the witches conclude their chanting. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of colors illuminates the cauldron, casting varied hues across the faces of the witches and enveloping the room in an eerie glow. It worked, Lilia exclaims, placing her hands over her heart in relief. She then witnesses thick white mist begin to emanate from the cauldron, swirling as if possessing a consciousness of its own, flowing across the floor and seeping out of the room, rapidly diffusing into the surrounding space. Soon, the mist envelopes the entire castle and begins to expand, encircling it. Ultimately, it appears as though an invisible hand guides the fog, halting its spread into the forest. The castle, shrouded in mist, becomes a haunting silhouette, exuding an even deeper sense of mystery. Upon observing the rising mist, the dark elves cease their activities, bowing their heads in unison to chant an incantation. "O spirits of water in the atmosphere, gather unto my side, by the will of the water spirit king. In my name, I command you to heed my call. Summon forth your potent magic, materialize your forms." The incantation repeats, and soon, the castle resonates with the sound of countless footsteps. Dark elves clad in polished armor, armed with spears or bows, swarm towards the battlements and watchtowers atop the castle walls, their movements accompanied by the clinking of metal. Countless werewolves dart through the castle, stirring the mist into a frenzy. Some leap to the peaks of the castle towers, howling at the sky. An army of spiders crawls across the castle walls, while legions of the undead assemble in the courtyard. In a fleeting moment, the castle of Hour, enveloped in mist, teems with shadows and the sounds of various creatures preparing for battle. The watchful adventurers, led by Chen Peng, patrol the perimeter of their encampment, initially reluctant to serve in a guard capacity. Their spirits lift at the prospect of working alongside a heroine like Catherine. Chen Peng instructs Catherine to divide the adventurers into 4 groups of 10 to 15 individuals each, tasked with vigilant patrols in all 4 directions. Chen Peng and his companions take the lead of these groups, with Chen Peng, the most formidable among them, responsible for the security facing the castle of Aor.at. This moment, Chen Peng leads the adventurers past the graveyard of the undead. A few adventurers, spotting freshly reanimated zombies, rush forward to dispatch them, only to be disappointed by the absence of silver coins or other treasures. Suddenly, one adventurer spots the castle enveloped in thick mist and, in a panic, points toward it, stuttering, Look over there." Everyone turns, their faces reflecting shock. As the mist rapidly cloaks the castle, a sigh of relief escapes the adventurers. However, they soon perceive shadows flitting across the castle walls, and the walls themselves are teeming with spiders. The occasional howl of wolves sends chills down the spines of the lower-ranked adventurers. A timid voice calls out, "Lord Chen Peng, what should we do?" Chen Peng squints at the mist, his expression serious. Quickly summons Caesar and Lady Catherine. The adventurer, seeing the urgency, dashes back in haste. Soon, Catherine arrives, accompanied by Ulysse and Wendy. "What is the situation?" Catherine inquires, her brow furrowed as she gazes at the castle. Chen Peng's face darkens. The dark creatures within the castle have suddenly gathered. It appears quite unusual. Catherine nods. Perhaps they are indeed angered this time. The assault by the Imperial Army may have instilled a sense of crisis among these dark beings. After all, this is their final sanctuary, and they might be prepared to fight fiercely to defend it. Ulysse twirls her staff in her hand, her usual playful demeanor replaced by seriousness. The enemy is numerous. "I see hundreds of dark elves within. The reinforcements Caesar spoke of have yet to arrive." She had already witnessed the strength of the werewolves, and dark elves are even more powerful and advanced among dark creatures. They are not only expert archers and poison masters but also wield some magic. If they truly decide to attack, the remaining Imperial forces will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Wendy, expressionless, stares towards the castle, noting that despite the emergence of so many dark beings, the concentration of dark energy remains relatively unchanged, which is perplexing. Yet she observes many figures moving within, causing the surrounding mist to shift, indicating they are indeed real. At that moment, the sound of clanking armor is heard from behind, signaling the arrival of Caesar and his companions. All eyes turn to the commander, eager to learn his strategy, only to find the judge approaching as well. Caesar's expression is grim as he ignores the gazes of Chen Peng and the others. Standing before them, fixated on the castle shrouded in mist, the graveyard of the undead lies over 200 meters from the castle gates. with an open expanse between them, devoid of cover. Yet the mist renders it difficult to discern the true situation inside. From the shadows, the multitude of creatures stirs a deep-seated fear within Caesar. Just managing to cope with the werewolves is already a challenge, and now there are so many dark beings, with reinforcements yet to arrive. Caesar feels increasingly uneasy. Fortunately, it seems these creatures are merely occupying the battlements and watchtowers for defense, not launching a direct attack. They likely remain unaware of the specifics of their own situation. Thus refraining from rash assaults. At this moment, the judge withdraws his gaze from the castle and looks at Caesar. What shall we do? We may not wait long for reinforcements, although these dark beings currently show no signs of attack. There is no guarantee they won't strike at any moment. If they do, it will spell doom for us all. Caesar takes a deep breath and, seizing the opportunity while the enemy remains unresponsive, instructs the mages to summon forbidden magic, launch a direct assault on the entire castle, catch them off guard. The judge nods but adds, though forbidden magic wields tremendous power, its incantation requires time. Should any unforeseen events occur during the process? He trails off, but the implication is clear. If the dark beings sense the threat, they may recklessly charge forth to disrupt the completion of the magic, leading to adverse effects. Caesar turns to Catherine and the others. Speaking earnestly, I believe Lady Catherine will buy time for the mage squad when the moment comes. The adventurers will form the first line of defense, while the knights will take the second. As long as we can secure the time needed for the forbidden magic to be cast, we will succeed. Chapter 52. Forbidden Magic. Wrath of the Fire God. Feeling the weight of Caesar's gaze upon her, Catherine recognizes that this is not the time for discord and slowly nods. I will do my utmost to buy time for the mage squad. After uttering those words, Caesar turns and departs. Eager to command the mages to commence the incantation of forbidden magic, he has no desire to meet his end at the hands of those loathsome undead creatures. The judge, after surveying the group, follows closely behind Caesar. Catherine, too, wastes no time. The strange occurrences at castle hour instill a sense of urgency within her. She does not seek to conquer the castle outright, merely hoping to minimize casualties. This war is a grave mistake. Ulis, Chen Peng, let us organize the adventurers to construct a defensive formation. Ulis and Chen Peng both nodded in agreement. Among the dozens of adventurers who accompanied them were warriors, assassins, archers, and mages, but notably absent were any priests. Drawing upon her prior combat experience, Catherine meticulously organized the formation of each class. 20 meters behind the necromantic grave, she and Chen Peng took the lead, flanked by warriors and archers, with mages bringing up the rear. Wendy, the soul priest, positioned herself at the back of the group, ever ready to provide support. Once everyone had settled into position, they all wore expressions of vigilance, attentively observing every movement within the castle of AOR. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Turning to look, Chen Peng saw that the knightly order had been divided into several hundred-man contingents, encircling the mages at the center. Caesar was also encompassed within this formation, a satisfied look on his face as he surveyed the defenses. With such a setup, even if unexpected events were to occur, his safety was assured. Meanwhile, the 300 archers had been split into 3 groups of 100, standing in parallel, ready to draw their bows at a moment's notice. Witnessing this scene, Yuli scoffed. The sight of the Imperial Knightly Order station at the rear being a first for her. The Imperial Knights, renowned as the elite of the Empire and symbols of its glory, had their fade shattered today. As the mages steadied themselves, Caesar shouted, "Forbidden magic, wrath of the fire god. Channel your power to send these vile dark creatures to hell." Upon his command, all the mages shut their eyes. Their right hands raised their staffs while their left hands rested against their chests, murmuring incantations softly. The spell was exceedingly arcane and esoteric, rendering even Ulis and Wendy somewhat bewildered. Was this the depth of the Empire's knowledge, to possess such ancient magic, while adventurers had to gather and learn magic themselves, or exchange currency and points at the Adventurers Guild? The stronger the magic, the greater the cost involved. Up to this point, Ulis had yet to learn any forbidden magic herself. However, the Empire monopolized all known spell books on the continent, allowing for a systemic and structured study of various magics. Many ancient spells, passed down through millennia, wielded immense power but also consumed astronomical amounts of magical energy. Great archmages and divine archmages were exceedingly rare. Training such mages was an incredibly resource-intensive endeavor. Fortunately, the Empire allowed mage groups to learn forbidden magic by having lower-tier mages and grand mages collaborate to execute the summoning, which was a viable alternative. Chen Peng too found himself captivated by this magic. As he listened to the mage's incantations, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the spells, as if they resided deep within his memories, though he couldn't quite recall the complete incantation. At the center of the mage group, as the incantations continued, a red point of light, the size of a helmet, emerged. This red light swiftly moved beneath the mage's feet, leaving behind glowing red patterns in its wake. The red point danced like a quill, rapidly inscribing numerous lines as thick as arms. These lines interconnected, forming radiant ancient runes, which in turn coalesced into a vast red magical array. The array appeared to cover several hundred square meters, illuminating the surrounding woods in fiery hues. Chen Peng's face also bore the red imprint of the light, and he could distinctly sense the immense magical energy emanating from the array. The power of this forbidden magic seemed formidable indeed. As the red glow of the array reached its zenith, it slowly ascended into the air, aligning itself with the castle of Hour. Observing this, Chen Peng glanced at Catherine, noting her gaze was equally entranced by the array. At that moment, no one paid him any heed. He discreetly signaled an okay with his hand from behind. Luna and her companions were keenly observing the Imperial Army's every move through the light screen. As they witnessed the initiation of a large-scale magic summoning, the hearts of the others began to race. Only Luna's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, Eli pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Look, the Lord has signaled." Luna naturally noticed Chen Peng's gesture as well. She turned to Kaluya and instructed, "Send the signal." Kaluya nodded, then abruptly lifted her head and let out a wolf's howl. A piercing sound reverberated through the castle, penetrating its many walls. At that moment, the werewolf Karen atop the castle heard the cry, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Attack, now." However, there were not as many troops around him as one might expect. Instead, there were only rows of small slingshot catapults. The catapults were surrounded by werewolves, armed with ample stones and glass vials containing bubbling green liquids. These vials contained corrosive acid specially concocted by the witches. Nearby, in the arrow stacks and watchtowers, dark elves wielded bows and arrows. Upon hearing Karen's command, everyone sprang into action. The werewolves began placing stones or glass vials into the leather bags of the catapults, preparing to launch them. The dark elves acted swiftly. As soon as Karen's voice fell, they drew arrows from their quivers, knocking them onto their bows and pulling back to a full moon, with a release of their fingers. The arrows flew forth with a whoosh, soaring skyward before arcing down toward the Imperial mages. The air was filled with the sound of arrows slicing through it. Chen Peng and the others looked up, witnessing a barrage of arrows hurtling toward the mage group. Caesar, who had been elated by the impending success of the magic, suddenly wore a cold expression. Quickly, defense, protect the mages. Ulis was the fastest to react, softly reciting, "Manifest the power of the wind god, spirits of the air, protect us in the name of the wind god. Wind shield." In an instant, a gust of wind arose, swiftly converging several meters above the mages, forming a translucent wall of wind. As the mages unitedly waved their staffs downward, a fiery giant beneath the magical array let out a roar, raising its flaming sword to strike down upon the castle of Hour. As the flaming blade approached the castle, it grew larger and larger, while the giant's form seemed to diminish, as if being absorbed by the sword. Eventually, the fiery blade reached lengths of several dozen meters and widths of over 10 meters. Propelled forward with an overwhelming heat toward the castle of Hour, the reflection of the flaming blade shimmered in the eyes of the onlookers, all gazing in awe toward the castle. This forbidden magic of fire elements instilled a sense of dread. Ulis understood that should this blade strike Montier town, it would obliterate the small settlement entirely. Surely, the castle of Hour could not withstand such an assault. Caesar's expression was one of madness, his eyes wide with fervor. He sensed that this strike would undoubtedly lead to the castle's downfall, sending all the dark creatures within the depths of hell amidst the raging flames. Boom. At that moment, the flaming sword collided with the castle walls. As the castle met the blade, an incredibly brilliant light erupted. The radiance exploded instantaneously, compelling everyone to shield their eyes. Following this, they felt an immense wave of scorching heat that nearly knocked them off balance. The howling wind rushed past their ears, accompanied by the rustling of the trees, while debris and withered leaves struck against their bodies. The shockwave sent Yuli's and Wendy's skirts billowing, causing Yuli's to scream in alarm. Chen Peng turned his back to the castle, shielding Catherine and the other two women in front of him to block the residual force. The mere force of the explosion generated such a commotion that everyone speculated this strike must surely have succeeded. After several tense seconds, the world finally fell silent. Chen Peng gradually rose, disregarding the flushed faces of the three women, and turned his gaze toward the castle of Hour. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, the bloodline royal family's magic laboratory possessed remarkable resilience. The fiery giant had vanished, yet the castle of Hour stood intact not far away. were it not for the trees within a radius of several meters being reduced to charred remains in the large crater at the castle's corner. One would hardly suspect it had been attacked. Catherine and the others, having once again been protected by Chen Peng, wore flushed expressions, uncertain whether it was due to embarrassment or the heat. However, upon turning to gaze at the unscathed castle of Our, their eyes widened in astonishment. Yuli's murmured in disbelief. Impossible. As a sorceress, she knew all too well the magnitude of the forbidden magic, wrath of the fire god. How could the castle of Our remain unscathed? There were no visible signs of damage, save for the slight dissipating mist. Was the castle's magical resistance truly that formidable? Catherine and Wendy shared her incredulity. The earlier wrath of the fire god, if unleashed upon any human city, would undoubtedly result in catastrophic casualties. Caesar's face was the picture of shock. The anticipation he had felt moments ago was now eclipsed by disbelief. He had expected to lead his troops in to mop up the aftermath following the attack. Curious about the rumored treasures of the bloodline within, never had he imagined that all their efforts would amount to naught. A sudden wave of powerlessness surged within him, as if the mere presence of the individuals he had brought along was insufficient to conquer the imposing AOL castle. At that moment, the adjudicator approached with a furrowed brow. It appeared that this fortress was fortified by a formidable prohibition. Magical assaults proved futile. Upon hearing this, Caesar recalled that several enemies had fallen to the archer's arrows shot into the mist. The adjudicator added, "I propose we attempt to breach the castle directly with a forceful assault." After uttering these words, he glanced at Chen Peng and Catherine. Faced with their gazes, Chen Peng opted for silence. He understood the man's implication. He merely desired for himself and Catherine to make some contribution. After all, the esteemed mage group that Caesar and his companions once took pride in was now in shambles. However, Catherine furrowed her brow, pointing towards the castle. Despite the onslaught of the fire god's fury, the silhouettes of dark creatures within had not diminished. The presence of so many adversaries, all of high rank, suggested that a blind assault would surely result in substantial casualties. Upon hearing Catherine's words, the atmosphere among the adventurers and the surrounding knights grew somber, having witnessed the might of werewolves and the fortitude of the castle. A shadow of dread loomed over everyone regarding AOL Castle. The adjudicator was essentially urging them to march to their demise. The adjudicator regarded Catherine and scoffed, asserting that with her and Chen Peng at the forefront to distract the enemy, the knights could provide cover from behind, and once inside the castle, the confined terrain would enable them to advance steadily. Caesar nodded in agreement. The werewolves were exceptionally agile, while the night elves relied on ranged attacks, which would be rendered ineffective in close quarters. The knights would need to engage in close combat to be effective. We must leverage our strengths while avoiding weaknesses, and I concur with the adjudicator's plan. As these words fell, the knights stirred restlessly. They had no desire to confront werewolves at such close range. How could Catherine and Chen Peng possibly restrain several werewolves? Their armor would be as fragile as tattered cloth before the werewolves, easily torn apart. Even someone as formidable as Chen Peng had failed to breach the defenses of the Silver Wolf with a single strike. How could their swords harm the werewolves? Was this not akin to courting death? Caesar cast a stern glance around the knights, which swiftly silenced them. That he coldly declared, "In battle, who can escape death? To lose a fight and die is the true disgrace. Should we achieve victory, you will all be hailed as heroes of the empire." Do you understand? He had not anticipated that his own knights would succumb to fear. This was a blow to the empire's dignity. The adjudicator chimed in, stating, "As soldiers of the empire, we must prioritize the empire's glory above all else. Are you all willing to compromise with the dark creatures?" With that, both the adjudicator and Caesar cast furious glares at the assembled knights. The knights immediately stood at attention, responding in unison, "Long live the empire. We shall not retreat a single step." Of course, their fervent declarations belied the trepidation they harbored within. They were well aware that joining the knightly order would elevate their status and privileges, especially since the vampire scourge had nearly been eradicated across the continent. This was a path of promising prospects with minimal danger, yet it had culminated in becoming cannon fodder. After hearing the two men speak, Catherine remained unconvinced. While death was an inevitable aspect of war, this plan seemed a senseless invitation to demise. Such deaths would bear no meaning and would not lead to our triumph. Chapter 55. A new approach. Catherine wore a serious expression. As a human hero, she had witnessed the brutality of frontline battles, where casualties were countless. Yet the adjudicator's plan bore no strategic or tactical merit. It was merely a path to death. It is crucial to remember that upon entering the castle, they would encounter not only endless dark creatures but also numerous magical traps. It was far from the simplicity suggested by the adjudicator. Caesar's countenance darkened. After today's expedition, his authority had been repeatedly challenged. and he had been publicly humiliated. Particularly, his wisdom had led to significant losses for both the knight and infantry units. While the adventurers had repeatedly salvaged the situation, this only fueled his anger. As the esteemed leader of the Empire's knightly order, when had he ever endured such indignities? Moreover, if he failed to deliver results, he would undoubtedly face punishment from the higher-ups upon his return. His position as captain might even be at stake, and with it, his lavish lifestyle would vanish. The mere thought of this sent a frenzied expression across Caesar's face. He could no longer hold back. His excitement evident as he looked towards Catherine. Are you afraid of the dark creatures? Soldiers of the Empire have never known fear. Over the years, countless bloodlines have fallen beneath our onslaught. AOL Castle shall be no exception. With that, he unsheathed his sword with a resounding clang, addressing the knights. You represent the Empire. You embody justice. Do not allow these vile creatures to instill fear in you. Follow me into battle. Crush them. After speaking, Caesar turned to Catherine, urging her to join the charge. He had also perceived that Chen Peng was particularly concerned for the safety of Catherine and the others, as long as Catherine accompanied them. Chen Peng would undoubtedly act. Catherine's face was grim, and she contemplated continuing her refusal. Suddenly, the adjudicator let out a cold huff. Catherine, do not forget your identity. The Empire requires you to step forward. Upon hearing this, Catherine bit her lip, gazing at the knights, each of whom looked at her with hopeful eyes. These individuals could not defy orders. Doing so would bring calamity upon their families. Their hopes rested upon Catherine. Perhaps if she joined them, they might still have a chance. Ultimately, Catherine nodded in agreement. Catherine smirked disdainfully, thinking to herself that this was merely a matter of obeying her command. Wasn't he it? Adventurers? Regardless of the outcome once they entered the castle. At that moment, Caesar's distorted psyche found some semblance of satisfaction. Archers, provide cover fire. We shall depart immediately. Yes, the knights and archers responded in unison, seeing that they were resolute. Chen Peng frowned slightly before speaking. My lord, I have a method that can easily destroy AOL Castle. At this proclamation, all eyes turned towards him. Even Catherine gazed at him with anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Peng had become a source of surprises for everyone. Instilling a sense of security in Catherine, it seemed no challenge could deter the man before her. Perhaps this was a skill honed through his solitary wanderings. Caesar furrowed his brow, looking at Chen Peng. Uncertain of his intentions, however, regardless of how much he despised this attention-seeker, he had to admit that the man possessed some capabilities. If he could indeed assist in effortlessly breaching the castle, it would allow Caesar to redeem himself. With no loss on his part, speak, but should your plan fail, I shall deal with you for sowing discord among the ranks. You. Upon hearing Caesar's words, Ulysses was infuriated. She pointed at Caesar. Having never encountered someone so unreasonable and ungrateful. Chen Peng, however, disregarded Caesar's shameless words and stated directly, AOL Castle has stood for several millennia. During our recent exploration within, I observed signs of significant aging in various areas of the castle's structure, particularly the foundation, which, after such a long time without maintenance, is likely severely compromised. If we launch an assault on the foundation, a single thread pulled could unravel the entire structure. AOL Castle will undoubtedly collapse. With that, he gestured towards the walls of AOL Castle. There, following the fire goddess attack, a massive crater several meters deep had been blasted into the ground beside the wall. The pit was dark and billowing with smoke. The castle was protected by prohibitions, but the open ground outside was not. At this moment, the pit revealed portions of the foundation, which appeared to be in a deteriorated state, with numerous cracks visible in the stones. As his words fell, everyone froze momentarily, then turned to follow the direction of Chen Peng's finger. Only Wendy nodded slightly, affirming that he was correct. Ulysses, after contemplating for a moment, burst into laughter. My heavens! I had never considered this angle. Chen Peng, you are remarkably clever. Caesar pondered this logic further and agreed. Since the castle itself bore defensive prohibitions, they should abandon the idea of attacking it directly and instead target the foundation. This should yield results. Yet, he still cast an inquiring glance towards Catherine. Although Catherine was dissatisfied with Caesar, she nodded and explained, Indeed, we previously explored the majority of this castle, and many areas have suffered from neglect and severe aging. I believe the foundation, buried underground for so long, is its Achilles heel. Upon hearing Catherine's affirmation, the knights could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they were not forced to confront the werewolves face to face. Anything else would be acceptable. They gradually developed a positive impression of Chen Peng, who had, after all, saved them several times. He was indeed a good person. Caesar calmed himself, considering the plan viable, and coldly commanded, all personnel, stand by in place. Then he cast a glance at the judge and proceeded towards the less crowded area. Observing this, the judge followed suit. It appeared that the two were about to discuss their plans. Within the castle, Luna and the others remained before the light screen, intently watching every move of the Empire. Only Elise was absent. Upon witnessing that Chen Peng and the others had secured additional time, she ventured to the underground site where the tunnels were being excavated. In the depths, the habitat of the dark creatures had been unearthed. However, Kaluya returned with new orders, instructing them to expand the tunnel, ideally to accommodate the entire castle. Though the reasoning behind the Lord's directive eluded them, it was presumed that he harbored his own strategy. She had gone to ensure that her precious spiders continued their labor. At that moment, Elise finally returned. Hearing the commotion, Luna turned to her. "Elise, I have completed the enhancements to the castle's defensive magic." As the tunnel finished, Elise's face was adorned with beads of sweat, and her chest rose and fell rhythmically, indicating that she had exerted herself fully for the tunnel's completion. With a smile, her mature and alluring voice resonated. "I have not failed in my duty. Everything is ready." The other women nodded in response, while Frankna crossed her arms and remarked, "So mysterious, yet she offers no insight into her intentions." Chapter 56, Renewed Assault. On Chen Peng's side, everyone awaited the outcome of the discussion between Caesar and the judge. The two stood beneath a nearby tree, alternately glancing at Chen Peng and the direction of the castle. Due to the angle, Chen Peng could not discern the judge's expression, only observing Caesar's face contort with furrowed brows and moments of excitement. He was perplexed, having laid out a solution so plainly. Why were they still hesitating? Eula's pouted in dissatisfaction, focusing her firepower on the foundation, eager to conclude swiftly and return to the city, baffled by the duo's indecision. Wendy, with an impassive countenance, replied, "I sense something will go awry." Chen Peng turned to Wendy, who blinked at him but offered no further comment. After a brief interval, Caesar and the judge concluded their deliberation and approached the group with grave expressions. Caesar halted before Chen Peng, stating earnestly, "I have conferred with the judge, and your proposal has been rejected." "What?" The word struck the surrounding individuals, prompting gasps of astonishment. Chen Peng furrowed his brows and inquired, "Captain, may I ask why?" The others, witnessing Chen Peng's question, also looked toward Caesar, incredulous at the dismissal of such a viable strategy that could effectively mitigate casualties. Caesar's gaze was solemn as he pounded his chest with his right hand, producing a series of muffled thuds. "We are knights of the Empire. We must confront evil head-on." The judge asserted that the previous failed assault had tarnished the Empire's reputation, insisting that the Knight Order must seize the castle directly to prove their worth. Thus, Caesar had altered his stance. The judge, with head held high, proclaimed proudly, "We are the forces of justice, the very church that brings light to the continent. I do not oppose Chen Peng's plan, but I cannot accept a Knight Order that cowers in fear. To fight for the Empire is your destiny. To sacrifice for the Empire is your fate. The clergy will guide you to paradise." With these words, the crowd understood that it was the so-called imperial honor that compelled Caesar to dismiss Chen Peng's plan. Chen Peng could not help but roll his eyes. Were these two individuals of unsound mind? What peculiar reasoning was this? Fear is a perfectly natural emotion for any human being. Moreover, with an easier option available, why choose a more arduous path? As someone well-versed in the importance of cautious development, Chen Peng was entirely disinterested in the notion of imperial glory. The body is one's true asset. Living offers hope. What significance lies in such a direct path to death? More critically, they were merely a step away from realizing his plan, yet Caesar had audaciously rejected it. At that moment, Caesar stood proud, his gaze cleared of prior distractions. As though the judge had imparted some profound insight to him. He looked resolutely toward the castle of Our. The outer perimeter of Our castle still bore witness to the devastation wrought by the wrath of the fire god. With wisps of smoke lingering in the air, he declared, "The righteous Empire shall surely crush the malevolent dark creatures. The Church and His Majesty shall protect us. Knights and mages, heed my command. Let us charge into the castle." Upon hearing these words, the knights understood that traversing this perilous threshold was inevitable, yet outwardly they dared not exhibit a hint of hesitation, for the judge was watching closely. The designated knights raised their swords high, and the mages brandished their staffs, collectively shouting, "For the Empire, long live His Majesty." Observing the formidable imperial army, Chen Peng sighed inwardly. It seemed Caesar was determined to lead these soldiers to their doom. He would have to ensure that Eli and the others were prepared to receive guests and find an opportunity to relay messages. Caesar turned to Chen Peng and Catherine, commanding, "You shall accompany us into the castle. The remaining adventurers will stay behind to protect the archers." Although Catherine was vehemently opposed to such a reckless assault, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. The nearby adventurers, relieved by their exemption from entering the castle, assured Caesar that they would dutifully guard the imperial archers left behind. Satisfied, Caesar nodded and, with a sweeping gesture, announced, "Let us depart." He then led the way toward our castle. The knights split into two groups, one portion protecting the mages as they followed closely behind. Chen Peng and Catherine exchanged glances, preparing to join the fray, while Euless and Wendy expressed their desire to accompany them. Chen Peng shook his head. "Euless, Wendy, you must remain in the rear. The exterior is only left with a handful of archers and low-level adventurers. Should the dark creatures launch a surprise attack, it would spell disaster." This, of course, was merely a convenient excuse. Given that he intended for a lie and the others to take action, the fewer allies who entered, the easier it would be to manage casualties. With only himself and Catherine present, he need only ensure her safety. The knights' fates were sealed. Chen Peng was not a saint, merely wishing to protect his territory. Euless was momentarily taken aback, but Catherine interjected, "It's all right. Euless, we have nearly 100 mages accompanying us. There will be no issues." Euless could only hang her head in defeat. Wendy remained silent, yet chose not to advance, silently agreeing with Chen Peng's reasoning. With this, Catherine and Chen Peng proceeded to join the main force. Previously, they had merely observed from a distance the devastation wrought upon the open ground in front of the castle by the wrath of the fire god. Now, as they drew closer, they discovered that the ground still radiated warmth. Moreover, beneath the castle walls, the ground's color transformed from black to green, radiating outward from the corners. The massive pit at the corners was several meters deep and radiated outwards for dozens of meters. The center of the pit was filled with smoldering earth. Chen Peng couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of the forbidden magic employed by the Empire's mage order. Although the primary damage had been absorbed by the castle's wards, the residual force was not to be underestimated. Walking upon this land in person was far more awe-inspiring than observing it from afar. Chen Peng noticed Catherine surveying the ravaged terrain, her attention not on him. He realized that Luna and the others were currently monitoring the battlefield through the light screen, and he hastily made a hand signal. During his engagement with Kaluuya, he had relayed 3 possible scenarios: the Empire's retreat, a full-scale assault, and a countermeasure for a strong offensive, before the light screen. The others were taken aback as they suddenly witnessed the Empire's forces advancing. Were Kaluuya's previous long-range attacks against the Empire's army not enough to instill fear in them? Lilia grasped her staff with both hands, her expression fraught with concern. Is the Empire's army truly so fearless? Observing the unfolding situation on the light screen, she felt helpless, as if the enemy had no regard for casualties. Could they genuinely intend to forcibly seize our castle today? At that moment, Eli excitedly pointed at the light screen, exclaiming, "Look, the Lord has signaled again." Chapter 57. The Great Battle. All eyes turned to Chen Peng at Eli's words. Noticing that his right hand was repeatedly making a specific gesture, Luna immediately addressed Kaluuya. "This is the signal for an assault from the Lord." After speaking, she looked at the others. "Elise, Lilia, gather your kin and assist." The 3 women, upon receiving the command, did not hesitate. They nodded earnestly before rushing out. Luna, gazing at Caesar and the Imperial Knights, coldly declared, "Since you dare to assault our final refuge, you shall remain here to rest." Luna and her kin, as some of the earliest dark beings to arrive at the castle of Our, possess a profound attachment to this place. Moreover, should it fall, there would be no sanctuary left for the night elves on the continent. Seizing this opportunity, she must ensure the Empire experiences their formidable prowess. At this moment, Caesar had approached within 100 meters of the castle gates, where a thick fog still enveloped the interior, revealing walls teeming with spiders, their eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Countless shadowy figures armed with weapons patrolled the ramparts, alongside werewolves bounding about. Clearly, a multitude of dark creatures still inhabited the castle. Caesar was confident that once they breached the gates, the advantage of the knightly order would manifest in close combat. However, the castle gate stood as the greatest impediment. The gates, a colossal wooden structure standing 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, were adorned with iron sheeting and formidable iron spikes for both decoration and defense. Caesar coldly surveyed the silhouettes in the mist and bellowed, "Breach the gates." Immediately, 100-man contingent emerged, swiftly dividing into 2 lines of 50, charging simultaneously towards the castle door. Thud. The gates resounded with a dull thump. Swaying back and forth with a creaking protest, observing that the gates had not yielded, the 100-man team retreated several paces, preparing to strike again. Just then, Chen Peng's ears perked up, and he urgently shouted, "Watch out!" Barely had the words left his mouth when a volley of arrows shot forth from within the castle, hurtling towards the gathered troops 100 meters away. "Defend!" Caesar commanded, and the knights instantly raised their shields. shielding themselves, and the mages.in the next moment. The sound of countless arrows clashing against shields echoed in the air. Catherine, too, knelt partially, brandishing her shield before her. Chen Peng, the most ferocious among them, wielded his iron sword with such ferocity that it left a flurry of afterimages, cleaving each incoming arrow in twain. As the first wave of arrows fell, Caesar peered out to check on the 100-man team attempting to breach the gates, relieved to find that the arrows could not reach them due to the wall's obstruction. If they could just break through the gates and charge in, the enemy archers would be rendered ineffective. However, before he could revel in this thought, suddenly, over 100 dark figures leaped from the walls. Upon landing, they emitted a chorus of growls, and Caesar knew the accursed werewolves had returned. Yet, that was not the end. A cacophony of rustling sounds erupted around them, and Caesar realized that numerous spiders of various sizes were emerging from the castle walls. Some were no larger than a helmet, adorned with bizarre stripes that suggested a deadly venom, while others dwarfed the werewolves, their 8 hairy legs and menacing mandibles presenting a terrifying sight. Soon, the werewolves and spiders clashed with the Empire's knights in a chaotic melee. The contingent of knights comprised 600, but aside from the 100 attempting to breach the gates, another 100 were tasked with protecting the mages, leaving only 400 capable of engaging in battle. Caesar, sword in hand, immediately engaged a spider larger than himself. The creature raised its front half, incessantly jabbing its 2 dark front legs toward Caesar's chest. Each time, he deflected them with his sword, only to find that the spider's seemingly slender legs were, in fact, incredibly resilient. Each swing felt as if he were striking a steel beam. Not only could he not penetrate the silver wolf's defenses, but he also failed to breach the spiders. In that moment, Caesar began to question his very existence. Just then, he heard the unmistakable sound of arrows whistling through the air. Glancing up, he saw another volley of arrows raining down, but everyone was preoccupied and unable to defend. He himself could easily shield against the barrage. Swish, 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 As arrows struck the ground, several knights fell, some unfortunate souls becoming pincushions. The agony elicited their blood-curdling screams. Subsequently, either werewolves or spiders closed in, crushing chests with claws or impaling the wounded with spider legs. At that moment, the 100-man team assaulting the gates became the target of the werewolves, forcing them to abandon their task and join the fray. On the other side, clang, Catherine blocked a spider's leg with her shield, then sprang up to thrust at the creature's head, only for a dark figure to pounce, knocking her to the ground, allowing the spider to retreat. In the next heartbeat, another shadow flashed by, and Catherine felt a gust of wind as a werewolf was sent flying. This shadow was none other than Chen Peng, who, after kicking the werewolf aside, turned to Catherine and asked, "Are you all right?" Catherine rose, her fair face smeared with the earth's charred remnants, managing a smile as she shook her head. "I'm fine." Chen Peng nodded, advising, "Be careful." With that, he charged towards another werewolf, engaging it in combat, while occasionally deflecting incoming arrows. Putting on a show, Chen Peng exerted himself mightily on the battlefield. Catherine surveyed the chaos. The Empire's forces continued to suffer casualties, and even the mages were not spared. The werewolves, spiders, and the incessant hail of arrows rendered the Empire's soldiers beleaguered, their formation in disarray, fighting as individuals rather than a unified force. The mages could only unleash single-target spells against the werewolves and spiders, lest they harmed their allies. Yet, under the onslaught of the werewolves, even with the knight's ironclad protection, the mages could not safely attack. Gritting her teeth, Catherine rushed towards the mages, raising her cruciform sword to thrust at a werewolf, forcing it to abandon its assault on a mage. Suddenly, Catherine heard a croaking sound emanating from the scene. Turning to investigate, she saw several toads scurrying about in a panic. Where did these toads come from? As Catherine pondered, she suddenly witnessed a knight, who had been shielding a mage from the arrows, disappear in a puff. His weapons and armor clattered to the ground as a toad leaped out from within the armor. Only a witch could cast a transformation curse. Shocked, Catherine realized that this aggressive assault had attracted werewolves, spiders, witches, and night elves. The appearance of so many dark beings, each a high-tier creature, was dire indeed. To eradicate even one kind of dark creature, the Empire would need to mobilize tens of thousands of troops. Faced with this coalition of dark beings, Caesar's meager forces were woefully insufficient. Chapter 58. Casualties. Caesar also recognized that his side was beginning to suffer significant casualties, while the dark creatures had only lost a few venomous spiders. The night elves and witches remained hidden within the castle, launching ranged attacks that were beyond their reach. Against the werewolves, breaking through their defenses proved exceedingly difficult. The castle gates were now locked, and there was no way to breach them in the short term. It seemed that unless tens of thousands of troops were mobilized, they could not hope to defeat these dark creatures head-on. On the battlefield, the werewolves exploited their speed, leaping about among the knights, while the spiders swayed their bodies, engaging in brutal combat with the soldiers. The cacophony of clashing weapons and the cries of the knights filled the air, interspersed with the occasional scream of a fallen soldier. Soon, the ground before the castle was littered with the bodies of dozens of knights and several mages, slain by the werewolves and spiders. Their mangled forms bleeding profusely, staining the dark earth a deep crimson dot. Of course, the mages employed metal magic to enchant the knights' weapons, allowing a few knights to pierce the werewolves' tough hide after surrounding them. However, the wounded werewolves showed no inclination to fight. They simply leaped back into the castle. At this moment, Caesar also noticed that some knights had suddenly transformed into toads, while among the mages, some were using restorative spells to revert the toads back to their human forms. Yet this back and forth only served to further diminish the Empire's combat effectiveness. Watching the Empire's casualties far exceed those of the dark creatures, Caesar felt a pang of urgency mingled with helplessness. He turned his gaze towards the castle gates. He needed to find a breakthrough. Just then, another dark figure lunged at him, its claws aimed directly at his face. Caesar's expression darkened as he raised his sword to block the attack. Clang! Sparks flew as sword met claw, and Caesar swiftly delivered a kick to the creature's abdomen, sending the black wolf hurtling backwards. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the gates, with two towering spiders flanking him on either side. Attempting to block his path, Caesar leaped, landing on the back of the first spider. Realizing Caesar had landed on its back, the spider screeched and twisted its body, trying to shake him off, unwilling to waste time. Caesar adjusted his position and leaped towards the castle gates. Thud! He landed heavily on the scorched earth, leaving two deep impressions before accelerating forward, shaking off the spider. Soon, he arrived at the castle gates, pushing against the heavy wooden door, only to discover it was barred from within. Casting another glance at the battlefield, he saw knights continue to scream and fall, their armor proving ineffective against the sharp claws of the werewolves and the spider's sturdy limbs. Furrowing his brow, Caesar turned back to the castle gates, raising his sword to strike the wooden door. As long as the door to the castle is opened and the opponent's advantages are restrained, there lies a chance for a turnaround. Not far away, Chen Peng furrowed his brow upon witnessing Caesar's actions. Caesar, a paladin, was delivering powerful strikes, and the heavy wooden door would not withstand for long. He glanced at several werewolves and charged forward with his sword drawn. Meanwhile, Caesar had already unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving numerous deep gashes on the thick wooden door. The castle's entrance, reinforced with iron, had yet to show significant breaches. Just then, Caesar heard a roar behind him. Turning, he saw 5 black wolves eyeing him menacingly from about 10 meters away. Their mouths were agape, revealing sharp fangs, and they emitted low growls. Cursing under his breath, Caesar realized that the castle door was unlikely to yield. On the battlefield, the number of fallen allies had increased by dozens. There was no time to linger. He charged towards the black wolves, determined to shake off their pursuit and order a retreat. However, as he approached them, 2 wolves extended their claws, blocking his escape routes to either side. Caesar glanced around, left with no choice but to raise his sword in defense. Clang! The 2 wolves recoiled from his strike, but in the next moment, one leaped into the air, landing behind him and preventing him from getting closer to the door. The 5 black wolves swiftly surrounded him. At that instant, a silver figure suddenly sprang forth from the castle's mist, landing not far from Caesar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a silver wolf launching an attack, sending a cold sweat down his spine. He glanced at the claw marks still visible on his armor. The silver wolf lowered its head, its blue eyes fixated intently on Caesar. He felt as though he had been marked for death. With no hope of escape, the silver wolf vanished in an instant, a flash of silver darting towards him. Caesar narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on his sword, preparing to strike at the opportune moment. Bang! He was suddenly sent hurtling backward. Disbelief etched across his features. How had he been struck? Just a moment ago, he was focused on timing his counterattack, and now he was flying through the air. After soaring several dozen meters, he rolled on the ground multiple times before coming to a stop, his body coated in charred earth. He looked down to find a massive dent in his abdomen. The silver wolf had not used its claws but had instead delivered a powerful kick to his midsection. Fortunately, his armor had absorbed much of the impact, leaving him merely uncomfortable, with no severe injuries. He had intended to break free, but unexpectedly, the silver wolf had inadvertently aided him. He shouted, "Everyone, retreat." Chen Peng had just helped Catherine drive back 2 black wolves when he heard Caesar's command. Looking at Caesar's position, he noted that he was already at the left flank of the battlefield. Catherine, staring at Chen Peng in a daze, said directly, "It's time to withdraw," observing the continuous casualties among the Knights' Order. Catherine had intended to urge Caesar to issue a retreat order, but she had been entangled by several black wolves. Unable to break free. It was only thanks to Chen Peng's arrival that she had managed to escape. If they delayed any longer, the losses on the Empire's side would be even greater. At this moment, upon hearing the retreat order, the others began to fall back. Turning to Catherine, Chen Peng said solemnly, "You lead them away. I will cover the rear." Catherine, flustered, replied urgently, "I'll stay with you." This battle was unlike the previous ones, as there were now spiders, dark elves, and lurking witches. How could Chen Peng handle it alone? Shaking his head, Chen Peng urged, "Don't hesitate. If you get entangled, there will be no escape. Trust me." With that, he forcefully pushed Catherine forward, dodging an arrow from a dark elf. Gritting her teeth, Catherine glanced at the fallen knights, leaving him with a parting remark, "Then be careful." With that, she sprinted towards the formation of mages, for they were the most vulnerable. Chapter 59. A retreat once more. Seeing this, Chen Peng smiled faintly before once again facing the silver wolf. Caesar, witnessing the retreat of the others, and Catherine providing cover from the rear, finally breathed a sigh of relief, joining the effort to cover their withdrawal. The Knight's Order had suffered heavy losses, and he would not be able to justify returning empty-handed. As the soldiers fought while retreating, they discovered that the werewolves and spiders did not seem inclined to follow them too far from the castle. Upon seeing the Imperial army retreat, they did not pursue further. Soon, the Knight's Order successfully retreated after leaving behind over 200 corpses. Chen Peng, unwilling to linger, waited until the last knight had escaped before separating from the Silver Wolf and making a beeline for the Empire's encampment. The Silver Wolf, reluctant, let out a howl of frustration, watching Chen Peng depart before calling its companions back to the castle. The spiders, seeing the werewolves retreat, also scuttled along the castle walls, quickly disappearing into the dense mist. On the battlefield, apart from a few croaking toads, only the mutilated bodies of Imperial soldiers remained. Some corpses still bled profusely, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of blood to the location of the Imperial troops. The returning knights were mostly wounded, their armor marked in varying degrees by the remnants of spiders or werewolves. The mages, under the knights' desperate protection, had lost over 20 comrades. The remaining ones had escaped injury. Yet each bore the relief of having narrowly escaped death. In the face of high-ranking dark creatures, they had truly grasped the meaning of helplessness. This was 1,000 times more challenging than battling orcs or dwarfs. When Wendy saw them return, she immediately cast a wide-ranging healing spell. Above the encampment, a green magical array of about 100 square meters poured forth radiant healing light. The knights basked in this holy glow, their wounds gradually healing. Catherine and Chen Peng returned to Wendy and Yuli's, observing the exhausted expressions of the knights. Catherine sighed, "Surely Caesar and the adjudicator must realize that a strong assault is futile." Chen Peng nodded, assessing the opposing strength. Even without vampires facing these dark creatures, the Empire would struggle to succeed in a direct assault without thousands of troops and specialized siege equipment. Chen Peng's gaze constantly darted towards Caesar, who had begun a private conversation with the adjudicator upon their return. This latest offensive had failed. Surely both of them must be feeling the weight of their losses, with just a few hundred men. They had failed to breach the castle, and even with the adjudicator's intercession, it would be difficult to explain such failures. Nearby, Yuli's crossed her arms, her face a mask of anger. Their only concern was their own status, and the heavy casualties among the soldiers would only affect their prospects for promotion. She noticed Caesar seeking out the adjudicator upon his return, easily deducing that he was looking for excuses to deflect blame. Showing no concern for his soldiers, such a person was unworthy of leading the Knight's Order. Caesar gazed at the adjudicator with a look of grievance. "My lord, you saw it. We did our utmost." As for His Majesty the adjudicator, surveying the disheveled Caesar, understood that a strong assault was unfeasible. He had seen that the Knight's Order and the mages had indeed exerted themselves, their coordination not lacking. Faced with the onslaught of werewolves, spiders, and ranged attacks from within the castle, they had not been directly routed. Everyone had fought valiantly, but inflicting fatal blows on dark creatures was exceedingly difficult, without siege equipment. Entering the castle was a formidable challenge. The adjudicator waved his hand, solemnly saying, "Enough, I understand. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Caesar's expression softened somewhat. If the adjudicator reported to His Majesty that he had commanded poorly, leading to massive casualties among his soldiers, it would spell disaster for him. Caesar glanced over at Chen Peng, catching his gaze before quickly averting his eyes. My lord, I believe we should adopt Chen Peng's plan. If we return empty-handed, I will have no way to explain myself to the mayor. With so many lives lost and no castle taken, even with your protection, it would be indefensible. Hearing this, the adjudicator turned his attention to Chen Peng, his eyes narrowing. Although he had witnessed Chen Peng's efforts on the battlefield, He remained skeptical of the man. He had noticed several details, despite Chen Peng's evident prowess as a magic swordsman. Capable of breaking through the Black Wolf's defenses with ease, he had deliberately avoided targeting vital areas during the fights, merely grazing the opponents. Had he unleashed his full strength, he would have undoubtedly decimated the Black Wolves. Save for the Silver One. Yet, in both encounters, he had failed to inflict harm on a single Black Wolf. This proclaimed vampire hunter, who seemed to harbor no lethal intent against dark creatures, was difficult to reconcile. However, the prospect of a plan capable of breaching the castle had emerged, and if Chen Peng were indeed aligned with the forces of darkness, he would not propose a strategy to destroy the castle of AOL. Fortunately, Chen Peng had agreed to cooperate with the church for an investigation upon returning, hoping to uncover his true identity. By employing the proposed plan, they could verify the authenticity of Chen Peng's claims. Very well, then gather the mages and target the foundation. Having spoken, he cast a meaningful glance at Chen Peng. Upon hearing this, Caesar nodded and promptly set about arranging for the mages to prepare their offensive spells. At that moment, a sense of unease gripped Chen Peng. Caesar and the adjudicator had repeatedly turned their gazes toward him. Could it be that both had begun to harbor suspicions about him once more? The adjudicator's final look was particularly enigmatic, leaving Chen Peng to ponder whether his previous leniency on the battlefield had been discovered. Regardless of the situation, the adjudicator must not be allowed to remain. After all, it was unlikely that he would follow Chen Peng back to the Holy See to investigate his identity. As Chen Peng wrestled with these thoughts, Catherine suddenly spoke up. "Look, Caesar seems to have something to say." Chen Peng turned his gaze toward Caesar, who had approached the group of mages, issuing a direct command. "Everyone, take 5 minutes to rest, then unleash fire magic. Target the castle's foundation," the mages replied in unison. "Yes, Captain." At this moment, the mages, having been guided through a session of fury of the fire god and having just emerged from battle, were severely drained of magical energy. Attempting to cast a forbidden spell again would prove exceedingly difficult. Euless rolled her eyes, finally conceding. However, the fact that these mages, despite their exhaustion, were only allowed a mere 5-minute respite was utterly outrageous. How could Caesar be so unreasonable? As her words fell, the mages began to produce small glass vials containing blue potions from their belongings. Euless flushed, having forgotten that the Imperial Army provided standardized restorative potions. Chen Peng raised an eyebrow. So that was a restorative potion. It was his first time witnessing it in preparation for the magic to be cast in 5 minutes. The mages uncapped their vials and drank the potions in one gulp. Chapter 60. Caesar's subtle intentions. Caesar observed the mages diligently preparing, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered within him. After all, they had already suffered significant casualties. The success of their assault on the castle's foundation was of paramount importance. Failure would spell doom. For many years, he had served as the captain of the Night Order in Montau, a town on the fringes of the empire, which was continually threatened by the dark creatures congregating around Castle Ower. This precarious situation had hindered his ability to be reassigned or promoted away from this place. At long last, he had stumbled upon an opportunity, as Castle Ower had manifested formidable bloodline magic. Thus, he staunchly advocated for a military offensive against Castle Ower to eliminate the threat. He even went so far as to request the renowned Catherine's assistance from His Majesty. His aim was to achieve a resounding victory that would afford him a chance for promotion, ideally to a central city. Therefore, despite his disdain for adventurers like Catherine, who basked in past glories while accomplishing little in border towns, he was determined to cooperate. As a knight of the Empire, it was disheartening to find his status overshadowed by that of an adventurer. Why was Catherine lauded as a hero of humanity? Beloved by all, while he remained merely the captain of an Imperial Night Order, having spent so many years in Montau, Caesar was aware of the rumors surrounding Castle Ower and its dark creatures. Yet he had never heard of any attacks on adventurers. He assumed these tales were nothing more than fabrications spun by greedy and vain adventurers. Castle Ower was not as terrifying as the rumors suggested. Thus, he had assured His Majesty and the troops that victory was certain. For all these reasons, today's battle could not afford to end in failure. Yet the strength of the dark creatures evidently surpassed expectations. The soldiers he had brought were far too few. Should Chen Peng's strategy falter or fail, it would lead to a complete disaster. As commander, his fate would be sealed. This simply would not do. He needed to secure an escape route. If only he could find a scapegoat, perhaps he could extricate himself from this predicament. With this thought, Caesar's gaze suddenly fixed upon Chen Peng, and he walked over. Meanwhile, Chen Peng was listening to Euless's complaints when she abruptly fell silent. He looked up to see Caesar striding toward them. At that moment, Caesar's armor bore the marks of a fierce battle. A claw print marred the chest plate, While a significant dent marred the abdomen, the armor was covered in scratches and scorched dirt, and his face and hair were similarly soiled, presenting a rather pitiful sight. However, Chen Peng found the scene rather amusing, as the man had ignored his advice and brought this upon himself. He could not muster a shred of sympathy. Before Chen Peng could even chuckle, Euless burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I suddenly find him quite comical. She covered her mouth, finding great amusement in Caesar's disheveled appearance as he approached them with such a stern expression. The contrast was utterly delightful, making it hard for her to suppress her mirth. At this moment, Caesar had reached Chen Peng. He cast a sidelong glance at Euless, who was stifling her laughter, and let out a cold huff. Ignoring her entirely, he then turned to Chen Peng and asked earnestly, Chen Peng, are you certain this plan is viable? Euless's laughter ceased, and she, along with Catherine and Wendy, regarded Caesar with confusion. Chen Peng squinted, inquiring, what do you mean? Caesar glanced at the mages before turning back to Chen Peng, stating, the entire army is currently making way for your plan. Should it fail, you will bear the primary responsibility for the combat's failure. What do you mean? Before Chen Peng could respond, Euless and Catherine shot back with questions. Euless, arms akimbo and visibly indignant, looked as though she might leap at Caesar in protest. Catherine also failed to understand how the failure of today's battle could be attributed to Chen Peng. It should be noted that during several of Caesar's missteps, it had been Chen Peng who stepped forward to salvage the situation. Even if today's campaign ended in failure, Chen Peng was deserving of credit for his efforts. Euless huffed angrily, her gaze locking onto Caesar's eyes. This was utterly unfair. Chen Peng had been assisting the imperial army throughout the day. Had it not been for him, the casualties would have been even graver. How could this man be so unreasonable? Caesar regarded Chen Peng with an impassive expression, offering no acknowledgement to Euless. While it was true that Chen Peng had saved many lives, it was equally true that his plan had placed everyone in jeopardy. At this point, he turned his attention back to Euless and added coolly, did you not see how the mages, already severely drained, had to consume restorative potions to execute his plan? These are assets of the Empire. Moreover, should the mission fail and provoke those dark creatures, the mages will lose their capacity to resist. Since it was his idea, he should be held accountable. Upon hearing Caesar's unreasonable justification, Euless felt her teeth grind in frustration. It was evident that it was Caesar and the adjudicator who had, upon hearing Chen Peng's plan, insisted on dismissing a direct assault. It was only after that failed that they resorted to adopting the earlier strategy. Why had they not acted when the mages still possessed magical energy? They might have achieved victory and returned triumphantly, thereby minimizing unnecessary casualties. Enough, Euless. Chen Peng shook his head, recognizing that the other party was merely seeking a scapegoat. Those who are wronged often understand their plight better than anyone else. Arguing with such individuals was futile. Suddenly, Chen Peng recalled a scene from a film starring Stephen Chow after a police mission failed. The superior officer turned to Chow's character, a traffic cop, and asked, do you have a backer? To which Chow replied, no. The officer then stated, excellent, you can take the fall for us. He found himself in a similar predicament, becoming the scapegoat. However, Euless was anxious. She did not want Chen Peng to be bullied. His background was already pitiable enough. Why should he endure unjust treatment after striving so hard to help others? Chen Peng shook his head, offering her a confident smile. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Seeing his assured demeanor, Euless nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Catherine had initially intended to speak up for Chen Peng, believing Caesar was being excessively domineering. Yet upon witnessing Chen Peng's confidence, she chose to remain silent. Chen Peng was no fool, and she trusted his judgment. He would not make a mistake. Caesar noticed that although Chen Peng did not directly address him, he had heard the words, there won't be any problems. This was precisely the attitude he sought. Should the operation fail, he could return to the town mayor, explaining that it was due to his blind faith in Chen Peng's strong recommendation that the mission had faltered. As an outsider with no connections or background, he could easily concoct a narrative. This way, his responsibility would be minimized. Very well. Remember what you have said. Chapter 61. Forbidden Magic. Hellfire Ball. After Caesar finished speaking, he departed without hesitation. A sense of relief washed over him, dispelling the shadows of his previous two failed assaults. Chen Peng observed Caesar's retreating figure, his thoughts not lingering too long. Caesar was merely a self-serving official, posing no substantive threat to him. His current concern lay with the adjudicator, a person who had harbored doubts about his identity. When Caesar had approached to speak, Chen Peng had sensed the adjudicator's piercing gaze. Decidedly unfriendly, the individual did not seem to embody the fanaticism he had previously associated with such religious zealots, yet this very normalcy instilled a profound unease in Chen Peng. If all went according to plan, Once they attacked the foundation, the bunker would collapse, and the mission would be accomplished. Upon their return, he would have to accompany the adjudicator to the Holy See to verify his identity. He could not withstand a thorough investigation. He needed to resolve this matter before their return. Naturally, if issues arose, it might be necessary to eliminate the source of the problem. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Peng dismissed further contemplation and focused on addressing the most pressing task at hand. Soon enough, 5 minutes had elapsed, and the mages aligned themselves in formation. After a brief respite, their stamina had been partially restored, and with the aid of restorative potions, their magical energies had significantly replenished. They were now ready to unleash the forbidden magic once more. Standing at the forefront of the mage contingent, Caesar had already devised his magical strategy. The wrath of the fire god was a singular strike, which was clearly unsuitable. The castle was vast, and even a severely decayed foundation could not be easily obliterated. He called out directly, "Mages, prepare, forbidden magic, hellfire ball." As his words resonated, all the mages raised their wands high with their right hands, closed their eyes, and began to chant the incantation for the spell. Chen Peng nodded to himself. He was familiar with this forbidden magic. It was a supercharged version of the fireball spell, capable of unleashing a barrage of immense, explosive fireballs towards a target for a sustained duration. Such relentless assault would inflict consistent damage upon the foundation. The Imperial mages indeed exhibited great prowess, having mastered numerous forbidden spells. Given a larger force, they could potentially breach the castle's defenses through sheer magical might. At that moment, as the mages completed their incantation, a red circular magic array appeared in the air above the necropolis, angled towards the castle of Our. This array, with a radius of approximately 50 meters, bore runes and patterns distinct from those of the wrath of the fire god. The entire array glimmered with increasing red light as it focused upon the crater created by the previous spell. After a minute of incantation, everyone felt a noticeable rise in temperature. The crimson array cast a red hue upon the trees and ground, projecting the array's runes onto the faces of all present. At this juncture, the mages ceased their chanting, and Chen Peng understood that the magical guidance had been completed. Subsequently, all the mages opened their eyes and, in unison, shouted, in the name of the contracted ones, "I summon my guardian deity, the fire god king. O Lord of flames, grant me boundless power, unleash your wrath, and wield your world-destroying magic to obliterate our enemies. At this moment, let our fury unite." Manifesting the mightiest of divine forces, hellfire ball. As the incantation concluded, all the mages glared furiously towards the foundation of the castle of Our. Above, the magic array began to condense numerous fireballs, each the size of a wagon wheel. Then, as if drawn by an invisible force, the fireballs soared towards the foundation of the castle with a deafening rush. Before long, the fireballs struck the foundation, resulting in a violent explosion. Earth and debris were violently ejected, charred by the searing heat. The remnants fell around, staining the ground in foliage black. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Peng felt the very earth tremble beneath him, and the mist within the castle churned violently in the wake of the explosions. The adventurers, witnessing the dark shadows concealed within the thick fog of the castle, began to scatter in apparent fright. They erupted into cheers. "Wow, truly the Empire's mage core. Another forbidden spell. My heavens. Those dark creatures are scurrying for cover within the castle. Is this the true power of the Empire's forbidden magic? Long live the Empire." Caesar, observing the relentless bombardment of fireballs upon the foundation, noted the stones flying and realized the attack was effective. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he internally urged, "Collapse, collapse. Once the castle of Our falls, I shall have successfully vanquished the dark creatures, and upon my return, I shall surely be rewarded by His Majesty. I can finally leave this border town." Inside the castle, Karuya and others retreated after repelling Caesar's forces. Initially, they had expected the enemy to cancel their assault due to heavy losses, but mere minutes later, they felt a powerful surge of fire elemental energy emanating from the castle's perimeter. Soon after, they beheld a massive forbidden spell materializing above the castle of Our. At first, Luna worried whether the castle's defensive wards required fortification. But she was taken aback when the enemy launched an attack directly on the foundation. With each explosion of the fireballs, the entire castle quaked, causing the women to grow increasingly alarmed. Lilia covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "My heavens, what is their intention?" Before Luna could explain, Eli suddenly understood. "I see. No wonder they had Elise dig beneath. The Lord's stratagem relies on their assistance." "Huh?" Lilia and Karuya blinked in confusion. Eli chuckled softly, saying, "Fear not. You shall soon comprehend." Deep beneath the ground, the castle's foundation was constructed from massive stone blocks resting upon the soil. Over the ages, the foundation had sustained some deterioration. And now the soil beneath these stones had been excavated. The entire weight of the castle bore down upon the semi-suspended stones. At this moment, the external fireballs relentlessly battered the exposed portion of the foundation, exacerbating the existing cracks in the stones. It was teetering on the brink of collapse. Boom. Once more, several fireballs struck the foundation. Crack. A sound of fracture, drowned out by the explosions, erupted, and the compromised section of the foundation crumbled, plunging into the void below. This rupture disrupted all load-bearing points of the foundation, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. The stones began to plummet. Simultaneously, everyone felt the castle shudder violently and within its confines. Ali and the others experienced an unsettling sense of weightlessness beneath their feet. They could not help but scream. It felt as though the castle was plummeting downwards. Outside, under the watchful gazes of all, the castle of Hour suddenly collapsed into the earth with a resounding crash. With a tremendous roar, a cloud of dust billowed forth from the castle's center. Chapter 62. The adjudicator's demise. The onlookers were astonished at how remarkably smooth the assault on the foundation had proceeded. At that moment, the dust rising from the castle enveloped the imperial forces entirely. Cough, cough, cough. Instinctively, everyone shielded their mouths and noses with their hands and clothing, yet they were still choked by the dust. The mage corps was also compelled to cease their spellcasting, squinting against the haze, waving their hands before them in an attempt to disperse the smoke. Before long, the world descended into a murky gray. Visibility plummeting to less than half a meter, with only a haze of dust obscuring all sight, rendering even those nearby unrecognizable. Fortunately, the successful collapse of the castle of Hour alleviated concerns about potential threats lurking within the fog. Chen Peng recognized that this was the combined effect of the dust and the existing thick mist emanating from within the castle, obscuring even his view of Catherine and the others nearby. Everyone had become effectively blind, presenting an opportune moment to deal with the adjudicator. Relying on his memory, he stepped back a few paces and crouched down, discovering several arrows embedded in the ground. These were the poisoned arrows shot by the dark elves during their assault. Chen Peng smoothly extracted one, then closed his eyes slightly, beginning to sense the location of the adjudicator. The adjudicator, a human with an aura of light, was clearly identifiable to Chen Peng due to his bloodline's innate sensitivity. Soon, he pinpointed the adjudicator's position, located over 50 meters to his left front. Chen Peng opened his eyes, narrowing them, and in an instant, he vanished like a bolt of lightning. The adjudicator, witnessing the castle's collapse, was elated. As the overseer of the Holy See and the Empire, he would share in the glory of this victory. The castle of Hour was renowned as the last bastion of the dark creatures. Having successfully vanquished it, he would be enshrined in history. However, for some inexplicable reason, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, an unease that defied articulation, akin to a foreboding. Soon enough, a whirlwind of dust swept in. And before his vision was entirely obscured, he beheld the radiant expressions of delight and joy on the faces of those around him, devoid of any hint of discord. He assumed it was merely his imagination running wild. Yet, the dust rapidly enveloped everyone's sight, rendering the surroundings a murky haze. The judge furrowed his brow, intending to instruct the mage to dispel the dust, but as he opened his mouth, he inhaled a copious amount of the swirling debris, causing him to cough uncontrollably. After several fits of coughing, he finally cleared the sand from his mouth. At that moment, the ominous premonition within him intensified, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Preparing to speak, suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged past him. Before he could react, he felt a chill pierce his chest. Immediately thereafter, a profound sense of weakness and helplessness enveloped him, accompanied by excruciating pain radiating from his chest. He opened his mouth to cry out, yet no sound emerged, and blood flowed uncontrollably from his lips. Looking down, he was horrified to see an arrow, belonging to the dark elves, embedded in his chest. Its position still oozing with crimson. Yet, it was swiftly coated with dust, rendering it thick and viscous. In that moment, he finally comprehended the nature of his dreadful premonition. Alas, it was too late. Who wished to take his life? Before he could ponder further, his widened eyes lost their focus, and he collapsed to the ground, toppling forward. At this juncture, Chen Peng had returned to his previous position. Upon piercing the judge's chest with the arrow, he realized the man was beyond saving. His aim had been the heart, and the arrow was laced with potent poison. Even with a priest present, there would be no salvation. To establish an alibi, he shouted, "Ulis, use wind magic to disperse the dust." He deliberately raised his voice to ensure all could hear. Soon, he heard a whispered incantation, reminiscent of a magical spell. "O great god of wind, lend me your power to cleanse this filth before us." Purifying wind. In the next moment, a powerful gust of wind surged forth. The dust was swiftly stirred up and subsequently blown away. revealing the disheveled figures of Catherine and the others. The spellcaster was none other than Yuli's. However, the group appeared utterly disheveled, with dust clinging to their hair, faces, and clothing, resembling those who had endured a millennium of tempests amidst a sandstorm. Yuli's, still casting her spell, caught sight of Chen Peng, whose expression was devoid of emotion, and erupted into laughter, inadvertently interrupting her incantation, causing the surrounding winds to cease abruptly. Chen Peng touched his nose upon seeing the dust covering Yuli's. He understood the source of her amusement. Catherine and Wendy, upon witnessing each other's disheveled states, exchanged self-deprecating smiles. At that moment, although Yuli's magic had ceased, it had already cleared away most of the dust, allowing those around them to slowly re-emerge, their vision restored. The Empire's mages instinctively began to recite incantations, and soon, several strong gusts of wind swept in, banishing the remaining dust. Chen Peng noticed that even the dust clinging to him had been blown away, leaving him feeling as if he had just emerged from a refreshing bath. The area quickly reverted to its former state. Prior to the dust storm, Yuli's gazed at the position of the All Castle, now reduced to a massive crater, and joyfully leaped into the air. Hooray! We succeeded! All Castle has fallen to us. Chen Peng also turned his gaze toward the castle and found the once magnificent structure had vanished without a trace. In the center of the vast, charred ground, only a colossal pit remained, still emitting wisps of smoke. All Castle had evidently collapsed into ruin. Upon hearing Yuli's proclamation, the surrounding imperial soldiers and adventurers also turned their attention to the castle, erupting into jubilant cheers. Ha ha ha. We did it. All Castle is no more. Those vile dark creatures have claimed so many lives. Now they can only accompany the castle to the grave. We shall be immortalized in history. Long live the Empire. Long live Lord Caesar. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuli's pouted, exclaiming, "Humph. It was all Chen Peng's doing." Chen Peng managed a smile and replied, "It's all right." Beside them, Catherine also wore a smile, acknowledging that, regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was favorable. Henceforth, the continent would no longer harbor any dark creatures. As a hero of humanity, Catherine harbored an instinctive disdain for dark beings, for in her view, they were exceedingly wicked and posed a significant threat to humanity. With the loss of their sanctuary, it would become increasingly difficult for the dark creatures to conceal themselves on the continent, ensuring a heightened sense of safety for the Empire's citizens. Just then, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "Oh my God, the judge is dead." The words drew the attention of all present, especially Caesar, who immediately turned toward the source of the voice, discovering a familiar figure sprawled on the ground a mere 10 meters away, an arrow from the dark elves embedded in his back. Chapter 63. The eve of departure, he hurried over, flipping the fallen figure to reveal, indeed, the judge. The judge's face was etched with terror and indignation, blood still fresh at the corner of his mouth, indicating he had only recently met his demise. Caesar's mind was instantly flooded with confusion, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the expressions of those around him. The arrow had penetrated the judge's body from behind. It was undoubtedly a fatal ambush. Surely, amidst the earlier dust, someone had seized the opportunity to strike. Regrettably, the individuals closest to the judge were the Empire's mages. Yet all he discerned on their faces was shock and bewilderment. None of them bore the countenance of an assassin. Who could it be? The only one with a questionable relationship was Chen Peng. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Chen Peng, who was also looking back at him with an impassive expression. However, Chen Peng had remained close to Catherine and the others, a distance of 50 to 60 meters away. And in such obscured visibility, it was impossible to discern anyone, let alone launch an attack. Placing himself in Chen Peng's perspective, he realized he was barely 10 meters away from the judge and could hardly execute a precise assassination under such circumstances. Chen Peng was even less likely to have done so. Caesar swiftly ruled out the possibility of Chen Peng's involvement and shifted his gaze away. Who could it possibly be? Could it have been that, amidst the castle's collapse, a fleeing dark elf had inadvertently stumbled into this vicinity, encountering the judge in the poor visibility and, in a desperate act, killed him before fleeing? It seemed a plausible scenario. With this thought, Caesar's face bore a look of regret as he proclaimed loudly, "The judge bears an arrow from the dark elves. It must be that a fleeing dark elf mingled among us, encountered the judge, and subsequently killed him. Salute." With that, he rose, removed his helmet, and performed a knightly salute toward the judge's lifeless body. The soldiers and mages of the imperial army followed suit, paying their respects. Chen Peng's eyelids twitched. Good heavens, has the case been resolved just like that? He had prepared his defense, anticipating Caesar's inquiries, yet surprisingly, the latter had not interrogated anyone, merely glanced at the corpse before arriving at a conclusion. Chen Peng couldn't help but marvel at the professionalism. Catherine, noticing Caesar's hasty conclusion, chose not to voice her concerns. She understood that with the judge deceased, Caesar would inevitably face scrutiny from the church. At this moment, having achieved a significant victory, Caesar surely wished to avoid complications. Shifting the blame to the dark creatures was the wisest course of action for him. Of course, this had nothing to do with her. She turned to Chen Peng, biting her lip, and asked, "What are your plans now?" Upon hearing this, Yulis and Wendy simultaneously looked toward Chen Peng. Chen Peng had come here with the intent of hunting vampires. Now that all castle had been successfully breached, and with no sign of any bloodline remnants, he had no reason to remain with the team or in Monot town. They were somewhat anxious that Chen Peng might be about to depart. Chen Peng regarded the three of them, then smiled slightly, suggesting, "Let us return to the town and rest for a bit." He felt a natural affinity for Catherine and the others, having been human in his previous life, and did not wish to leave abruptly. After all, Eli and the others still had to busy themselves with the arrangements in the underground world and the castle's disguise. He could afford to take a brief respite. It felt akin to a holiday. Upon hearing this response, the three women felt a measure of relief. Although it sounded as if Chen Peng still intended to leave, it was not an immediate departure, which eased their hearts. Through their time spent together, Chen Peng's strength and steady demeanor had instilled a sense of security in them, and their reliance on him had grown, despite his few words. Being in Chen Peng's company was undeniably comforting, certainly more so than facing the Knights of the Empire. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber, Catherine suddenly smiled, saying, "All right, today is a fine day. Let us meet at the Bell Tavern tonight and not return until we're intoxicated." Upon hearing this, Yulis raised her hand in delight, exclaiming, "Yes." Wendy silently observed Chen Peng without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Caesar had already dispatched individuals to commence the cleanup of the battlefield, prioritizing the proper handling of the judge's corpse, followed by the remains of the fallen imperial soldiers. As for the soldiers who perished at the castle gate, their bodies had been reduced to ashes by forbidden magic, rendering them irrelevant. Chen Peng also noticed that the imperial archers were collecting the arrows of the nocturnal elves scattered on the ground. Noticing Chen Peng's puzzled expression, Catherine explained, "The arrows of the nocturnal elves are sharp and poison-tipped, proving quite effective against dwarves and orcs." Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Peng nodded in agreement, recognizing the resourcefulness of the imperial soldiers. Soon, after the battlefield was cleared, Caesar commanded everyone to return to Montaut town. As night fell, the townsfolk celebrated joyfully, after hearing the news of the imperial victory earlier in the afternoon. The residents of the small town were filled with exuberance. This was the pride inherent in being a citizen of the empire. The triumph of the empire was synonymous with their own success. As citizens, this also constituted a form of honor. The mayor expressed intentions to commend Caesar and his companions, pledging to advocate for their rewards before his majesty. Both soldiers and townsfolk were exceedingly pleased. However, the adventurers found little to rejoice about. Inside the Bell Tavern, Chen Peng and his companions gathered around a table adorned with 4 cups of beer and 1 cup of milk, the latter being consumed by Bella. At the center of the table lay an entire roasted wild boar, a purchase made by Chen Peng. The atmosphere at their table was relatively pleasant, contrasting sharply with the surrounding patrons who appeared disheartened. Alas, the treasures of the OL castle had sunk into oblivion, and it was rumored that the necromancer's tomb had also been purified by the Mage Guild, ceasing to spawn undead creatures. It seemed there was little purpose in remaining in Montaut town, as no quests could be obtained here. With the absence of OL Castle, Montaut town had devolved into an ordinary small settlement. Unless goblins emerged, no significant tasks would arise. I shall head north, to the front lines between the Empire and the Orc tribes, for there lies a continuous stream of quests. Chen Peng contemplated. Listening to the various plans voiced by surrounding adventurers, Chen Peng inquired, "What about you? What are your future intentions?" Catherine had previously mentioned her arrival was motivated by OL Castle. Now that it was gone, she too saw little reason to remain. Wendy and Yuris, having followed Catherine, would accompany her wherever she went. Catherine took a sip of her beer, her cheeks slightly flushed from the effects of the alcohol. "As for me, I shall likely venture north as well, where orcs frequently clash with the Empire. Perhaps I could lend a hand." Chen Peng nodded in agreement, believing this to be the best course of action. After all, should conflicts arise between himself and the Empire in the future, there would be no need for him to oppose Catherine. He raised his cup in a toast, saying, "All right, do take care. I have heard that orcs are not to be trifled with." With a forced smile, Catherine raised her cup in return, but as she contemplated inviting Chen Peng to join them, she realized he had already made his decision. In the ensuing days, a silent agreement prevailed among them to refrain from discussing their impending separation. Catherine and her companions took Chen Peng on a delightful tour of Montaut town. They watched the sunrise and sunset from the church's rooftop, experienced the daily lives of the villagers in nearby towns, and even accepted a quest to eliminate goblins. Chen Peng's formidable close combat prowess left the three women in awe once more. Their coordination as a quartet grew increasingly seamless, akin to longtime friends. Ultimately, Catherine shared with Chen Peng the origins of the church and the empire, granting him a more nuanced understanding of the empire's might. The empire, the church represented the true ruling class, wielding authority that superseded that of the empire itself. The emperor's power was divinely ordained, bestowed by the deity revered and served by the church, known as Karsus, the Lord of Light. Historical records indicated that Karsus was the first human to rise against the vampire rule. Legend has it that a millennium ago, upon Karsus's birth, he was enveloped in a golden holy light, possessing boundless powers of illumination from a young age. Such a remarkable being naturally attracted significant attention. He did not disappoint, achieving the rank of SSS-level adventurer by the age of 12, becoming the most esteemed and powerful archmage of the continent at the time. In a world that revered strength, Karsus garnered a legion of devoted followers. 14. For reasons unknown, Karsus, who had previously pledged allegiance to the Bloodline dynasty, suddenly proclaimed that vampires were embodiments of evil, asserting that dark forces were inherently opposed to the light. Humanity is drawn to the light, which alone provides a sense of safety and warmth. Although the Bloodline had ushered in an era of peace and coexistence among myriad races, Karsus suspected it was a sinister plot. For the Bloodline's power stemmed not from any known element, but from blood itself. Their dominion over the continent was merely a means to cultivate beings for their sanguine sustenance. Dark creatures and inherently powerful beings of shadow were favored by the Bloodline. Thus, the Bloodline must harbor ulterior motives, and any being with dark energies deserved to perish. Under their rule existed countless dark races, for the Bloodline required blood to augment their strength. Such claims resonated with portions of humanity, who fervently supported Karsus. According to legend, Karsus founded the Church of Light at the age of 15, officially commencing his campaign against the Bloodline. Their motto was to liberate humanity from the dark tyranny of the Bloodline. Consequently, the continent under Bloodline rule descended into chaos, as the formidable Karsus wielded his potent light attributes to overpower the ruling vampire clan, transforming the conflict into a one-sided pursuit. The Bloodline found themselves utterly defenseless against Karsus's onslaught. Karsus publicly displayed captured vampires, binding them to crosses for the populace to witness, exposing their frenzy due to an insatiable thirst for blood. Observing the vampires' desperation only reinforced the belief that they were indeed the epitome of malevolence. Decades later, the primary forces of the Bloodline were decimated, leaving the remnants to flee in disarray. At this juncture, Karsus believed his mission to save humanity was accomplished, devoid of ambition for power. He ascended to become the Lord of Light. Now referred to by the people as God, the Church of Light, tasked with disseminating the will of the Lord of Light, evolved into the Holy See. They supported the current imperial royalty, with the emperor merely serving as the Lord's spokesperson. The emperor's edicts were synonymous with the will of the Lord of Light, conveyed through the purple-robed bishops. All clergy within the church were selected from among those in the empire possessing light attributes, as it was said that only they could receive the divine messages from the Lord of Light. Naturally, Chen Peng was skeptical of this official narrative. He recalled the muddled memories of a millennium ago, which contradicted the church's and empire's accounts. Yet, the specifics eluded him for the moment. However, as it stood, dark creatures were not inherently malevolent. Luna and Iris, as beings of shadow, did not exhibit brutality or an insatiable thirst for blood. When adventurers approached the necromancer's tomb, they had never resorted to lethal force, merely driving them away. In contrast, Karsus's legacy was steeped in betrayal. Furthermore, based on Chen Peng's extensive studies of various nations and histories in his previous life, Karsus's sudden defection a millennium ago reeked of conspiracy, suggesting he had been manipulated by malevolent forces. Chen Peng speculated that someone coveted Karsus's power, seeking to usurp the authority held by the Bloodline dynasty. After all, that dynasty had dominated the entire continent, far surpassing the current empire in strength. Undoubtedly, someone would be envious. Envy inevitably gives rise to schemes. Moreover, he recalls that in this world, there exists no deity akin to the so-called Lord of Light. All who wield magic do so by employing incantations as conduits to communicate with the elemental lords present in nature. The Church's doctrine of divine right is merely a faade to consolidate their dominion. In his eyes, the essence of the empire today is that religious belief has tainted the state, causing a separation of powers, with all benefits flowing into the coffers of the Church. The deity extolled by the masses is both idolized and believed in by them. While pure faith may grant responses and strength to its adherents, Darkness invariably thrives within money and power. It is all too simple for the church to deceive the devout, blinding them to rule the world. Akin to taking candy from a child, these matters are but remnants of the world Chen Peng inhabited in his previous life. However, it appears that although Catherine and her companions are not particularly enamored with the church and its so-called gods, they remain loyal to the empire. In their perception, bloodlines and dark beings are all abominations that deserve extermination. Thus, until Chen Peng can secure his own safety, he cannot remain in their company for an extended period. Catherine and her companions are not malevolent. They are merely influenced by misguided values that shape their worldview. Believing in the future, there lies an opportunity for them to uncover the truth. Even Chen Peng has not fully regained the memories from a millennium ago. Everything must unfold gradually. During this time, Chen Peng has been residing in Catherine's home. On the fourth day, while Bella was preparing breakfast, she noticed a note placed on the table. With a soft gasp, she picked up the note and opened it, only to have her expression change drastically. She hurriedly dashed upstairs, knocking anxiously on Catherine's door. Hearing the knocking, Catherine rubbed her eyes and opened the door, only to be met with Bella's urgent demeanor as she handed over the note. "Lady Catherine, look." Gazing at Bella's distressed appearance, Catherine seemed to grasp something. Taking a deep breath, she accepted the note and began to read. The handwriting was somewhat distorted, resembling that of a child just learning to write. Nevertheless, Catherine could discern the message's content. Chen Peng had departed. The note revealed that in order to prevent their separation from affecting their spirits in triumph, he had chosen to leave without a word. Of course, there would be another opportunity for them to reunite. Catherine suddenly smiled, realizing that Chen Peng, ever the wanderer, must have put considerable effort into crafting these words. At that moment, she envisioned Chen Peng before a candle, diligently yet awkwardly penning his letter. It was entirely natural for a perpetual wanderer like him to struggle with writing. She carefully tucked the note away, silently bidding farewell. Farewell. Then, with a smile, she turned to Bella. "Bella, after breakfast, remember to inform Wendy and Yulis that we shall go to the Bell Tavern tonight, and we shall not return until we are inebriated." At that moment, Chen Peng had already exited Mondao town, traversing a dirt path flanked by verdant grass. Approximately a kilometer behind lay the city gate, while a few hundred meters ahead led to the forest's entrance. To the east, the sun was gently rising, its golden rays cascading upon the earth and through the trees, ultimately landing on Chen Peng's black armor, reflecting bursts of light. Stopping in his tracks, he turned back to glance at Mondao town and softly uttered, "Farewell." With that, Chen Peng vanished from sight, transforming into a streak of black light as he sped towards the direction of Ol Castle. Within the castle, Alai placed several flasks and test tubes upon the table. Exhaling a sigh of relief as she turned to Frankna and said, "All the items have been gathered." Since the castle had plunged underground 4 days prior due to the Empire's assault, the inhabitants realized this was the final step in the Lord's scheme of clandestine maneuvering. Iris had excavated the ground, allowing the Empire to deliver the final blow to sink the castle. Luna had employed crystals to cast protective magic over the castle, ensuring it would not suffer damage from the fall or attacks. Thus, the Empire believed they had successfully obliterated the castle, and in turn, the castle had effectively shed its enmity with the Empire. Now, the castle lay several dozen meters beneath the surface, ensuring their safety. After the Imperial forces retreated, Iris commanded the spiders to cover the castle's roof with earth, leaving behind a large pit on the surface. Should anyone pass by, they would discover a deep chasm extending several meters down. Unbeknownst to them, the thick layers of soil perfectly concealed the castle below, while the surface pit served to inform humanity that Ol Castle had ceased to exist. Additionally, Lilith had preemptively excavated a passageway to the caves of the night elves and spiders, which now served as the castle's entrance and exit. Frankna nodded. "Good, you've worked hard." A lie. The relocation of the castle had long been completed. Today, Frankna merely wished to transition to a larger room to serve as her laboratory. After all, they had previously been concerned about the Empire's offensive. Thus the chosen space for the laboratory was rather limited. The current room, however, boasted an impressive 50 to 60 square meters. Aside from a cozy purple single bed nestled in the corner, the space was adorned with a dozen wooden tables, each laden with various experimental instruments and apparatuses. This was the true visage of an alchemical laboratory. Alai clapped her hands, seated herself in a chair, and sighed, "I wonder why the Lord has not returned yet." Luna and the others have inquired several times now. Frankna's perception of Chen Peng had improved significantly. After all, he had successfully led them to evade the Empire's pursuit. If they exercised a little more caution, they would never have to fear exposure in this lifetime. Regardless of the differences between Chen Peng and the legendary bloodline, it was undeniable that he possessed a keen intellect. Rest assured, He is a clever man. He will return. As she spoke, Eli regarded Frankna with incredulity. You were not this favorable towards the Lord before. Have you now come to acknowledge him? Frankna huffed lightly, crossing her arms and puffing out her chest. Little Eli, am I truly so unreasonable? After all, he has genuinely resolved the plight faced by Ol Castle. At this, Eli giggled, her faith in Lord Bernhard unwavering. Witnessing Frankna's change in attitude, she felt a surge of joy. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, capturing both their attention. Shortly thereafter, Kaluya appeared, her furry ears perked with excitement as she exclaimed, Eli, Frankna, the Lord is returned. He is calling us for a meeting right now. Upon hearing this, Eli leapt with joy. Yes, the Lord is back. Frankna smiled and shook her head, casting a glance at Eli that seemed to say, See, I told you so. Eli clung to Frankna's arm, playfully coaxing, Hee, let us go. It is time for the meeting. In the main hall of Ol Castle, the very place where Eli had first summoned the ladies, the previous dim lighting from natural sources had been replaced. Now, deep underground, alchemical light bulbs illuminated the walls, casting the entire hall in a brightness akin to day. Chen Peng sat at the head of the table, his chin resting on his hand as he appeared to be deep in thought. During this return, Chen Peng noted that Luna and the others had diligently completed the castle's finishing touches as per his instructions. The necessary disguises were in place. Nevertheless, Chen Peng still did not feel entirely at ease. His recent visit to Mondao town, accompanying the imperial army into battle, had revealed the empire's formidable might. Despite suffering defeats under Caesar's command, this was merely due to ineffective leadership. The soldiers of the knightly order possessed commendable combat prowess. Should they be reinforced with thousands, or even tens of thousands of knights, or if a couple of mage battalions were to join them, Ol Castle would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. It was entirely possible that lives would be lost as a result. Moreover, from a legal standpoint, the Empire had established an unyielding enmity with the bloodline. Thus, hiding was merely a temporary measure. Enhancing one's own strength to contend with the Empire and to restore the bloodline's former glory was his ultimate goal. In the immediate future, taking advantage of the Empire's dissipating hatred, it was imperative to bolster his own power and recover as many lost memories as possible, which would enable the casting of even more potent spells. Furthermore, he could not fight alone. As a member of the bloodline, he should unite all dark beings. For a millennium ago, dark creatures were the most loyal allies and servants of the bloodline. Now there are spiders, night elves, werewolves, witches, and necromancers, numerous varieties, yet their numbers are rather scant. According to records from the Empire, there has been no definitive census on the continent regarding whether the bloodlines have truly been eradicated. Eli has resurrected himself, perhaps in the shadowy corners of the continent. Other bloodlines lie dormant, and it is imperative that he seeks them out. Chapter 66. The dungeon. As he pondered these thoughts, a procession of his female subordinates entered the hall one after another. Kuria was the first to arrive, brimming with energy. She bounced into the grand hall, observing Chen Peng in contemplation, tilting her head inquisitively and twitching her ears. She then clasped her hands behind her back and stood at the foot of the dais. Following her were Luna and Elise, engaged in discussion about the expansion of the underground space as they entered the hall. They had been working below ground, and Luna sensed Chen Peng's arrival at the castle through the dark crystal, prompting them to head to the grand hall. Upon entering, like Kuria, they fell silent upon noticing Chen Peng deep in thought, patiently awaiting the arrival of the others. Eli and Flakna followed closely behind. After receiving Kuria's notification, they approached at a more measured pace than the hasty Kuria. Upon stepping into the hall, Eli's eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Peng. At long last, the master had returned. It had been nearly half a month since she had last seen him up close. His austere visage remained irresistibly captivating, and his penetrating gaze during contemplation was as alluring as ever. Flakna rolled her eyes at Eli's infatuation, thinking to herself that the girl was beyond saving. Lily arrived late, riding her broomstick. Realizing she was once again the last to arrive, dismounting, her cheeks flushed, she lowered her head like a child caught in mischief and hurriedly positioned herself beside Luna. At this moment, everyone had gathered, yet Chen Peng's gaze remained unfocused, still lost in thought. Observing this, Eli cleared her throat and gently reminded, "My lord, everyone is present." With that call, Chen Peng was abruptly pulled back to reality. He glanced at the women standing below and responded with a subdued acknowledgement before adjusting his posture. Upon seeing Eli and the others, the weight of his earlier melancholy and future concerns lightened significantly. Indeed, the sight of beautiful women could uplift one's spirits. He turned to Elise and inquired with mild curiosity, "How goes the progress of the underground construction?" Elise lowered her head slightly, replying respectfully, "Thanks to your plan, dear lord, We have completed the habitats for various races without interference from the Imperial Army or adventurers. Our concealed projects are also more than halfway finished. Pleased, Chen Peng nodded and cautioned. The concealed projects are of utmost importance. Ensure they are foolproof. With a gentle smile, Elise added, rest assured, my lord. We are preparing an earth-based magic that will allow the castle to completely merge with the land. Excellent, Chen Peng responded, feeling a twinge of concern ease as he considered the castle's concealment. After all, if the Imperial Army witnessed the castle collapsing, it could pose a problem if someone returned to investigate. If it were to blend seamlessly with the earth, there would be no fear of prying eyes. Having said that, he noticed Luna's hesitance and inquired directly, Luna, do you have something to say? Luna nodded earnestly and suggested, my lord, rather than hiding, we might as well develop the underground into a dungeon. This would create a thriving social ecosystem, and it would facilitate future recruitment. Upon hearing the term dungeon, Chen Peng's eyes brightened. Luna's proposal was indeed astute. As a lord, he could not simply guard this small territory. He must develop both the land and its denizens. Now that he had descended underground, why not construct a dungeon as his domain? Very well. I shall entrust this matter to you and Elise. Chen Peng commended. Unexpectedly, Luna had more to add. My lord, yesterday, through the dark crystal, I sensed that there is a dungeon nearby. She looked earnestly into Chen Peng's eyes. I believe that perhaps after the continent's upheaval a millennium ago, dark creatures constructed a dungeon in the vicinity of the castle. Until now, we had overlooked the underground. They concealed themselves exceedingly well. Gasps of surprise filled the room. None of them were aware of this development. Having lived here for so long, they were oblivious to the existence of neighbors. Eli's eyes widened as she quickly asked, is that so? How far is the dungeon from us? Is it dangerous? Luna shook her head. Seemingly to alleviate their concerns, she chuckled lightly. There's no need to worry. The dungeon is approximately 10 kilometers away. Not nearly as close as one might think. It was this very reason that prompted my suggestion to build our own dungeon. Through the dark crystal, I can sense that the dungeon is inhabited, which means we may have the opportunity to absorb them in the future. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Luna's eyes. If their territory expanded and new members were added, Chen Peng's influence would grow stronger, bolstering their confidence against the Empire. Eli nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. That sounds splendid. We must let those dark creatures know that the esteemed Lord Bernhard has returned. With the revelation that the dungeon was quite distant, the other women's apprehensions dissipated. 10 kilometers was a safe distance. Even 5 kilometers would suffice. Dark creatures would not dare to brazenly appear on the surface, as it would attract the Empire's attention. Furthermore, in the depths below, not everyone possessed a powerful dark crystal to sense their surroundings. A 5-kilometer thick wall would serve as the most natural barrier. Chen Peng remained silent, attempting to recall any information about dungeons from his memories. He remembered that, a millennium ago, there had indeed been dungeons, but they were primarily homes to specific dark creatures. Most beings lived above ground among humans. It seemed that, due to the Empire's relentless pursuit, many had retreated underground, gradually evolving into dungeons. The inhabitants of this nearby dungeon were quite clever. They drew hostility toward the castle above, allowing them to live undisturbed below. The existence of a dungeon indicated that there were likely others lurking beneath the continent. His future mission would center on exploring various dungeons, expanding his influence, and recruiting powerful subordinates while remaining in the shadows. With this thought, he turned to Luna and praised, Luna, this discovery is crucial. Well done. At the sound of Chen Peng's commendation, Luna's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, smiling as she respectfully replied, thank you for your kind words. My lord. Chen Peng then addressed the others, is there anything else to report? Everyone shook their heads. They had been busy executing Chen Peng's plans over the past few days and had no further matters to discuss. Standing, Chen Peng declared, then let us proceed with this decision. First, perfect the castle's concealment magic, and then commence the endeavor of constructing the dungeon to expand our territory. Chapter 67. The World of Earth. Once the meeting concluded, Chen Peng returned to his chamber, yearning for a moment of rest. He had been actively engaged for some time, and although he was fortified by the special elixirs provided by Flakna, he still felt weary. As a vampire navigating the human empire, constantly worrying about the affairs of the castle was genuinely exhausting. Previously, the greatest threat was the empire's looming danger. Now that the immediate threat had subsided, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Chen Peng gazed at the coffin in the center of the room, feeling somewhat exasperated. Had he not even been provided with a proper bed? Though this body had lain in the coffin for so long as a human soul, if given the choice between a coffin and a bed, Chen Peng would undoubtedly prefer the latter, now faced with the sight of the coffin. His desire for rest evaporated. Reflecting on his time at Catherine's home, Where the furnishings were ample, he often forgot he had crossed over as a dignified lord. Lacking even basic furniture in his chamber was truly a dismal state of affairs. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Chen Peng turned to see Flakna entering, carrying a tray laden with numerous glass vials containing special elixirs designed to substitute for blood. Noticing Chen Peng's gaze, Luna paused a step before him, smiling as she said, "Here, the special elixirs I prepared for you should be running low. This is a new batch I have developed for you during this time." Before Chen Peng's departure, Flakna had prepared an ample supply of elixirs for him to take along, ensuring he would not weaken and expose himself while on human territory. Chen Peng reached out to take all the vials from the tray and nodded at Flakna, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work." Flakna shook her head, concealing her hand holding the empty tray behind her, and then gazed at Chen Peng with keen interest. To my surprise, you truly managed to resolve the issue with the castle. I apologize for my previous attitude. Chen Peng waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. However, why are you different from them? You do not seem afraid of me." Flakna smiled gently, then tidied her hair with her hand, her eyes unwavering as they met Chen Peng's. "I am merely a mad scientist. Besides, I was once human. You exert a bloodline suppression over them, but it does not affect me. The potion has also been delivered. And now I must take my leave." She seized the opportunity of delivering the potion to apologize to Chen Peng, as she would need to rely on his protection in the future. Chen Peng nodded, putting away the test tube in his hand, suddenly recalling something, and said, "Please have Kaluya bring me paper and a pen." Luna did not turn her head, merely lifting her hand in acknowledgement as she walked away, indicating that she understood. Chen Peng paid it no mind. At that moment, in the castle's basement, Luna and Eli stood solemnly beside the dark crystal. Kaluya watched the two curiously from the side. They were in the process of casting the final safeguard over the castle, a rare earth-based magic that would meld the castle with the earth itself. This ancient magic, passed down from antiquity, was not inherently difficult. However, due to the vast size of the castle, Luna, as a night elf, was not as adept in magic as Eli, thus requiring Eli's and the dark crystal's assistance. The two placed their hands before the dark crystal, closed their eyes, and began to chant the incantation softly. "Mother of the endless earth, please heed my call, I beseech you." The incantation was lengthy, lasting nearly half a minute. The dark crystal began to emit a radiant white light in response to their chanting, illuminating their faces. Kaluya widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh!" She noticed that beneath the altar where the crystal was placed, countless white threads appeared, moving as if alive, spreading along the ground throughout the room. They surged out of the room, continuing to traverse through various spaces. Wherever the threads passed, they left behind a delicate white light, akin to fine strands of hair. Soon, these threads enveloped the entire castle. Even Chen Peng noticed an abundance of white strands suddenly appearing in his room. All the creatures within the castle paused in their activities upon witnessing this spectacle. The white threads clinging to the walls and floor appeared exceptionally beautiful, captivating them. Then, under Kaluya's watchful gaze, Eli and Luna abruptly opened their eyes, both pairs gleaming white, devoid of any hint of pupils. In unison, they declared, "The world of earth, arise." As their voices fell, the white light in their eyes gradually transformed into a rich brown hue, resembling the color of soil. The white light on the ground swiftly morphed into brown, flickering rapidly, causing everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. Moments later, all light vanished, and the castle returned to tranquility. Eli and Luna's eyes returned to normal. Eli let out a deep sigh of relief, turning to Luna with a smile, saying, "Ha, we did it." Luna beamed back, reaching out to ruffle Eli's hair, replying, "Yes, thank you for your assistance, Eli. From now on, no one will be able to detect the castle beneath the ground." Kaluya cheered from the side. "Wow, that was amazing. Your eyes were all white just now." Her focus was not on the effect of the magic itself. Eli proudly puffed out her chest, hands on her hips, and said with a huff, "Right? I am indeed quite impressive." Kaluya raised her fist in agreement, saying, "Yes, I have always thought so." Luna observed the two with a smile, shaking her head. Both possessed the demeanor of children. At that moment, Frankness suddenly appeared, patting Kaluya on the shoulder, saying, "The Lord has instructed you to bring paper and a pen to him." Kaluya's fluffy ears perked up, and she nodded eagerly. "Okay." With that, she bounced away. Frankna then engaged in casual conversation with Isla in Chen Peng's room. As the radiant light dissipated, he understood that the spell had concluded. He then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of the castle. To his astonishment, although he could see the castle with his eyes open, closing them made him feel as though he were enveloped in a mound of earth. This concealment magic is remarkably powerful. Even with my strength, comparable to an SS-ranked human adventurer, I could be deceived. I believe that any ordinary person attempting to investigate the landmark of AOL Castle would find nothing. My subordinates are as dependable as ever in carrying out their tasks. Now, I can confidently explore the underground city. While lost in thought, a sudden flurry of footsteps drew near, and Chen Peng recognized it must be Kaluya. Her footsteps were unmistakable, always brimming with energy. The next moment, Kaluya appeared at the door, holding several sheets of paper and a pen. In the room, Chen Peng used the coffin lid as a makeshift desk, writing on a piece of rough, yellowed paper with a feather quill, producing a rustling sound. The feather quills in this world were not particularly smooth to use, making for a less than satisfactory writing experience. Moreover, the paper was quite coarse, detracting from the overall quality of writing. Perhaps I should also document the method for creating steel pens in the process of papermaking. Having come this far, I must elevate the quality of life. Kaluya stood on tiptoe beside him, observing eagerly. The light from the alchemical lamp illuminated Chen Peng's face, casting a sharply defined profile that captivated her. The Lord had informed her to wait, mentioning that there would be a task assigned shortly. She wondered whether what the Lord was currently writing was related to that task. At that moment, Chen Peng stood up, handing the feather quill and the paper filled with text to Kaluya. He said calmly, "Kaluya, please deliver the first sheet to Frankna, and then kindly gather the materials listed on the second sheet for Frankna to create." Kaluya promptly extended her hands, respectfully accepting the papers. "Understood. My lord." "Very well." Chen Peng waved his hand. Kaluya nodded and exited the room. As she walked through the castle's corridors, she glanced at the paper in her hands, noticing the crooked letters, and couldn't help but giggle. After laughing, she suddenly felt it inappropriate, closing her mouth and looking back, only to find Chen Peng was no longer there, and she sighed in relief. She then bounced along, muttering softly to herself, "Hee hee. So the Lord's handwriting is this ugly, huh?" However, her curiosity was soon piqued by the content on the paper. "Oh, steel pen. What is this? Papermaking. Can't we just use paper?" Filled with curiosity, she flipped over the next sheet, which mentioned collecting feathers and cutting down trees, and catching sheep. What on earth is this for? How strange. 5 days later, in Frankna's laboratory, Chen Peng held a steel pen in his hands, carefully examining it. The feel and weight were quite satisfactory. Looking at the pristine, delicate paper on the table beside him, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Frankna, arms crossed, smiled at Chen Peng, saying, "Your idea for the steel pen is quite remarkable. This pen is exceptionally pleasant to write with. Moreover, your improved paper-making technique is commendable as well. This paper, even without enchantment, will have a longer preservation time. I didn't expect you to come up with such ingenious ideas." The art of paper-making and the craft of pen manufacturing are mere trifles for Frankna. Moreover, Chen Peng provided detailed steps and methods for the creation. Upon receiving the paper from Kaluya, she was immediately astonished by Chen Peng's ingenuity. She then commenced the smelting of the materials required for the pen, and within just 3 days, she produced a prototype. Subsequently, she refined the feel and the nibs material, and by the 5th day, a fully functional pen was completed. Chen Peng simply smiled faintly, then removed the pen cap and began to draw ink from the vessel beside him. He then proceeded to write slowly on a pristine sheet of paper. Frankna, unfazed by Chen Peng's silence, found herself intrigued as she watched him begin to write. Before her eyes, he elegantly inscribed the name Bernhard with a firm and powerful stroke. The characters were beautifully crafted, causing Frankna to momentarily pause. Previously, his handwriting had been somewhat crooked, but with this new pen, it had transformed remarkably. Observing those characters, one could sense that the writer was a man of depth and charm. With this thought in mind, she discreetly glanced at Chen Peng's serious profile. Indeed, he was quite handsome. Chen Peng gazed at his own writing, a slight smile gracing his lips. Before capping the pen. He then turned his attention to Frankna, expressing his approval. It would be beneficial to produce more of these pens for everyone to use. This pen was far superior to the feather quills, which were too fine and light, making them unsuitable for exerting force. Caught off guard while secretly observing Chen Peng, Frankna didn't expect him to suddenly look up. Her gaze faltered slightly, and she promptly adjusted her demeanor, affirming, "Yes, I understand." She then added, "If you have good ideas in the future, feel free to share them with me. If I have the time, I would be more than willing to help you realize them." Chen Peng nodded. "All right." At that moment, Lilia and Eli entered the laboratory hand in hand, deep in conversation. Upon spotting Chen Peng, Eli's eyes lit up. "My lord, you are here as well." Lilia greeted Chen Peng with a smile. Her eyes narrowed into slits. "My lord, I wish you well." Chen Peng smiled and nodded in response. Suddenly, Eli recalled something, blinking her eyes, and said, "My lord, Iris mentioned that the passage to the Undercity is nearly completed. We can set off tomorrow. Chen Peng's interest was piqued. After 5 days, Iris had finally managed to have her subordinates, the spiders, clear the passage. He was exceedingly curious about the neighboring Undercity. How vast was it? What dark creatures inhabited it? Were there other charming maidens there? Tomorrow, he would venture to uncover its mysteries. Very well. Inform Iris that the remaining time shall be dedicated to constructing our Undercity. I have already prepared the detailed plans. You merely need to implement them. With that, Chen Peng retrieved a sheet of paper from his chest, filled with the functions and zoning of the Undercity. Eli stepped forward to receive it, saying respectfully, "Understood, my lord." She carefully stored the paper and then inquired, "My lord, do you still intend to go alone tomorrow? Do you require anyone to accompany you?" After speaking, she looked at Chen Peng with a glimmer of expectation. Whenever the lord ventured out, he would be absent for at least 10 days to half a month, or even longer. She longed to accompany him. Chen Peng, ignoring Eli's hopeful gaze, shook his head, stating that the castle's development needed manpower, and that they should all remain. He believed that acting alone would be much more convenient. Furthermore, he was uncertain about the circumstances of the Undercity. Fewer people meant smaller targets, allowing for a more cautious approach in the early stages. Frankna, perceiving Eli's sentiments from the side, stepped forward and suggested, "I propose you take Eli with you, as you will be dealing with dark creatures, since you have only recently awakened and your memories are not fully restored. It would be prudent to have someone knowledgeable about dark beings alongside you. This way, you might avoid unnecessary misunderstandings with strangers." She then turned to Eli. The latter's eyes widened with excitement, radiating gratitude as she looked at Frankna, thinking, "What a good person. May she live a peaceful life." Chapter 69. Eli's subtle intentions. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng suddenly recognized the merit in her suggestion. As a necromancer, Eli possessed far greater knowledge of undead and dark creatures than he did. In certain situations, her presence could indeed be beneficial. "Very well. Eli will accompany me tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Eli leaped with joy. "That's wonderful." The following day, early in the morning, Chen Peng arrived at the hall of the basement, where the women had gathered to bid him farewell. The hall spanned over 100 square meters, adorned with black bat sculptures on the surrounding walls, illuminated by alchemical light bulbs. Along the northern wall, there was a staircase consisting of 66 stone steps, each 2 meters long and 20 centimeters high. Ascending the stairs led to the first floor of the castle. The ground featured a sloping passage that descended, approximately 2 meters wide and 2 meters high, dimly lit by flickering yellow candlelight. As Chen Peng observed the passage, he nodded appreciatively. "Well done, Iris." He had anticipated that the hastily constructed tunnel would be crude, but it was surprisingly spacious. Once again, he was reminded of how reliable his subordinates were. Women truly possess attention to detail. Receiving Chen Peng's praise, Iris smiled slightly and added, "My lord, there are still a few hundred meters left unexcavated in the passage. At that time, Eli can summon a portal to transport you. Leaving it partially unexcavated is a precaution for safety. After all, we know nothing about that Undercity. If they harbor hostile intentions, our humble castle may not withstand their assault." Chen Peng nodded and replied nonchalantly, "Very well. Time is of the essence. Let us depart." With everything arranged, Chen Peng was eager to explore what the Undercity had to offer. With that, he turned and stepped into the passage. While Eli waved goodbye to the women and hurried to catch up, the others, watching the two figures disappear, resumed their daily tasks. The construction of the Undercity was a massive undertaking. According to the plans Chen Peng had prepared, the Undercity would be constructed with 5 full layers, each designated for different functions such as habitat, breeding zones, and streets. Chen Peng had no intention of taking a half-hearted approach as a bloodline heir. He possessed nearly infinite life. If he were to undertake this endeavor, it must be meticulously planned and executed to achieve the greatest and best possible scale. Iris called upon her spiders to commence a new day of brick-moving work, while Kahlua and the others also lent a hand. Frankna remained in the laboratory, where, aside from the paper and pens, there were numerous pieces of furniture that Chen Peng had sketched, awaiting her craftsmanship. Initially, she harbored some resentment at being relegated to making furniture as an alchemist. However, upon seeing the novel designs and methods of these furnishings, her interest was piqued. Chen Peng had not considered the implications. He simply regarded Frankna as the head of the R&D department and entrusted everything to her without hesitation. Within the passage, Chen Peng walked ahead while Eli followed silently, gazing up at his broad and imposing figure. Lost in thought, suddenly, Chen Peng came to an abrupt halt. Bang! Oof! Eli, distracted by Chen Peng's silhouette, collided with him, her head striking his armor with a dull thud. Rubbing her head, Eli quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't mean to." Afterward, she discreetly glanced at Chen Peng, holding her breath. She had intended to accompany him, but had clumsily bumped into him. Surely, you wouldn't be angry, observing Eli clutching her head in her respectful demeanor. Chen Peng felt a pang of sympathy. He reached out to gently rub her head, asking softly, "Does it hurt?" Eli was taken aback, feeling the cool touch on her forehead. This was the warmth of a bloodline heir. Before she could respond, Chen Peng continued, "You all maintain too much distance from me. You can learn to interact with me like Frankna does. At that moment, Eli was utterly captivated by Chen Peng's tenderness. Her cheeks flushed, and she dared not meet his gaze, turning her head slightly. "Why yes, I understand. My lord the Lord is so gentle, and he has never been harsh with me." Chen Peng smiled and turned his attention to the seemingly endless passage, which stretched nearly 10 kilometers long. Although Iris had thoughtfully placed candle holders at intervals, providing dim illumination, the passage was monotonous, lacking any scenic view. Walking through it felt like a waste of time. It was far too long. "I'll carry you, and we'll speed up." With that, Eli looked up in surprise. "Huh? The Lord commanded to take her along. Does that not imply a potential for physical contact?" "Oh dear, how embarrassing." Chen Peng, not consulting her, swiftly extended his arm and lifted Eli into his embrace. Cradling her in a princess hold against his chest, he lowered his gaze upon her flushed face and earnestly declared, "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." Eli, uncertain of where to place her hands, hesitated to wrap her arms around Chen Peng's neck. After all, he was a member of the bloodline nobility, and being held in such a manner was already quite audacious. How could she dare to embrace him in return? Yet, Chen Peng's emphasis on accelerate lingered in her mind. Before Eli could gather her thoughts, Chen Peng darted forth like a bolt of black lightning, vanishing from their previous location and propelling himself forward. "Ah!" Eli, caught off guard, screamed in sheer fright. Her hands instinctively clutched Chen Peng's neck as she shut her eyes tightly. Listening to the piercing shriek echoing in his ears, Chen Peng felt a tinge of helplessness. Yet he bore her fright with understanding. It was entirely normal to be startled. After a brief moment, Eli ceased her cries, but the tight closure of her eyes and her tense form conveyed to Chen Peng her palpable fear. After a spell, as if acclimating to the speed, Eli cautiously attempted to open her eyes. She beheld the walls blurring past her, retreating at an alarming pace, and dared not fathom just how rapid their motion was. Her hair floated parallel to the wall, defying gravity. Although the tunnel was filled with the rushing wind, Eli stealthily lifted her gaze, only to be met with Chen Peng's smooth, fair chin, causing her cheeks to flush anew. Well, being so close to the Lord isn't so bad after all. Upon being set down, Eli's face remained rosy, thankfully obscured by the dim lighting of the tunnel. She surveyed the earthy walls surrounding her and then spoke. "My lord, I shall begin." Chen Peng nodded in affirmation. What Eli referred to as the summoning of a teleportation portal, the means by which they would reach the underground city. As she recited the incantation, dark energy swiftly coalesced before her, forming a portal. "All set, my lord," Eli said, looking at Chen Peng with a compliant demeanor. Chen Peng regarded the portal and instructed, "Then proceed. I shall await you on the other side." Without hesitation, he stepped through the gateway. The moment he crossed the threshold, a familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, followed by a flash of light. Before him lay a dimly lit corridor, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters high. Its floor adorned with black, half-meter square tiles, while the walls and ceiling bore a texture reminiscent of cement. Most notably, the ceiling was embellished with numerous painted patterns featuring humans, wolves, and spiders, seemingly narrating the story of the underground city's construction. Chen Peng found little interest in such details and shifted his gaze elsewhere. The walls on either side were remarkably clean, adorned only by sconces placed a few meters apart, devoid of any other decorative elements. Chen Peng noted the absence of any living presence in this expansive corridor. It was eerily vacant. In his previous life, underground cities typically served as habitats for various monsters, including skeletal soldiers, slimes, and goblins. Of course, formidable bosses often guarded such locales, making them popular spots for adventurers seeking to conquer foes. In this world, only the forsaken underground cities, those bereft of their masters and overrun by monsters, exhibited such desolation. Should an underground city possess a master, it would indeed be a literal city beneath the surface. Many creatures are naturally drawn to darkness yet favor human settlements, prompting the construction of cities below ground. Although this place appeared devoid of inhabitants, the absence of dust suggested it had been cleaned. Just then, Eli emerged from the teleportation portal. Observing her surroundings, she exclaimed, "How spacious this place is. It seems to have been meticulously maintained." In stark contrast to the wild, unrefined corridors back home, this one was evidently far superior. Chen Peng wholeheartedly agreed. Yet he envisioned that once his own underground city was completed, it would rival this one. He was well aware of the process of cement production and intended to design the entire decor of his underground city according to his personal aesthetic. This dark style, though fitting for a vampire, did not align with his preferences. In due time, running water and even generators would be incorporated. He was confident that the clever Frankna could indeed construct a generator. Our underground city will surpass this one, Chen Peng remarked casually. Upon hearing his words, Eli beamed, affirming, I have always believed that. Observing her unthinking admiration, Chen Peng felt a swell of satisfaction within him. Let us proceed, he said, gazing ahead as he stepped forth. With no signs of life in sight, he pondered whether this place might be a deserted city, hoping that their journey would not be in vain. Not far ahead, a crossroads appeared. They would examine the situation from there before making any decisions. Eli obediently followed at his side, her gaze directed upward as she admired the artwork on the ceiling. Upon reaching the intersection, Chen Peng discovered that the three paths ahead, left, right, and straight, mirrored the corridor from which they had come. Could this be a labyrinth? An idea suddenly crossed his mind. He extended his hand, palm open, and a surge of purple energy emanated from his palm, swirling momentarily before transforming into three bats, with a flick of his wrist. The bats flitted down the three corridors. He then clasped his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and envisioned three moving images, real-time footage captured by the bats, an invaluable scouting ability. Eli recognized Chen Peng's actions and remained silent. Before long, he opened his eyes, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Someone approaches. Oh? Eli's excitement bubbled forth. So this place is not a forsaken underground city. The two stood at the intersection, soon hearing footsteps approaching from the right. Chen Peng turned his attention in that direction, spotting a group of roughly a dozen goblins clad in rudimentary armor, wielding swords and other weapons, chattering animatedly as they approached. Upon sighting the goblins, Eli's expression soured. Goblins were distinctly different from zombies or skeletal soldiers. They were a particularly detestable species, reviled by humans and other races alike. This was a repugnant and shameless horde, unashamedly displaying their insatiable reproductive desires in the presence of any humanoid. My lord, it's goblins. Should I eliminate them? Eli's voice was cold, prompting Chen Peng to glance down at her. He noticed her intense gaze fixed upon the squat, green-skinned goblins, devoid of the adoration she typically exhibited towards him, replaced instead by a palpable bloodlust. It's fine. There is no need to concern yourself. But, my lord, Eli began, yet upon seeing Chen Peng shake his head, she opted for silence, trusting that he had his own plans. At that moment, the goblins drew closer, the lead goblin, somewhat plump, sniffing the air towards the two of them before speaking in broken human language, follow me. Afterward, it cast a lingering glance at Eli, its eyes filled with desire, yet quickly averted its gaze. This behavior left Eli perplexed. One moment she had perceived the goblin's invasive stare, and the next, its expression shifted from yearning to fear. Was it wary of her, or of the Lord? Could it possibly be aware of his identity? That seemed unlikely. Only a few within the castle were privy to such knowledge. Chen Peng nodded, responding coolly, very well, lead the way. Upon hearing this, the goblin turned and began to walk away, with Chen Peng following suit. Eli shook her head, her mind swirling with questions as she trailed behind. Gathering her courage, she reached out to tug at the hem of his attire. My lord. As Chen Peng walked, he glanced at Eli, inquiring, what is it? My lord, what is happening here? Eli asked, her face a mask of confusion. The goblins were entirely unlike her previous impressions, and she wondered why Chen Peng was willing to follow them. Chen Peng gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, do not worry. With me here, just keep up. Eli found herself speechless at his enigmatic demeanor. After trailing behind the group of goblins for approximately 5 to 6 minutes through the corridor, they finally arrived at a spacious underground plaza. To their astonishment, they discovered that there were indeed inhabitants in this place. The plaza was circular, sprawling across an area of approximately 1,000 square meters and soaring to a height of several meters. At the periphery of the plaza, several pathways meandered, their destinations unknown. Above, a dome-shaped ceiling soared, adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier, which sparkled not with alchemical bulbs, but with countless fist-sized white crystals. The square bustled with vendors peddling an array of everyday necessities, though the crowd remained sparse, consisting of merely a few dozen individuals aside from the stallholders. From the scents wafting through the air, one could discern the presence of werewolves, witches, and even humans. Yet, all coexisted peacefully, reminiscent of an era millennia ago when myriad races thrived together. As Eli stepped onto the square, he gazed at the scene before him, his eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, it has been ages since I last went shopping. Hearing this, Chen Peng sighed softly, reflecting on how the young women under his command had never experienced the life that young girls ought to enjoy. Instead, due to their respective identities, they were forced to hide underground. Living in constant fear, the goblin squad did not pause, leading Chen Peng and his companions through the plaza and into another passageway. The onlookers in the marketplace took little notice of the unfamiliar faces of Chen Peng and Eli. Assuming they were merely new arrivals seeking refuge, as Eli ambled along, his gaze flitted eagerly over the stalls, captivated by the vibrant market. Chen Peng spoke up, "Go ahead and enjoy yourself. I will find you later." "Really?" Eli exclaimed, clasping his hands to his chest, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she regarded Chen Peng. He nodded with a smile, and Eli joyfully dashed towards the center of the plaza, where the stalls were set up. Chen Peng chuckled softly before turning to follow the goblins. His bats were still scouring the underground city, and thus far, no threats had been detected. Moreover, the inhabitants showed them no hostility, allowing Chen Peng to feel at ease letting Eli roam. After all, a blossoming young girl deserves some moments of carefree joy. As they entered a new corridor, Chen Peng refocused his attention. He noticed numerous doors lining the walls, suggesting a multitude of rooms within. Moreover, the illumination was entirely provided by crystals. The contrast with the candles from his castle and the alchemical bulbs crafted by Frankna stirred a pang of nostalgia within him. Was this the disparity? Such opulence was astounding. After navigating a couple of turns, the goblin led Chen Peng to the entrance of a room. The goblin who had previously spoken knocked on the door and announced, "Sir, the guest has arrived." Almost immediately, a deep voice responded from within, "Yes, please let him enter." The door swung open of its own accord. The goblin gestured for Chen Peng to enter before departing with his companions. Chen Peng stepped inside, revealing a brightly lit room with wooden flooring and a striking red desk, though other furnishings remained obscured from view. Seated by the window was a middle-aged man with a red buzz cut and a goatee. Sipping tea, the room indeed boasted a window, yet the frame encased a picturesque landscape depicting endless grasslands beneath a cerulean sky. Adjacent to the man stood a red wooden bookshelf, filled to the brim with a diverse collection of tomes. Upon noticing Chen Peng's entry, the man set down his teacup and looked up with his blue, amber-like eyes. "Greetings, outsider," he said, rising to extend his hand. "I am Ferguson. Well, let us say, a human of sorts." Chen Peng raised an eyebrow at this peculiar introduction. What did he mean by a human of sorts? It seemed Ferguson harbored some secrets regarding his true identity. Nevertheless, Chen Peng extended his hand and returned. "I am Chen Peng, a vampire." He felt no need to conceal his identity. Perceiving no malice from Ferguson. In fact, other beings often held a certain reverence for vampires, unlike humans. Ferguson showed no sign of surprise at Chen Peng's admission. Instead, he gestured to a nearby chair, kindly inviting him to sit. "I can smell the scent of your bloodline. You hail from the castle of Our, do you not?" Chen Peng had anticipated a reaction to his identity, yet Ferguson's calm demeanor unsettled him. "How did you know?" Although Ferguson's voice was gentle, he bore the appearance of a cunning old fox, exhibiting no apprehension regarding Chen Peng's bloodline and seemingly aware of his origins. It felt as though he had no secrets at all. Noticing Chen Peng's silence, Ferguson chuckled lightly. "Do not be alarmed. I am not a dark creature, and your bloodline holds no dominion over me. Therefore, I do not regard you with the same awe as a werewolf might. Moreover, there has indeed been a recent influx of bloodline energy emanating from the direction of the castle of Our." Chen Peng regarded him intently, attempting to unravel the mystery behind this enigmatic figure. A distance of 10 kilometers, and deep within an underground city, yet he could sense the essence of a bloodline. It was one thing to detect the magical fluctuations from a battle that had occurred days prior. But to perceive Chen Peng's essence indicated that this man was formidable. Caution seemed prudent. Taking a seat, Chen Peng remarked casually, "It appears you, Mr. Ferguson, must possess considerable strength." While on the surface it seemed a compliment, it was, in truth, a test. Ferguson smiled knowingly. "I do not deny it. However, I am also curious. The bloodline nobility should have been eradicated by humans a millennium ago. There should only be common bloodlines remaining. Were you resurrected by someone?" Chen Peng's heart raced at this statement, prompting him to inquire urgently, "You know of events from a millennium ago?" The memories of this body were fragmented, and he had only heard fragmented accounts of the cataclysmic changes that transpired 1,000 years prior. His curiosity about the past was palpable. Ferguson nodded, acknowledging his knowledge. "I know some things, though I have dwelled underground for nearly 2 millennia. Not all details are clear. 2 millennia. Even Chen Peng could not suppress his emotions at this revelation. This man was at least 2,000 years old. Ferguson was undoubtedly not human. Could he be another bloodline? Yet he bore no vampiric essence, nor did his ears resemble those of Luna, ruling out the possibility of being a dark elf. What other races were known for their longevity? Chen Peng found himself at a loss. During my time here, the castle of Our had yet to be constructed. The entire continent was engulfed in chaos, with various races embroiled in conflict. While the bloodlines sought to unify the land, Ferguson reminisced, his eyes drifting as if lost in memories of yore. Chen Peng inhaled deeply, politely requesting, "Elder, please share with me the tale of the cataclysmic events of a millennium ago." With an expectant gaze fixed upon him, Ferguson shrugged. As I mentioned, I have been here for nearly 2 millennia. The information I can provide regarding events from a millennium ago is quite limited. Chen Peng contemplated briefly before responding graciously, "No matter, Elder. I am eager to hear whatever you can share." After all, in this new world, the memories of this body were of utmost importance to him. Gaining insights from Ferguson might allow him to recover fragments of his memory. Such recollections could enable him to recall more dark magic, thereby strengthening his abilities to better safeguard his domain. Ferguson shrugged, a compromise evident in the stubble adorning his face. "Very well, since we are neighbors, I shall indulge you with what I can." Chen Peng listened intently, gratitude evident in his demeanor. Ferguson took a sip of tea, his blue eyes narrowing in focus as his thoughts seemed to drift back to a time long past. "I remember, it all began with a prodigy named Kale. In those days, under the dominion of the bloodlines. In the town of Krestat within the territory of Long Long, a boy named Kale was born. He was a child of light, radiating a brilliant golden aura, endowed with an almost unnatural affinity for light elements and light magic. By the age of 14, he had become the most powerful human mage on the continent. Yet, amidst his youthful arrogance, a shadow loomed over him, the influential Robertson family. Their doctrine espoused that humanity possessed an innate attraction to light, asserting that light was the world's true melody and ultimate destination. All dark elements and creatures ought to bow before the brilliance of light. However, the reigning powers of the continent were the highest echelon of dark beings, the bloodlines. These loathsome, blood-sucking creatures dared to allow coexistence among the myriad races. Werewolves, those half-human, half-wolf abominations, and dark elves, those sharp-eared subhumans, how could they be treated as equals to humanity? This was the gravest affront to the noble status of humankind. At the tender age of merely 14, Carthus remains in the throes of youth, lacking the capacity for independent thought. His formidable prowess and the vast number of human followers he commands have rendered him susceptible to the relentless indoctrination of the Robertson family, ultimately thrusting him into the limelight. Carthus himself is resolutely convinced that humanity should not be subjugated by the forces of darkness. The despicable dark creatures ought to bow beneath the feet of mankind. Consequently, he actively embarks on the establishment of resistance movements across various locales, serving within the magical forces of the Bloodline dynasty. He skillfully evades the watchful eyes of all their spies. It was not until the resistance grew robust and mature that the Bloodline dynasty detected any hint of dissent. After a lengthy monologue, Ferguson paused to take a sip of water. Chen Peng observed with a hint of impatience but felt hesitant to urge him on. Suddenly, Ferguson inquired, "Are you familiar with Carthus?" Chen Peng nodded, having recently heard of him, seemingly the founder of the Church of Light, known as the Lord of Light. Ferguson merely smiled before continuing his tale. Carthus had a childhood companion, a prince of the Bloodline royal family, a prodigy named Bernhard. Upon hearing this name, Chen Peng's pupils dilated in shock. Bernhard? Could it be that he himself was the one referred to? How absurdly coincidental that this body shared a past with Carthus. Ferguson, oblivious to Chen Peng's changing expression, pressed on. The two shared a bond so profound that prior to turning 14, they were practically inseparable. Moreover, Bernhard was rumored to be the son of darkness, inherently endowed with formidable dark powers. At the same age as Carthus, Bernhard became the most powerful dark mage within the lineage. The reigning monarch had intended to groom Bernhard as the heir to the Bloodline dynasty. Together, Carthus and Bernhard were renowned as two illustrious prodigies of the continent. While Carthus attracted numerous human followers, Bernhard equally garnered a throng of dark creatures. However, Bernhard placed great value on their friendship, never contemplating that they might become adversaries. It was not until he noticed Carthus gradually distancing himself and frequently traversing the continent, seemingly preoccupied, that Bernhard began to harbor doubts. Yet, he remained optimistic, believing Carthus was merely preoccupied with his own affairs. Then one day, Bernhard received an invitation to a gathering hosted by Carthus. Naturally, he was delighted and eagerly attended. The gathering took place in the town of Babardos, located in the county of Long Long, far removed from the Bloodline royal city. Bernhard assumed it to be a gathering of special significance, and thus the Dragon Knight escorted him there. However, Carthus did not appear throughout the festivities. The following morning, Bernhard returned to the royal city, burdened with dissatisfaction. Upon his return, he discovered the entire city engulfed in flames, thick smoke shrouding the sky. In a panic, He hastened to the palace, only to find the guards and his family suffering heavy casualties, the air thick with the sin of light magic. The bodies of the bloodline lay strewn about, each marked with ghastly wounds, as if they had been struck down after a magical confrontation. Upon reaching his father's chambers, he witnessed Kerthis withdrawing a silver dagger from his father's chest. Only silver can slay a bloodline. Kerthis had come prepared. Bernhard stared in disbelief at Kerthis, clad in gleaming silver armor and drenched in the blood of his kin. He could not fathom that his closest kin had perished at the hands of his brother. Kerthis turned to face Bernhard, his eyes brimming with bloodlust, devoid of any trace of affection for his erstwhile friend. "You should not have returned so soon," Kerthis coldly remarked. Bernhard, in a state of despair, demanded to know why he had done this. It was at that moment Bernhard realized that the supposed gathering was merely a ruse to divert him, the most powerful son of darkness in the history of the bloodline. Without the threat of his presence, Kerthis could orchestrate a unilateral massacre of the bloodline. Kerthis then uttered his second line: "Darkness and light can never coexist." As Bernhard beheld his father slowly succumbing to the loss of life, he descended into madness. Meanwhile, Kerthis, wielding the silver dagger in one hand and conjuring light magic with the other, approached him expressionlessly. "Bernhard, let me see just how formidable the most powerful son of darkness truly is." Provoked by rage, Bernhard, unwilling to back down, charged at Kerthis. Thus, the two engaged in combat within the palace, unleashing an array of dark and light magic that collided like a dazzling display of fireworks, transforming the palace into the battlefield for two of the continent's mightiest warriors, gradually reducing it to rubble. Their battle raged on for 3 days and nights, neither able to gain the upper hand as their magical energies waned. The Robertson family, arriving in the nick of time, rescued Kerthis, while Bernhard, like many of the bloodline, was forced to flee. The Robertson family seized the opportunity to ascend as the new royal family, commencing their rule over the continent. At this juncture, dark creatures faced relentless pursuit, while the dwarves and orcs, being the second most populous races after humans, defied human dominion in the absence of bloodline oppression, seizing vast tracts of land. The night elves, possessing their own territories at the time, soon found themselves overwhelmed and consumed by the orcs, dwarves, and humans. In the ensuing decades, Bernhard rallied the surviving bloodline and dark creatures to wage guerrilla warfare against the human empire. However, as their living space gradually diminished, they ultimately succumbed in a meticulously orchestrated ambush devised by Kerthis, suffering devastating losses. Bernhard, the leader of the dark creatures, was gravely injured and vanished from the annals of history. For a millennium thereafter, no one knew of his whereabouts, with all believing that the son of darkness had perished in that ambush laid by Kerthis. Legend has it that Kerthis, too, met his end in his 50s. In truth, however, it was the result of repeated battles with Bernhard that led to his body being ravaged by dark forces, resulting in his untimely demise. The shameless Robertson family, however, spun the narrative of his ascension, branding him the Lord of Light and establishing the subsequent Church of Light. Ironically, the Robertson family, in their cunning, ultimately fell victim to their own machinations. As Kerthis's fabricated image grew too powerful, the church's influence expanded, eventually overshadowing the royal family and becoming the true power behind the empire. Ferguson inhaled deeply and stated, "The story has come to a close. See, I only recall the general relationships between the characters and a few key events. The finer details elude me. These accounts were shared by the residents who sought refuge with me, but alas, a millennium has passed, and they have since departed. Otherwise, you could have inquired of them. At this moment, Chen Peng remained lost in contemplation, realizing that the former owner of this body was a tragic figure. In his youth, he faced betrayal from a dear friend and the loss of a beloved family member, ultimately achieving no vengeance before his death. Fortunately, humanity also faced its reckoning. The mightiest sorcerer, Kerthis, should have lived for about a century, yet he perished at the age of 50. The instigators, the Robertson family, despite successfully ascending to power as the new rulers of the empire, ultimately fell victim to the very church they had fostered. In the end, it was all for naught. May Bernhard find peace in the afterlife. This entire affair seems to unfold as if orchestrated by fate itself. Two protagonists, one a son of darkness, the other a son of light. The son of darkness yearns for kinship with his closest friend, while the son of light, espousing righteousness and virtue, is steeped in hypocrisy. How ironic. Yet, I find that these tales do not awaken any dormant memories within me. Throughout Ferguson's narration, I feel entirely like a third-party listener to a story. It appears that this method bears little fruit in reviving the memories of this body. Thank you, Senior Ferguson. Chen Peng politely expressed his gratitude. However, he still harbored curiosity about Ferguson. If this individual were indeed powerful, securing him as an ally would be a remarkable boon. Thus, Chen Peng continued, Senior Ferguson, I must confess that I am Bernhard. Upon hearing these words, Ferguson's expression shifted to one of astonishment for the first time. He stroked his chin beneath his beard, his eyes glinting with scrutiny before he furrowed his brow and shook his head, declaring, Impossible. According to legend, Bernhard was gravely injured by Kerthes's purifying magic, with Kerthes succumbing to the corruption of dark forces. How could Bernhard possibly have survived? Chen Peng understood that the other party would not easily believe him, and explained, The girl who came with me is named Eli. She is a necromancer. It was she who resurrected me. Upon hearing this, Ferguson suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. What? Resurrection magic. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He stared at Chen Peng, and there seemed to be blood vessels appearing in his blue pupils. A necromancer's resurrection magic can at most revive an ordinary person. Bloodlines are different from humans. The cost of reviving an ordinary bloodline is immense. For someone as exceptional as Bernhard, such a powerful being, resurrection magic is simply unachievable. Observing the certainty in Ferguson's demeanor, Chen Peng furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that he was merely an ordinary bloodline? Yet, the memories that emerged upon his awakening insisted that this body belonged to Bernhard. And Eli would not have made a mistake. Lord Ferguson, although my memories are fragmented since my awakening, I know that I am indeed Bernhard. The essence of Chen Peng's statement was that this body undoubtedly belonged to Bernhard. Without a shadow of a doubt. After speaking, he locked eyes with Ferguson but could not discern whether the latter believed him. Ferguson's eyes reflected a mixture of anticipation and bewilderment. He wearily sank back into his chair and said, If what you say is true, then the Eli you speak of must not be an ordinary person. If she is truly powerful, perhaps reviving other ancient beings that lie dormant may not be beyond the realm of possibility. Upon envisioning this scenario, Chen Peng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ferguson had overestimated Eli. She was just an ordinary person, albeit with a resurrection magic that randomly extracted a soul to inhabit a dormant body. The outcome of resurrection meant that while the body remained that of Bernhard's, the soul was not necessarily the same. Having heard Ferguson's earlier words, Chen Peng also comprehended that reviving a bloodline royal was nearly impossible. No wonder Frankna and others had previously doubted Eli. It now seemed that they were all correct. The resurrection of Bernhard by Eli was merely a coincidence. She had placed the soul of an ordinary person into Bernhard's body. In other words, Eli had merely resurrected an ordinary individual. Nonetheless, Chen Peng cautiously inquired, Ferguson, whom do you wish to resurrect? Is it a loved one? As a living relic of several millennia? Ferguson must have been reminiscing about some old acquaintances. Ferguson's gaze gradually regained its focus as he turned to Chen Peng and said earnestly, If what you say is indeed true, then I hope this necromancer named Eli can assist me with the task. Chen Peng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Ferguson truly wished for Eli to help him resurrect someone? He tentatively asked, Senior Ferguson, what task do you have in mind? Ferguson's eyes were resolute, and he spoke with solemnity. Help me resurrect the Dragonkin. Chapter 74. Ferguson's identity. The Dragonkin. Chen Peng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had previously heard Eli and the others mention that the ancient dragons had been completely exterminated. Dragons were an immensely powerful race, colossal in stature, each one as large as a house. They possessed hard scales capable of withstanding most attacks. Their powerful wings allowed them to soar freely through the skies. Moreover, they had formidable offensive capabilities, namely their dragon breath, a flame expelled from their mouths with an incredibly high temperature. It could instantly melt steel and buildings. However, during the reign of the Bloodline Empire, only a handful of dragons remained, teetering on the brink of extinction. Dragon riders had always been exclusive to humans. After all, despite their large population, humans possess the most fragile physique. To survive in warfare and inflict maximum damage upon their enemies. Humans initially tamed horses, giving rise to cavalry. Eventually, they tamed dragons, resulting in the emergence of dragon riders. Regrettably, in subsequent campaigns against dark beings, the dragon riders of the human empire perished in battles against these foes. Thus, dragons had been declared extinct. Yet, Ferguson was actually contemplating the resurrection of a dragon. Did he possess the remains of a dragon? Ferguson nodded solemnly. Indeed. To be frank, I am a dragon. This revelation struck Chen Peng like a bolt from the blue. Reverberating in his mind, he scrutinized Ferguson with suspicion. Could this bearded elder truly be a dragon? Upon further reflection, considering that this individual was a relic of thousands of years, it might very well be true. Senior Ferguson, are you serious? Ferguson extended his arm before him and said, Look. Chen Peng glanced at Ferguson's arm, and to his astonishment, he saw black scales beginning to appear at the rosy wrist, swiftly covering the entire arm. This was undeniably convincing. He exclaimed in shock, Senior Ferguson, You. Ferguson sighed, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. I in the past, to evade human capture and fearing being tamed as a mount for dragon riders. I retreated to the Edo's mountains and constructed an underground city. This underground city is known to very few. After 2,000 years, only about 900 residents remain, including those who have perished. In the span of 2 millennia, I have ventured outside only 3 times, once for the death of my parents, once for the death of my beloved, and once for the death of my son. They all fell in battle after becoming mounts for human dragon riders. As he finished speaking, Ferguson's eyes were filled with sorrow. Chen Peng realized that Ferguson was also a pitiful soul. The entire world and all his kin had perished. He alone remained, languishing in the endless passage of time, hiding underground. However, upon closer examination, it seemed that nearly all dragons had perished at the hands of bloodlines. Did that mean he was, in essence, Ferguson's enemy? I apologize, but it seems many of your kin fell at our hands. Ferguson smiled bitterly and shook his head. I do not blame you. After all, it was humans who employed brutal methods to tame dragons. They used grappling hooks to capture my kin, embedding iron hooks into the dragon's bodies to force obedience through pain. Thus, all of this was caused by humanity, and you were merely acting in self-defense. To be honest, the era of bloodline domination was the most splendid era I have ever witnessed. Ferguson's final remark carried a trace of positive sentiment. Chen Peng gazed at the forlorn Ferguson. Feeling a surge of sympathy for him, it appeared that Ferguson could be an ally who could be swayed to his side. With the inclusion of a dragon in their formidable forces, they would have a greater chance of success when confronting the Empire in the future. This continent, along with the Empire's authority, had been seized from the bloodlines. The Church and the Empire were stained with the blood of dark beings. And since he had taken possession of Bernhard's body, it was his duty to reclaim these debts on behalf of Bernhard. Of course, the two sides had always been locked in an unending conflict. Senior Ferguson, regarding the resurrection of the dragon, I cannot guarantee success, but I will urge Eli to make every effort. Upon hearing this, Ferguson smiled and replied, Thank you. Do you have any requests? Chen Peng was momentarily taken aback. Ferguson was indeed direct. Given this, he could not afford to be overly courteous. Well, I wouldn't dare to make demands. I merely wish that when I confront the Empire one day, Senior Ferguson can lend me your assistance. Ha ha ha. Ferguson erupted into laughter upon hearing this. You possess courage, daring to seek revenge against the Empire. Now I am starting to believe that you are Bernhard. Chen Peng pursed his lips. If the Empire targeted him, he certainly would not remain passive. If possible, he would prefer to lie low. But with loyal followers like Eli, he could not afford to disappoint them. He shook his head and said, I only wish to take revenge against the Robertson family and the Church. As soon as he finished speaking, a thought struck him, and he furrowed his brow. Senior Ferguson, since I can be resurrected, is it possible for Karsus to be revived as well? Eli managed to resurrect me through her own efforts. The Church's power should not be underestimated. They may possess secret methods to bring Karsus back to life. One must always prepare for the worst. Upon hearing this, Ferguson's expression shifted slightly. If that is the case, the continent will once again be engulfed in bloodshed. In Ferguson's understanding, Karsus had been brainwashed by the Robertson family into becoming an extremist. Light and darkness are eternally opposed. Just as day and night can only coexist momentarily. Is there a possibility for the two to coexist peacefully? It is not entirely impossible, but such harmony is as fleeting as the beauty of dawn and dusk. In Karsus's eyes, such a possibility did not exist. Yet there was a slight chance in Bernhard's case. Chen Peng shook his head and decided to dismiss the thought. It was still too distant. Ferguson nodded slightly, acknowledging that the current Bernhard was indeed too weak. He lacked even the resources to confront the Holy See, let alone Kalzith. He inquired, What are your plans now? Chen Peng took a deep breath and replied, To rally allies, strengthen my capabilities, and bide my time. Senior Ferguson, do you know where I might find other underground cities? Ferguson chuckled lightly. Your ambitions are quite grand. Do you intend to explore every underground city? Chen Peng sighed. There's no choice. You are aware of the situation in our castle. I am utterly impoverished. Starting from scratch. I can only seek my fortune here and there. Ferguson could not deny this, then pondered for a moment before saying, Stay here for a couple of days. I will find a way to help you gather information about other underground cities. Chen Peng's spirits lifted at these words. Excellent. Thank you, Senior. With Ferguson's formidable perceptive abilities, the search for underground cities would be significantly more fruitful. After their conversation, Ferguson took Chen Peng on a thorough tour of the underground city. This underground city, as Ferguson had mentioned, was not extensive. Over the past 2,000 years, very few had ventured inside. He had no desire to become a lord, which was why it was not particularly large. The entire underground city consisted of only one level, with limited functional areas, aside from a necessary large square. There were merely a few living quarters and many labyrinthine passages, like the route Chen Peng and his companions had taken upon their arrival. Should enemies discover this place, these mazes could buy precious time for the residents. As for supplies, Ferguson had subjugated numerous goblins from the surrounding mountains, assigning them the task of gathering most of the necessities for life. The remaining inhabitants, if they chose, could venture to the surface to search for goods, engaging in barter as needed. Naturally, the goblins were also responsible for security. Additionally, this underground city lacked a true exit. Only Ferguson had inscribed a teleportation array within a cave, which was the sole means of entry and exit. This was also one reason for the sparse population. Ferguson further elaborated that for the safety of the underground city, many residents would need to undergo memory erasure if they grew weary of their surroundings and wished to leave. This procedure only erased the coordinates of the underground city. To Chen Peng, it was evident that Ferguson was exceedingly cautious, demonstrating a genuine desire to avoid being captured and tamed as a mount. Indeed, had it not been for such wariness, he would not have become the last of the dragon race, as his prudence had ensured their survival. After exploring the underground city, they arrived at the central square, the location of a small market. Chen Peng mentioned that Eli was playing there, and Ferguson expressed a keen interest in meeting the necromancer capable of resurrecting Bernhard. At that moment, Eli was seated on a wooden bench, her arms laden with various items, jewelry, toys, and some fragrant herbs, her face beaming with joy. These were all treasures she had acquired at the market. It has been such a long time since I last indulged in shopping. Today truly is an unforgettable day, she hummed a little tune, retrieving a small yellow pouch from her bosom and methodically placing her purchases inside. This pouch, known as a bag of holding, was a product of spatial magic, appearing diminutive yet containing a vast dimensional space for storing items. However, such bags were exceedingly rare, as spatial mages were few and far between in this world, and the cost of creating a bag of holding was substantial. Only a handful of individuals across the continent could boast ownership of one. As Chen Peng and Ferguson approached the square, Chen Peng immediately spotted Eli, her legs swinging as she gathered her belongings. He couldn't help but smile and gestured towards her, saying, "That is Eli." Ferguson's eyes widened as he watched her stow a large bundle of spices into a small bag. A necromancer possesses a bag of holding. Now I believe she truly can resurrect you. Having lived for several millennia, Ferguson had only encountered a bag of holding 3 times, and this was the third. He understood well the value of such an item. Those who could utilize it were either nobles of significant standing or exceptionally powerful mages. It seemed Eli belonged to the latter category. Chen Peng, upon hearing Ferguson's remark, was at a loss for words. Eli had previously mentioned the origin of her bag of holding. It had been a gift from her mother. Perhaps her mother was a formidable spatial mage herself. As they neared Eli, she had just finished packing her items into the bag of holding. Sensing the shift in light before her, Eli hurriedly looked up to see Chen Peng and Ferguson. She quickly stood, slightly flustered, and exclaimed, "My lord, you have arrived." Chen Peng smiled and introduced, "Yes, allow me to introduce you to the lord of this underground city, Mr. Ferguson." Eli promptly bowed politely, "Mr. Ferguson?" "Greetings," observing the adorable little girl. One would hardly suspect her to be a powerful necromancer. Nonetheless, Ferguson kindly replied, "Greetings, Miss Eli." After all, who could resist the charm of a polite and endearing child? Then, he inquired earnestly, "I have heard that you are the one who resurrected Bernhard?" Eli glanced at Chen Peng, who nodded with a smile. She then affirmed, "Indeed, given the perilous circumstances surrounding our castle, it is essential for Lord Bernhard to be resurrected to save and protect us." Ferguson chuckled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and asked, "If that is the case, may I request your assistance with a task?" Ferguson gazed at Eli, his expression warm and inviting. Eli, sensing the gravity of the moment, looked towards Chen Peng, aware that Bernhard was the one truly in charge. She worried that if she displeased him, it could lead to trouble, as she was merely a small follower. Her little mind was filled with the complexities of human relationships. Understanding Eli's concerns, Chen Peng gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Do not worry about me. Simply assess according to your own abilities." With those words, Eli felt a wave of relief wash over her and turned to Ferguson with a serious expression. "Mr. Ferguson, please proceed. Eli will do her utmost." Knowing Chen Peng had given his approval indicated that they had reached an agreement, and she was determined to assist her lord in any way possible. Upon hearing this, Ferguson immediately composed himself, took a deep breath to steady his thoughts, and said, "Miss Eli, I would like to request your help in resurrecting a dragon. Would that be possible?" Upon hearing the word dragon, Eli's eyes widened in shock, instinctively covering her mouth. "A dragon? But I cannot guarantee that I can. She had spent years resurrecting Lord Bernhard, tirelessly searching for methods to restore his bloodline, traversing the entire continent and encountering numerous failures. Now, the prospect of resurrecting a dragon felt overwhelmingly daunting. Observing Eli's uncertain expression, a flicker of disappointment crossed Ferguson's face. However, he quickly masked it with a smile, saying, "No worries. This task is indeed not a simple one. So do not feel pressured." Eli keenly sensed the fleeting moment of Ferguson's dismay. He appeared quite forlorn. Moreover, their relationship with Bernhard seemed amicable, prompting her to consider taking a chance. After a moment's contemplation, she steeled herself and replied, "Well, I can certainly give it a try, but I cannot promise success." Upon hearing Eli's words, a spark of hope reignited in Ferguson's eyes. Really, with Eli's willingness to assist, Ferguson felt as though he had already achieved half of his goal. Eli placed her finger on her lips, her gaze reflecting a hint of confusion, yet she resolutely declared, "I will do my best. However, may I first see where the dragon is located to resurrect a creature? One must understand the creature, and I have never encountered a dragon before." Her curiosity about the formidable beings of ancient times was piqued. Upon hearing Eli's request, Ferguson's face briefly displayed hesitation. He yearned to resurrect the dragon, a lifelong debt he wished to repay. Yet, having only just met them, he was reluctant to proceed with the ritual immediately. He was not entirely confident in Chen Peng and Eli. Revealing the dragon's remains to them might invite complications. Seemingly sensing Ferguson's apprehension, Eli felt she had been a bit presumptuous. She offered a somewhat apologetic explanation. "I meant no offense. The resurrection magic requires something belonging to the individual as a catalyst. Like hair or similar." At this moment, Chen Peng spoke up, saying, "It's fine. There is no need to look for now. Eli can't perform the resurrection ritual at this moment anyway." The foremost concern for Chen Peng on this journey was to seek allies, not to create enemies. He sensed that Ferguson still harbored some reservations, as it appeared the person he wished to resurrect held great significance for him. The sight of the dragoness corpse could wait. Observing the demeanor of the two, Ferguson felt he had perhaps been overly cautious. After all, he was the one in need of assistance. Such distrust would only dishearten those he sought help from. With this thought, Ferguson pressed his lips together and said earnestly, "It's all right. Let us go. I will take you to see it." Chen Peng, noticing the situation, felt it was still inappropriate and added, "There is no need to force it." Senior Ferguson. Ferguson shook his head, having made his decision, which alleviated some of his tension. No forcing, let us go. With that, he led the way toward his office. Chen Peng and Eli exchanged glances, and Eli whispered, "My lord, should I not have made that request?" Chen Peng shook his head reassuringly, "It's all right. It's not your fault. Let us go. I'm also curious about what the dragon looks like." He followed closely behind Ferguson. Eli nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Hey, my lord, it's rumored that 1,000 years ago, you not only saw a dragon but also rode one, right?" At Eli's inquiry, Chen Peng was momentarily taken aback. Realizing there was indeed some truth to it, he could only deflect with the excuse that his memory had not yet returned. The two followed Ferguson closely, soon arriving at his office. Chen Peng found this puzzling. He had assumed the corpse would be located deep within the underground city. Why had they come to the office? With questions in mind, Chen Peng watched as Ferguson approached a wall of the bookshelf and placed his hand on a particular book. With a gentle push, the book slid inward, and the bookshelf began to click and rotate. Both Chen Peng and Eli wore expressions of sudden understanding. It turned out there was a hidden mechanism here. As the bookshelf turned 90 degrees, it revealed a passageway that was 2 meters wide and over 3 meters high. Unlike the finely decorated passages in other parts of the underground city, this one retained its primal earthen walls and floor. Moss grew at the entrance, suggesting it had been excavated by Ferguson himself without any embellishments. The passage was quite dark, lacking any illumination. Ferguson returned to his desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved 3 white crystals, instantly brightening the room significantly. Chen Peng recognized these as the common lighting crystals found throughout the underground city. However, he wondered why they weren't placed in the passage. Ferguson approached, distributing the crystals to Eli and Chen Peng, explaining, "To protect the secret of the corpse, I couldn't afford to be careless, which is why there are no lighting crystals in the passage. I feared that light might leak out." Chen Peng and Eli accepted the crystals, nodding in understanding. Their hearts swelled with the realization that the person he wished to resurrect must hold great importance to him. "Let us go," Ferguson said, leading the way into the passage. Chen Peng and Eli nodded, following closely behind. With the illuminating crystals, the passage was as bright as day. Chen Peng noted the dampness within, and as they ventured deeper, the temperature dropped further. The passage was not long. After walking a dozen meters, They reached its end.it opened into a circular chamber, approximately 20 square meters in size. The room was adorned with the raw earth of the ground and walls. Yet the floor was covered in ice. In the center stood a stone square bed, measuring 2 meters in length and width, also laden with ice. Lying atop the ice was a woman clad in gray garments. Appearing to be in her 30s, though not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a certain charm. Her long red hair cascaded down to her waist, and her complexion was pale. Due to the cold, frost clung to her hair and face. Chen Peng was filled with astonishment. He had expected to see the corpse of a colossal dragon, yet here lay a woman instead. Ferguson approached the stone bed, his gaze brimming with tenderness. Chen Peng and Eli stood at a distance. Refraining from interrupting, Ferguson gently caressed the forehead of the red-haired woman, murmuring, "My dear Lisa, it's me. Today, I brought 2 new friends to see you. By the way, I have wonderful news to share. Miss Eli is a powerful necromancer. You remember Bernhard, the prince of the bloodline dynasty whom you served as a steed, that paragon of excellence. Miss Eli has actually resurrected him. Now, she has agreed to attempt your resurrection as well. Are you happy? I certainly am. If you awaken and see Bernhard, won't you be surprised? I eagerly anticipate your expression then." With that, he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on Lisa's forehead before stepping back to stand beside Eli. He turned to Eli and Chen Peng, his eyes glistening with emotion as he said, "This is my wife, Lisa." Chen Peng and Eli could see the depth of Ferguson's love for his wife. Indeed, she was a person of great significance to him. It was no wonder that Ferguson hesitated when Eli mentioned seeing the corpse. Eli, witnessing this scene, felt tears welling in her eyes, moved by Ferguson's affection for Lisa. As a young woman in her prime, she was easily touched by such sentiments. She clasped her hands to her chest and said softly, "Wow, your sister looks so beautiful." Hearing Eli's compliment, Ferguson beamed with pride, exuding an air of triumph. "Indeed, in our day, Lisa and I were the envy of our clan. She had countless suitors, yet I was the one who emerged victorious and won her heart." But soon after, his expression fell into one of melancholy. "Unfortunately, back then, I acted like a coward." Chen Peng and Eli exchanged glances, realizing that Ferguson was indeed a man with a story, before either could inquire further. Ferguson began to recount the tale of those bygone days. It turned out that the dragon population had drastically dwindled, while humans continued to hunt the great beasts, seeking to tame them as steeds. At that time, the northern wilderness was the primary habitat for dragons, as its harsh climate kept it distant from human encroachment. However, to train their dragon riders, human adventurers would form large teams to venture into the wilderness, meticulously plotting to steal dragon eggs. Dragons did not live in communities like humans. Upon reaching adulthood and marrying, they would leave their families to search for a habitat of their own. Therefore, whenever they encountered human adventurers, even the mightiest dragons could not withstand the sheer numbers of humans. Moreover, humans often employed numerous traps and tactics against dragons, leaving them at a disadvantage. After Ferguson and Lisa wed, they too left their respective families and settled in a high mountain in the wilderness. Initially, their life together was smooth and joyful, and the steep cliffs they chose for their home made it difficult for humans to intrude. However, their bliss was short-lived. Shortly after Lisa laid an egg, a team of human adventurers came seeking them. On that fateful day, Ferguson had gone out to hunt, leaving Lisa alone at home. When humans attacked, Lisa fought valiantly but was ultimately captured, and the dragon egg was taken by the humans. Upon returning, Ferguson was horrified to witness the humans loading the barely conscious Lisa onto a massive wooden cart. At that time, Ferguson was only over 600 years old, akin to a young adult in human years. Dragons mature at 600, at which point they can take human form. Having long heard tales of human cruelty and the enslavement of dragons, he was paralyzed with fear and could not muster the courage to rescue Lisa as she was taken away. From that moment on, he fled to this place, constructing an underground city to hide himself. With a deep sigh, Ferguson looked at Chen Peng and Eli, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. "Oh, you think me utterly useless, lacking the courage to even stand up for the woman I love out of fear." Eli bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. She felt a surge of anger upon hearing this tale. How could he allow his wife to be taken right before his eyes? Surely, he should have fought to protect her. Yet she dared not speak the truth, her words tumbling forth in a stutter. Unsure of what to do, suddenly, a voice rang out from the side. A scoundrel." Ferguson and Eli turned simultaneously to gaze at Chen Peng. Although it was their first encounter with the term scoundrel, they grasped its negative connotation through its literal meaning. Chen Peng took a deep breath and looked at Ferguson. He had initially thought Ferguson felt guilty for not protecting her, only to realize that he had not protected her at all. Was this man truly worthy of the title? A man who cannot defend his own woman? How could he expect Chen Peng to trust him with his back? He spoke earnestly. I believe that safeguarding the woman one cherishes is a fundamental obligation of any man. As you stated, she chose you from countless suitors. Thus, it is your responsibility to protect her. To be frank, Ferguson, your actions are utterly disgraceful. Eli gazed at Chen Peng, her eyes sparkling with admiration, surprised that he dared to speak such truths at a moment when he was supposed to be courting allies. However, he made a valid point. Ferguson's behavior fell short of even the most basic standards expected of a man. How repugnant, how foolish he had been to consider him a man of deep feelings. Upon hearing Chen Peng's words, Ferguson did not react with anger. Instead, he accepted the title with remarkable composure. A scoundrel, you say, quite fitting. I too believe that my past self was utterly lacking. Therefore, I endeavored to make amends. With those words, Chen Peng and Eli found themselves intrigued once more, particularly Chen Peng, who knew that Ferguson had ventured out 3 times, one of which was due to the death of his beloved. Perhaps there were stories yet untold. Ferguson continued to recount the events of that fateful time. Initially, upon arriving here, Ferguson was consumed by self-reproach but lacked the courage to seek vengeance. Moreover, those of the dragon lineage could sense the presence of others entwined by blood. Ferguson felt that Lisa had not perished, reassuring himself that she must be faring well. Thus, a millennium passed. Suddenly, he sensed his parents' presence fading, their lives slipping away rapidly, and Lisa's essence nearby. In that moment, he recklessly emerged from the underground city. Racing towards the location of his parents and Lisa, upon his emergence, he discovered that war had erupted across the continent. Several human nations were waging battles against one another, and coincidentally, the dragon knights of his father and mother were enemies of Lisa's dragon knight. A fierce battle ensued. Although the dragon knights rode their mighty dragons into combat, Lisa and Ferguson's parents recognized one another amidst the chaos. Initially, Lisa hesitated to strike, but her knight cruelly compelled her, tormenting her with the saddle embedded in her body, forcing her into immense suffering and compelling her to attack the enemy forces. Witnessing this, Ferguson's parents felt indebted to Lisa and, in the heat of battle, intentionally exposed themselves to be struck down by her. This harrowing scene was witnessed by Ferguson as he arrived. It was the first time he witnessed how humans commanded dragons, inflicting endless pain to bend them to their will. His parents, in their quest to repay their debts, fell on the battlefield. This shattered the 1,000-year faade of cowardice within him, awakening him to the realization that his parents were willing to die to absolve him of his sins. While he had wallowed in cowardice, in that moment, he transformed into a dragon, soaring forth to rescue Lisa, but the dragon knight, in retaliation, fiercely manipulated her, causing her even greater anguish. This left Ferguson unable to forcibly save her, and he sought an opportunity to flee the scene. For the next century, Ferguson dedicated himself to relentless training, determined to find a chance to rescue Lisa. 100 years later, Ferguson emerged once more from the underground city. After a century of arduous cultivation, he deemed himself sufficiently powerful. Following Lisa's essence, he located a military stronghold of the empire. There, he discovered Lisa, clad in armor, imprisoned within a specially designed iron cage atop the city walls, her body marred by countless scars from years of combat. Without hesitation, Ferguson transformed into a dragon and launched an assault on the stronghold. The humans, bewildered by the sudden attack of a dragon, quickly realized that capturing it could yield another dragon knight. While dragon knights led their dragons into battle, those dragons, having suffered under human oppression over time, gradually succumbed to servitude. Thus, the other dragons, save for Lisa, relentlessly attacked Ferguson, showing him no mercy due to their shared kinship. Originally confident in his mission to rescue Lisa, Ferguson soon found himself at a disadvantage against the onslaught of dragon knights and human soldiers, and he was quickly injured. Lisa, fully aware of Ferguson's intentions, bore no resentment towards him. As long as he held her in his heart, that was enough. Watching Ferguson throw himself into danger, only to be met with brutal strikes from the surrounding dragon knights, filled her with sorrow. To protect him, Lisa defiantly defied her knight's orders, aiding Ferguson in attacking the other dragons in an attempt to cover his escape. The dragon knight controlling Lisa soon realized something was amiss and hastily yanked on the saddle. However, Lisa, disregarding her own agony and the brutal punishment inflicted upon her body, fought fiercely against the other dragons, seeking an opportunity to unleash her breath upon the soldiers atop the stronghold. Seeing Lisa's assistance, Ferguson too fought back with all his might. In their desperate struggle, the stronghold was ultimately destroyed, and the dragon knights controlling the other dragons were slain. Those dragons, freed from their masters, fled in haste. Believing victory was at hand, Ferguson carried Lisa towards the underground city. Yet, Lisa was nearing her limits. To subjugate the dragons, humans had bound them with saddles, the iron hooks piercing deeply into the flesh beneath their wings. Perilously close to their hearts, the dragon knight controlling Lisa desperately tugged at the saddle, having gravely injured her heart. After the recent battle, Lisa had already expended her last reserves of strength, halfway through their flight. She succumbed to fatigue and plummeted from the sky. This terrified Ferguson. Upon landing, he found Lisa in human form, gasping for breath. With a heavy heart, Ferguson apologized, but as Lisa took her final breath, she assured him that she bore him no ill will. Thus, Ferguson succeeded in rescuing Lisa, but she closed her eyes forever in his embrace. Left with unbearable sorrow, Ferguson wept uncontrollably, consumed by regret. Perhaps, had he acted swiftly when Lisa was captured, she would not have endured a millennium of servitude. Ultimately succumbing in his arms, eventually, Ferguson carried Lisa's lifeless body back to the underground city. He enslaved goblins, seeking one skilled in ice magic to regularly provide ice to preserve her body. As Ferguson finished his tale, tears streamed down his weathered face. Today, he revisited that painful chapter of his life. Young Eli, at his side, was rendered speechless, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister Lisa is so pitiable. She endured 1,000 years of enslavement, only to escape without surviving. How tragic. In the bloom of youth, Eli was deeply moved by the story. Although she had initially been angered by Ferguson's actions, he ultimately recognized his mistakes and endeavored to amend them. Yet, fate was cruel, denying this ill-fated pair a perfect conclusion. Chen Peng also fell into silence, acknowledging the heavy price Ferguson paid for his earlier misdeeds. He felt unqualified to judge their bond. After all, Ferguson's initial fear was a natural response, and he eventually took steps to rectify his errors. Lisa bore him no blame, so it was inappropriate for an outsider to pass judgment. Ferguson wiped his tears, offering a rueful smile. I apologize for making you both witness such sorrow. Let us return to pressing matters. Miss Eli, how shall we proceed with the resurrection ritual? At his words, Eli wiped away her tears and approached the stone altar. Gazing at Lisa's pale visage, she nearly succumbed to tears once more. Struggling to maintain her composure, Eli looked up at Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, may I take a lock of Sister Lisa's hair? Give me some time, and I will research how to resurrect a dragon. If it were merely a matter of resurrecting a zombie or skeleton, Eli could accomplish it with ease. However, retrieving the soul of the individual and reviving them in their former likeness, akin to the resurrection of Frankna, is far from simple. The more powerful the being, the more intricate the resurrection magic becomes. Moreover, the process varies across different species. Dragons, being formidable creatures, present a significant challenge. Although Eli yearned to revive Lisa, she felt an overwhelming pressure regarding the task. Ferguson nodded, assuring her, no problem, it's merely a few strands of hair. I believe Lisa would not mind. Initially, he had intended to preserve her body as a memento, never contemplating the possibility of her revival, yet now she had ignited a flicker of hope within him. With gratitude evident on his face, he gazed at Eli. Regardless of whether Eli ultimately succeeded, Ferguson now possessed a renewed sense of anticipation. Upon hearing his words, Eli felt the weight of expectation grow heavier. Ferguson's hopes made her acutely aware that failure would burden her with guilt. Clenching her fist, she gestured with determination. Yes, Mr. Ferguson, I shall do my utmost. She then retrieved a pair of scissors from her bag and carefully snipped a small lock of hair from Lisa's head, storing it with utmost caution. This would serve as the catalyst for the resurrection spell, and it must not be lost. Observing this, Ferguson smiled and remarked, then I shall trouble you, Miss Eli. Come, since we are here. I have arranged a modest lunch for us. Neither Chen Peng nor Eli declined. Chen Peng, indifferent, primarily relied on Frankna's potions and could forego food entirely. However, Eli, being fundamentally human, required sustenance daily. Nonetheless, the little girl had brought along ample provisions for her journey, demonstrating her resilience. Shortly thereafter, under Ferguson's guidance, the trio exited the secret chamber and made their way to the dining area. Upon entering a dining room resembling a restaurant, approximately 50 square meters in size, they found it elegantly simple. The walls were adorned with a cement-like finish, and the floor was laid with white tiles. On one side stood wooden cabinets and shelves, while the opposite wall housed a wine cabinet, all in a harmonious deep crimson hue. 2 illuminating crystals hung from the ceiling, casting a warm glow. In the center of the room, a long, pale yellow wooden table measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and 2 meters in width was set with several vases for decoration, with food arranged at the main seating position and the first positions on either side. Upon entering the dining area and beholding the sumptuous spread, Eli's eyes sparkled with delight. Since hiding in the castle of Our, it had been ages since she had seen such exquisite food. There were toasted breads, vegetable salads, roasted meat, and wine. What a splendid day it was. Ferguson warmly ushered Chen Peng and Eli to their seats. Taking the main position himself, Chen Peng settled on his right, while Eli took the left. As Chen Peng gazed at the food before him, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. While the three of them had the same dishes, why was there a glass of bright red liquid before him? Coupled with the faint metallic scent lingering in the air, this crimson liquid must surely be blood. Thank you, Ferguson. Your hospitality is truly thoughtful. Although he no longer fainted at the sight of blood since occupying Bernhard's body, as a human soul, he still felt a strong aversion to drinking it. Observing Chen Peng staring blankly at the blood, Ferguson assumed he disliked the meal and inquired, I apologize for the haste. It's fresh wild boar's blood. Chen Peng, feeling awkward, coughed lightly. Ahem. That's not my intention. It's just that I haven't encountered such refined food in so long that I momentarily lost my composure. He dared not reveal his aversion to blood, lest it cast doubt on his identity as Bernhard. Neither Eli nor Ferguson could know this truth. At that moment, Eli chimed in. Mr. Ferguson, you have no idea. Since Bernhard's resurrection, he hasn't had a single drop of blood. Ferguson was taken aback. Glancing at Chen Peng in astonishment, he had realized the conditions on that side were so dire. No worries. I can provide blood for you in the future. Facing Ferguson's enthusiasm, Chen Peng replied with a smile, haha. Thank you very much. He then turned to Eli, gritting his teeth with a forced smile, little Eli. You truly are considerate. Hearing herself praised, Eli raised her fork and beamed. Thank you, my lord. Ferguson responded, no need for formalities, let us eat. With that, Eli declared, then I shall dig in, and began to slice the meat with glee. Ferguson also commenced his meal. Chen Peng glanced at the blood-filled glass, instantly losing his appetite for the exquisite food, eating half-heartedly while contemplating how to navigate this situation. Half an hour later, Ferguson and Eli had finished their meals. Eli wiped her mouth with a napkin from the table, leaned back in her chair, and patted her small belly with satisfaction. I am so full. This is infinitely better than the dried cakes I brought. Ferguson elegantly dabbed his mouth, looking at Eli. Miss Eli, are you satisfied? Eli nodded emphatically. Mr. Ferguson, this is the best meal I've had in 2 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng instinctively raised his head to glance at Eli. The little girl, lost in the aftertaste of the delicious meal, radiated happiness. It was astonishing that she could smile and claim she hadn't had a proper meal in 2 years. It seemed that under the Empire's pursuit, people, including Eli, were living in dire straits. Chen Peng secretly vowed to accumulate strength and lead the dark beings to the surface for a normal life. Ferguson noticed that Chen Peng had not touched the wine or the blood before him, and his brow furrowed slightly. In his understanding, bloodline descendants were highly dependent on blood. It was customary for them to drink a glass of blood before a meal. The fact that Bernhard had yet to partake was indeed suspicious. Chen Peng keenly sensed Ferguson's gaze, and then set down his utensils. He promptly picked up the glass filled with blood and downed it in one gulp. The blood had not congealed, seemingly treated in a special manner, and was met with a sweet yet nauseating flavor. Struggling to suppress the urge to retch, he quickly followed with the wine, which alleviated the taste somewhat. The tart sweetness of the grape juice significantly diluted the metallic flavor, and Chen Peng instantly felt more at ease. Shortly thereafter, a wave of warmth surged within him, as if the blood within his veins had begun to boil. With the infusion of blood, every cell in his body rejoiced, and he felt a profound sense of comfort. Although his instincts recoiled against the blood, his body remained honest. The rising temperature of his blood made Chen Peng's head spin, akin to the sensation of intoxication. He inwardly mused, is this how vampires feel after drinking blood? It's rather pleasant. Observing Chen Peng finally drink the blood, Ferguson's expression softened. Perhaps he had been overthinking it. He smiled and said, well, since we have all finished eating, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. Over the next few days, I will assist you in gathering information about the nearby underground cities. As far as I know, a significant number of dark beings have indeed sought refuge in the depths over the past millennium. Chen Peng nodded in response. I appreciate your efforts, Senior Ferguson. The three departed the dining room. Ferguson left directly to aid Chen Peng in investigating other underground cities, while Chen Peng and Eli were led by a goblin to the rooms Ferguson had arranged for them. They planned to stay there for a while until they received news from Ferguson. The rooms were located in a passageway on the north side of the square, and after walking a few meters down the corridor, they arrived. The two rooms were adjacent, with the doors marked North 005 and North 006. Chen Peng glanced at the room numbers, feeling as though he were an odd uncle taking Eli to a hotel. Once they arrived, the goblin departed. Eli waved at Chen Peng with a smile, saying, My lord, I shall enter first. I still need to look into the information for reviving Sister Lisa. Having spoken, he opened the door and stepped inside. Ever since Chen Peng suggested that she learn to interact with him like Frankna, Eli had naturally become more amiable. Chen Peng shook his head slightly and pushed open the door to the room before him. Chapter 80. The Enchanted Crystal. The room was modest in size, approximately 20 square meters. Opposite the door, a decorative false window adorned the wall, framed by a painting depicting the sun rising over the plains. To the far left upon entering stood a wooden bed, 1.5 meters wide, covered with a white mattress. Next to the head of the bed was a brown wooden wardrobe. And overhead hung a glass lampshade containing a light crystal the size of an egg. Encasing the glass lampshade was a wooden lampshade controlled by a rope that extended to the bed. Pulling the rope would close the wooden cover, effectively turning off the light. Chen Peng found himself quite fond of the room's minimalist style. However, during the afternoon, with little to occupy his time, he decided to indulge in a brief respite. Lying down on the bed and allowing his mind to wander. As time swiftly passed, it was soon the following morning. Chen Peng awoke early to the sound of a rapid knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he found Eli and a goblin standing at the threshold. Eli pointed at the goblin and said, "Mr. Ferguson seems to have found another underground city. He is waiting for us in his office." The goblin nodded and, in halting human speech, said, "This way, please." Chen Peng raised an eyebrow, surprised by how quickly news had arrived. This indicated that they could depart today for the new underground city, potentially encountering new companions along the way. He felt a surge of anticipation. "Let us go meet Senior Ferguson," he declared. The goblin led Eli and Chen Peng swiftly to Ferguson's office. Inside, Ferguson appeared somewhat pale, sipping tea from a cup. Upon seeing Chen Peng and Eli, he set down the cup, stood up, and smiled as he said, "I have not disappointed your expectations. After a night of exploration, I have located several underground organizations. Some are underground cities, while others are subterranean nests." At this point, he retrieved a piece of paper from his drawer and added, "I have noted the approximate coordinates. You may study them further." Chen Peng took the paper, his eyes lighting up, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Ferguson." Ferguson waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It was but a small effort. I am a bit fatigued now, and will take my leave. If you wish to depart, simply follow the goblin." Chen Peng nodded, aware that Ferguson's heightened perception skills were quite draining on his mental faculties. This was a hunting technique used by the dragon race, allowing them to detect information from hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away through magical auras, scents, and sounds akin to radar in his previous life. This innate ability was something Chen Peng could only envy. "We shall not disturb you further, Senior Ferguson," he said, and with that, he and Eli exited the office. As they made their way toward the square, Chen Peng perused the information on the paper. Ferguson had marked it with great detail, categorizing the findings clearly. Within a radius of 1,500 kilometers from their current location, there were 12 underground spaces, of which 8 were confirmed underground cities, and 3 exhibited magical fluctuations. The remaining 4 were likely the lairs of certain creatures. Most of these underground cities lay to the north within the borders of the human empire, with only one, devoid of any magical resonance, suggesting it had been abandoned, as the empire boasted of having no dark creatures within its territory. Of the 3 underground cities exhibiting magical fluctuations, the nearest was over 300 kilometers away. A considerable distance indeed. They were truly embarking on a long journey. He glanced at Eli, who was intently studying the information on the underground cities, and softly inquired, "Eli, how many times would it take to use the teleportation gate to reach 300 miles away?" Eli looked up, her large eyes blinking as she replied, "Short-distance teleportation requires many, many times, but we could opt for a teleportation array." "A teleportation array?" Chen Peng asked, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "Do you know how to set one up?" Eli shook her head, then rummaged through her bag of treasures, her brow furrowed in concentration. After a moment, she produced an ancient-looking parchment and looked up at Chen Peng, exclaiming, "But I have a tutorial for the teleportation array. Hee." With that, she waved the parchment in front of Chen Peng like a child eager to show off a prize. Chen Peng couldn't help but smile fondly, reaching out to ruffle Eli's hair. "Truly, you are reliable, Eli." Flushed with pride from Chen Peng's praise, Eli's face turned a shade of crimson, her eyes squinting into joyous crescents. After regaining her composure, she continued, "Setting up a teleportation array requires many materials. It seems I'm a bit short. We still need 3 enchanted crystals." Hearing this, Chen Peng's brow furrowed. "Enchanted crystals, that sounds familiar. However, doesn't Ferguson possess some? Although they are illumination crystals, he should have enchanted ones as well." At that moment, Eli's gaze brightened as she spotted a small market in the square. I remember there's a vendor at the market selling enchanted crystals. With that, Eli sprinted over to a nearby stall. Crouching down to inspect the wares, Chen Peng followed suit, observing her earnestness as he approached. The vendor turned out to be an elderly human man, clad in a gray robe with a full head of white hair. Appearing quite sprightly, initially he had been resting with his eyes closed, but upon hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes to see Eli and Chen Peng examining his stall, only to close them once more. Seemingly uninterested in their presence, he was a master of crafting magical crystals, previously creating various enchanted crystals for the imperial court. However, after offending a local lord, he had been forced to flee and found himself in this underground city. Although the city welcomed him, it only provided shelter, leaving him to fend for himself regarding sustenance. To survive, he had begun supplying Ferguson with illumination crystals, securing his right to free room and board. However, his other crystals were of little use to Ferguson and the other inhabitants, as magical crystals primarily serve those who cannot wield magic or augment certain magical abilities. The dark creatures, each possessing their own innate skills, had no need for magical crystals, resulting in a long period without customers for his stall. The two customers before him radiated a strong aura of darkness, indicating they were no ordinary individuals. Generally, his magical crystals were only beneficial to humans, and he assumed these two would merely glance and move on. Just then, Eli, crouched before the stall, gazed at the array of magical crystals before her. Feeling somewhat dazzled by the selection, these crystals boasted various functions, but none were of use to Eli. Ultimately, her eyes fell upon a few enchanted crystals, and she pointed at them, looking up to ask the vendor, "Grandpa, how much for the enchanted crystals?" Chapter 81. The Archmage, cordial. As soon as she finished speaking, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Eli, beneath his aged facade. A flicker of excitement shone through. "You wish to purchase enchanted crystals?" Startled by the vendor's intensity, Eli nonetheless replied, "Yes." The old man, visibly thrilled, gestured toward the enchanted crystals. "Take them. Feel free to take some and exchange anything you have." Ah! Eli was momentarily taken aback. While enchanted crystals were not particularly rare, they still held value. Why was the old man so eager to trade? Noticing Eli's stupor, the old man took it upon himself to gather 5 or 6 enchanted crystals and handed them to her. Mumbling, finally, "My crystals are being put to use." Having dedicated his life to the crafting of crystals, the old man's pride had diminished since arriving in the underground city, where his skills had become obsolete. Now, with a customer before him, how could he not be excited? Eli instinctively accepted the crystals, then, feeling a bit shy, rummaged through her bag of treasures and produced a few silver coins from the human world to offer in exchange. Although the vendor had said to exchange anything, Eli understood that silver coins might be of value to the old man. The vendor accepted the coins, tossing them carelessly onto his stall, then inquired, "Little girl, have another look. Is there anything else that catches your eye?" Observing the enthusiastic vendor, Eli felt somewhat flustered, as it was her first encounter with such fervent hospitality. She took a couple of steps back, retreating behind Chen Peng, and cautiously peeked out from behind him, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. The vendor, noticing her discomfort, appeared slightly embarrassed, as if his exuberance had been excessive. In response, Chen Peng gently stroked Eli's head in a reassuring manner before politely inquiring, "Hello, may I ask if you have any magic pattern crystals available? We require a considerable quantity." The vendor turned his gaze towards the towering figure of the man clad in black armor before him and nodded enthusiastically, extending his hand. "Greetings, I am Kodal, a master craftsman of magical crystals. How many magic pattern crystals do you require?" Taken aback by the revelation that the individual before him was a master of magical crystals, Chen Peng paused momentarily. At that instant, Eli tugged at Chen Peng's sleeve and whispered, "Sir, a master craftsman of magical crystals is an incredibly formidable all-round mage. Proficient in all elemental magics. He must at least be a grand mage." Upon hearing Eli's explanation, Chen Peng raised an eyebrow, astonished to discover such a prominent figure hidden away in Ferguson. The man seemed ordinary enough, dressed in plain cloth, lacking any semblance of a grand mage. Nevertheless, it was imperative for him to leave a favorable impression on this unassuming sage. He extended his hand, shaking Kodal's with a firm grip, feeling the thick calluses and rough texture of the vendor's palm. "Greetings, I am Bernhard. Kodal, regarding the magic pattern crystals, how many do you possess?" "I shall take as many as you have, given that future travels would necessitate the use of teleportation circles. The more magic pattern crystals he could procure, the better. As they released their handshake, Kodal furrowed his brow at the mention of Bernhard, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name, though he could not quite place it. However, his attention was swiftly diverted upon hearing the inquiry concerning the quantity of crystals. It seems you intend to utilize the magic pattern crystals for constructing teleportation circles. Only such purposes would warrant a significant quantity of these crystals. Chen Peng nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. So, Kodal, how many magic pattern crystals do you have? Kodal stroked his bare chin thoughtfully and replied, I have run out of magic pattern crystals if you require them. I can only recreate them using blank crystals if you are not in a hurry. You may wait for half a day. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng exchanged glances with Eli, who nodded in agreement. Chen Peng then stated, very well, we can wait. However, Kodal, in return for your assistance, what do you require as compensation? Kodal, upon hearing Chen Peng's willingness to wait, began to excitedly tidy up his stall. Yet, when he heard the mention of compensation, his expression dimmed slightly. There is no need for any exchange. The silver coins from this young lady suffice. I am merely an old man who has spent his life crafting magical crystals. If my creations can be of use, that is reward enough for me. With that, he completed the organization of his stall and remarked, I shall be busy now. I will wait for you here for 5 hours. After saying this, he departed, leaving behind a sense of solitude despite his status as a grand mage. Eli murmured softly, Kodal appears rather pitiable. A grand mage, one who could thrive anywhere on the surface, especially as a master craftsman of magical crystals, should enjoy a life of luxury and ease. Such a profession and status would undoubtedly place him among the nobility of the empire, living in comfort and abundance. Yet, here he was, standing in this obscure underground city, running a stall and awaiting patrons to purchase his magical crystals. Chen Peng nodded and murmured, if only Kodal would be willing to join us. It felt akin to poaching from Ferguson, who was not exactly a lord, nor could it be considered poaching. Perhaps he could inquire further into Kodal's intentions at a later time. 5 hours later, Chen Peng and Eli arrived punctually at Kodal's stall, where he was already waiting. Upon seeing them approach, Kodal rose enthusiastically and retrieved a leather pouch from his stall, presenting it to Chen Peng. Mr. Bernhard, the magic pattern crystals you requested are ready. Eli gazed at the hefty leather pouch and assisted Chen Peng in accepting it. Upon opening the bag, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. My goodness. This is far more than I expected. Noticing Eli's shocked expression, Chen Peng curiously leaned over to catch a glimpse of the contents. To his amazement, the pouch was filled to the brim with glimmering magic pattern crystals. At least 30 or 40 in number. Previously unaware of their appearance, he now discerned that each magic pattern crystal was the size of an egg, predominantly orange with diamond-like facets, emitting a faint aura of magical energy. Eli exclaimed, incredible! Crafting a single magic pattern crystal is no simple task, yet Kodal managed to produce dozens in just 5 hours. What an extraordinary feat! Though Chen Peng had little understanding of magic pattern crystals, Eli's words only heightened his admiration for Kodal. He observed the beaming Kodal, who was clearly delighted by Eli's praise, and seized the moment to propose, Kodal, I am the Lord of Castlehour. My territory requires talents such as yours. Would you consider joining my domain? Both Kodal and Eli were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Chen Peng's sudden offer. Kodal stood in stunned silence for several seconds before nodding emphatically. Yes, absolutely. As long as I can continue crafting magical crystals, I would be delighted to join you. Upon hearing Kodal's agreement, Chen Peng maintained a calm exterior while internally reveling in triumph. This visit had proven fruitful. First, he secured a promise from a dragon. And now he had enlisted a grand mage. For Castlehour, this was indeed a promising beginning. With a smile, he assured Kodal, rest assured, once you arrive in my territory, you will have ample opportunity to create magical crystals. At that moment, Chen Peng was eager to escort Kodal back to Castlehour without delay, for the journey was not far. However, he recalled Ferguson's mention that residents departing from here needed to erase their coordinate memories. Though as a grand mage, Kodal might not require such a process. Let us proceed to find Ferguson, he declared, leading the way towards Ferguson's office, with Kodal cheerfully following behind, feeling as if he had finally found his patron. Remaining in Ferguson's domain offered little joy beyond evading the Empire's pursuit. However, in Bernhard's territory, he could immerse himself in the craft of magical crystal creation. Eli, having taken a moment to collect her thoughts, finally grasped the situation. She rushed over to Chen Peng and Kodal, her small legs propelling her forward. Upon reaching Kodal, she tilted her head and inquired, Kodal, may I ask why you are in Ferguson's underground city? As a master craftsman of magical crystals, your status in the Empire should be quite elevated. Eli's question. Kodal's smile faltered slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed deeply and replied, it is a long story. Would you care to listen? No one had ever inquired about his past since his arrival here, not even Ferguson, who had shown no interest in his history. The inhabitants of this place merely sought refuge, never prying into the lives of others. With rare curiosity directed at him, Codil was more than willing to share his tale. Eli nodded eagerly. Please, Codil, we are all ears. I am a very good listener. As Chen Peng walked ahead, he overheard a conversation between the two behind him and discreetly perked up his ears. Codier's gaze grew somewhat dazed, as if his thoughts had drifted back to the past. The situation was as follows. Codier was a prodigious talent in magic, having ascended to the rank of archmage at the tender age of 25. However, he held no interest in slaughter or combat. His family had long served the imperial court, and despite being a formidable archmage, he feared that inaction would lead to blame from the empire, ultimately jeopardizing his family's standing. Therefore, he chose the path of support, enabling him to continue serving the empire while steering clear of bloodshed and conflict. At that time, the empire was in dire need of magical crystal artisans, with only 3 archmages engaged in the craft across the entire realm. The demand from the nobility and lords for magical crystals was immense. Thus, Codier embarked on the study of magical crystal production. Within merely 2 years, his prodigious talent allowed him to master the creation of various magical crystals, and he became renowned for his swift production across the empire. Consequently, he quickly garnered the attention of the empire's elite, particularly for his large-scale magical crystals, which provided the empire with a significant advantage in battles against orcs and dwarfs. For the following decades, Codio's family flourished due to his achievements, enjoying a life of comfort. However, 8 years ago, as the war between the empire and the orcs and dwarves reached a stalemate, the empire's leadership gradually shifted its focus to breaking the deadlock. Codier began to lose his standing within the empire, yet he found himself highly sought after by various lords, aware of the rarity of a master magical crystal artisan. They vied for Codio's allegiance. Suddenly, Codier found himself in a predicament. No matter which lord he chose, he would offend another. In pursuit of fairness, he opted to refuse all offers, choosing not to align with any faction. Yet, those lords were unyielding. They resorted to threats against his family to compel him into making a choice. At that moment, Codier realized that no matter his decision, it would lead to misfortune. Just as he hesitated, he received devastating news. One lord had dispatched forces to massacre his entire family. This act ignited a fury within Codier. Despite his aversion to killing, he chose to resist and fight back. Feigning compliance with that marquis, once within the enemy territory, Codier unleashed a torrent of forbidden magic, slaughtering all in his path to avenge his family. Regrettably, the marquis managed to escape using magical crystals. Furthermore, Codier's actions incited the empire's wrath. It had always been the empire that bullied others. It was unthinkable for the empire to be challenged. With the lords intent on eliminating Codier, they instigated a manhunt against him. Without familial ties to anchor him, Codier lost hope in the human empire. He fled, hearing that the Ados Mountains were the last unclaimed land on the continent. Thus, he sought refuge there. Ultimately, while exploring a cave, he stumbled upon a teleportation array, which transported him to this place. From that moment on, Codier made his home in Ferguson. After recounting his tale, Codier sighed, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. He had been here for 8 years. Upon hearing the entire story, Eli smirked, expressing her disdain for the empire's nobles, who remained as detestable as ever. She felt a surge of anger for Codier's plight, particularly towards the lords who would destroy what they could not possess, even going so far as to murder his family. As an orphan, Eli resonated deeply with Codier's experiences. Codier inhaled deeply, his gaze revealing profound understanding. Humanity, he mused, is eternally plagued by the 7 deadly sins, with power amplifying these base instincts. Eli nodded in agreement. At that moment, the trio arrived at the door to Ferguson's office. Chapter 83, Mutual Shock. After listening to Codier's past, Chen Peng similarly sighed inwardly. The high-ranking officials of the empire seemed to be universally despised. Composing himself before the door, Chen Peng recognized the importance of the matter at hand. He knocked, and upon receiving permission from Ferguson, he entered. Ferguson sat at his desk, perusing a book, his complexion much improved since the morning, suggesting he had nearly recovered. Upon seeing Chen Peng and company, he expressed mild surprise. I thought you had all left. Is there something else? When the trio conveyed their intentions, Ferguson chuckled lightly. I thought it was a grave matter. No problem. After all, it is a request from Bernhard, so there is no need to erase the memories. At this, all 3 felt a sense of relief, especially Codier, who was taken aback by Ferguson's brevity. However, upon hearing the name Bernhard again, Codier furrowed his brow, sensing familiarity. Suddenly, his pupils widened, and he turned sharply to Chen Peng. Bernhard, You are the legendary Bernhard. Chen Peng was startled by Codier's reaction, silently scoffing at his delayed realization. Nonetheless, he nodded slightly. Yes, it is I to at that moment. Ferguson burst into laughter. So, Codier, do you still dare to approach him? Codier, now visibly astonished, pointed at Chen Peng, stammering, Why you supposed to be dead? The scriptures in the church documented your deeds. Before Chen Peng could respond, Eli raised her hand excitedly. Yes. Lord Bernhard was indeed believed to be no longer among the living. It was I who resurrected him. Codier's gaze shifted to Eli, his astonishment deepening. This seemingly youthful girl had revived the legendary Bernhard. Good heavens, the world must be mad. He shook his head wildly, incredulous, impossible. Bernhard is the son of darkness. The most powerful, bloodline noble. How could you have revived him? If it were an ordinary person, I might believe it. But this is Bernhard. Codier's worldview was profoundly shaken, being well-versed in necromancy himself. He understood the monumental difficulty of resurrecting Bernhard. It was nearly impossible. Chen Peng, bemused, smiled helplessly. It seemed that any significant figure struggled to accept their own resurrection. He glanced at Ferguson for assistance, and the latter, understanding, spoke up, Codier, my old friend, this truly is Bernhard. After this statement, Ferguson's gaze turned to Eli, continuing, Miss Eli here is a powerful necromancer. She indeed possesses the ability to resurrect formidable beings. With Ferguson's endorsement, Codier scrutinized Chen Peng and Eli with wide, discerning eyes, murmuring, There is indeed an extraordinarily dense aura of dark energy surrounding you both. Then, he looked earnestly at Chen Peng. If you truly are Bernhard, we could collaborate splendidly. I believe you harbor irreconcilable conflicts with the Empire. Ever since being betrayed by the Empire, Codier had seen through its hypocritical facade. He recognized that many tales and histories concerning the Empire were fabricated. If Bernhard was indeed the prince of the bloodline dynasty, upon his resurrection, he would surely seek to reclaim everything that belonged to his lineage. In light of this, Codier saw an opportunity to ally with Bernhard to exact revenge on the Empire. Hearing Codier's words, Chen Peng realized he had gained half of his trust. Moreover, it appeared that Codier not only feared him but also harbored a strong desire to join Castle AOL. Seizing the moment, Chen Peng extended his right hand. Mr. Codier, Castle AOL warmly welcomes your addition. Codier, contemplating for a moment, extended his hand in return. My lord, Codier is delighted to serve you. Witnessing this exchange, Eli cheered. Yes, Castle AOL has a new member. After their hands parted, Chen Peng turned to Ferguson, saying, Senior Ferguson, since that is the case, we shall not impose further. We will take our leave now. You are always welcome to visit Castle AOL. Chen Peng was eager to bring Codier back to Castle AOL, for he was indeed a great treasure. Ferguson did not hinder them, replying, All right, I shall certainly pay a visit when the opportunity arises. After the customary pleasantries, Chen Peng, accompanied by Eli and Cordell, exited Ferguson's chamber. The trio made their way to the courtyard outside, where they sought the guidance of a goblin to lead them away. Initially, Chen Peng intended to proceed directly to the next underground city. However, with Cordell now in tow, he opted to return to the castle instead. After traversing the labyrinthine passages for several minutes, they arrived at the location where Chen Peng and Eli had been teleported initially. Once the goblin departed, Eli swiftly conjured a teleportation array, transporting the three of them back to the subterranean corridors of the AOL castle. At that moment, Elith and Luna were in the basement, poring over the blueprints that Chen Peng had left behind. Suddenly, they heard footsteps emanating from a nearby underground entrance. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of curiosity. Almost immediately, they heard Eli's cheerful laughter, followed by her running into view. Elith, Luna, we're back. Both women smiled gently at Eli, who, much like Karuya, possessed an irresistible charm that made one want to dote on her. Shortly thereafter, they noticed Chen Peng and a strange old man with white hair emerging from the passage. Elith and Luna respectfully bowed their heads, exclaiming, My lord, you have returned. Chen Peng nodded and gestured to Cordell beside him, stating, Allow me to introduce, this is Cordell, a master of magical crystal crafting. Cordell. These are the Spider Queen Elith and the leader of the Night Elves. Luna. Upon learning that Cordell was a master of magical crystal crafting, both Elith and Luna were taken aback, marveling at Lord Bernhard's prowess. In just 2 days, he had returned with such formidable strength. However, they quickly composed themselves and greeted Cordell politely. Cordell, too, was astonished. Both the Spider Queen and the Night Elf were legendary beings, particularly the Night Elves, who had nearly faced extinction at the hands of the human empire, had long vanished from the surface world. To think they were now under Lord Bernhard's command, it was evident that only Bernhard could have gathered such mythical dark beings under his banner. His decision had proven wise. He had truly allied with a powerful force. Chen Peng remarked that Cordell would assist the castle in crafting various magical crystals moving forward, and he urged them to cooperate with his work. Time was of the essence, and he and Eli would not linger. Once the teleportation array was established, they would depart. Upon hearing Chen Peng's intention to leave immediately, Luna and Elith paused, their expressions momentarily frozen. Although Chen Peng had only been gone for 2 days, their emotional reliance on him was profound. They had been genuinely pleased at his return, yet now he was set to leave again. Understanding the situation, Luna nodded. Very well, my lord. We shall diligently assist Mr. Cordell. After all, Chen Peng's departure was for the greater good of the castle, ensuring that it thrived so he could venture far and seek allies without worries. This way, AOL Castle could flourish swiftly, ultimately regaining its footing in the surface world. Chen Peng acknowledged Luna with a nod, then turned to Cordell, smiling as he said, "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak with Luna and the others. There are others within the castle whom you will gradually come to know." Cordell nodded, finding his initial impression of AOL Castle to be quite favorable, and he looked forward to his forthcoming life there. However, upon hearing about the teleportation array, he interjected, "Yes, I can assist. By the way, I can help with the long-distance teleportation array." Eli's eyes lit up at this revelation. As a necromancer, she could easily summon short-distance portals. But constructing a teleportation array was still quite challenging for her. With Cordell's assistance, the task would be significantly simplified. My lord, for the first teleportation array, may we request Mr. Cordell's help? Chen Peng nodded, recalling Eli's previous admission of her inability to do so. Now, with Cordell's demonstration and Eli's accompanying scroll, he was confident she would master it swiftly. He regarded Cordell with a serious nod. "We would be most grateful for your assistance, Mr. Cordell." Luna, observing this, quickly added, "There are many vacant rooms in the castle basement. Let us use one to set up the teleportation array." "Agreed," Chen Peng replied. "Lead the way." Soon after, the group followed Luna as she guided them to an empty room, arriving within half a minute. This chamber was approximately 20 square meters, filled with dust, indicating it had long been neglected. Upon entering, Cordell stood frozen, taken aback by the state of the room. He had thought Ferguson's place was the worst underground city he had encountered. Yet AOL Castle was even more dismal. Bernhard's situation seemed quite dire. However, the presence of the Night Elf and the Spider Queen made Cordell feel that these minor flaws were inconsequential. He turned to Eli. "Miss Eli, please hand me the magical rune crystals." Eli obediently complied, retrieving 6 carefully prepared magical rune crystals from her bag and passing them to him. Cordell accepted the crystals and positioned himself in the center of the room, placing the crystals at 6 points 1 meter away from himself in all directions. Suddenly, he produced a golden rod, roughly 10 centimeters in length, from his pocket. Eli gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. "Oh my. That is the legendary 10 gold magic wand." Observing Eli's expression of surprise, Chen Peng was puzzled. Cordell's wand appeared diminutive and unassuming, lacking the intimidating presence of Eli's skeletal magic array. Noticing Chen Peng's bewilderment, Eli recalled that the 7 sorcerers were a product of his demise, and thus explained, "It is said that the team of 7 sorcerers from the Imperial Church were each capable of defeating thousands. The mightiest force in the Empire aside from the Divine Archmage." She then looked at Cordell with curiosity. Could it be that Cordell is one of the 7 sorcerers? Her gaze then fixated on the 10 gold wand in Cordell's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The wand was an exquisite artifact specifically crafted by the Empire for its sorcerers, exceedingly rare. "How I wish I had one too." Upon hearing Eli's words, Chen Peng finally grasped the significance of Cordell's wand. No wonder Eli, in her quest to revive the bloodline, had acquired such extensive knowledge during her travels across the continent. At this moment, Cordell began to recite an incantation, and his garments billowed as if caught by an unseen wind. The area around his feet emitted a blue light, from which 6 beams of blue light extended towards the magical rune crystals. As the beams connected with the crystals, they began to intertwine, forming a circular connection that enveloped Cordell in its midst. The magical runes began to inscribe the teleportation array's patterns within the circle. As the formation progressed, the entire room was illuminated by a brilliant blue glow, casting a radiant light upon everyone's faces. Eli couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, Mr. Cordell is remarkable. How powerful!" At that moment, not just Eli, but Chen Peng and the others could feel the overwhelming magical energy in the room. The teleportation array was intrinsically linked to spatial magic, and constructing such an array required profound spatial comprehension. Cordell, a genius mage, made the construction appear as effortless as eating or drinking. It was worth noting that Eli was already considered an exceptionally gifted mage. Yet she had to meticulously follow the tutorial to establish a magical array. At this juncture, Cordell paused his incantation, turning to Chen Peng. My lord, where is your intended destination? Chen Peng, initially still marveling at his fortunate acquisition of such a remarkable ally, snapped back to reality upon hearing Cordell's inquiry. He retrieved the parchment that marked the locations of the underground cities, reviewing it closely. Previously, his train of thought had been interrupted by the matter of the teleportation array. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Peng decided it prudent to select the nearest underground city. Mr. Cordell, please set the coordinates to 330 kilometers to the east. That should place us right at the edge of the dwarven territory. Chen Peng wished to avoid any potential conflict with the dwarves, hoping for a smooth journey. Upon hearing Chen Peng's coordinates, Cordell nodded and began to incorporate this information into his incantation. Half a minute later, Cordell ceased his chanting and stepped out of the teleportation array, approaching Eli. Remember the key coordinates of this teleportation array. Next time, you can establish a connection from outside and teleport back directly. The array is complete and ready for use at any time. Eli nodded her adorable little head earnestly. Yes, I will remember. She then looked up at Mr. Cordell and boldly asked, Mr. Cordell, are you one of the 7 sorcerers of the Empire? The inquiry posed by Eli left Coder momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he managed a wry smile and replied, I never anticipated that someone from the dark world would recognize me as one of the 7 sorcerers. He then raised the silver and gold staff in his hand and lamented, It is indeed because of this that you identified me, is it not? Eli nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed, during my travels across the continent, I had heard tales of the 7 sorcerers and knew that the silver and gold staff was emblematic of their order. In the 85th segment, Hiding Identities, the 7 sorcerers, Coder shook his head resignedly upon hearing Eli's words. He then turned to Chen Peng, expressing his regret. I apologize, my lord. In the realm of dark creatures, the identity of a 7 sorcerer can easily provoke their disdain, far more than that of a crystal mage. Chen Peng, puzzled, inquired, why would the 7 sorcerers face such opposition from dark creatures? At this juncture, Luna, her expression darkened, interjected coldly, That is because the 7 sorcerers are a team specifically formed by the church to hunt dark creatures. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng glanced at Luna and Elise, noticing that the two who had previously shown kindness to Coder now wore expressions of icy contempt. Eli then added, throughout the ages, the 7 sorcerers have been nurtured by the church as an organization dedicated to the extermination of dark creatures. Each member possesses formidable power, having slain numerous beings such as dark elves and werewolves. Frowning at Eli's explanation, Chen Peng realized, so what I thought was a treasure in Coder is, in fact, a hot potato? The others in the castle must harbor immense resentment towards him. Coder sighed heavily, although I did not directly partake in the slaying of dark creatures. The magical crystals I crafted were indeed utilized by the other 6 for the mass extermination of such beings. I am truly sorry. Before he could finish, Luna retorted icily, is an apology sufficient? Can it resurrect my kin? At a loss for words, Coder stammered, I apologize. He continued, I too was blinded by the Empire. We referred to dark creatures as monsters, believing them to be inherently malevolent beings that threatened humanity. Only now do I comprehend that this was a deliberate vilification by the church and the Empire to eliminate our kind. Coder's countenance was one of profound regret, as though he were a child caught in wrongdoing. Luna and Elise, however, remained unconvinced by his explanation. Elise, who had been silent until now, turned to Chen Peng. My lord, are we truly to coexist under the same roof as such an imperial lackey? The deep-seated hatred for the loss of their kin would not dissipate for Luna and Elise merely due to Coder's words. Observing the tense atmosphere, Eli hesitated to speak, while Chen Peng found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he was reluctant to relinquish the powerful Coder. On the other, he could not ignore the animosity of his subordinates. Turning back to Coder, he noted that the once vibrant elderly man now resembled a remorseful child. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Peng addressed Luna and Elise sternly. Luna, Elise, our true adversaries are not Coder, but the Empire and the Church. Coder is merely a pawn of the Empire. Even if we were to eliminate him now, the Empire would simply train another sorcerer to continue their pursuit against us. At this critical juncture for Castle Hour, Coder no longer serves the Empire. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He is now our ally. Chen Peng's words made his position clear. Luna, visibly agitated, retorted, But my lord, Chen Peng, seldom raising his voice, interjected, Luna, I understand your anger, but you must recognize who our true enemies are. The Church and the Empire would delight in witnessing our internal strife. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing Chen Peng's admonition, Luna bit her lip, her expression one of distress. Chen Peng, sensing her turmoil, softened his tone. Luna, we require Coder's strength to aid us in our struggle against the Empire and the Church. He can also assist you in avenging your kin. Do you understand? Chen Peng recognized Luna and Elisie's sentiments. The 7 sorcerers had claimed too many of their kin. He understood that if one were to encounter their enemies in close proximity, it would be challenging to maintain composure. Elisie, standing nearby, appeared somewhat placated by Chen Peng's words. The 7 sorcerers had not inflicted significant harm upon the spider-kin, but in her centuries of life, she had witnessed their relentless pursuit of dark creatures, allowing her to empathize. Now, hearing Chen Peng's rationale, Elisie found it compelling. Coder was not the crux of the matter. Moreover, he had reformed and ceased his aggression towards dark beings. Furthermore, he was a powerful archmage whose presence in Castle Hour would yield more benefits than drawbacks. While she grasped this, Luna still bore an expression of grievance. For nearly a millennium, the Empire's successive 7 sorcerers had slaughtered hundreds of dark elves. Such animosity could not be resolved with mere words. My lord, my kin cannot have died in vain. She pressed her lips together, glaring at the despondent Coder, her eyes aflame with resentment, observing Luna's steadfastness. Chen Peng turned to the others and instructed, everyone else may leave. I wish to speak with Luna alone. As his words fell, Eli and Elisie took Coder by the sleeve and exited the room. Soon, only Luna remained. Chen Peng, temporarily steering clear of the topic of hatred, gently inquired, Luna, how long have you been the leader of the Dark Elves? Taken aback by Chen Peng's change of subject, Luna's delicate features momentarily froze. Avoiding his earnest gaze, she murmured, for 100 years, my lord. Chen Peng sighed deeply. Bearing the weight of your entire race's fate must be a heavy burden. He reflected on Luna's current state and drew parallels to his own nation and people. The animosity of their kind could not be forgotten. Yet, he understood the principle that the enemy of one's enemy is a friend, as long as one could ally with the adversaries of their foes. They could still inflict significant harm upon them. Luna, I apologize for your kin. Consider our bloodline. Have we not been pursued to the brink of extinction by the Empire? We must understand the root of our hatred. By addressing the cause, we can resolve the fundamental issue. Our true enemies are the Empire and the Church. Now Coder's interests are intertwined with ours. He can become our weapon for vengeance against the Empire and the Church. Do you comprehend? Luna nodded slightly. My lord, I confronted with Chen Peng's gentle demeanor. Luna found herself calming somewhat. As she reflected on his words, they began to resonate with her. Chen Peng approached Luna, extending his hand to tenderly draw her into an embrace. Softly reassuring her, it is not wrong to harbor hatred. You have done well in that regard. In the absence of the bloodline's protection, your people have endured great hardship, which has made you sensitive. I understand. As he spoke, Chen Peng gently patted Luna's back, saying, now, I, being hard, have returned. I shall personally avenge the blood feuds of all dark creatures accumulated over the past millennium in the 86th segment. Resolution of conflict. Initially surprised by Chen Peng's embrace, Luna felt a weight lift from her heart upon hearing his words. Indeed, for so many years, without the protection of the bloodline, the Dark Elves had suffered greatly. In her quest for her people's survival, she had transformed from a lively girl into a mature leader. Yet now, the king to whom she had pledged her loyalty had returned. She had found her anchor. With this realization, nestled in Chen Peng's embrace, Luna bit her lip and confessed, I am sorry, my lord. Luna will not be capricious any longer. Upon hearing Luna's promise, Chen Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Luna could release the heavy burden she bore, her animosity towards Coder would surely diminish. Gently, he released Luna from his embrace, observing the flush on her cheeks as he spoke softly. Regarding Coder's role, you must cooperate fully. If others harbor animosity towards him, you must assist in clarifying matters. Coder represents a significant asset for us. He possesses extensive knowledge of the human world and will greatly aid us both in daily life and in battle. I trust you, do I not? Meeting Chen Peng's earnest gaze, Luna nodded resolutely. My lord, you can trust me. Seeing her response, Chen Peng smiled slightly and instructed, very well, summon Eli. We are ready to depart. Luna nodded and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Eli entered, and Chen Peng promptly stated, let us set forth. Upon concluding their conversation, they stepped into the teleportation array with Eli. Standing beside Chen Peng, Eli clutched a staff, softly uttering incantations. And soon the array beneath their feet radiated a brilliant blue light. 2 seconds later, a beam of azure luminescence enveloped the two completely, and as the glow dissipated, the room was devoid of Chen Peng and Eli's presence. 300 kilometers away, nestled within a forest. The sun had set, casting the entire woodland into darkness. A small black lizard meandered along a slender branch, the moonlight shimmering upon its scales, exuding an ethereal glow, its head twisted as its brown eyes scanned the surroundings. Vigilant against predators while simultaneously seeking sustenance for the night. Not far off, in the underbrush, a green little tree frog puffed its chin rhythmically, emitting a croak. At that moment, a mosquito buzzed by, prompting it to instantaneously open its mouth and flick out its tongue, ensnaring the mosquito before retracting it swiftly. It then resumed its croaking nonchalantly. Suddenly, in the adjacent clearing, a blue circle of light, approximately 1 meter in radius, materialized, illuminating the surrounding area for several meters. If startled. The cacophony of chirping insects and croaking frogs abruptly ceased, and the luminous circle swiftly ascended from the ground into the air, its radiance shifting from bright to dim.